Chapter 106. Farewell after finishing dinner and tidying up the kitchen and dining area. The time drew near for the match in which Leeds United would face off against the illustrious Navy Port. Hulai and Li Qingqing settled side by side on the sofa, eagerly tuning into the game. Although Li Qingqing had witnessed numerous matches featuring Leeds United, this would be her inaugural experience watching a match devoid of Hulai's presence. After all, if Hulai were absent, what allure could a Leeds United match possibly hold for her? She was not an ardent supporter of the team, to begin with. The experience of watching a Leeds match without Hulai by her side was entirely unprecedented for Li Qingqing. Navy Port, a traditional powerhouse in the Premier League and commonly referred to as one of the Big Six, derived its name from a team originally formed by workers from a naval dock on the River Thames. Over the course of more than a century, the club has evolved far beyond its maritime origins, with only the silhouette of a warship on the crest serving as a vestige of its connection to the naval port. As a historic giant in English football, Navy Port has secured the top-flight league title 20 times, encompassing both the Premier League and its predecessor, the Football League First Division. However, their European accolades remain lamentably absent, diminishing their stature and influence in English football compared to rivals such as Tranmere and Stan Park Rangers. In recent years, Navy Port has encountered a decline. Despite their status as a Big Six club, they have frequently struggled to secure a spot among the top six in the league. Currently, they languish in 12th place, with unremarkable performance this season. Nonetheless, one of the greatest charms of the Premier League lies in the fact that league standings do not invariably reflect a team's true capabilities. It is unwise to preemptively judge a team's potential performance based solely on their league position. To assume that Leeds could triumph over Navy Port merely because the latter occupies a lower rank is a classic case of football ignorance. Moreover, Leeds United's position is not significantly superior. They sit at 10th place, merely 2 points ahead of Navy Port. Hulai felt a tinge of regret as, despite Junpei Sinkawa being named to the squad, he did not make the starting lineup. For this match, Clark had opted for a more offensive formation, with midfielders Jay Adams and Peter Williams flanked by Jack Walsh and Charlie Porter, while Ismail Kamara and Dominic Lasky formed the attacking duo. During Hulai's absence over the past month and a half, Lasky had shown commendable effort, netting 2 league goals and 1 in the FA Cup. Yet, Leeds United's overall goal tally remained disappointingly low. Since Hulai departed for national duty on December 15th, Leeds had played 9 matches, 7 in the league and 2 in the FA Cup, scoring a total of 12 goals. While it may seem boastful to note that 12 goals across 9 matches is inadequate, it is essential to recognize that in a league where the bottom 4 teams had failed to score 20 goals throughout 23 rounds, such a figure is indeed modest for a team like Leeds, which prides itself on its attacking prowess. Comparing the data from the 9 matches prior to Hulai's departure, Leeds City participated in 7 league matches, alongside 2 more challenging encounters in the UEFA Champions League. How many goals did Leeds City score? A total of 24. Out of these 24 goals, Hulai alone netted 9 and provided 2 assists, contributing to a remarkable 11 goals, nearly half of the total. The significance of Hulai to the team's offensive prowess is evident. Li Qingqing commented on the overlapping characteristics and roles of Lasky and Kamara. Both possess excellent ball control and can operate effectively on the wings. If they were to partner as forwards, they would inevitably drift towards the flanks, leaving the center vacant. Particularly Kamara, who revels in wing play. Lasky, on the other hand, is somewhat better suited, being a traditional forward by training. Hulai recognized this issue and empathized with Kamara's playing style, as he instinctively seeks to occupy central space, though he currently finds himself sidelined at home, illustrating the formidable power of habit. Kamara, primarily a wing player, thrives as a winger or wide midfielder, making his transition to a central role quite challenging. It would be more prudent to substitute one of them and field the captain instead. The captain has been absent for 3 matches due to a minor injury. As Hulai explained, Lorenzo Esposito sustained his injury during the FA Cup third-round match against York City, where he started well and even scored, but was unable to continue after injuring himself in the second half. He is expected to remain out for approximately another week, with hopes of returning before the Europa League reignites. That clarifies why Clark arranged the squad in such a manner, Li Qingqing realized. In the first half of the match, the home team, the Armada, seized the initiative as their American forward, Carl Lambert, scored, giving his team an early lead. After halftime adjustments, Leeds City equalized shortly into the second half through Lasky's goal. Upon witnessing the goal, Huan joyously leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "What a beautiful goal." However, it was merely a routine follow-up shot, lacking an aesthetic appeal. Li Qingqing understood his exuberance, giggling, "So, you are one step closer to the post-season spicy pepper banquet?" This marked Lasky's sixth goal in the league, including one goal in the Champions League, one in the FA Cup, and one in the League Cup. He has amassed a total of 9 goals in all competitions this season, having nearly surpassed the target of 20. With half a season remaining, if everyone strives diligently, the spicy pepper banquet is indeed within reach. The Leeds City players on the pitch were clearly aware of this, and thus celebrated Lasky's goal with great enthusiasm. However, after leveling the score, Leeds City could not maintain it. They likely did not intend to play defensively, continuing to push forward in an attempt to defeat the Armada on their turf. In the 77th minute, an unexpected assault allowed Lambert to score his second goal, leading the Naval Port team to a 2-1 advantage over Leeds City. This scoreline remained unchanged until the final whistle. Junpei Sinkawa sat on the bench for 90 minutes, having been included in the squad for 2 consecutive matches, yet he did not step onto the field for a single minute. Commentator Matthew Cox consoled Leeds City fans at the conclusion of the match, assuring them that the darkness would eventually fade. Who had concluded his national team duties and returned to the club. In the upcoming league match against Wolverhampton, we may finally see him on the roster. Li Qingqing nudged Huan with her elbow, teasingly asking if he felt a sense of a king's return. "What should I do? Should I make an announcement before the match saying, 'Leeds City, your king has returned?' Then the fans would collectively chant ho-ho?" She laughed. Li Qingqing waved her hand. "The fans shouldn't chant like that." "Why not? When they do, it loses its momentum. It sounds less like the king of Leeds City returning and more like a dog coming back." "Ha!" Unable to contain her amusement, Li Qingqing burst into laughter. "Does it sound like a dog?" Huan exclaimed in exasperation. Li Qingqing laughed so hard she rolled on the sofa. Huan rolled his eyes, but refrained from urging her to stick to their previous plan of heading to the airport after the match. Eventually, Li Qingqing calmed down, sat up from the sofa, and gathered her tousled hair into a ponytail. The long strands that had cascaded down her back were now neatly tied up, revealing her elegant neck and soft curves. Huan watched quietly by her side. Once her hair was styled, Li Qingqing stood up and said, "I should be going." "All right. I'll take you to the airport," Huan nodded. Li Qingqing did not fetch her luggage but instead told Huan, "I actually came to comfort you. But upon arrival, I found you were doing quite well, so I didn't need to." Huan replied, "Should I lock myself in a room, turn off my phone, close the doors and windows, and ignore you while you knock outside? How annoying." Li Qingqing playfully chided, then added earnestly, "But I'm glad to see you're all right." "Don't worry," Huan said, patting his chest, a big heart. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Since Paris and Leeds are so close, if you ever want to visit, you can come anytime." Li Qingqing nodded in agreement, then said, "You could also come to Paris." However, she quickly corrected herself. "But after this, you'll be busy, and there probably won't be another opportunity like this for you to relax at home." She herself also did not have much time to squander on leisure. In the summer of 2027, the 10th Women's World Cup will be held in China. As a pivotal figure and star of the women's national team, expectations are high for both her and the team in this home tournament. Thus, moments of leisure like today are a luxury for Li Qingqing. Both were acutely aware of their circumstances, making such promises difficult to fulfill. A professional athlete must dedicate themselves, resulting in a rather monotonous life filled with training and matches, with numerous restrictions in their daily routines. Despite their considerable wealth, they are unable to indulge in the simple pleasures that ordinary people enjoy, such as eating whatever they desire or engaging in leisurely activities. For the average individual, these pastimes are quite normal. However, for them, it is prudent to refrain from such distractions to maintain optimal competitive performance. The monotony of training and the immense pressure of competition contribute to the frequent media reports of professional athletes frequenting nightclubs, bars, and extravagant parties. Those with slightly weaker self-control may resort to reckless escapism to alleviate their stress and emotions. Yet, it is evident that Huan and Li Qingqing are not among such individuals. For them, the opportunity to share a home-cooked meal, engage in light conversation, and watch a game together, as they did over the past 2 days, constitutes a rare and cherished form of relaxation. "Let us go, or we'll miss the flight," Li Qingqing said with a renewed smile as she approached the door. I'll see you off, Hulai replied, hastily taking a few steps to grab her suitcase and open the door. After parking in the airport lot, Li Qingqing declined Hulai's offer to accompany her further. You should stay in the car. If someone recognizes you, it could be troublesome. With that, she exited the car to retrieve her suitcase. Once she had her belongings, she walked around to the driver's side and told Hulai, after this season, I won't be able to return home with you. We have to go back early to prepare for the World Cup. I'll inform my mother. She has been thinking about this for a while. Then I want to deliver your regards. You can tell them yourself, Hulai replied. Li Qingqing laughed. Oh right. I'll visit them again. At that moment, silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances, neither willing to speak. Eventually, Li Qingqing managed to smile. Goodbye, Hulai. Thank you for being with me for the past 2 days. I should be the one thanking you. You came all this way, Hulai remarked. Li Qingqing smiled, not wishing to argue, and waved. Goodbye, Hulai. Goodbye, Hulai waved back. As Li Qingqing turned and walked towards the terminal, Hulai gazed at her reflection in the rearview mirror until she disappeared from view. Yet, he continued to look on, unwilling to shift his gaze. This was not his first farewell to Li Qingqing, but it was the first time he felt a sense of reluctance. An absurd thought crossed his mind. How wonderful it would be if time could loop back over these past 2 days. Then he chuckled at his own ridiculous notion. Disregarding the possibility, such repetition would merely force him to experience the pain of parting anew. With a smile, Hulai restarted the car and slowly exited the parking space. Driving away from the terminal towards the parking lot's exit. Behind the terminal, planes ascended and descended, bringing some individuals together while bidding farewell to others. Chapter 107. You are out. When Senkawa Junpei returned, he was surprised to find Hulai in low spirits. Initially taken aback, he quickly deduced the reason. Leeds had lost the match. Surely, Hulai must be feeling regret and sorrow for not being able to assist the team in securing a victory on the road. As he contemplated this, he lowered his head and murmured, I'm sorry, Hulai. Hulai, puzzled, replied, Why are you apologizing? I failed to help the team secure a victory. Initially, Hulai was filled with confusion, but soon articulated, You didn't even play. How is the loss your fault? If I had performed better in training, I could have played and assisted the team. Perhaps we wouldn't have lost. Hulai waved his hands dismissively. There is no need for that. You are not Benzema. Who is Benzema? Never mind. I just mean you aren't the one to shoulder the blame. Don't take all the responsibility upon yourself. We can say whatever we want privately, but if you say this in an interview, the English media will crucify you. Senkawa Junpei nodded earnestly. Understood. Hulai patted him on the shoulder. All right, stop dwelling on the loss. Are you hungry? The match between Leeds City and the naval port commenced at 1:30 p.m. And after the game, the team returned directly to Leeds, just in time for dinner. Senkawa Junpei nodded. I am indeed a bit hungry. He then headed towards the kitchen. Hulai, wait a moment, I'll prepare something. What are you making? Hulai stopped him. Come on, let me treat you to a meal outside. To soothe your wounded spirit. As Senkawa Junpei settled into the passenger seat of the car, he suddenly frowned. This seat. Hulai, seated in the driver's position, turned to look at him. What's wrong with the seat? Is it broken? No, it just feels a bit small, Senkawa Junpei replied. Searching for the seat adjustment button. It must be an illusion. After a match, your body heats up, causing it to expand slightly, making the seat feel smaller than usual. But I didn't even play. I merely warmed up on the sidelines. Listen to yourself. You just said you warmed up. What does warming up mean? It means your body gets warm, expands, and gains some weight, Hulai pointed out. After a moment of contemplation, the latter fell silent. Li Qingqing leaned her head against the airplane window, gazing at the bustling city below as the plane prepared to land at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. The journey from Leeds to Paris took just an hour and a half. The distance was indeed not far. Yet, this was her first visit to Leeds since Hulai arrived in Europe. Had she not noticed Hulai's despondency in the news, she might not have felt compelled to come. Reflecting on this, she felt she owed Hulai more than he owed her. When she suffered a muscle strain, Hulai had made a special trip to visit her, offering comfort and encouragement, even during a match. Although he claimed he came to deliver medicine, in Li Qingqing's heart, it was not the small vial of placebo that healed her, but Hulai's effort to bring her joy. Despite his evident fear of her father, he still tried to act nonchalant and made silly faces in front of him. Aside from her father, Hulai was the first person to go to such lengths for her. Suddenly, Li Qingqing regretted having wasted so much time in the past. Darling, where have you been these past few days? I wanted to invite you shopping, but you weren't even in Paris. Upon landing, Li Qingqing deactivated her phone's flight mode and immediately received a call from her friend Lilith Laza. I went on vacation, she said. Vacation? Lilith's tone shifted to one of confusion and then anger. Why didn't you invite me? Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lilith had pointed out a glaring oversight. Given their close relationship, if she were indeed on vacation, she ought to have included Lilith. I thought you had plans. You're always so busy. I have no plans. I've been so idle at home that I was considering going to train. That's why I wanted to invite you to go shopping. Yet you went off on vacation without me. Lilith exclaimed, her voice tinged with exasperation. No. You must come clean about where you went and who you were with. I refuse to believe you would vacation alone. You're not that kind of person. Hello? Lilith? Can you hear me? Li Qingqing asked, puzzled by the sudden silence. Is the signal bad? She ended the call. Soon after, she received a message from Lilith. It's fine, darling. I'll ask you in person. Li Qingqing stared at her phone, furrowing her brow. She had been in Paris for 4 seasons. Perhaps it was time to consider a change of scenery? Yet, it was conceivable that she wouldn't leave the team until the season concluded. Regardless, she would inevitably have to confront Lilith's inquiries. How would she respond? Feeling a headache coming on, her discomfort intensified when she returned to her apartment and found a beaming Lilith Lazo waiting at the door. The tall, alluring French girl smiled triumphantly. Good news, darling. You won't have to fret all night about how to face me tomorrow. The bad news is that you must face me right now. Li Qingqing sighed deeply, then set down her luggage and raised her hands in surrender. All right, I yield. But can we at least go inside to talk? Of course, no problem at all. Let us head inside, brew some coffee, or perhaps open a bottle of wine. I'll order a pizza, and we can chat while we eat. I have ample time to listen to you, Lilith replied, wrapping her arm around Li Qingqing's shoulder as they entered the apartment. You actually went to see who? Lilith's eyes widened after hearing Li Qingqing's account, then her brow furrowed. No, I should have sensed it. I knew there was something more to your relationship. What do you mean more? Li Qingqing protested. Lilith did not answer directly, instead continuing, so, you were just a wall apart, yet nothing happened the entire night? Nothing happened, Li Qingqing replied, bemused. You know what images flooded my mind when you told me you decided to spend the night at his place? When he bid you good night. You suddenly grabbed him and courageously kissed him. Then you took his hand and guided him. Lilith animatedly gestured, while Li Qingqing felt a flush of embarrassment. If you keep talking like this, the book will be banned, Lilith, she exclaimed. Lilith pointed at her, asking, did you not have any thoughts of that nature at all? As you were led through the door, during your shower, and while you lay in bed, every inquiry from her prompted Li Qingqing to shake her head, transforming her into a veritable clapper. No, no, no. Lilith threw her hands up in exasperation. My heavens, Lord Jesus, do you Chinese adhere so strictly to tradition that you abstain from any premarital intimacies? Lilith, I am about to lose my temper. Li Qingqing's face flushed crimson, unsure whether it was from anger or some other emotion. Observing this, Lilith raised her hands in surrender. All right. Just then, the doorbell rang. It must be the pizza I ordered. I'll go get it. Lilith leaped towards the door. Li Qingqing watched her friend's exuberant figure retreat, placing her hand on her forehead in anguish, feeling that Lilith was particularly animated. Upon returning with the pizza, Lilith gazed at the fragrant pie, her brow furrowing. Darling, I yearn for that delightful beef stew with potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Shall we have that instead? Li Qingqing, feeling helpless, replied, There's no time. My refrigerator is devoid of beef and tomatoes. We need to shop and then cook, but I am famished. Lilith sighed. Very well, but next time. You must prepare it for me to taste. Li Qingqing retorted, as long as you cease to conjure those chaotic images in your mind. All right, I promise. Lilith placed her hand over her heart, assuring her that she would refrain from mentioning her fanciful notions before her. Next holiday, you must come to my place for Chinese cuisine. Li Qingqing exhaled in relief, finally free from that awkward topic. Every word Lilith uttered made her cheeks flush and her heart race, reminiscent of that day when she lay next to Huan. Consequently, she found herself repeatedly recalling that night, which stirred her previously settled heart into a state of unrest and anxiety. She harbored a dislike, nay, a fear, of this rapid heartbeat, as if her heart might cease to beat at any moment, only to surge violently when she believed she was on the brink of death. Helpless, she could only clutch her chest, gasping heavily like a fish out of water. Just as Li Qingqing felt a sense of relief from no longer confronting this embarrassing circumstance, she heard Lilith excitedly inquire, "Darling, since you and who are not in a romantic relationship, might you introduce me to him? I find him rather intriguing." Li Qingqing's expression shifted, and she vigorously shook her head. "Absolutely not." "Hey, why not? Whose parents do not wish for him to date someone foreign?" Lilith was taken aback. Surprise etched on her face. "What?" Li Qingqing smiled. "Hence, you are out of the running, Lilith." End of chapter 108. This past weekend was undoubtedly a joyous occasion for Chinese football fans. Although the national team did not achieve commendable results in the Asian Cup, the players returning to their respective clubs excelled. In the 23rd round of La Liga, Sarria faced Valero at home, with Zhang Qinghua starting and delivering an outstanding performance. With a resounding shout, Zhang Qinghua gestured to the right, signaling the Argentine forward Carlos Torlado of Sarria to make a run in that direction. As Torlado complied, he indeed drew the attention of Valero's defenders, who shifted their defensive focus accordingly. However, instead of passing the ball, Zhang executed a sudden twist, maneuvering the ball through the center towards Valero's penalty area. This unexpected move caught the Valero defense completely off guard. The remaining defenders rushed to block him, causing their formation to crumble, revealing numerous gaps. After luring the opposing defenders away, Zhang discreetly delivered a diagonal pass with the outside of his left foot. The ball found its way into the vacant space behind Valero's defense. Sarria's other forward, Angel Rolando, emerged in that space and, upon receiving Zhang's pass, took a swift shot. The ball rolled past the Valero goalkeeper and into the back corner of the net. A thunderous cheer erupted over the Parrot Stadium. What a goal! Rolando had equalized for Sarria. The goalscorer, Rolando, turned and ran towards Zhang Qinghua, embracing him in celebration. The primary architect of this goal was undoubtedly Zhang Qinghua. He first directed Torlado's decoy run to divert the defender's attention, then broke through himself, thoroughly disrupting the Valero defense and providing Rolando with an effortless opportunity. Where no Valero player was within a 5-meter radius, it could be said that Zhang Qinghua single-handedly rendered Valero's defense ineffective. As the Sarria players celebrated on the field, their head coach, Arno Casas, was also joyfully applauding from the sidelines. He turned to his assistant coach and remarked, "I thought Zhang would need time to readjust to the pace of our league after the Asian Cup, but it seems that is not the case. He plays as if he has never left the team." Casas was indeed correct. Judging by his performance in this match, Zhang Qinghua appeared to be in his element, exuding confidence on the field. There were no signs of the 1.5-month absence from the team. After assisting his teammate Rolando in scoring, his form continued to improve, consistently using his technical skills and passing to manipulate Valero's defense. Even when Valero assigned a player to restrict him in midfield, he skillfully evaded the opponent. In the 81st minute, he made a sudden forward dash, receiving a ball from a teammate on the edge of the penalty area. Feigning a direct shot, he deftly maneuvered the ball to the left, sidestepping the Valero defender who had approached to block him. He then surged into the penalty area and unleashed a shot. The ball skimmed along the grass and nestled into the net. "Oh, Jean!" the Spanish commentator exclaimed, raising his arm. "Jean. Gol. Goal." The Chinese player Zhang Qinghua has scored his 3rd league goal of the season. Sarria has taken the lead at home. Following his goal, Zhang Qinghua once again performed his signature celebration, pointing both hands skyward, before being engulfed by his exuberant teammates. The announcer at the Parrot Stadium is exuberantly exclaiming, "Sarria 2, Valero 1. The goal scorer is Zhang Qinghua. The Sarria fans collectively respond with thunderous cheers. The announcer repeats, "Zhang Qing." The fans respond even louder, repeating this exchange thrice. Following the resounding uproar, Zhang Qinghua emerges from his teammates to wave in gratitude to the Sarria supporters. With Zhang Qinghua's assist and goal, Sarria ultimately triumphed over Valero with a score of 2-1. Elevating their league standing from 15th to 12th. In addition to Zhang Qinghua's remarkable performance in La Liga, 2 Chinese players have also brought us joy in the Netherlands. Luo Kai contributed an assist in the league, aiding Veronica in their victory, thus taking a significant step toward their return to the Eredivisie. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyi made a substitute appearance in the league, securing his first goal in the Eredivisie. Jop Montes, standing at the sidelines, was offering advice to Chen Xingyi, who was about to enter the match. "You will play on your accustomed left flank, but I urge you not to confine yourself solely to the wing. You must also venture inward. utilizing cuts to create opportunities. Then, based on the situation, decide whether to pass or shoot. Chen Xingyi nodded in understanding. Good, go on. I have faith in you, Chen. Montez encouraged, giving Chen a gentle pat on the back as he pushed him toward the fourth official. Upon entering the match, Chen Xingyi displayed remarkable activity and confidence. He did not immediately pass the ball upon receiving it, as if it were too hot to handle. Instead, he held onto the ball and attempted to dribble past his opponent, although his first attempt ended in failure. With the defender dispossessing him and sending the ball out of play, it did not deter his spirit. When he received the ball a second time, he boldly chose to take on the defender again, and this time, he succeeded. After successfully breaking through, he delivered a cross that was met with a powerful punch from the opposing goalkeeper. Amsterdam Athletic regained control of the ball outside the penalty area and launched another attack. This time, Chen Xingyi retreated to actively seek the ball from his teammates. Montez, observing Chen's performance from the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction. Well done, the assistant coach remarked. It feels as though he has transformed since returning from the national team. He seems more confident. Could it be that he found his confidence against those lower-tier Asian opponents? Montez shrugged. Who cares? As long as he performs well. By the way, did he make the right decision to participate in the Asian Cup? Oh dear. The head coach of the Chinese national team has now changed to Jorge. You can no longer criticize the selection's job, the assistant coach teased. Montez replied. Seeing Chen Xingyi's intense desire to compete, his teammates indeed passed the ball to him. After receiving the pass, Chen Xingyi feigned another attempt to break along the baseline, causing the defender to retreat hastily, preparing to position himself. After all, there was a noticeable speed disparity between them, and failing to anticipate could lead to being outpaced by Chen in just 2 steps. However, Chen Xingyi did not truly pursue the baseline. After deceiving his opponent into retreating, he deftly shifted the ball from his left foot to the right, cutting inward. In a dazzling display of skill, Chen Xingyi executed a lateral dribble. Facing an opponent who approached to defend him, he deftly passed the ball sideways to the forward, Mario Ingas, who awaited the delivery in the penalty area. Rather than pausing to observe, Chen accelerated his lateral movement, signaling for Ingas to return the pass. Sensing the urgency, Ingas, positioned with his back to the goal, immediately relayed the ball back to Chen. In a moment of clever deception, Chen feigned to receive the ball, allowing it to pass through his legs, causing the advancing defender to miss entirely. The crowd erupted in cheers, accompanied by a chorus of boos from the opposing fans, who sensed the impending danger. By evading the defender's grasp, Chen chased after the ball and, with a powerful swing of his right leg, unleashed a shot. His right foot curled the ball with precision, deftly bypassing the outstretched foot of the defender and evading the goalkeeper's desperate reach, sending the ball soaring into the upper corner of the net. What a magnificent goal! The Dutch commentator exuberantly pronounced Chen Xingyi's name with each syllable, celebrating this momentous occasion, his inaugural goal in the league and his first official match score since joining Amsterdam Athletics. In the aftermath of the goal, Chen stood momentarily in disbelief, as if grappling with the reality of his achievement. After a brief pause, he turned to join in the jubilation, only to be enveloped by his ecstatic teammates. In the stands, Chen Hantang displayed even greater excitement, wildly punching the air in celebration. At last, the long-awaited moment had arrived. Beyond the remarkable performances of Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Xingyi, and Luo Kai, this weekend also brought an unexpected delight for Chinese fans. Wang Guangwei finally received an opportunity to play in the league once more. Standing at the sidelines, he awaited his moment. Just 5 minutes prior, the seasoned 34-year-old central defender, Alessandro Altobelli, had sustained an injury during a clash with Ivan Romanov, rendering him unable to continue after a brief medical assessment. Thus, Wang was summoned from the bench for a spontaneous warm-up before being ushered onto the field. He had not anticipated such swift opportunity, as he had mentally prepared to spend the entire season either on the bench or in the stands, diligently honing his skills and training to impress the head coach and hoping for more chances in the next season. After all, with Altobelli aging into 35, maintaining such high attendance would become increasingly challenging. Patience was essential, for opportunities would surely arise, provided one remained prepared. The moment had come sooner than he had envisioned. Yet it did not catch him off guard. For this day, he had been preparing tirelessly. Wang took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, ready to seize the moment. After the fourth official raised the substitution board, he swiftly stepped onto the field. Although I felt a pang of regret for Altobelli, I was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Wang Guangwei, your match has commenced. Chapter 109. The match is not over, yet Ivan Romanov grinned as he spotted the figure rushing onto the field from the sidelines. As Wang Guangwei entered the penalty area, he remarked, "We meet again, young man." Wang Guangwei raised his gaze to meet his eyes. After 7 months, he and Romanov were once more adversaries on the pitch. Furthermore, Altobelli's injury had occurred during a tussle with Romanov, granting him this opportunity to play. In a certain sense, the formidable Northern Bear had become his benefactor. Yet, Wang Guangwei was acutely aware that the Northern Bear could also transform him into a scapegoat. If he failed to thwart Romanov during his limited time on the field, allowing him to dictate the play, all his lofty ambitions from the sidelines would dissolve into nothingness. Coach Mr. Nadari would likely not afford him another chance anytime soon. As a substitute, one must seize every opportunity, no matter how challenging it may be. Objectively speaking, this match was not an ideal opportunity for Wang Guangwei. The team was playing away against the illustrious Insubria. Currently, the score stood at 1-1 between Eldrea and Insubria, with 28 minutes remaining. This meant Insubria would undoubtedly unleash a relentless assault, striving to score. As a substitute central defender, the pressure on Wang Guangwei would be immense, and he would likely become the focal point of the opponent's offensive strategy. In fact, Manuel Piandi, the head coach of Insubria, had already issued directives to his players as Wang Guangwei entered the field. He pointed towards Wang Guangwei's back, instructing them to target the area where he was positioned during their offensive plays. Soon, Insubria's offensive surge descended upon him like a dark cloud. This predicament left Eldrea's other central defender, Paolo Carati, quite anxious as he pondered whether Wang Guangwei could withstand the onslaught. However, the newly introduced Wang Guangwei quickly showcased his defensive prowess by thwarting Insubria's attack. At that moment, Insubria's goalkeeper, Omar Tori, launched a powerful goal kick aimed at Romanov. The hope was that Romanov, with his remarkable physical presence, would control the first touch and then pass to a teammate making a run to advance the attack. Facing Romanov, Wang Guangwei did not recklessly leap for a header, but instead closely marked him from behind. Romanov, leaning against Wang Guangwei and facing away from the direction of the attack, attempted to settle the ball with his chest. Just as he was about to gain control, Wang Guangwei suddenly extended a foot from the side, kicking the still falling ball away. What a brilliant play! Wang cleverly intercepted Romanov's possession. Romanov, taken aback, glanced back at Wang Guangwei, who remained expressionless. As Romanov entered Eldrea's penalty area, he raised his hand to signal that he had established his position and beckoned for a pass from his teammates. He quickly received the ball and simultaneously sensed the subtle movements of Wang Guangwei behind him. Thus, he leaned back with force, intending to leverage his strength to push Wang Guangwei aside. Feeling the young center-back seemingly take a step back, he immediately turned, raising his left foot to shoot. However, just as he spun around, he witnessed the following scene. Wang Guangwei, while falling backward, extended his foot to intercept the ball. Romanov was a beat slow, left helplessly watching as Wang Guangwei snatched the ball away before him. His left foot came down, only to strike Wang Guangwei's leg instead. The ball was sent away by the nearby Eldrea defender, Paolo Carati, with a powerful clearance. The danger was temporarily averted. Wang Guangwei executed a crucial defensive play in the penalty area. The commentator Shin Lang from Tungfei Video exclaimed with excitement, "Well done." Wang Guangwei rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt and grass from his backside. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt that the northern giant bear he faced today was not as formidable as he had been during the World Cup. It was uncertain whether he had improved during his time at Eldrea, or if Romanov's age was beginning to show in his declining physical condition. Regardless, this realization instilled Wang Guangwei with greater confidence. Turning around, he noticed his defensive partner, Paolo Carati, giving him a thumbs up. Wang Guangwei's consecutive impressive defensive plays had considerably reassured his teammates. However, he remained grounded, aware that his trials were just beginning. The fundamental distinction between defenders and forwards lies in this. No matter how many outstanding defensive actions one executes in a match, they cannot outweigh a single mistake. Thus, regardless of prior successful defenses, one must never let their guard down until the final whistle, lest they tarnish their reputation. If he were to cause the team to concede a goal, post-match analyses would inevitably overlook his successful defenses, fixating instead on his solitary failure. The post-match ratings reflect this. where 10 successful defenses pale in comparison to the weight of a single defensive misstep. Now, his match had commenced, and it was far from over. After being called upon in a moment of crisis, Wang Guangwei excelled, contributing a pivotal defense, making him one of the key players in Eldria's successful away match. Numerous national team players showcased excellent performances this weekend, a primary source of joy for Chinese football fans. However, another significant reason could not be overlooked. Hu Lai, having missed a round of league matches due to rest, made his return in the 25th round, where Leeds City faced off against Wolverhampton. This marked his first appearance in 57 days since his hat-trick on December 12th, which had helped the team defeat Sandwell. Hu Lai utilized the Lingxi card on Sun Chuan Junping, thereby forming a rectangle composed of several triangles among the four of them: Hu Lai, Peter, Adams, and Sun Chuan Junping. Although Hu Lai had lost the rewards from the Asian Cup, which left his points somewhat strained, he still managed to acquire 90,000 points to exchange for 3 Lingxi cards. This match marked the first appearance of Junping Senkawa since his transfer to Leeds City. And notably, it was his debut as a starter. The significance of this game for Junping's future at Leeds City cannot be overstated. However, due to his limited resources, Hu Lai refrained from extravagantly connecting the entire team for Junping's sake. As a defensive midfielder, he prioritized establishing a harmonious partnership with his midfield colleagues, considering others only secondarily, as they were not of paramount importance. In this match, Clark made adjustments to the starting lineup, pairing Jay Adams with Junping Senkawa in the midfield. With Peter positioned centrally in an advanced role, Kamara and Ismail flanked the front line, while Hu Lai naturally returned to his central position. He aimed to leverage Junping's interception skills in the midfield to alleviate concerns for Leeds City's offensive maneuvers. After shutting down the system's view, Hu Lai embraced Junping's shoulders and cheerfully inquired, "So, Junping, how do you feel about your first Premier League match? Are you confident?" Junping nodded affirmatively, yes. Hu Lai laughed heartily. "I knew you wouldn't know what it means to feel nervous. Have you studied Wolverhampton's midfield?" Junping nodded again. "I have. Although Wolverhampton's coach is Spanish. The team's style resembles that of a traditional English team, very robust. In attack, the midfield transitions swiftly without excessive passing, primarily utilizing the wings. In defense, they usually engage in pressing, disrupting the attacking rhythm during transitions." Upon hearing Junping's analysis, Hu Lai nodded repeatedly, recognizing the effort Junping had put in. Peter Williams, having overheard their conversation in Chinese, stood nearby completely bewildered, curiosity piqued. "What are you two talking about?" "Oh, nothing much, just some casual banter," Hu Lai replied dismissively. Peter retorted, "You're clearly not being truthful, Hu. I don't believe you're just chatting about mundane matters. What else could we possibly discuss?" Hu Lai shrugged. "I've decided to learn Chinese." Hu Lai was taken aback. "Are you really going to abandon Delphine so soon?" Peter, looking exasperated, responded, "What on earth are you talking about? Isn't it the case, Peter?" Hu Lai countered, "You were enamored with your French teacher when you decided to learn French. Now you want to learn Chinese. Does that not mean you'll be pursuing a Chinese teacher?" Peter found himself at a loss for words. He thought, damn it, he shouldn't have let Hu Lai catch wind of his relationship with Delphine. Curse those paparazzi. He then turned to Hu Lai. "I want to seek out a Chinese teacher. I'll learn from you instead, if that is acceptable." Hu Lai was surprised. "You genuinely want to learn?" "Absolutely." Peter nodded vigorously. Seeing his enthusiasm, Hu Lai replied, "All right then, I'll start by teaching you the basics, not the mundane greetings like hello and goodbye." Peter interjected, "That's the most fundamental of greetings. You should use that when you meet a Chinese person. Why not learn it? I can greet a Chinese person with hello as well. I refuse to believe they don't understand it. I want to learn something more advanced." "Ah, the young man certainly boasts with great confidence. Allow me to impart upon you 2 Chinese idioms. Mastering these phrases will enable you to traverse all of China without fear," Hu Lai declared. The first phrase is intended to commend others. In China, when you wish to praise someone for their prowess, their commendable actions, or their splendid achievements, akin to the English expression well done, you would say, "Niu bai." During Hu Lai's conversation with Peter, Sun Chuan Junping stood nearby, though the two were conversing in English at a brisk pace, making it somewhat challenging for him to comprehend. However, he gathered the essence of the exchange, which revolved around Peter requesting Hu Lai to teach him some Chinese. Though the specifics eluded him, suddenly he caught a familiar sound and shot a surprised glance at Hu Lai, inquiring, "What are you teaching? What is Niu bai?" Peter attempted to pronounce it. Hu Lai corrected him, "Not that, It's Nyo Bai. Nyo, Nu, Bai Bi. Is it Nu Bi? The pronunciation is this, but the meaning is different. It signifies well done in Chinese. Nyo Bai? Nu Bi. Oh, this is delightful. Peter exclaimed with joy as Hu Lai guided him through the pronunciation, and he quickly memorized the Chinese idiom equating well done with Nu Bi. Nu Bi. Nu Bi, I've got it, he declared. As for the second idiom, it is slightly more complex, applicable in various contexts, without a fixed form of usage. In essence, it can express surprise, convey confusion, or even signify resignation, and it is perfectly acceptable to use it in moments of joy. Upon hearing this, Peter became eager. Yes, 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 this is precisely what I want to learn. Very well, then listen closely. The pronunciation is akin to the English phrase "what's up," but spoken with a bit more speed. After Hu Lai articulated the phrase, Peter excitedly responded, "Oh, I've heard you say this before. After scoring, didn't I tell you? This is a versatile expression. Indeed. What's up?" Peter began to practice the pronunciation. Speak it a bit faster and drop the ending sound. Hu Lai stood by, providing careful guidance. What's up, what's up? What's up? Wow, indeed, you've captured the essence. Hu Lai praised Peter. You truly possess a talent for languages. Peter Williams beamed with a wide smile, continuing to murmur the two newly acquired Chinese idioms. Nu Bi, what's up? Nu Bi, what's up? As this scene unfolded in the players' tunnel before the match. It was broadcasted on television, drawing a chuckle from commentator Matthew Cox, with whose return, the atmosphere within the Leeds City team has become more relaxed. Despite their recent dismal record of 5 losses in the last 6 matches. Perhaps this is the sense of reassurance that Hu brings to his teammates. After all, with his return, the team's offense has gained direction, and scoring is more assured. Listening to the mirth emanating from the Leeds City ranks, the players from Waldhampton wore expressions of displeasure. What the hell? This is our home ground. Why are you so joyous over there? Laugh all you want. When the match commences, let us see if you can still wear smiles. Chapter 110, The Atmosphere Shifts. Leeds City launches an attack, Adams. With a startled exclamation from Matthew Cox, Hu Lai suddenly surged forth from the Wolverhampton defense, veering back toward the penalty area. Simultaneously, J. Adams' delicate pass soared over the Wolverhampton backline, flying toward the left flank. As Hu Lai darted forward, everyone assumed he would be the recipient of the ball, for his decisive run prompted the Wolverhampton defenders to collectively retreat. However, Adams had his sights set on Kamara instead. The embarrassment did not lie with Hu Lai, who failed to receive the ball, but rather with the entire Wolverhampton defensive line. Hu Lai's penetrating run drew 2 of Wolverhampton's central defenders back, leaving Kamara, who advanced into the space behind Wolverhampton's right-back Sean Rohan, completely unmarked and onside. Upon receiving the ball, Kamara did not deliver an immediate cross. Instead, 2 Wolverhampton central defenders remained beside Hu Lai, while the space before him was wide open. Thus, he boldly dribbled diagonally into the penalty area. This maneuver plunged the Wolverhampton defense into disarray. In the midst of confusion, mistakes are easily made. For instance, Hu Lai, who should have been closely monitored, vanished from many a gaze. It was only when Kamara swept the ball across the middle that everyone realized Hu Lai had suddenly appeared at the far post. The last impression they held of him was his sudden advance. To their astonishment, when they refocused on him, he had already positioned himself in the most dangerous spot. Although Wolverhampton's left-back Jonathan Sheehan stood right next to Hu Lai, he found himself out of position, having been caught behind. Unless he were to directly trip or pull Hu Lai down from behind, it would be exceedingly difficult to thwart him. Hu Lai was mere feet from the goal. Facing an open net, a gentle touch would suffice for him to score. For Hu Lai, this was no formidable task. Sheehan, however, pressed his hands against Hu Lai's shoulder, attempting to disrupt his balance through a tug. Yet, Hu Lai remained resolute, shouldering Sheehan off and, with his left foot, swept the swiftly passing ball into the net. Hu Lai. Matthew Cox erupted into laughter, exclaiming joyously, who had scored in the 31st minute of his first match back at Leeds City. Despite being away from club matches for 57 days, Hu was still the same Hu. His athletic form was exceptional. His physical condition, too, was evident as Sheehan failed to bring him down. Amidst Cox's hearty laughter, Hu Lai remained upright, shaking off Sheehan's hand, and made his way toward Kamara, who had his arms wide open, ready to embrace Hu Lai. Other Leeds City players surged in from various directions, ultimately converging at Kamara's side, sharing hugs and unrestrained laughter. Just as Matthew Cox had remarked, upon Hu Lai's return, The atmosphere within Leeds City transformed entirely. In previous matches, Leeds City experienced both victories and defeats. However, regardless of the outcomes, each game conveyed an impression of the team resolutely persevering through adversity. Their efforts were commendable, yet they seemed to bear a profound sense of struggle. While the jubilant Leeds City players reveled in their triumphs, the players of Wolverhampton displayed a contrasting demeanor. Prior to the match, they had silently vowed to prevent the Leeds City players from smiling, yet it was they who found themselves unable to smile in the end. The coaches of Leeds City, standing at the sidelines, were visibly delighted, though it may be somewhat inappropriate to express. I find myself genuinely relieved that the Chinese team was eliminated in the quarterfinals of the Asian Cup. Otherwise, how much longer would we have to wait? The Asian Cup has only just concluded. Assistant coach Sam Runnear remarked with a smile. If the Chinese team had indeed claimed the championship, he would have just barely made it to the round of 16 in the League Cup, yet his body would not have had the opportunity for adequate rest. Clark also chuckled, saying, "So you can imagine how excited I was to see him on the training ground, right? God bless." Upon whose return to the team, it felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from everyone's hearts, creating a sense of lightness among them. The players waiting in the tunnel for their entrance embodied a relaxed atmosphere that was palpable to all. Meanwhile, in the tea room at the Leeds City training facility, the coaches leisurely sipped tea, crossing their legs, and engaged in light-hearted discussions about the team's future, whose absence from nearly 2 months of matches was unprecedented, causing everyone to realize just how pivotal he was to the team. While it was previously acknowledged, the extent of his importance was now unmistakable. Some argued he was crucial. Others deemed him moderately significant, while some suggested he held little importance, given that he primarily scored goals and contributed minimally to tactical maneuvers. This led to a proliferation of opinions, with some buying into such claims. However, within a team like Leeds City, which is heavily reliant on offensive efficiency, the ability to score holds paramount significance. The defense was lacking. If they could not score and the backline could not hold, disaster would ensue. Much like the team before whose transfer, which was relegated to the championship. It could be argued that the notion of whose tactical insignificance is utterly absurd in the context of Leeds City. For this team, scoring is the essence of tactical importance. Whose ability to score magnifies his tactical significance exponentially. After falling behind to Leeds City on their home turf, Wolverhampton could not remain passive. Once the match resumed, they launched an aggressive offensive toward Leeds City's half. During the attack, Wolverhampton's midfielders frequently distributed the ball to both flanks. Consequently, Junpei Senkawa's position on the field was not fixed. He oscillated between the right and left sides, appearing wherever he was needed. His tireless running and extensive coverage left Matthew Cox in awe. As Junpei Morikawa dashed to the right to thwart the advance of Wolverhampton's left back, Jonathan Skyron, Cox marveled. This is the young Japanese player's debut in the Premier League, and one would never guess he is feeling any anxiety. He has displayed remarkable composure, particularly when confronting Wolverhampton's expansive movements. He always seems to appear precisely where one expects him to be. Observe that recent play, when Wolverhampton's midfielder, McCardle, gained possession. Morikawa was still centrally positioned. However, as McCardle passed the ball to the on-rushing Skyron, who began to carry it forward, Morikawa had already emerged at the edge of the frame, swiftly entering the scene to challenge Skyron. The latter, evidently underestimating his opponent, made no alteration in pace and attempted to accelerate past with the ball, only to be anticipated by Morikawa, who executed a timely tackle, sending the ball out of play. Such a splendid defensive maneuver. Clean and decisive. That is how defense ought to be executed. On the sidelines, Rander covered his grinning mouth as he remarked to Clark, "This is the type of defensive midfielder we need. Why did we not procure him sooner instead of spending 30 million on Saidu?" Clark, also concealing a smile, replied, "Because we anticipated that Flash Star would not sell him to us." Rander was taken aback. "We bought who from them? I thought our clubs would have a solid foundation for continued collaboration." Clark shrugged. "When you take their core player twice, who would be eager to maintain a good relationship with you?" Subsequently, he approached the sidelines, seizing the opportunity during a dead ball to shout to who have Morikawa switch positions with Jay. The request for Junpei Morikawa and Jay Adams to exchange positions was not a literal change, considering they were the only two defensive midfielders, frequently interchanging roles during the match. The so-called switch was actually intended to have Morikawa apply pressure on Wolverhampton's playmaker, Roy McCardle, compelling him into making errors. Despite Wolverhampton's direct style of play, it does not imply that their midfield operates without transitional elements. In midfield, Northern Ireland international Roy McCardle serves as the transitional player. His technical skills may be modest, but his ability to deliver decent long-range passes aligns well with Wolverhampton's tactical approach. Thus, he functions as a conduit, channeling the ball from defense to attack. If Junpei Morikawa can stifle McCardle's influence, he can force Wolverhampton to initiate their attacks directly from the backline. This would significantly diminish the accuracy of their long passes, thereby reducing the threat of their offensive maneuvers. Huan, having received the directive, conveyed the owner's intent to Morikawa in Mandarin on the field. This strategy had been practiced during training and was not a spontaneous idea conceived by the coach in the heat of the moment. Hence, the intentions were clear without excessive elaboration. Upon hearing this, Junpei Morikawa nodded in agreement. Understood. However, Huan, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired further, "Do you comprehend?" Morikawa nodded affirmatively. "I understand. As the ball was intercepted, I would pass it to Adams or Peter, urging you to make a forward run." Huan was somewhat taken aback. The boss's adjustment aimed to bolster the midfield defense, yet it appeared that Junpei Sinkawa had already contemplated the offensive aspect. All defense is ultimately a precursor to launching an attack. This indeed reflects the boss's style. It seems Sinkawa has adapted well to the new team's dynamics, which reassured Huan. He patted Junpei Sinkawa on the shoulder, grinning. "Excellent. You have become a competent player for Leeds City, Sinkawa." Chapter 111. He is back. As the match progressed, it soon became evident that there was a distinct division of roles between Junpei Sinkawa and Jay Adams. Adams took on the role of covering the midfield, while Sinkawa focused on neutralizing the midfield orchestrator of Wolverhampton, Roy McCauley. Observing this, Matthew Cox remarked, "Clark must be hoping for Sinkawa to stifle McCauley. Yet, McCauley is not the type of playmaker to hold onto the ball for long. He always plays quickly." Might this arrangement, in fact, diminish Sinkawa's advantage in terms of coverage and mobility? Let us wait and see. On the sidelines, Wolverhampton's Spanish coach, Javier Tavella, said to his assistant, "Clark seems anxious. He appears intent on disrupting our offense at its source. Such a strategy is foolish. McCauley is no Williams. He does not require excessive ball control." The assistant chuckled. "Isn't it rather advantageous?" Initially, the Japanese player alongside Adams could cover both flanks of their midfield. Yet now they have tasked him with marking our McCauley. How can Adams possibly manage alone? They intended to thwart our offensive maneuvers. Yet we might actually find ourselves with more opportunities to attack. Tavella nodded in agreement, opting to make no adjustments, merely observing, anticipating Clark's misstep. Upon receiving a pass from the back line, Roy McCauley intended to pivot. Prior to turning, he executed a feint, seemingly aiming to shift to his stronger right foot, a common tactic for players with lesser proficiency on their weaker side. As the defending player followed, anticipating his right turn, McCauley suddenly switched to the left, aiming to catch the defense off guard. However, as he turned left, he collided directly with Junpei Sinkawa. The latter was unfazed by the feint, steadfastly anticipating the leftward maneuver. Cursed be it, McCauley felt the ball being obstructed beneath his feet. By the time he attempted to reclaim it, it was too late. The ball had been deftly dislodged. "Sinkawa is on him quickly," Matthew Cox shouted. He surged forward, targeting McCauley's weaker side, and the latter was unable to maintain possession. He had lost the ball. Observing Sinkawa's defensive prowess, Huan recalled the earlier conversation with Sinkawa. Consequently, he swiftly scanned the positional relationship between himself and the Wolverhampton defenders, ensuring he remained onside. As Junpei Morikawa intercepted the ball, he deftly maneuvered past the unsuspecting McCarthy, swiftly chasing after the football and delivering a precise pass to Peter Williams beside him. Even before Morikawa's pass reached him, Williams seemed to sense the impending play. Glancing up at Huan, who was scanning the field, realizing Huan's intentions, he promptly executed an over-the-top through ball as soon as the football arrived. He exclaimed, "Williams has passed without stopping the ball. A chance for Leeds City." Williams expertly placed the ball behind the Wolverhampton defensive line, and Huan, seizing the opportunity, surged forward. As he emerged behind the defenders, the Wolverhampton players raised their hands to signal for offside, only to realize, upon noticing the lack of reaction from both the referee and the linesman, that the play was indeed onside. By the time they attempted to pursue, it was already too late. As Huan charged ahead, he skillfully controlled the ball that flew in from behind, stopping it perfectly about a meter in front of him. His timing was impeccable, neither too close to hinder his next move nor too far to impede his speed. This precise stop allowed Huan to evade the desperately chasing Wolverhampton center-back, Orlan Zanzala, who reached out but grasped only air as Huan slipped past. In that moment, Wolverhampton's Portuguese goalkeeper, Rodrigo Martins, decisively abandoned his goal. Standing on the line was futile. He had to close the distance to Huan as swiftly as possible to block any potential shot. Thus, Huan's impeccable control became crucial. Had he failed, he might have inadvertently passed the ball to the advancing goalkeeper. Now, having successfully stopped the ball, Huan had a moment to observe the approaching Martins before unleashing a shot from just outside the penalty area. He lifted his leg high, letting it descend gracefully. And with a flick of his ankle, he executed a delicate lob shot. Martins, positioned just beyond the penalty spot, lowered his center of gravity, prepared to dive. However, as he saw the ball soaring high, he realized his predicament. Attempting to leap, he struggled against inertia, ultimately landing unceremoniously on the ground, his efforts rendered futile. All he could do was gaze upwards, watching helplessly as the ball sailed over him and towards the goal behind. At that moment, the only prayer left for Martins was that Huan's aim would falter, sending the ball sailing over the crossbar. Yet, fate had other plans. The football descended steadily, grazing the underside of the crossbar before finding the back of the net. It was as if the sun had risen and set in that instant. Huan, indeed. It is who. He has scored twice in the first half, exclaimed Matthew Cox, his voice brimming with excitement. After a 57-day absence from club matches, it appeared that he was determined to repay the debt of goals accumulated during his time away. As the ball found the net, Huan sprinted towards the corner flag, executing his signature celebration in front of the Wolverhampton fans. Initially, this gesture had become somewhat stale due to its frequent occurrence, but after a period of absence, it was met with a profound sense of nostalgia. Indeed, that man has returned. It is somewhat regrettable that his comeback did not take place at Leeds United's home ground. Otherwise, the atmosphere would undoubtedly have been electrifying. The Leeds United supporters also expressed their disappointment, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to sing Hu's song. Although the away fans did attempt to chant, their voices were drowned out by the jeers from the Wolverhampton crowd, rendering their efforts inaudible. Nevertheless, in the next round of the league, Leeds United will return to their home ground to face Holt, and at that moment, the fans will make it abundantly clear how much they adore Huan. After concluding his celebration and returning to his half, Huan embraced Junpei Morikawa, running back to the half together. The Japanese commentator remarked on this scene, noting that Junpei Morikawa had performed admirably in his debut Premier League match. The goal by Leeds United was significantly influenced by him, as his successful interception of McAdley in midfield created a counter-attacking opportunity. Morikawa accurately anticipated McAdley's turning direction, avoiding being bypassed. If coach Hiroto Magi had summoned Morikawa for the current Asian Cup, perhaps our midfield would not have been repeatedly penetrated by Zhang Qinghwan. Already back in Japan, Takashi Mitsui was watching the live broadcast, and upon hearing the commentator's words, he exclaimed, "That's right. Exactly. Let Hiroto Magi understand how foolish it is not to select you." He then smiled joyfully at the sight of the two players running back to the half together. With these two goals, Leeds United secured a 2-goal lead by halftime. Neither side made any substitutions during the break, and Leeds United's Clark continued to assign Morikawa to Mark McAdley. He fully utilized his tenacious nature, sticking to McAdley like glue, causing the latter considerable distress and making it exceedingly difficult for him. In the 66th minute, McAdley, frustrated by Morikawa's interception, pulled him down from behind, resulting in a yellow card for himself. McAdley was thoroughly neutralized by Morikawa, forcing Tabera to substitute him. Consequently, Wolverhampton's attacks predominantly relied on long passes from their central defenders. The efficiency and threat of their offense plummeted. Until the final whistle blew, Wolverhampton failed to score at home. Of course, Leeds United did not add to their tally in the second half either. The score remained fixed at 2-0, with Leeds United claiming all 3 points. The match has concluded. Leeds United triumphed over Wolverhampton. Cox jubilantly exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this victory holds extraordinary significance for Leeds United." Certainly, this triumph is not merely due to their victory. After all, they had also won in the previous round. For Leeds City, winning is no longer an extraordinary feat. What is remarkable, however, is that this marks their first match since September 20th of last year, where they managed to keep a clean sheet against their opponents. following a 3-0 away victory against Holt. This achievement is not limited to league matches but extends across all competitions, including the League, League Cup, FA Cup, and UEFA Champions League, marking the first time they have not conceded a goal in any match. In conclusion, Cox remarked, "This is truly commendable. What an arduous journey it has been. An extraordinary victory. Congratulations to Tony Clark and his Leeds City." Chapter 112. What does it signify when she is always smiling with me? In his first match upon returning to Leeds City, Huan scored twice, leading the team to a 2-0 victory against Wolverhampton, a splendid display of his triumphant return. This brought immense joy to Chinese fans. Despite rumors circulating after the conclusion of the Asian Cup suggesting that overseas players lost their positions in clubs upon returning home, disrupting their form, the performances of these national players over the weekend revealed that their form remained unaffected and, in fact, had improved. This weekend could be described as a celebration of Chinese football, as national players collectively shone, whether in the Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, or the Dutch leagues. Chinese fans switched channels, witnessing their compatriots excel in various European matches. The impressive performances of national players in Europe bode well for the upcoming inaugural China Cup International Football Invitation Tournament, set to commence in late March. Dylan, serving as the head coach of the national team in its first phase, is expected to lead them to commendable results in the China Cup. The China Cup, co-hosted by the Chinese Football Association, the Sports Bureau of Annan Province, and the government of Jincheng, is an A-level FIFA event held annually. All 4 participating national teams will receive official FIFA points. The inception of the China Cup fills a gap in high-level international matches for our national team, addressing issues of a lack of formal competition and insufficient international experience. It also allows Chinese fans to enjoy high-caliber matches featuring world-class teams right at home. The inaugural China Cup will feature the host nation, China, alongside the formidable Mexican national team from North America, the Polish national team from Europe, and the South African national team from Africa. Naturally, the spotlight will be on the Mexican team, who reached the round of 16 in the last World Cup. Reports indicate that Mexico is taking this tournament very seriously, as all key players will be joining the team in Jincheng. Xiaolan put down her phone and turned to Hu Lisin, saying, "Old Hu, shall we go watch it together?" Hu Lisin's expression turned troubled. Xiaolan squinted her eyes. "Why not? You're not going?" "It's not that I won't go," Hu Lisin hurriedly explained. "But I might not be able to go with you." Xiaolan paused for a moment, then laughed. "Oh, if not with me, then who else would you go with?" At that moment, she suddenly considered a possibility. "You wouldn't have made plans with Oldley to go, would you?" Hu Lisin found himself both amused and exasperated by his wife's vivid imagination. "Where did you get that idea?" "It's not with Oldley. You must clarify this for me today. Your decision to not join me for the match is to accompany whom?" Hu Lisin had no choice but to explain. "Last semester, the elementary school team I coached secured the 4th position in the Dongchuan City Primary School Football Championship." Xiaolan nodded. "What does that have to do with your absence from the game with me?" "Let me finish," he said. "There are 3 children in the team with considerable talent, and I wish to encourage them to continue playing football. Additionally, it serves as a reward for their performance in the city competition. After consulting with the school, I arranged for them to attend the China Cup and witness the national team's match live, allowing them to experience the atmosphere." "So, you cannot accompany me because of this?" Hu Lisin nodded. Xiaolan scoffed. "Hu Lisin, how could you be so muddled? You cannot join me, but I can accompany you all." Hu Lisin raised his head in surprise, thinking he had misheard. "If I go with you, won't that resolve the issue?" Xiaolan clapped her hands and spread them wide. "I want us to attend the match together. It is not just about the 2 of us going alone. I will apply to accompany the team and can help look after the children. However, the entire expense will be covered by the school, while I will bear my own costs. Is that a sum I cannot afford?" With her argument being impeccable, Hu Lisin found himself at a loss for words and could only agree. "I will inquire with the school leaders tomorrow to see their opinion. If they consent, you can join us. But if they disagree," Xiaolan interjected, "if they disallow it, I will drive and follow you." She was resolute in her decision to attend the match with her husband. Fine. With her husband's promise secured, Xiaolan resumed her joyful scrolling through her phone, keeping up with the latest news in Chinese football. It was then that she stumbled upon another piece of news. After 12 years, the National High School Football Championship would undergo comprehensive reform in 2027. Not only would the number of participating teams increase from 32 to 64 schools, But in response to the growing interest among girls in football, a girls' division would also be introduced for the first time. The inaugural National High School Girls Football Competition would feature 32 schools, with the event's schedule adjusted from mid-March to late March and early April, lasting 18 days, marking it as the premier competition for high school football for both genders. In addition to the increase in participating teams and the inclusion of women's football, this edition of the National High School Football Championship would highlight a significant change: the introduction of ambassadors. Professional Chinese players would serve as the image representatives for the championship, promoting the event. This morning, the official account of the 13th National High School Football Championship released a poster on Weibo, featuring the black silhouettes of two individuals with a question mark and the slogan Golden Boy and Jade Girl. It was evident that these silhouettes represented the promotional ambassadors for this national competition. But who could they be? Xiaolon could not help but comment, "TSK. Everyone knows it's my son and Qingqing. Why the pretense? Just release the photo already." Hearing his wife's complaints, Hu Lisan lowered his head and silently rolled his eyes. "So, I must make a trip to Leeds?" Li Qingqing inquired of her agent, Rebecca Royer. "Indeed. This is due to Hu's relatively tight schedule. If he were to come to Paris, it would be impossible to arrange the time. Hence, it falls upon you to make the journey to Leeds." Before Rebecca could finish her sentence, Li Qingqing eagerly interjected, "I am willing." Rebecca was taken aback by Li Qingqing's willingness. She had previously worried that Li might be reluctant to undertake such a hassle, considering it was merely a straightforward shooting task. Initially, she understood that two filming teams would be needed, one in Paris and the other in Leeds, with one team responsible for capturing Li Qingqing and the other for Hu Lai. Ultimately, they could splice the footage together in post-production. There was no necessity for the two to meet face-to-face for the shoot. However, her boss, Song Jiejia, insisted that having the two meet for filming and interact would facilitate a smoother process. Although Rebecca did not fully comprehend how this would lead to greater efficiency, she felt obliged to comply with her boss's wishes. After all, she did not want to jeopardize her position at Champion Legend Sports Management, which offered a commendable salary. To justify the remuneration provided by her employer, she steeled herself to persuade Li Qingqing. Unexpectedly, Li Qingqing preemptively agreed without needing much convincing. "Are you certain, Qingqing? This means you will have to fly from Paris to Leeds, complete the shoot, and then return." "That's all right, Rebecca. For the sake of work, such sacrifices are trivial. Moreover, you're correct. I have no matches next weekend, so I should accommodate Hu Lai's schedule." Li Qingqing spoke softly yet with unwavering determination. "Very well. I shall head to Leeds in advance to ensure everything is in order. Rest assured, it will not take too long." Upon hearing Li Qingqing's understanding, Rebecca felt a surge of responsibility. "Actually, it's no trouble at all. I have ample time." After concluding her conversation with Rebecca, Li Qingqing found Hu Lai on WeChat, staring intently at their chat history. When she had parted from Hu Lai in Leeds, she believed it would be quite some time before they would meet again. Yet, here she was, less than 2 weeks later, preparing to return to Leeds. Logically, one might expect some awkwardness, but that was entirely absent. As Li Qingqing pondered, a smile crept upon her lips. "This is wonderful. Hu Lai, you are certain you can free up the entire day on Saturday, correct?" Song Jiejia inquired of Hu Lai via WeChat. "Absolutely. After the match on Friday, we will have a half-day off. I can simply request an additional half-day leave." Hu Lai responded with confidence. "You should speak to your boss about this tomorrow and secure your leave," Song Jiejia advised, not entirely at ease. It was imperative that everything was foolproof, as the production team and Li Qingqing were specifically accommodating Hu Lai's schedule. If he faltered, it could lead to complications. "No need to wait until tomorrow. I can ask him for leave right now." "Huh." Song Jiejia waited for no more than 2 minutes when Hu Lai replied, "I called the boss, and he agreed." "So soon? Should I engage our boss in a longer conversation? Ask him what he is having for dinner? How long does it take to request leave?" I didn't even specify the reason, yet he readily consented. "You're impressive. Then it's settled. After you finish the match against Holt this Saturday. It's work all day? All right." A notification chimed on Li Qingqing's phone. It was a message from Hu Lai. "Waiting online, quite urgent. How to pretend it's my first time in Leeds." Upon reading this, Li Qingqing chuckled softly and responded on WeChat. "How annoying. Are you teasing me?" She then inquired, "You just went to Leeds last week. Going again this weekend, doesn't that feel too soon?" Hu Lai responded with 3 question marks before replying. "Why would I feel bothered? Do you feel bothered?" "No, I'm not bothered at all," Li Qingqing assured him. "In fact, I'm rather eager. As Hu Lai read her reply, a seemingly ordinary message stirred an unusual emotion within him. He struggled to articulate this feeling. It was akin to his heart racing momentarily, only to halt abruptly, restoring silence. Just as he thought he might faint, his heart resumed its rhythm, loud enough for him to hear. He recalled something and exited WeChat. Opening a browser to search, why does a girl always laugh when she with me? The first search result read, what does it mean when a girl laughs around you? Best answer, it means you're a clown. Hu Lai? Undeterred, he scrolled further down to the second response. What does it mean? It means she likes you, silly. P.S. Please vote for me. Chapter 113. He said he likes me. Hu Lai stared at this line for quite some time, during which his mind began to wander freely, recalling countless moments shared with Li Qingqing, from their first encounter in their secret base to her excitedly telling him, Hu Lai, you actually have talent, to her training him. Their playful banter and the camaraderie they enjoyed, it all felt like the bond of close friends. We always interacted this way. And you tell me that's because she likes me? Hu Lai was bewildered. What merit do I possess that could make the goddess in everyone's eyes have feelings for me? I haven't used any charm essence. His gaze returned to that line. It means she likes you, silly. Hu Lai shook his head, still finding it hard to believe. He had always thought that his relationship with Li Qingqing was one of the closest friendships, akin to a brotherhood. He is aware that Luo Kai harbors feelings for Li Qingqing, yet he himself dares not entertain such thoughts. After all, if someone as outwardly charming as Luo Kai cannot captivate Li Qingqing, what hope does he have? Upon reflection, perhaps there exists some remarkable quality within Hu Lai that might have enchanted Li Qingqing. As for looks, perhaps he possesses a certain charm? He can confidently assert that he is exceptionally talented at provoking others. A pleasing disposition? Chuckling to himself, Hu Lai pondered for quite some time, but ultimately failed to identify any alluring traits that might attract Li Qingqing. After all, Li Qingqing is not a superficial girl who seeks fame and fortune after his rise to prominence. Their acquaintance blossomed during his humble beginnings, when he was merely an unpopular child, devoid of any qualities that could possibly draw Li Qingqing in. He had always believed that his relationship with Li Qingqing mirrored that of Song Jiejie and Li Qingqing, who says that platonic friendships cannot exist between men and women. Song Pongzi and Li Qingqing are a testament to that. Suddenly recalling Song Pongzi, Hu Lai resolved to consult this seasoned romantic. Perhaps he could provide some clarity. Thus, he reached out to Song Jiejie, who had just concluded their conversation. Sigh. Quickly, Song Jiejie replied, "What's with the sighing? Just now, Huan came to me, seeking advice on a romantic dilemma. Yet, I am utterly clueless. What sort of emotional quandary could that melodramatic youth possibly face? Surely, women would only impede his ball-playing speed, right? That's why he is perplexed," she continued. He asked me why a certain woman smiles at him the moment she sees him, regardless of whether he does anything, and her laughter only grows merrier with his casual remarks. He wondered if she might be unwell, and whether he should kindly suggest a visit to the hospital or simply keep his distance from her. Song Jiejie, you appear bewildered too, don't you? What confusion is there to feel? That girl simply likes him. Hu Lai read Song Jiejie's words multiple times, and indeed, it was true. She liked him. Right. That's how I should respond to him. And then, can you guess how Huan replied? What did he say? He said, if she likes me, why doesn't she just tell me directly? Song Jiejie sent yet another string of question marks before continuing. When I sent that string of question marks, it didn't signify confusion. Rather, I sensed something was off. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Yet, I am at a loss as to how to critique his perspective. Are you foolish? It's not me, it's him. You're the one who is foolish. How can you not know how to counter that? Which girl would directly confess her feelings when she likes you? It's him, she likes him. Does she wish to lose face? Girls are meant to be a bit reserved. How could they possibly confess so openly? Hu Lai responded, what is so impossible about that? Just look at Huan Gu's ex-girlfriends. Weren't they all the ones who actively pursued him? Song Jiejie retorted, come on, were those serious girlfriends? Weren't they? Nowadays, people advocate for love that dares to act boldly, right? Society has become more open. All right, so the girl who likes Huan is one of those very open types? Hu Lai contemplated. If Li Qingqing were to be open, then perhaps that night he dared not think any further. His heart felt as though it might cease to beat. Meanwhile, Song Jiejie continued her stream of thoughts. Isn't it just a matter of conclusion? Even in a more liberated society, there are still those who hold conservative views. I have encountered many who take the initiative in flirting, Yet there are others who remain unmoved no matter the advances. Perhaps she is simply a traditional girl? A traditional girl smiles upon seeing you, indicating her interest clearly. Is it necessary to wait for her to express it outright? What nonsense! Isn't that just a sign of weakness? Hu Lai defended. Sun Quan might feel somewhat insecure. After all, his looks are not particularly outstanding, and his personality is rather peculiar. He has never been liked by a girl before. Song Jejia replied. Is that a valid excuse? What logic governs love? Perhaps someone might actually prefer those who are less conventionally attractive, or those with eccentric personalities. If they like him, what business is it of yours? Let me tell you. Hu Lai, love is blind and irrational. You cannot measure the dynamics between two people with common sense or reason. It simply cannot be explained. Why do you think Luo Kai is so infatuated with Li Qingqing? Has she ever even glanced at him? Yet he adores her without any expectation of reciprocation. He merely saw her in high school, and nothing ever transpired between them. Yet he has harbored feelings for so many years. Can you explain that? Hu Lai replied. How would I know? Exactly. I have no idea. Yet the fact remains that Luo Kai has been hopelessly in love with Li Qingqing all this time. He is undeniably handsome, wealthy, and famous, yet there have been no rumors surrounding him at all, leading some online to speculate if he might be gay. Conversely, despite Luo Kai's enviable attributes and his deep affection for Li Qingqing, she harbors no feelings for him whatsoever. To avoid any misunderstanding, she has yet to give him her contact information. Where is the fairness in that? Hu Lai listened to Song Jejia's fervent monologue, falling into a pensive silence. Indeed, to outsiders and his high school peers, Luo Kai seemed the most compatible match for Li Qingqing. In truth, Hu Lai had never broached the subject of romance with Li Qingqing, nor had he inquired why she did not favor Luo Kai. Yet he could discern that it was not that she disliked Luo Kai. Rather, she simply did not care for him. The narrative Luo Kai constructed around himself was as inconsequential as air in Li Qingqing's eyes. Thus, in a way, Luo Kai was rather pitiable, having fallen for the wrong person. Song Jejia continued. The crux lies in how Sun Quan perceives things. If he does not fancy the girl, he should be direct and reject her, preventing her from wasting her emotions on him. He must not dangle her hopes and treat her as a mere backup. That is truly shameless. There is a term called PUA that describes such behavior. However, if Sun Quan does like her, and she reciprocates, why not declare their feelings and simply be together? Does Sun Quan truly like that girl? Hu Lai responded, I shall inquire. He stood with one arm crossed over his chest, the other hand thoughtfully stroking his chin as he gazed at the mobile phone resting on the table before him. He pondered for an extended period, recalling myriad memories. He remembered how he and Li Qingqing had gone to the football park to digest their heavy lunch, kicking the ball around while dreaming of the future. In the twilight of that evening, suffused with the glow of the setting sun, they ventured into their soon-to-be demolished secret hideout. Pressed close to Li Qingqing, he took a photograph with her, inhaling the faint, distinctive fragrance that lingered around her, his heart fluttering. He reminisced about the night at Disneyland Paris, under a sky ablaze with fireworks, standing shoulder to shoulder amidst the throng, eyes turned skyward, entranced by the spectacle above. He recalled the moment when he and Li Qingqing held the East Asian Cup trophy, standing before a multitude of reporters, awkwardly posing for a photograph that many claimed was their first, unaware that it was not. There were countless such moments, each appearing like a snapshot in Hu Lai's mind. Ultimately, his thoughts crystallized on that dusky evening when he had just emerged from Coach Li's home, feeling a tinge of confusion and unease about the future. Standing alone in the abandoned secret base, he nearly forgot to retrieve his first football. Thus, he groped through the grass in the dark, relying on memory, until he finally found it. Upon picking up the ball, he was astonished to discover not only his own markings, but also a line of elegantly penned numbers. It was a signal left by Li Qingqing. While he had been lamenting not having her contact information, she had already communicated with him in this manner, though he only noticed it a year later. After he added Li Qingqing using the number, she joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Hu Lai, I thought you had forgotten your football." Was it the football he had forgotten, or was it her? Hu Lai's gaze fell upon the football resting on the table. Its leather surface was wrinkled and deformed, its color a sickly yellowish black, rendering it quite unappealing. Yet, this unsightly football had accompanied him from Dongchuan to Lingnan, and then to Jincheng, from China to the United Kingdom. It would continue to be his steadfast companion. He cherished it dearly, never parting with it. Everything had begun with this football, with their fateful encounter. Had he not met her, He might still be that insecure, peculiar child, spouting ridiculous boasts, clinging to his fragile pride through deceit and an incomprehensible stubbornness. Without her, how could the present Hulai exist? He nearly missed Li Qingqing. Thus, he could not afford to miss her again. Hey, have you asked yet? It's just a simple matter. Why the prolonged inquiry? The screen of his phone lit up with a new message from Song Jejia in the chat history. Hulai set his hand down and typed in the chat box. I like you, he declared. P.S. The relationship is about to deepen. Please support with next month's votes. Chapter 114. He is the king here. Li Qingqing stood in the VIP box of the Flanders Stadium, surveying her surroundings. Beside her was her dedicated agent, Rebecca Royer. On the other side stands Song Jejia. The Flanders Stadium, which accommodates 30,000 spectators, is already filled to capacity, even though there remains over half an hour before the match commences. The atmosphere is electric, with a colossal typho unfurled in the stands, featuring the likeness of Hulai. He faces away from the audience, striking his iconic celebratory pose, revealing his name and number on his back, while simultaneously turning his head to showcase his profile. This dedicated typho has been crafted by the fans of Leeds City, a rare honor bestowed only upon players of exceptional significance and popularity within the team. Although Li Qingqing has seen this Hulai typho numerous times on television, witnessing it up close in person is a profoundly moving experience, particularly given her current position. While she cannot see Hulai's back, it matters little, for she is already familiar with this typho from broadcasts. However, today she is privy to the full view of the typho, which the cameras do not capture. The back of the typho is not merely blank. It is adorned with an image of Hulai himself, complete with details of his jersey and the other half of his profile. The fans of Leeds City truly invest their efforts, ensuring that every facet of Hulai is displayed, just as she observed during her initial visit to Leeds. Hulai holds an esteemed position in the hearts of these fans. Despite having only been here for 2 years, he has already captivated the discerning English supporters. Li Qingqing feels this is ample cause for her to boast before her father. I have an eye for talent. He is the one I recognized. With this thought, a smile involuntarily graces her lips. It is astonishing how a stadium of merely 30,000 can generate such fervent enthusiasm around her, Rebecca exclaims. This is her first time attending a Leeds City match in person. English fans are renowned for their passion, and those of Leeds City are particularly fervent. Bolstered by their eccentric coach and a team of equally spirited players, Song Jejia explains to her subordinates. Afterward, he glances at Li Qingqing, noting her beaming smile, and he chuckles in response. In truth, her official duties do not commence until tomorrow, rendering her arrival today unnecessary. She could simply have arrived in Leeds tonight and rested at the hotel. After all, a direct flight from Paris to Leeds takes merely an hour and a half. Yet, Li Qingqing proactively expressed her desire to attend the home match between Leeds City and Holt. With no game scheduled for the weekend and the Paris Ager women's team's training on Friday being relatively light, she requested a half-day off. Following the morning training session, she went directly to the airport to catch a midday flight to Leeds. Just before her departure, Lilith caught her. Where are you off to now, Qingqing? To Leeds. Li Qingqing replied candidly. Leeds? Lilith elongated her nasal tone, casting a significant glance at Li Qingqing. In response to such an expression, Li Qingqing calmly remarked, I am working, Lilith. Hu and I are here to assist in filming a promotional video for the high school football championship in China. We are the ambassadors for the Chinese high school football tournament. Lilith whistled. What a fitting choice for ambassadors. You two are always together. If they were to replace one of you with someone else, I suspect many would find it quite disconcerting. Li Qingqing smiled in silence. Well then, enjoy yourself, Qingqing. Lilith finally shrugged. Work is work, Lilith, Li Qingqing corrected her. I haven't seen anyone so cheerful after flying an hour and a half for work. Off you go. You fortunate one, Lilith waved at the grinning Li Qingqing. Now, Li Qingqing stood in the VIP box at Flanders Stadium, still bearing a smile, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. Rebecca noticed Li Qingqing's smile and felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Li Qingqing did not resent making the trip from Paris, and her smile was a testament to her good spirits. The boss was right. Compared to being in a studio in Paris, being in Leeds, immersed in the stadium and the game, brought out a better version of Li Qingqing. Therefore, tomorrow's work might proceed smoothly as well. Rebecca glanced over at Song Jejia, thinking how well she understood Hulai and Li Qingqing, as they were indeed former classmates. Suddenly, the stadium's broadcast, which had been playing music to enhance the atmosphere, fell silent. The singing from the stands gradually faded away, and the atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity. This brought Rebecca back to reality as she turned her gaze to the field, knowing that the players were about to enter. "Let us welcome our guests from afar, Holt," the DJ announced loudly over the speakers. A smattering of boos and applause erupted, indicating that the Leeds City fans were not particularly welcoming. The DJ's delivery was lackluster, merely stating that one sentence. Next came the main event. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us grandly welcome Leeds City." The roar of cheers erupted, and the fans were thoroughly invigorated. The large screen at Flanders Stadium displayed the starting players' photos, names, and numbers. The DJ also led the fans in a collective chant, first announcing the players' names, followed by the crowd calling out their surnames. Mikey, Vanderwyn, Farek, Quinn, Josh, Lawler, Ben, Greystar. The volume with which the fans shouted each player's name was a clear indication of their standing in the hearts of Leeds City supporters. Naturally, the number of exclamation points also revealed much. Peter Williams, as an England international nurtured by Leeds City. Peter Williams stood as the symbol of the team in the eyes of all Leeds City fans, receiving the most fervent cheers. Even within the team, players like Kamara and Adams could not compare to him. The only one who could rival him was the last name called, Lai. Who? That exclamation resonated as if 100,000 bolts of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the arena above. Following it was a torrential downpour of applause, marking the conclusion. In the VIP box, Li Qingqing joined in the clapping, indistinguishable from the fervent fans in the stands. Beside her, Rebecca glanced at her arms, murmuring, "Oh my. I have goosebumps." Li Qingqing turned to her with a smile, replying, "He is the king here, Rebecca." Considering the upcoming UEFA Europa League round of 16 clash with the Portuguese powerhouse Alvalade next week, Clark had not fielded his entire starting lineup for this match. Nonetheless, who was still given consecutive starts. It seemed that Clark was determined to have who play from the outset, especially since this was on Leeds City's home turf, where the fans had been eagerly anticipating who for 2 months. Matthew Cox jested, stating that it was no exaggeration. The Flanders Stadium, with a capacity of 30,000, was filled to the brim, and nearly all the Leeds City supporters were there to witness who lie. Naturally, it would be even more splendid if who could score during the match, as it had been some time since the song of who echoed through Flanders Stadium. For this match, Clark opted for a rotation in Leeds City's starting lineup, with Kamara, Lasky, and Adams absent from the first 11. Starting alongside Hulai was substitute forward Lloyd Cree. Leeds City deployed a 4-4-2 formation, with Peter Williams and Junpei Sinkawa anchoring the midfield, Jack Walsh on the left flank, and Charlie Porter on the right. The defense remained largely unchanged. While this lineup's offensive strength might not be as formidable as the full squad, it was certainly competent. As the match commenced, Leeds City capitalized on their home advantage, launching an assault on Holt's goal amidst the chants of their supporters. Holt currently ranked 9th in the league, a position just above Leeds City, yet this did not imply their superiority. After all, their points total was merely 1 point higher than that of Leeds City. Moreover, Leeds City had been hampered this season by the demands of competing on 2 fronts. In contrast, Holt was not burdened by such dual commitments. Had Leeds City focused solely on domestic competitions, their ranking and points would undoubtedly have been more favorable. However, in this encounter against Holt, Leeds City was still affected by the demands of their dual campaigns, leading to a less than full-strength squad. This presented Holt with an opportunity. At the pre-match press conference, Holt's coach Scott Fulman remarked, "For Leeds City, dual competitions are a happy dilemma. If I could, I would also wish to have such a dilemma." Currently, 9th place Holt had amassed 39 points, trailing the 6th-placed Stan Park Rangers by 3 points. It was evident that Fulman harbored ambitions, aspiring for his team to finish within the top 6 by the season's end, thus securing a place in European competition. Even if it meant grappling with the challenges of competing on multiple fronts, he would welcome it. As the match unfolded, Holt, under his guidance, adopted a defensive strategy to counter Leeds City's relentless offensive. Anticipating the counterattack against Leeds City, one cannot overlook that this is not their strongest lineup. Thus, the pressure exerted by their offensive maneuvers is significantly diminished. As long as they can withstand Leeds' initial assault, Holt is certain to seize opportunities for a counterattack thereafter. Standing resolutely on the sidelines, Farman listens to the thunderous cheers of the Leeds supporters, feeling an unsettling sense of having overlooked something essential. When Hulai receives the ball in the forefront, despite posing no immediate threat to Holt's goal, the Leeds fans erupt in enthusiastic applause and cheers for him. It suddenly dawns on Farman what he had neglected. Hulai, the remarkably efficient predator within the penalty area. Does Holt truly believe he can withstand Leeds' offensive onslaught? It seems more likely that they will concede before Leeds exhausts their attacking vigor. As the chapter concludes, Farman grows increasingly anxious at the thought of Hulai, the lethal striker, potentially advancing the timeline for Leeds' goals. He can no longer afford the luxury of observing the game leisurely. Instead, he shouts incessantly to the players on the field, urging them to maintain their positions. Ellis, mark your man. Watch the gaps, he exclaims in frustration. But amidst the roaring songs and cheers of the Leeds supporters, his commands are drowned out, barely reaching the players' ears. Even if they could hear him, their minds are likely too overwhelmed to think clearly, relying solely on their instinctual training and experience. In such a daunting home atmosphere, how many players can maintain a calm and collected mindset? With Walsh and Porter, both adept at delivering crosses from the flanks, and the towering Lloyd crew stationed centrally at a height of 6 feet 2 inches, Leeds' strategy revolves primarily around wing crosses. The objective is to deliver the ball into Holt's penalty area, where Crew aims for the first touch and Hulai positions himself for the second. This offensive tactic, while simplistic and lacking in technical complexity, is rendered formidable by Leeds' unique ability to exploit gaps, boasting an extraordinarily high conversion rate for shots into goals. As the match progresses to the 26th minute, Walsh sends a cross from the left flank. Crew contests for the aerial ball in the center, but under the close marking of Holt's defenders, he merely grazes the ball without directing it towards the goal, let alone threatening it. However, Leeds' offensive onslaught does not cease. From behind Crew and the Holt defenders, a figure swiftly emerges, lunging to meet the descending ball with a powerful header. Mere meters from the goal, Holt's goalkeeper, Algitz, has no time to react effectively, watching helplessly as the ball sails past him into the net. "Hugh!" Cox exclaims, elongating his voice. Here it comes. It has finally arrived. In his first home match back with Leeds City, Hulai scores a quintessential Hu-style goal, an astute run that evades defenders, converting the simplest of opportunities into a score. This moment belongs to Hu, the harbinger of destruction. On the northern stand, David Miller excitedly beckoned to his companions, urging them to prepare themselves. The cheering crowd responded in unison, reassuring him, "Rest assured, David." As they gazed towards the goal, they spotted Hulai emerging from the throng in front of Holt, sprinting not towards the corner flag, but directly towards the northern stand. Other Leeds City players followed closely behind him. The atmosphere surged with excitement. Hull, Hulai is coming to us. He is here to celebrate with us." In the VIP box above the northern stand, Li Qingqing, who had just cheered for Hulai's goal, still had her hands raised in jubilation when she noticed Hulai sprinting in her direction. Initially taken aback, she soon smiled, recalling that she had informed Hulai before the match that her box was situated directly above the northern stand. Song Jejia, glancing sideways at the beaming Li Qingqing, couldn't he help but smile as well. "Hey, you two, get ready." David Miller raised his arms high, standing towards the stand and turning his gaze back to the field, reminiscent of a symphony conductor. Several conductors like him were present on the northern stand, each responsible for a section of fans, ensuring they maintained order and unity throughout the match, particularly during the celebration following Hulai's goal. It was imperative that the thunderous cheer erupted precisely as his feet touched the ground. Timing was everything. A moment too early or too late would not suffice. The Leeds City fans exhibited an obsessive craftsmanship in this endeavor, having even rehearsed for the occasion. Now, all these conductors raised their arms, turning to face the field with a blend of tension and sacred duty, awaiting Hulai's leap. The cheers from the fans in the northern stand gradually subsided, as everyone began to gather their energy. Instead of running to the corner flag as usual after scoring, Hulai traversed nearly the entire field, seemingly wishing to express his gratitude to the Leeds City supporters in this manner. Honestly, this scene reminded me of Sean Barnett, who, after scoring, had also dashed across the pitch to slide kneel in celebration beneath the northern stand, commemorating his triumph over his former club. Once revered as a hero by Leeds City fans, he was now overshadowed by the emergence of a true hero. Matthew Cox paused at this point, as he noticed Hulai fling his arms wide and adjust his stride, an unmistakable sign that he was about to take flight. He intended to reserve this moment for the Leeds City fans. Prepare. In the box, Li Qingqing held her breath at this sight. After 2 significant strides, Hulai leaped into the air. With his arms crossed over his chest, he executed a 180-degree spin before descending. His legs spread apart, and his arms swung down from his chest. In that instant, it seemed as though the entire northern stand, along with the rest of the Leeds City supporters, collectively inhaled. As Hulai descended, his feet firmly planted on the ground, revealing the number and name on his back, the thunderous cheer erupted right on cue. Huh. The cadence was brisk and forceful, synchronized with precision, each beat timed perfectly. Li Qingqing felt a surge of electricity coursing from her tailbone up her spine, reaching her crown, sending a shiver through her entire being. Though she had heard the Leeds United fans chant like this after Hulai scored before, this was her first time experiencing it live, and she realized that the impact was tenfold compared to what was broadcast on television. Subsequently, the Leeds fans erupted in collective cheers, embracing and laughing as if they had accomplished something monumental. The entire stadium was immersed in a sea of joy. Hulai was enveloped by a throng of teammates, with goalkeeper Vanderwen being the first to rush towards him, waiting eagerly to join in the celebration after Hulai completed his gesture. Fans in the north stand surged forward, fists raised in jubilant cheers, shouting, "Hu! Hu! Well done, Hu! We will always love you, Hu!" As the initial fervor began to wane, Hulai managed to extricate himself from the embrace of his teammates. However, rather than retreat, he raised his right hand and pointed towards the north stand. The devoted Leeds fans responded with an even greater roar of approval. In the VIP box, Song Jejia turned to Li Qingqing and directly asked, "Is he greeting you?" Li Qingqing chuckled and shook her head. Yes, interacting with the fans. A smirk formed in Song Jejia's heart. Just continue the act. At that moment, a familiar song resonated across the stadium. Who had the what a goal? Who? 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 Hulai what a goal? Who? 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 Matthew Cox chuckled, huh? Here it comes. This song completes Who's goal celebration. Yet, before he could finish, the melody continued, not merely repeating the previous lines, but introducing new lyrics. The tune remained inspired by Who Let the Dogs Out, but the lyrics following the Ho had been altered. As the match reaches its climax, the audience erupts in cheers. Everyone is reveling in delight. We shout, "Let us start a wave." More voices respond, "Let us start a wave," accompanied by the song. The fans in the Flanders Stadium rose and sat in unison, resembling undulating ocean waves from a distance, as the Leeds fans engaged in a wave. It was evident that they were thoroughly exhilarated. Goodness, these fans had even prepared new antics to welcome Hulai. Song Jejia was momentarily taken aback. Li Qingqing laughed joyfully, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Hulai's goal was not merely a means to break the deadlock. It also infused the atmosphere in the stands with joy that resonated with the players on the field. In the ensuing match, they played with effortless grace, exuding an unparalleled sense of relaxation. The rotation squad and the full-strength lineup exhibit no discernible difference in their performance. All participants revel in the match, save for the players from Holt. As the first half draws to a close, Peter Williams unleashes a stunning strike from outside the penalty area, with the ball skimming along the ground and darting toward the bottom right corner. Although Holt's goalkeeper, Olgitz, makes a valiant effort to save it, he can only lament as the ball eludes his grasp. Leeds City leads by 2 goals. As the second half commences, adjustments are made on both sides. In the 60th minute, Clark opts for a substitution, introducing Polish forward Dominik Lasky in place of Lloyd Crew. Ismail Kamara also enters, replacing Jack Walsh, while Jay Adams comes on for the goalscorer, Peter Williams. With no designated attacking midfielder, Adams assumes a deeper role to orchestrate the offense, aided by Junpei Sinkawa in a protective capacity alongside him. Though the tactical approach in the second half diverges slightly from the first, Leeds City's offensive momentum remains unabated. With Sinkawa providing support, Adams can confidently surge forward to contribute to the attack. In the 77th minute, Adams delivers a precise pass to Hulai within the penalty area. Holt's defenders converge on Hulai, who deftly backheeled the ball to the unmarked Lasky. The Polish forward, without hesitation, strikes the ball into the net. Goal. Leeds City now leads by 3, sealing their victory. The Leeds City fans erupt in jubilation, and the players rush to celebrate with Hulai and Lasky. This marks Lasky's 10th goal across all competitions this season. In this chapter's conclusion, Leeds City triumphs over Holt with a resounding 3-0 victory on home turf, marking their second consecutive win and an impressive run of 2 matches without conceding a goal. The team's overall performance has markedly improved, instilling a sense of anticipation for their forthcoming Europa League campaign. The enhancement in their defensive capabilities is particularly notable, as it is a rare feat for Leeds City this season to go 2 matches without conceding. The last occurrence of such a streak dates back to April of the previous year, when Leeds City triumphed 2-0 against Wolverhampton and 1-0 against Manchester Athletic in the 33rd and 34th rounds of the league. By coincidence, this season's streak of 2 matches without conceding also commenced with a 2-0 victory over Wolverhampton, solidifying their reputation as the best assist provider. Junpei Singkawa remains a steadfast presence in the starting lineup, playing the full match once again. His endurance is commendable, dispelling any concerns about his physical condition. While this match may not showcase as many spectacular moments as the last, an exemplary defensive player need not always be in the limelight to excel in their role. Merely being in the right position often suffices to disrupt the opposing offense. Or by positioning himself appropriately on the field, he could compel Holt's players to circumvent him. Even though he did not make contact with the ball or execute a tackle, his assertive presence constituted a successful defensive maneuver. By establishing a barrier in the midfield, the defenders of Leeds City were spared the constant direct confrontation with the opponent's offensive onslaught. Consequently, they could manage the ball with greater composure. Despite having participated in only 2 matches, many were profoundly touched by the diligent and conscientious Junpei Singkawa. This sentiment was particularly palpable among the Leeds City players, who could distinctly sense the difference in the atmosphere of the game before and after Singkawa's arrival at the team. Jay Adams and Peter Williams, serving as Singkawa's midfield partners, spoke highly of his performance, expressing that his presence instilled in them a sense of security. This was especially true for Jay Adams, who, while playing as a defensive midfielder, also bore the responsibility of orchestrating attacks, necessitating occasional forward runs. In the absence of Singkawa, he would often find himself hesitant, fearing that even if he advanced, he would have to expend all his energy in retreating. Now, however, he felt far less apprehensive when moving forward. Even if Leeds City lost possession, he was reassured by Singkawa's ability to either slow down the opponent's offensive tempo or regain possession and deliver the ball back to him. The sense of security this provided had a significant impact, allowing the players to perform with greater excellence during matches. This was particularly vital for a team like Leeds City, known for its offensive prowess, as it enabled them to unleash their full potential in attack. Upon returning to the locker room, Hulai embraced Junpei Singkawa, urging him to quickly shower and change, promising to take him out for a delightful meal afterward. Nearby, Charlie Porter, having overheard the key phrase, approached with a grin. "Did I hear that right?" "Uh-huh. I heard it all, Hu. Celebrating Singkawa's outstanding performance. I want to join too." Hulai waved him off. "What business is it of yours?" "Hey, how can it not be my business? I'm part of the team," Charlie Porter declared proudly. He assumed that, as in the past, Hulai would dismiss him only to ultimately include him. However, this time Hulai was resolute. "Not this time, Charlie. This is a work gathering." "A work gathering?" Porter paused, puzzled. "What does that mean?" "In simple terms, we are discussing serious matters," Hulai replied earnestly. "Work-related affairs." Reluctantly, Charlie Porter had to concede the opportunity to tag along for a meal. Once in the car, Junpei Singkawa hesitated. "Should I really skip out on the work-related matters, Hulai?" But Hulai waved his hand dismissively. "That was just for Charlie's ears. It's actually a private gathering." "A private gathering? Then I really shouldn't go." "Oh, it's fine. I've already spoken to them. You're my friend, so bringing you along is no trouble at all. Besides, it wouldn't be right to leave you at home while I enjoy a good meal." Hulai reassured him. "Relax and just come along. They are not strangers. You know them, and they know you. Are they the guys from Huan?" Junpei Singkawa speculated. "Do they even have the time to come?" "Cease your idle speculation. Once you arrive, the truth shall unveil itself." Hulai, with unwavering focus, steered his vehicle toward the pre-arranged dining establishment. This time, hosting a meal at his residence was not an option. Otherwise, the familiarity of Li Qingqing would render explanations unnecessary. Upon witnessing the smiling visage of Li Qingqing, Sichuan Junping cast a glance at Hulai, comprehending why Hulai was reluctant to invite Charlie Porter. Simultaneously, he felt deeply honored that Hulai had chosen to bring him along. "Hello, I am Li Qingqing," she introduced herself, extending her hand towards Sichuan Junping. He promptly grasped it, courteously releasing it after a brief touch. He had encountered Li Qingqing in various contexts and had heard of her through the extravagant praises of Japanese media, which dubbed her the super beauty of Chinese football. Her remarkable appearance and exceptional skills had garnered her a considerable following, even in Japan. This was his first occasion meeting her face-to-face, and indeed, she exuded an undeniable youthful charm. "Greetings, I am Sun Quan Junping. A pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance," he stated while standing at attention and bowing, adopting a formal demeanor. Song Jiejia quickly interjected, "No need for such formality." However, Sun Quan Junping replied earnestly, "No. This is a matter of etiquette." Hu Lai declined the entire lead city team but chose to bring me alone. "I consider it a privilege." Li Qingqing, taken aback, turned to Hu Lai and inquired, "You turned down the entire team?" Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. "Don't listen to Sun Quan's exaggerations. It was merely Charlie that I declined. That rascal overheard my invitation to dinner." Sun Quan Junping, with a serious expression, responded, "But Hu Lai, did you not mention that if Charlie Porter learned of the dinner invitation, it would be equivalent to the entire team knowing?" Hu Lai, slightly flustered, retorted, "Why must you divulge everything?" Laughter erupted among the others. As rumored, Sun Quan Junping was indeed a distinctive individual. "So, you are creating a promotional video for the national tournament in China?" At the dining table, Sun Quan Junping observed Hu Lai and Li Qingqing seated together, finally grasping the reason for her presence in Leeds. Initially, he had presumed that Li Qingqing was merely visiting Hu Lai, given their close relationship, which would be entirely reasonable. However, he soon realized she was indeed there for work-related matters. "What's wrong? Do you think we don't match?" Hu Lai remarked, leaning closer to Li Qingqing to allow Sun Quan Junping a better view. Sun Quan Junping hastily shook his head. No. I think it's wonderful. You two are quite compatible." Song Jiejia's mouth parted in surprise, momentarily speechless. Li Qingqing maintained her smile, lowering her gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Hu Lai chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. An unexpected silence enveloped the private room. Sun Quan Junping appeared to sense the awkwardness behind the quiet, although unaware of its cause. He deemed it prudent to apologize. My apologies, did I misspeak? Was compatible an inappropriate term?" He gazed sincerely at everyone. Song Jiejia, thumping the table, declared, No. It was perfectly appropriate. It was splendid. Let's celebrate, Sun Quan." He raised his glass of wine, while Sinkawa Junpei responded with a cup of pure water. As they clinked their glasses together, Hu Lai discreetly glanced at Li Qingqing, eager to gauge her reaction. Turning his head, he was surprised to find her gazing back at him. Their eyes unexpectedly locked in an intense moment. Though taken aback, neither averted their gaze this time, simply lost in each other's stare. After the dinner, Song Jiejia and Li Qingqing returned to their hotel, while Hu Lai drove Sinkawa Junpei home. In the car, waiting for the traffic light to turn green, Hu Lai suddenly inquired, "Sinkawa, how did you perceive that Li Qingqing and I are well matched?" Sinkawa Junpei glanced at him with mild astonishment. "Isn't it obvious? Is it that evident?" Hu Lai was even more surprised. Sinkawa Junpei chuckled, "I can't speak for others, but to me, even if you two were merely standing together casually, it wouldn't seem out of place. However, if either of you were swapped with someone else, it would appear strange. Li Qingqing is a goddess in the hearts of countless individuals, and you are a role model to many." Hu Lai, Sinkawa Junpei said earnestly. "Li Qingqing inspires numerous girls to step onto the football field, and you two can motivate many to play the game, including myself." He pointed to himself. "Without your encouragement, I might have already retired. And what about Huan Ge? What would he be like if it weren't for you? Xiao Yu has always regarded you as a benchmark. Old Wang and Xiao Xingxing, do you think they gathered together for no reason?" Hu Lai fell into contemplative silence, reflecting on it now. He realized he had never truly pondered this question. Despite everyone being such remarkable individuals, Huan Ge was once regarded as the #1 talent in Chinese football, and both Old Wang and Chen Xingyi had gained fame in national competitions before him. Why did it all come to be connected to him? Therefore, do not underestimate yourself. Hu Lai. In the car's atmospheric lighting, as Sinkawa Junpei spoke, Hu Lai could not discern his facial expression. Outside, the red light turned off, and the green light illuminated. Hu Lai shifted his gaze, turned to the road ahead, released the brake, and pressed the accelerator, pulling the car out of the stop line. He ceased his inquiries, focusing intently on driving. Sinkawa Junpei also fell silent, equally absorbed in the view ahead. P.S. Here is the second update. The third will be delivered at 6 in the afternoon. Chapter 117. This is the bravest moment of my life in the brightly lit photography studio. Several lights illuminated the scene from various angles, ensuring that the model at the center cast no discernible shadows. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing stood back to back, clad in the cheerleading uniforms for the 13th National High School Championship, both looking toward the camera lens against a white backdrop. However, after a prolonged day of shooting coupled with the heat in the studio, both appeared somewhat fatigued, their expressions lacking naturalness, and beads of sweat glistened on their faces. Consequently, the photographer called for a break, allowing the makeup artist to attend to them, wiping away the sweat and refreshing their makeup. Song Jejia handed a bottle of water to Hu Lai, who hardly needed to retouch his makeup, and together they awaited Li Qingqing. Endure a little longer. It's been arduous, he remarked. Once Li Qingqing had finished her makeup, he offered her the water bottle. Li Qingqing gestured to her lips, freshly adorned with lipstick, and shook her head. She was concerned that drinking water might smudge her lipstick, so she chose to hold off for the moment. All right, let us do it again, the photographer commanded from behind the camera. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing stepped back in front of the backdrop, striking their poses anew. The photographer examined them, furrowing his brow. Ladies, there's no need to appear so serious. Relax a bit. Imagine you are out having fun together and are simply taking a picture. Upon hearing this, both turned to glance at each other, fully understanding the essence of capturing a moment together. A sense of camaraderie blossomed within them, prompting them to share a smile. The photographer, witnessing this exchange, widened his eyes and rapidly pressed the shutter, capturing the entirety of their shared gaze and subsequent smiles directed toward the lens onto his memory card. After the shoot, he gave a thumbs up to the pair in front of the camera. Beautiful, natural, perfect. Rebecca, who had been anxiously observing from the sidelines, saw the photographer's thumbs up. Although she couldn't comprehend the words spoken by the Chinese photographer, she grasped the meaning and felt relieved. Song Jejia stepped forward, applauding. Great. Let us have lunch first, and then we'll switch to outdoor shooting in the afternoon. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing finally escaped the spotlight's glare. What were you laughing about just now? Li Qingqing quietly inquired of Hu Lai after they descended from the set. When the photographer mentioned taking a group photo, I thought, how can we do that? You didn't even reach out. Hu Lai mimicked a selfie gesture with his phone. Li Qingqing playfully tapped him. You're incorrigible. Time to eat. Song Jejia and the staff responsible for ordering takeout brought in lunch boxes, inviting all the crew to partake. However, since Hu Lai and Li Qingqing were professional athletes, they had a special lunch prepared for them, already set aside in the lounge. Thus, they traversed through the photography studio to the private lounge designated for them. Inside the exclusive lounge, it was just the two of them, while outside in the bustling studio, the crew was animatedly discussing their preferences for the boxed meals. Amidst the chatter, Hu Lai suddenly remarked, Actually, I also want to eat a boxed meal. You can't eat that indiscriminately. We can't guarantee what the chefs outside have put in those meals. If there's an issue with drug testing, it could become quite troublesome. Li Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. Their lunch, however, had been specially ordered by Rebecca, with all ingredients and seasonings meticulously controlled, ensuring no discrepancies. As Chinese athletes, they faced greater scrutiny regarding drug testing than others. Hu Lai was well aware of this, having undergone numerous random urine tests since joining the Premier League. I know. I just miss your beef stew with potatoes, he confessed. Was it really that delicious? She replied, intrigued. Absolutely. I even had Morikawa try making it once. And the result was completely incomparable. If you say that, Morikawa will be hurt. She laughed. Well, there's nothing I can do. I'm just stating the truth. I cherish my friends, yet I hold an even deeper affection for truth. Li Qingqing exclaimed with exuberance. You're exaggerating. Hu Lai, truly. How could a dish of braised potatoes and beef possibly relate to truth? The essence of truth lies in the fact that what he prepared is but a slight variation of what you created, albeit a significant one. Did you perhaps misplace the seasonings? Curiosity ignited within Li Qingqing as she began to inquire earnestly, seeking to uncover the distinctions between the two dishes. Hu Lai shook his head. No, the seasonings were precisely the same as yours. Whatever quantity you used, I instructed Sun Chuan to use the identical amount. The seasonings you added were replicated exactly. Was it the beef that was amiss? Surely, you didn't use steak beef for braising, did you? We specifically purchased beef meant for this dish. Then what could be the mystery? Li Qingqing pondered, stroking her chin and gazing at the ceiling in contemplation. Is it the cooking time? The heat? Everything was consistent. You're certain you didn't make a mistake? Absolutely not. I was there watching you the entire time. How could I possibly forget? Faced with Hu Lai's denial of all possibilities, Li Qingqing found herself at a loss, furrowing her brow. Then what could it possibly be that is so crucial? Can you not decipher it? I cannot. Li Qingqing pouted and shook her head. I mentioned it from the very beginning. I miss your braised potatoes and beef. Hu Lai reiterated this sentiment, then added, in truth, Sichuan's rendition is quite delectable as well. Li Qingqing frowned in confusion. So, Sichuan's culinary skills are commendable too. I knew it. With his culinary prowess. How could he possibly create something unpalatable? Then why are you still unsatisfied? Because it is not you who prepared it. Hu Lai's words carried a weight of significance. Li Qingqing gazed at Hu Lai, who was looking back at her, his eyes sparkling with light and affection. In that moment, she felt her heart skip a beat. As if something was tugging at her heart, pulling it down heavily. She instinctively raised her hand to cover her heart. There are words I've long wished to share with you, yet I believe it is more appropriate to convey them face to face. Under her watchful gaze, Hu Lai continued, for it feels more formal that way. I lack experience in this regard, and am uncertain if this approach is correct. If it makes you uncomfortable, please feel free to interrupt me. Li Qingqing nodded. All right, go ahead. She then quietly observed Hu Lai. However, Hu Lai did not speak immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Yet he remained silent, rising to pace around the dressing room. During this time, he occasionally glanced at the ceiling and then down at his toes. Li Qingqing maintained her silence, her gaze fixed upon him, following his movements. When Hu Lai finally came to a halt, she ceased her pursuit as well. He lifted his gaze and found himself staring into Li Qingqing's large eyes, causing the courage he had mustered to suddenly dissipate. He lowered his head once more, only to raise it again immediately, locking his gaze onto Li Qingqing's, as if he could see himself reflected within her pupils. No, it was not merely himself he beheld. He also glimpsed the halo of the setting sun at dusk, reminiscent of that day in their secret hideout when he had gazed into this very girl's eyes. At that moment, she grasped her shoulders, her large eyes shimmering with a radiant glow, as if capable of melting him away. After much contemplation, he stammered, I have grown accustomed to being with you. I once thought it was a given, but now I sense it may not be so. Li Qingqing bit her lip, unwavering in her gaze upon Hu Lai, allowing him to continue uninterrupted. I never dared to entertain such thoughts before, for I believed it impossible. In a world so vast, how could it be just us? I used to feel inferior. My family struggled financially, my studies were lacking, I adored football, yet played poorly, my appearance was unremarkable, and I had few friends with an eccentric personality. To earn others' respect, I resorted to lies and boasting, claiming to be a key striker on my middle school's team, while in truth, I could hardly control the ball. And you? You are so exceptional, beautiful, well-liked, with countless admirers. I feel immensely fortunate to even call you a friend, let alone to have encountered you at all. How could I dare to dream of anything more? The girl remained silent, slightly tilting her head as she sat, her eyes reflecting a scene of two youthful faces against a backdrop of a vibrant sunset and a fairy tale castle illuminated by fireworks in the night sky. But now, I have come to realize that regardless of our compatibility, you are by my side, and I wish for you to remain there always. In a world filled with so many, I hope it is I who stands beside you. At this juncture, Hu Lai took another deep breath. His fists clenched without him noticing, and declared, Li Qingqing, I like you. I want to be with you. After speaking, he continued to fix his gaze upon her, awaiting a response. Under his attentive stare, Li Qingqing rose from her seat and walked step by step towards him, smiling as she said, Hu Lai, your serious demeanor is quite uncharacteristic of you. Hu Lai too felt this was not the usual version of himself, struggling to maintain his composure. If you don't, just then, Li Qingqing cupped his face with her hands, slightly rising on her toes, and pressed her lips against his, silencing his remaining words. You fool, he gasped, leaning back to catch his breath, finally regaining his composure, exclaiming, do you not realize how much courage it took for me to say that? Li Qingqing laughed. That is precisely why I called you foolish. This time, it was the boy who silenced the girl's playful retort with a kiss. As the chapter came to a close, a note at the end read, finally, the third chapter is complete. Please consider supporting us with a monthly vote. The relationship between Hu Lai and Li Qingqing was poised to enter a new phase, with future tales still brimming with excitement. Chapter 118, This is not a dream. I have just finished my shower. How about you? Back in her Paris apartment, Li Qingqing, wrapped in a towel and drying her damp hair, sent a new message to Hu Lai. Shortly, a video call request from Hu Lai appeared. She answered with a complaint. I just got out of the shower, and Haven T had time to get dressed. Really? I don't believe you. Unless you prove it. Hu Lai replied, adopting the expression of a famous female host. Li Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and placed her phone flat on the table. Hulayton could only gaze at the ceiling. And soon even that was obscured when a bath towel flew over, covering his phone. Darkness enveloped his vision. Initially, he flailed at the air before realizing it was Li Qingqing's towel. What could he grasp from this side? He fumbled with his phone screen, attempting to unveil the towel that obscured the camera. Clad in her nightwear, Li Qingqing removed the towel and found Hulayton poking the camera with his finger. She tilted her head in curiosity, scrutinizing the figure on the phone. What are you doing? Caught off guard, Hulayton awkwardly retracted his finger. It seems the front camera is smudged. I was just cleaning it. Li Qingqing lifted the phone to reveal her upper body to him, declaring, I've changed into my pajamas. Hulayton rubbed his eyes with one hand. Damn it. Who is damn it? The author is damn it. Li Qingqing was amused by his antics. Thus, Hulayton observed the laughing Li Qingqing, her cheeks flushed from her recent shower, rendering her even more enchanting. He found himself entranced. Noticing his daze, Li Qingqing inquired, Why have you stopped? Is the network bad? Hulayton shook his head. No. Then what are you lost in thought about? Hulayton hesitated when faced with that question, still somewhat incredulous. Incredulous about what? Li Qingqing asked. Incredulous that you could truly be my girlfriend. Today feels like a dream. Li Qingqing smiled and said, I love you. On the other end of the video call, Hulayton seemed to freeze, rendered immobile. Now do you believe it? Li Qingqing made a silly face at him. The video Hulayton finally came back to life, furrowing his brow. The signal was bad, it froze. What did you just say? Say it again, I want to hear it. Dream on. Oh dear, I genuinely missed what you said due to the lag. Then to avoid any further network issues, I'll tell you in person next time. Hey, how stingy. The next meeting is a mystery. The women's and men's football matches are not scheduled together. During the national teams competitions, they cannot possibly meet. This summer, there is the Women's World Cup. And after Li Qingqing completes her club matches, she must report for national team training to prepare for the tournament. They cannot even coordinate returning home together. If he wishes to see her, he must wait until she finishes the World Cup and returns home, provided he is still at home then. In truth, as a renowned star, it is quite challenging for Hulayton to enjoy a whole holiday peacefully at his home in Dongchuan. He and Li Qingqing are destined for an existence filled with separation. People say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. But their separation transcends mere distance. It is akin to the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl, separated by the English Channel, yet unable to meet. He cannot always expect Li Qingqing to travel to Leeds on every day without a match. After all, he has Sun Quan residing with him. Today, he and Li Qingqing had even agreed not to disclose their relationship to the outside world. As they were all aware, Li Qingqing's father harbored a certain disfavor towards Hu Lai. Now, upon learning that his daughter had unexpectedly become involved with Hu Lai, one could only speculate as to his reaction. Li Qingqing resolved to confront her father directly before publicly acknowledging their relationship. Given this situation, it was only natural that Hu Lai could not frequently appear before Sun Quan-jun, nor could he present himself to the public. This occasion could be justified as a work-related endeavor, specifically filming a promotional video. Would he be expected to travel to Paris for every subsequent filming? As a pivotal player for Leeds City, it would be unreasonable for him to consistently take leave for clandestine meetings with his beloved. Thus, the two could only endure their longing through nighttime video calls. Typically, one would expect a newly established romantic relationship to flourish with fervor, where the couple would yearn to be inseparable. Instead, they found themselves resigned to the reality of a long-distance relationship. After exchanging tender goodnights on the video call, the young lovers reluctantly concluded their conversation. Hu Lai gazed at the phone screen, noting the call duration of 40 minutes and 52 seconds, and let out a gentle sigh. Is this the essence of love? At that moment, a new message appeared in his chat history, a voice message from Li Qingqing. He opened it to hear her softly whispering into the phone's microphone, I love you, Hu Lai, listening to her breath against the mic. Hu Lai felt as though she were whispering directly in his ear. He responded, I love you too, Li Qingqing. Soon. Li Qingqing replied with a smiley face. Make sure to get some rest. You have training tomorrow. All right, good night. Good night. Hu Lai placed his phone down and lay back on his bed, preparing for sleep. However, he soon turned back to retrieve his phone from the bedside table. Replaying the voice message, a blissful smile gracing his face. He was unsure when slumber overtook him, but he was certain he fell asleep quite late. As he was startled awake by a knock on the door from Sun Chuanjun. Upon hearing the slightly urgent knocking, he bolted upright in bed, his heart racing. Fearing some dire event had occurred. It was only when he heard Sun Chuanjun call from outside, "Hulai, are you awake?" that he realized it was merely an ordinary morning, the only difference being that he had overslept. "Hulai, I'm awake. I'll be ready shortly," he called back loudly. Fearing that if he remained silent, Sun Chuan would burst through the door. Indeed, upon hearing Hulai's response, Sun Chuanjun felt reassured and announced from outside, "All right. I'll wait for you downstairs for breakfast." Once Sun Chuanjun departed, Hulai's racing heart began to calm. He exhaled deeply, turning to gaze out the bright window. The day was indeed well underway. How could he have overslept? This was simply unacceptable. Why did I sleep in? Hulai pondered this question as memories of the previous day flooded his mind. Then he found himself stunned on the bed, pondering whether what transpired yesterday was merely a figment of his imagination. The notion that Li Qingqing could harbor feelings for him was nothing more than a fabrication of his own mind. With this thought, Hulai rolled over and lunged toward the bedside table, seizing his phone. He sought confirmation, a tangible piece of evidence. Upon unlocking his device, he was greeted by the chat interface with Li Qingqing, where a single voice message awaited. He pressed play and leaned in close. "I love you, Hulai." Hulai shut his eyes and exhaled deeply. It wasn't a dream, nor was it a mere delusion. It was real. Haha. Hulai tumbled joyfully on the bed, overwhelmed by an indescribable wave of happiness. Sun Chuanjun finally awaited Hulai at the dining table. Upon seeing him, Hulai raised his hand in greeting. "Good morning." "Sun Chuan." "Good morning, Hulai. Hurry and have breakfast. If we don't seize the moment, we'll be late." "All right." Hulai took a seat and even began to hum a tune. Sun Chuanjun found it peculiar. "Hulai, you seem rather cheerful today?" "Oh, really?" Hulai replied, feigning ignorance. "How could that be?" Haha. Observing Hulai's beaming face, Sun Chuanjun could only resign himself to silence, bowing his head to eat. Everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden, even from those closest to them, and this is perfectly normal. Sun Chuanjun understood, since Hulai chose not to disclose. He would refrain from inquiring. After all, he was not particularly inquisitive. "I feel like something's off with Hu today," remarked the assistant coach, Sam Randier, as he approached head coach Tony Clark at the training ground, sharing his earlier observations. Clark inquired, "What seems off? Don't you think he appears exceptionally exuberant today?" "Isn't that a good thing?" Clark replied with a smile. "With the upcoming Europa League match against Alvaro, I'm more concerned about the player's performance fluctuating. No, I'm worried he might be too excited too soon. The match hasn't even begun. Let us reserve our worries for the match," Clark stated, though his tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Besides, when has Hulai ever been this animated during training? Randier's words struck a chord. Clark's smile faded. Indeed, this was an unprecedented occurrence. Hulai's previous training sessions could be described as diligent and committed, yet his enthusiasm had never reached such heights. There was a consensus that Hulai's training performance paled in comparison to his matchday prowess. While it wouldn't be fair to label his training as poor, it was certainly mediocre when juxtaposed with his astonishing performances during games. He would merely fulfill the various tasks set by the coaches, maintaining a calm and relaxed demeanor, devoid of the fervor characteristic of competition. Yet today, Hulai exhibited an exuberance in training akin to that of a match. It was no wonder that the observant assistant coach, Sam Randier, found this behavior rather peculiar. Perhaps there is something to be joyful about, Randier speculated. What could it be? Clark inquired. Randier turned to him. It might be that Lasky has scored 10 goals now. Just the thought of heading to Red Chile after the season ends brings me joy. Tony, you'll be spending money again. Clark chuckled. Spending money is fine. A small investment can yield excellent results. My role as head coach is incredibly easy. Chapter 119. UEFA Europa League fresh from a shower and dressed. Joao Valente approached Xia Xiaoyu with an invitation. Xia, come over to my place tonight. I just purchased Black Myth. Yukon. Let us play together. With you here, I can grasp much of what the game entails. You know, this game is developed in your country and revolves around Chinese mythology. You certainly understand your culture better than I, a Portuguese. To his surprise, Xia Xiaoyu shook his head in refusal. Sorry, Joao. I need to watch a match tonight. What match? Valente paused. then recalled without needing a prompt. Oh, the UEFA Europa League. Indeed, it's our showdown against Leeds City in the round of 16. Xiaoyu affirmed. And who will be attending? Valente realized why Xiaoyu was so intent on watching this match. All of Leeds City's main players were present for the away game, and as the absolute core of the team, Hulai was indispensable. Valente understood Hulai's significance in Xiaoyu's eyes and knew he would not miss this opportunity. Yet, Valente still sought to persuade him. Well, what does it matter where you watch? Come to my house, and we can enjoy the match together. We could play Black Myth, Yukong a bit before it starts. But Xiaoyu stubbornly declined. No, Joao, I'm going to watch it live. Valente was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Live? Yes, I requested tickets from the club. Xiaoyu retrieved a ticket from his backpack, clearly intending to head directly from the training facility to Alvalade Stadium. Ah, damn, Valente appeared quite dejected. Noticing his expression, Xiaoyu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Tomorrow, after training, I promise to come over and play with you. Goodbye for now, Joao, I need to grab a bite. He waved farewell and exited the locker room. However, he soon encountered a visibly excited Valente in the club's player dining area. Xia? I just went to the club as well, and to my surprise, they had extra tickets. I managed to get one. We can go together. Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished. Weren't you going to play games? Well, I thought about it, and since our team is in the Europa League, I should support them in person. Staying home, playing games wouldn't be appropriate, Valente explained. Plus, you'll accompany me for a game tomorrow. So it's only fair that I join you tonight. Xiaoyu smiled. Then let us finish our meal quickly and head out. As Hulai and the team traveled by bus towards Alvalade Stadium, the city was aglow with lights. As they approached the stadium, they encountered numerous fans of Alvalade. Some were strolling along the streets, while others navigated the roads in their vehicles. Upon spotting a bus adorned with the crest of Leeds United, they waved their Alvalade scarves and flags, shouting fervently. However, their fervor was not a show of support for the visiting Leeds team. Rather, it was a declaration of their territorial pride, a reminder that they were in Lisbon, the stronghold of Alvalade. The fans aimed to intimidate the guests through such displays. Yet, when Hulai beheld the jerseys worn by these Alvalade supporters, he couldn't help but think of Xiaoyu. Among the 6 Chinese players who had ventured abroad, Xiaoyu was the only one yet to make an appearance in the first team, remaining entrenched in the reserve squad for training and matches. This was largely due to Xiaoyu being the youngest among them. At 22, he was merely a year younger than Hulai, who had already achieved remarkable success in Europe at the age of 23, while Xiaoyu had yet to step onto the pitch for a first-team match. Nonetheless, Hulai believed that Xiaoyu should persevere. His friends had endured hardships to witness the dawn after the storm, and he was confident that if Xiaoyu could hold on, his efforts would ultimately bear fruit. His performance in the Asian Cup had already demonstrated that even while training and competing with Alvalade's reserve team, he was making strides. What mattered most was to stay the course. Of course, such sentiments were easier to express than to actualize. The reality was that no one possessed omniscience, and the future remained uncertain, with unpredictable developments looming ahead. Thus, he had no grounds to enforce his perspective on Xiaoyu. The decision to persist was solely Xiaoyu's to make. Each individual must take responsibility for their own choices, rather than delegating that responsibility to others. All he could offer was a modicum of encouragement to Xiaoyu or convey to Alvalade Club that Chinese players possess remarkable talent, and if given trust and opportunity, they would not disappoint. Hulai himself stood as the finest testament to this. When Xiaoyu and Valente entered the Estadio José Alvalade, a professional football arena with a capacity of 50,000, they found nearly all seats occupied. Fortunately, their tickets had been procured from the club. For each home match, the club retained a quota of tickets, which were typically allocated to players' families and young players from the youth teams, allowing them to witness their team's matches live, fostering a sense of pride and belonging. In significant matches, the youth teams even organized collective outings to cheer for the first team from the stands. Xiaoyu and Valente had acquired their tickets in this manner, especially the latter, who had decided at the last minute to attend the match. Had he made that spontaneous decision as an ordinary fan, he would have been unable to enter the stadium, as securing a ticket would have been impossible. As Alvara stands as a premier club within Portugal, it boasts a substantial following in the capital city. Today's match, being part of European competition, has ignited fervent enthusiasm among the fans. When the two arrived at the stands, Alvara supporters were collectively singing, creating a captivating home atmosphere. "Oh, how enthralling!" exclaimed Valente as he ascended to the packed stands. "I apologize, Xiao, but I must say, this will undoubtedly be a terrifying night for Hu and his Leeds City." Xiaoyu smiled at Valente, who was already immersed in the Alvara fan mode, and refrained from disputing his sentiment. In the locker room, Leeds City's head coach, Tony Clark, was rallying his players for the pre-match motivation. "Gentlemen, this is our inaugural match in the Europa League. It truly saddens me that in the first half of the season we were competing in the prestigious Champions League, and now we find ourselves relegated to the Europa League." As Clark expressed this with exaggerated dismay, laughter erupted among the players. Nevertheless, the fact that we can still participate in European competition is remarkable in itself. Just consider the North London Rangers. They were eliminated in the group stage of the Europa League. The players laughed heartily once more. "This is significant for us. Continuing our journey in Europe allows us to travel to various countries midweek and face opponents we have never encountered before, akin to an adventure. We arrive in a foreign land, navigate unfamiliar streets, meet a beautiful woman, and find ourselves enamored, sharing a splendid night together. That feeling is simply exquisite." Laughter filled the room. Once the mirth subsided, Clark adopted a slightly more serious tone. "I hope you understand that while the Europa League may not hold the same prestige as the Champions League, it remains a competition of European caliber. Teams reaching the knockout stages of this tournament are formidable adversaries. After all, even the Rangers could not advance to the knockout rounds. This is certainly not a match that can be casually won, as some might presume." The smiles faded from the players' faces as they focused intently on their coach. "However, I must also remind you not to underestimate us simply because we are newcomers to the Europa League. Should anyone still harbor doubts, they need only recall how we triumphed over Catalonia United at the Sagrada Familia Stadium." Clark's voice rose, and pride illuminated the faces of Leeds City's players. That match indeed epitomized Leeds City's representation in European competition this season. It was precisely because they lost to Leeds City at home that Catalonia United forfeited their top position in the Champions League group, ultimately finishing second after a defeat to Vesuvius in the final round. Consequently, they drew the formidable Bundesliga giants, Blue-White Munich, in the knockout stage, a notably challenging opponent. Although the UEFA Champions League knockout stage has yet to commence, should Catalonia ultimately be eliminated by the Blue and White Munich, it could be said that their tragic fate stems from the initial defeat at home to Leeds City. This, indeed, is a remarkable honor for the entire Leeds City squad. Therefore, gentlemen, do not underestimate your adversaries, yet neither should you underestimate yourselves. Approach the pitch with an indomitable spirit. Even when playing away, which do you consider more daunting, the Lisbon Stadium or the Bay Stadium? The players exchanged knowing smiles. As they warmed up, they felt the fervor of Alvaladi's supporters, but honestly, compared to the relentless barrage of obscenities from the Turkish crowd during a 90-minute match, the Lisbon Stadium felt rather gentle. Observing the players' smiles, Clark clapped his hands together. "Thus, we have encountered the grand stage before." Chapter 120. The legend continues. In truth, Alvaladi's performance in the UEFA Europa League this season has been less than stellar. Otherwise, they would not be facing Leeds City in the round of 32. According to the regulations, the 8 teams eliminated from the Champions League group stage must first face the second-place teams from the Europa League group stage. This signifies that Alvalade did not secure the top position in their Europa League group this season, compelling them to confront a Champions League team head-on. It is akin to the Catalonia team, which aspired to claim the group lead, only to be forced to contend with Blue and White Munich as the runners-up. Quite unfortunate. Indeed. However, this does not imply that Alvalade is a weak team. They are, after all, a superpower in Portuguese football. While their competitiveness on the European stage may be lacking, it certainly does not suggest that they will allow Leeds City to dictate terms in this match. This is their home ground, after all. Alvalade. 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 João Valente, seated in the stands, mirrored the jubilant Alvalade fans, bouncing up and down while rhythmically waving his scarf and singing cheers. Xiaoyu did not join in the singing, yet he too waved his scarf in support of his home team. As a member of Alvalade's reserve team, Alvalade is indeed his principal team. Even though Leeds City boasts his elder brother Hulai, he remains steadfast in his allegiance. For him, The ideal outcome of this match would be Alvalade triumphing over Leeds City at home, with Huan scoring a goal. A win-win scenario. At this moment, the home team, Alvalade, indeed held a slight advantage. Amidst the chants and cheers of their supporters, they launched a fervent assault on Leeds City's goal. Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on Huan, who occupied the front line of the formation. Even as Leeds City fortified their defenses, Alvalade's Portuguese international center-back Bruno Pinto closely shadowed him. This clearly illustrates the significance Alvalade places on Huan. Last season, the Premier League champion, the Golden Boot winner, and the World Cup Golden Boot recipient, Hugo, captured the spotlight. However, this has also rendered him a target in the new season, as he faces the fiercest defenses from opponents in every match. Logically, given his relatively modest individual combat prowess, Hugo would struggle against such formidable defenses. Yet, he still managed to net 5 goals in the Champions League and 13 in the Premier League. Therefore, Xiaoyu eagerly anticipates Hugo's performance in the upcoming match. Simultaneously, he reminds himself to remain humble and not let pride overtake him after Hugo scores. After catching his breath from singing along with fellow fans, Valente excitedly remarked to Xiaoyu, "It's absolutely exhilarating. How wonderful it would be to play for Alvara in such an atmosphere." Both he and Xiaoyu are reserve players. Xiaoyu transferred from Shining Stars, while Valente joined the Alvara Youth Academy at the age of 16. However, neither has had the opportunity to represent the first team yet. Alvara is indeed generous in providing opportunities for young talents, but as a prestigious Portuguese club, their first team is brimming with talent. Even when chances arise for younger players, it is not yet their turn. Currently, on the pitch, Alvara's right winger, Licinio, exemplifies such talent. At only 19, like Xiaoyu, he did not emerge from Alvara's own youth system. Rather, he was scouted from Brazil last summer as a prodigious player. While both players transferred from different clubs, Xiaoyu finds himself adapting to European football in the reserves, whereas Licinio has stepped into a starting role upon joining Alvara. This showcases the disparity in their innate abilities. In truth, Licinio and Xiaoyu are not of the same caliber, despite both being hailed as prodigies in their respective countries. Licinio possesses remarkable speed, excels in dribbling, and showcases exceptional individual skill. His omission from the Brazilian national team for last summer's World Cup sparked significant controversy, with the coach, Marcos Rena, facing criticism from media and fans alike. After the World Cup, many fans speculated that had Rena included Licinio, Brazil might have triumphed over Spain in the final and lifted the trophy. This illustrates the immense potential of this young Brazilian. Numerous European clubs, not just Alvara, are vying for his signature, each waving checks in their pursuit, including several prestigious teams. Ultimately, Licinio chose Alvara, a decision widely regarded as astute. At Alvara, he is afforded ample opportunities to acclimatize to European football, laying the groundwork for a future where he can secure a starting position at a top club. As Licinio skillfully maneuvers the ball on the right flank, the crowd at the Lisbon Arena erupts in a tremendous cheer, rallying behind him while simultaneously applying pressure on the Leeds City defenders. Defending against him is the left winger Camara, who has retreated to assist in defense. In this match, Clark has deployed a 4-3-3 formation, with Junpei Senkawa starting alongside Jay Adams in midfield and Peter Williams advancing. The center forward is Huan, with Camara on the left wing and Lasky on the right. As a winger, Camara is not particularly adept at defending. When Lei Sinho executed his third bicycle kick, Camara attempted to poke the ball away with his foot, only to have Lei Sinho seize the opportunity, deftly nudging the ball aside with the outside of his right foot, causing Camara to miss entirely. Lei Sinho's footwork was seamless. Having just evaded the ball, he leaped aside, bypassing Camara, and extended his right foot to reclaim the ball that was about to roll out of bounds, accelerating forward. "Oh, how splendid!" the commentator from the Portuguese television station exclaimed in jubilation. The Alvalade fans in the stands were also cheering. It is well known that Camara, as a winger, is not particularly skilled in defense. Yet, his speed is remarkable. As Lei Sinho pushed the ball forward, Camara had already retraced his steps. He collided with the seemingly frail Lei Sinho. After being nudged, Lei Sinho barely managed to retain control of the ball, yet he understood that if he continued, he would be unable to escape from this Frenchman, as their speeds were comparable and Camara was pursuing without the ball. Thus, he swung his right leg as if to take a large stride, only to abruptly retract it and flick the ball behind him. Simultaneously, he executed a sudden stop and turn, He aimed to evade the relentless Camara. Just then, the cheers in the Alvalade stadium morphed into gasps of astonishment. Before Lesinho, a foot suddenly emerged from the side, yanking the ball away. This time, it was Lesinho who missed. Goodness, when did he arrive? Senkawa. The British commentator Matthew Cox exclaimed with excitement as he timely positioned himself before the ball. Having pulled the ball back to himself, Junpei Senkawa swiftly turned, using his body to shield the ball from Lesinho, and then passed it laterally to Jay Adams. Upon receiving the ball, Adams turned and shifted it to the right flank, where Lasky awaited. Hulai, positioned centrally, made a diagonal run towards him, signaling for support. While Lesinho still lamented losing the ball, Camara had already surged past him, racing towards the Alvalade penalty area. Leeds City instantly transitioned from defense to attack. The cheers in the stands were now completely replaced by gasps and boos. Leeds City had a chance. Hulai carried the ball alongside Alvalade's main center-back, the Portuguese international Bruno Pinto, towards the flank, receiving Lasky's pass. After delivering the pass, Lasky accelerated diagonally inward, simultaneously signaling to Hulai for another pass. Hulai, having drawn out an opposing center-back, fulfilled his role and promptly returned the ball to the Polish player. Leeds City had penetrated Alvalade's 30-meter zone. Peter Williams was in the center, receiving the pass, and Hulai quickly cut inside, charging into the penalty area. Simultaneously, behind him, the right-back, Josh Lawler, surged forward at great speed. Be careful. Leeds United transitions from defense to attack with remarkable swiftness, exclaimed the Portuguese commentator. His concerns were indeed justified, as Leeds United's ability to launch an offensive after regaining possession was astonishingly rapid, leaving Alvalara's players struggling to retreat. Their defensive line was utterly fragmented by the interplay between Hulai and Lasky. At this juncture, Bruno Pinto was compelled to abandon his pursuit of Hulai and pivot to confront Lasky. Lasky, winding up to shoot with his left foot, attracted the attention of two Alvalara defenders who rushed in to block, only for him to deftly pull the ball back and shift it to the right before executing a precise pass with the inside of his right foot. The ball sliced through the gap, penetrating directly into Alvalara's penalty area. Matthew Cox elongated his voice, as if anticipating something remarkable. Just as Lasky delivered the pass, Hulai, who had originally been cutting across, pivoted sharply. After evading the ball, he adjusted his position, facing the Alvalara goalkeeper, Zeferira, who had moved closer to narrow the angle. Without letting the ball settle, he unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. As Zeferira lunged toward the near post, he saw the ball approaching, only to realize it was heading for the far corner of the net. He hurriedly shifted his weight to dive back, but it was too late. His fingertips were merely 5 centimeters away from the ball. It was this mere 5 centimeters that allowed him to watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the back corner of the net. Goal. In the 31st minute, Leeds United took the lead away from home. Hulai scored his inaugural goal in the UEFA Europa League. In his first match in the competition, he netted his first goal. The legend of the efficient striker continues, amid the exclamations resonating over the Lisbon arena. The scoring Hulai beckoned his teammates to join in the celebration as he sprinted towards the corner flag, executing his signature celebratory gesture. Chapter 121. In one's element, be careful. Be cautious. Watch out for Hulai. As Lasky pulled the ball back to his right foot, Valente in the stands gasped. He was not alone. The Alvalara supporters in that section of the stadium were all in a frenzy. From their elevated vantage point, they could clearly see the gaping hole in their team's defense. As Pinto turned to defend against Lasky, the hurriedly retreating left-back Nathan Shea found himself drawn into the fray by the advancing Leeds United right-back, Josh Lawler. Consequently, a gap emerged between Pinto and Shea, neither particularly large nor small, and there was Hulai, poised in that very space. Anyone watching the match could see it, and any fan with even a modicum of understanding of the game knew what that implied. However, the Alvalara players, caught in a heightened state of tension, had their vision narrowed, entirely captivated by Lasky, neglecting the vital connection between the center and the flanks. Sure enough, amidst the gasps, Lasky pushed the ball sideways, delivering a pinpoint pass. What transpired next was only natural, a seamless progression. Upon witnessing Hulai strike the ball into the net, all Alvalara supporters instinctively raised their hands to their heads, exclaiming in unison, "Oh no!" Xiao Xiaoyu also clasped his hands behind his head, but he did so to conceal the elation swelling within him. Hugo had finally scored. I always knew he could do it. He then rested his hands upon the nape of his neck, watching the familiar figure before Alvara's goal turn and sprint towards the corner flag. He understood that the anticipated moment was upon them once again. From high school to now, Xia Xiaoyu still found that movement astoundingly stylish. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he would never grow weary of it. He even imagined the thunderous cheer of Hou reverberating in his mind. Then, he found himself sharing the same sentiment as Valente. I truly wish I could compete on such a stage, even if it were in the opponent's home ground. Even if the opposing fans jeered at me, damn you. On the sidelines, Alvara's coach, Ricardo Moya, uttered a profanity. However, his curse stemmed solely from frustration over the conceded goal, not from a desire to blame a specific player. He was acutely aware that the recent goal could not simply be attributed to Plinto allowing Huan to slip past him, nor could it be blamed on Xie for failing to track back in time to defend the penalty area. It could only be said that Leeds City transitioned from defense to attack with astonishing speed, so rapid that Alvara's players hardly had a moment to react. Amidst the continuous passing and shifting, their defensive line had been thoroughly disarrayed. When one position faltered, others had to compensate, leading to further vulnerabilities. Thus, one breach spawned additional ones, ultimately culminating in an irrevocable tragedy. Though it was disheartening, one must concede that Leeds City's offense was indeed as sharp as legend had suggested. The assistant coach remarked from the sidelines. Moya nodded, as a head coach. Such judgment and composure were imperative. He then stated, however, it's all right. Their offense is strong, but their defense is weak. This is our home ground. We cannot be perpetually suppressed by them. With that, he approached the edge of the field and shouted to his dispirited players, it's all right, relax. After we withstand their onslaught, we shall strike back. This is our home ground. Our home ground. He continually reminded his team to maintain their confidence and not to fear Leeds City's assault. Yet, this verbal encouragement and adjustment bore little fruit. Moya anticipated that Leeds City would persist in their offensive after gaining the lead, yet he slightly underestimated the intensity with which they would continue their assault. Alvara, after conceding the goal, tightened their defense, waiting for Leeds City's pressure to subside before launching a counterattack to breach their not-so-sturdy defense. However, before they could penetrate Leeds City's line, they found themselves facing the moment when their own defense was breached for the second time. Oh no! Exclaimed the Portuguese television commentator suddenly. Amid his exclamation, Huan found a gap and raised his hand for the ball. Fortunately, center-back Bruno Plinto swiftly intervened to cover. But his action inadvertently created a gap between himself and fellow center-back Matthew Kiefer. Seizing the opportunity, Peter Williams promptly sent the ball through this opening, past Alvara's defensive line. Camara, the French winger, having just pulled inward, deftly maneuvered behind the defenders of Alvara and received a pass from Williams. By the time Kafel turned to defend, it was already too late. He could only watch as Camara unleashed a shot. Although Alvara's goalkeeper, Ferreira, managed a touch, he could not completely avert the danger. The ball deflected slightly and found its way into Alvara's net. Despite the protests from Alvara's players to the referee and assistant referee, claiming Camara was offside, both officials reached a unanimous decision. The referee pointed towards the center circle, while the assistant referee sprinted towards the halfway line. What a splendid goal. It was deemed valid. Camara had extended Leeds City's lead. Who could have anticipated that the visiting Leeds City would take a 2-goal advantage before the end of the first half? Feng exclaimed joyfully. In that moment, as Camara danced his quirky robot dance in front of the camera, the raucous cheers from the stands of the Lisbon arena diminished considerably. Many Alvara fans held their heads in their hands, silently staring at the pitch, their gazes unfocused, their minds vacant. In the 40th minute of the first half, Leeds City led by 2 goals. The only lament was that UEFA had abolished the away goals rule 3 seasons ago. Otherwise, Leeds City would have nearly extinguished the suspense of the 2-legged tie. Matthew Cox remarked with a hint of regret. UEFA eliminated the away goals rule for all European competitions in the 2023-2024 season. Previously, the away goals rule stipulated that in a 2-legged knockout match of the Champions League, if the aggregate score was tied, the team with more away goals would advance. Now, this rule has been revoked. If the aggregate scores remain level after both legs, a 30-minute extra time will be played. If still tied, a penalty shootout will ensue, without consideration of the number of away goals scored. This is why Cox expressed his disappointment. Otherwise, with their current 2 away goals, Leeds City would have been nearly invincible. Even if Alvaro pulled off an astonishing comeback to win 3-2 in the second leg at home, Leeds City would only need to secure a 1-0 victory to advance to the round of 16 in the Europa League. This significantly alleviated the pressure for Leeds City to progress. The away goals rule had been in effect in UEFA-sanctioned competitions for half a century, giving rise to countless classic matches. It had long since become an integral part of football, and many fans believed that having the advantage of away goals in knockout rounds was only natural. When UEFA decided to abolish this rule, it sparked considerable controversy. Almost all fans criticized UEFA vehemently, opposing the removal of the away goals rule. They regarded it as a brilliant invention, asserting that without it, football matches would be incomplete. Yet, regardless of the fans' sentiments, UEFA's decision was final and unalterable, and the fans had no power over the fate of this rule. After all, even if UEFA abolished the away goals rule, fans would not cease to watch European competitions. Moreover, with the abolition of this rule, there are indeed beneficiaries. Currently, Leeds City stands as the party adversely affected by the elimination of the away goals rule, while Alvaro emerges as the fortunate beneficiary. The supporters of Alvaro are now rejoicing at the cancellation of the away goals rule in European competitions. This alleviates the immense pressure they would have faced when playing away. If they can equalize to 2-2 in this match, a mere victory by a single goal on their home turf would suffice to eliminate Leeds City. This turn of events is, in fact, advantageous for them. Thus, despite their silence and suffering, they remain in the stands. For there are still 50 minutes left in the match, and Alvaro still has a chance. In previous times, one might have expected a considerable number of spectators to depart the Estadio de Lisboa during halftime. João Valente, hands clasped over his head, gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Before him, on the large screen across the stands, the score of Alvaro 0, Leeds City 2, was glaringly painful, sending a jolt to his heart. How could this be? He murmured. Xiaoxiaoyu beside him remained silent. He was not particularly surprised. On one hand, he had faith in Hugo, and on the other, he dared to voice a controversial opinion that he believed head coach Mr. Ricardo Moya had been somewhat reckless. Mr. Moya must have assumed they were playing at Alvaro's home ground, where Leeds City, known for its offensive prowess and defensive fragility, could be overpowered by the home team's momentum. Little did he anticipate the ferocity of Leeds City's attack, leading to a significant misjudgment. He thought Alvaro's home advantage would bind Leeds City, rendering them ineffective. However, in practice, the advantage of the Estadio de Lisboa was not as formidable as many had believed. Leeds City not only remained unaffected but thrived in their performance. In light of this, Xiaoxiaoyu felt that Alvaro should have adopted a more cautious and pragmatic strategy. This would involve playing steadily at home, patiently engaging with Leeds City, and wearing down their spirit and momentum before leveraging the home advantage to suppress them. Following such a strategy, even if they did not score smoothly, they would not have conceded 2 goals in the first half. He believed Mr. Moya's approach was akin to hastily offering oneself up for sacrifice. Given the absence of the away goals rule, a comeback victory for Alvaro would be favorable. However, failing to secure a win could significantly increase Mr. Moya's pressure. Chapter 122. Moya's counterattack in the final minutes of the first half. Leeds City, having taken the lead, evidently slowed their pace, opting not to pursue a relentless attack. This brought a sigh of relief to the Alvaro fans in the stands, including João Valente, who feared that Leeds City might become overly aggressive and score again before halftime, potentially ending the match prematurely. It was not that Leeds City did not wish to attack. Rather, they lacked the capacity to maintain the earlier tempo of the game. Their players are no tireless automatons. It is essential to appropriately modulate the tempo, to decelerate and ease the pace. Adjusting after securing a 2-goal lead is entirely justifiable. Leeds City's self-regulation allowed Alvaro a brief respite in the waning moments of the first half, yet they lacked the vigor to mount a counteroffensive. After all, they had been somewhat dazed by the relentless onslaught from Leeds City. Now, they merely wished for the first half to conclude swiftly, granting them a genuine opportunity to catch their breath. Head coach Ricardo Moya did not stand at the sidelines gesturing for his players to continue their assault. Instead, he sat pensively on the bench, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation about the adjustments to be made during the halftime interval. Thus, the final minutes of the first half devolved into mere garbage time, and by the time the whistle blew, the score remained unchanged. Leeds City, competing away from home, entered halftime with a 2-goal advantage. Alvaro had a mere 45 minutes left to implement changes and adjustments to salvage the situation in the second half. The pressure weighing heavily on coach Ricardo Moya was immense, having relinquished the league title last season. They found themselves excluded from the Champions League and confined to the Europa League this season. Their performance in the Europa League had been lackluster, failing to secure even first place in their group and instead entering the round of 32 against Leeds City, who had been eliminated from the Champions League. In addition to their Europa League woes, they were also overshadowed in the league by their city rivals, the Portuguese, who currently sat 6 points ahead in second place. Such results were far from satisfactory for the proud Alvaro club, nor were they acceptable to the fans. Should they be eliminated from the Europa League once more, Moya's tenure could become exceedingly difficult. Lift your spirits. This is our home ground. This is our home ground. Ricardo Moya paced back and forth in the locker room, attempting to galvanize his players' morale. Relax, think positively. We are 2 goals down. What do we have to lose? Cast aside the habits ingrained from the away goals rule era. Forget about those 2 goals. We have a full 45 minutes to equalize, and if fortune smiles upon us, we might even achieve something greater, like a comeback victory. Igor, in the second half, you need to draw out the defenders more, making incisive runs to disrupt Leeds City's backline. Their 2 center-backs, while formidable in aerial duels, are relatively slow to turn. If you can draw them out, the space behind them will be difficult to cover. Once you pull the opposing center-backs away, Lezinho, you must decisively surge forward. Get behind them, penetrate the penalty area. In the second half, you must exhibit greater aggression. Dare to commit fouls in defense and be more decisive in attack. Do not let that Frenchman's speed intimidate you. You are quick as well. Even in a race, you may not necessarily be outpaced. That sudden stop you made in the first half was entirely unnecessary. It only shows that you were afraid of him. Moya began to make adjustments and arrangements one by one. He knew he had to take bold risks, not only to preserve the team's hopes of advancing to the round of 16 in the UEFA Europa League, but also to safeguard his own aspirations of continuing as the team's coach. He was acutely aware that his current situation was precarious. In fact, at the end of last year, after leading the team to a mere second place in the Europa League group stage, rumors of his potential dismissal had already surfaced. At that time, the upper management of Alvaro had come out in support of him, asserting that they would not consider a coaching change. However, Moya understood that this was merely a facade to placate the public. The club could not admit that they had yet to find a suitable replacement, thus reluctantly allowing Ricardo Moya to continue as the interim coach. Alvaro had initially intended to recruit the illustrious Portuguese coach Manuel Borges, who was currently without a team. Borges, a former UEFA Champions League winner, had also led the Portuguese national team to the quarter-finals of the World Cup, marking their best performance in the tournament in the past 2 decades. The primary obstacle was that Borges was a legendary coach for the rivals, the Portuguese, having secured his Champions League title with that very team. Alvaro had initially leaked rumors of their interest in inviting Borges to gauge public reaction. Unsurprisingly, this met with overwhelming opposition from nearly all Alvaro fans, who would rather see the team struggle than accept the appointment of a celebrated coach from their arch-rivals. The fans of the Portuguese were equally vehement in their opposition, even going to Borges' residence to implore him not to coach Alvaro. Ultimately, the club had to clarify that the rumors of inviting Borges were entirely unfounded, which brought the matter to a close. Nevertheless, this situation afforded Moya some breathing room. If he could lead the team to a commendable performance by the end of the season, he might still secure his position at Alvaro. The league is a long marathon, and with half a season still to come, anything could happen. Due to the team's fluctuating form, Moya found it difficult to guarantee a championship victory. However, in contrast, the Europa League appeared somewhat more attainable. Given its cup competition nature, despite the potential for surprises, it also meant more opportunities. Therefore, starting from the winter break, Moya set the team's objective on clinching the Europa League title. According to UEFA regulations, the champion of the Europa League qualifies for the following season's Champions League. Thus, even if the league performance faltered, securing the Europa League would allow Moya to implement a strategy of salvation. Compared to the Champions League, the competition in the Europa League is somewhat less fierce. However, unexpectedly, in the first match of the knockout stage, Alvaro suffered a devastating blow. Leeds City, derided as the weakest-seeded team in the Champions League, seemed to embody that very reputation. It was easy to overlook that, despite being the weakest of the seeded teams, they remained a formidable opponent in the Europa League, capable of causing significant upheaval. Following the adjustments made by Moya, the fans of Alvara could distinctly observe a transformation in their team as the second half commenced. They exhibited a more aggressive offensive approach than in the first half. However, does such a strategy not heighten the risk of conceding further goals? This question lingered in the mind of Valente, who had been spectating for a few minutes. It mirrored the concerns of many Alvara supporters. Xiaoxiaoyu remarked, "At this juncture, we have no choice but to take risks. Apart from continuing our offensive and intensifying it, we are left with no better alternatives. Yet, to chase down 2 goals remains a formidable challenge." Valente lamented, "It is certainly preferable to doing nothing at all. But what if we concede a goal before we manage to score?" Xiaoxiaoyu shrugged, "But such is the nature of the game. One must always make various choices. Each decision is akin to a gamble. At times, you prevail, while at others, you falter. If one refrains from taking risks out of fear of losing, then one must resign to the inevitable defeat of 0-2. Conversely, if we manage to score even once, losing 1-2 is far better than 0-2. At the very least, we would only need to recover 1 goal in the next round." Valente sighed. "You are right, Xia. I have been overly anxious." Indeed, he had been plagued by doubts, particularly after witnessing Leeds United's frenzied offense in the first half. During halftime, he despaired, believing that Alvara's chances of victory were slim, and the suspense of the match had already dissipated. "Well then, let us continue to cheer for Alvara." Valente inhaled deeply, rekindling his spirit, joining other Alvara fans in rhythmic applause, and resumed singing their anthem, which had commenced at the start of the first half. "Alvara, Alvara, ololol, Alvara, 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 ololol, Alvara." Observing this, Xiaoxiaoyu couldn't help but smile. His friend, whom he had met in the reserves, was indeed quite simple-minded. Just a few words from him had uplifted his spirits. Yet, as a defensive midfielder, perhaps simplicity was not such a drawback. Xiaoxiaoyu refrained from singing along, opting instead to clap in time with the rhythm, encouraging his beloved team. Hugo had already scored, and he now hoped for Alvara to achieve a comeback at home and secure the victory. Chapter 123. Dousing cold water. Ricardo Moya's adjustments at halftime proved effective. Simultaneously, the players of Alvara understood that they were fighting against the odds, with no retreat available. The head coach repeatedly emphasized during the break that this was their home ground, not merely to bolster their confidence, but to convey an essential truth. This is our home. If we cannot secure victory here, then our hopes in this season's Europa League will be utterly extinguished. Thus, if they aspired to contend for the championship, they must fight with all their might. Consequently, as the second half commenced, Alvara launched a fierce assault on Leeds United's penalty area. Their center forward, Serbian international Igor Dijo, frequently drew the defenders of Leeds City out of the penalty area, creating opportunities for his teammates to surge forward. In the 61st minute, it was Igor who pulled Ben Grister out of the box, allowing Alvara's Brazilian midfielder, Eli, to accurately deliver the ball into the space behind Grister. Licinio, with remarkable speed, darted into the void and managed to poke the ball into the net before the advancing goalkeeper, Van der Ven, could intervene. Exquisite. Licinio. Licinio. He has scored one back for Alvara. The Portuguese commentator exultantly raised his arms in celebration. The stands at the Lisbon Arena erupted with joyous cheers as the home fans rallied behind Licinio. The previously subdued crowd came alive, their spirits rejuvenated. After scoring, Licinio, brimming with joy, ran to the sidelines to perform a samba dance with his jubilant teammates. Moya, standing at the edge of the pitch, let out a sigh of relief. Although they had merely reduced the deficit, Alvara still trailed in the scoreline. Yet, this goal marked a promising beginning, a much-needed boost to team morale at a critical juncture, while simultaneously delivering a heavy blow to their opponents. If Alvara continued to play with such vigor, they might very well equalize in a short span of time. There was still time for the team to turn the tide. Indeed, they should play on. Following his initial elation, Moya approached the sideline to gesture to his players. He waved his hand toward the Leeds City half, signaling for them to maintain their offensive momentum as the match resumed. He urged them to keep up this rhythm and intensity, employing Igor to draw the opposing defenders out, while Licinio and other attacking players surged in from behind, rapidly penetrating the penalty area. This would create chaos in front of the Leeds goal, exploiting their already fragile defense. With this thought, he cast a glance toward the visiting team's bench. Leeds City's head coach, Tony Clark, remained seated, seemingly paralyzed, not offering any instructions, as if struck dumb. Witnessing this, Moya felt a wave of relief. It appeared that their opponents were merely putting on a brave face. In truth, they were precariously balanced, like tightrope walkers, at risk of plummeting into the abyss with the slightest misstep. If Alvara did not muster the courage to battle fiercely against Leeds City, they might indeed be deceived by the opponent's facade of calm. Now that the deadlock had been broken, the match would revert to Alvara's preferred rhythm. To corroborate Moya's thoughts, the fans in the Lisbon arena began to sing Alvara's anthem in unison, rallying behind their team. The invigorating home atmosphere had returned, with their spirits soaring after scoring. Alvara unleashed a relentless assault on the Leeds City goal as the match resumed. In the stands, João Valente erupted with excitement, shouting, "Go, Alvara! Forward, Alvara!" After joining in the chants with fellow supporters, he raised his fists in the air, declaring, "The counterattack starts now." On the pitch, Leicinho seized the ball, confronting Junpei Senkawa's interception with unwavering determination and speed, forcefully breaking through. Although Senkawa excelled in positioning, his pace paled in comparison to Leicinho's, who effortlessly evaded him. The cheers of Alvara's supporters reverberated across the Estadio José Alvalade. Amidst the jubilant uproar, Leicinho pressed forward, his foot firmly on the accelerator. Undeterred by the retreating Camara, he recalled Coach Moya's halftime exhortation to embrace the challenge and race against his opponent. He focused intently on the ball, chasing it just before it rolled out of bounds. Delivering a pass toward the goal, Igor leaped in the center, contesting a header with Ben Grist. The two collided, but Grist managed to redirect the ball, sending it out of the penalty area. However, Alvara regained control of the second ball, and Airy, positioned outside the box, struck a powerful shot at the incoming ball. The ball skimmed along the grass, hurtling forward. The penalty area was crowded, and any deflection could potentially send it into the net. In fact, it did change direction. Vanderwen lunged to the left, but the ball struck the outstretched foot of Leeds center-back Brefford, resulting in a deflection that sent it flying to the other side. Fortunately, the angle of the deflection was significant, and the ball sailed out of bounds. Had it remained within the goal area, it might have found its way into the net. Leeds supporters were momentarily startled, while Alvara's fans pounded their chests and stamped their feet, soon rallying to cheer their team on. From this series of attacks, they truly perceived a glimmer of hope for an equalizer. Regrettably, the subsequent corner kick failed to pose a threat to Leeds' goal. Instead, Leeds seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, nearly endangering Alvara's goal. Had it not been for their left-back Nathan Shea's relentless pursuit, who cleared the ball out of play within 30 meters, Alvara's goal would have indeed been at risk. Upon completing his tackle, Shea was met with resounding applause from Alvara's supporters, grateful for his successful defense, which bought the team time to regroup. The other Alvara players swiftly retreated, forming two lines of defense within the 30-meter zone to counter Leeds' onslaught. The outer line consisted of forwards, while the second line was a mix of defenders and midfielders, ensuring that no gaps existed at the forefront of their penalty area. This marked a notable shift in Alvara's strategy for the second half. Unlike the first half, where they were preoccupied with offense, they now focused solely on defense, resolutely tightening their formation and prioritizing the containment of Leeds' attacks before considering further actions. By maintaining composure in defense and denying Leeds additional opportunities, they fostered a sense of hope among the Alvara supporters in the stands. Even the commentators from Portuguese television praised the team's performance, noting the stark contrast between Alvara's display in the first and second halves. Although the match commenced with Coach Moya's tactical misstep, his adjustments during the halftime break proved timely and effective. After all, this encounter marked Alvara's inaugural confrontation with Leeds City, and it was quite natural for them to lack sufficient insight into their strength and style. What truly matters is the future. Having adapted to Leeds City's attacking style, Alvara was poised to launch a counterattack at home. At this juncture, the commentator, observing the Alvara players fortifying their defenses, added, "Of course, this presupposes that they first thwart Leeds City's current offensive." As Leeds City executed a throw-in, they found themselves at a loss against the dual defensive lines that Alvara had established both inside and outside the penalty area. Initially, they attempted to orchestrate an attack down the right flank, pushing into the penalty area. However, under the cohesive movement of Alvara's defense, they failed to create any opportunities and nearly relinquished possession, putting them at risk of a counterattack. At that moment, Peter Williams, while controlling the ball on the flank, faced pressure from Alvara's midfielder, Airy, who successfully intercepted him. As Eri was about to maneuver around Williams to pass the ball to Licinio, the latter leaned forward, preparing to accelerate. At that instant, Leeds City's center backs had advanced to the halfway line, and if Eri managed to deliver the ball, Licinio could exploit his speed advantage, placing Alvara's goal in jeopardy. Just when the situation seemed dire, Junpei Sinkawa once again showcased his value. He leaped in front of Eri, legs together, blocking the pass. Eri, determined to maintain possession, was promptly dispossessed by Sinkawa, who then distributed the ball laterally to J. Adams. Adams swiftly transitioned the ball to Leeds City's left flank, setting it up for Kamara. Upon receiving the pass, Leeds City's left back, Farrah Quinn, surged forward from behind, drawing Alvara's right back, Ibrahim Sabra, away. Seizing the opportunity, Kamara cut inside, progressing laterally. He took a step sideways and noticed that Alvara's midfielder, Luca Bloom, stationed in the penalty area, showed no intention of pressing him, but rather held his position, likely to prevent a breakthrough into the box. Recognizing this, Kamara decided to take a long-range shot. He swung his right foot, sending the ball soaring towards the goal. Just as the ball left his foot, Hulai, positioned at the back post, suddenly dashed out from behind Alvara's center back, Bruno Pinto, racing towards the goal. At that moment, Pinto's entire focus was on the ball, completely oblivious to the unfolding situation behind him. Not only him, but Alvara's other center back, Matthew Cafiel, also failed to notice Hulai, even though he was charging right in front of him, as he remained fixated on Kamara's shot. Bloom, witnessing Kamara's strike, instinctively extended his leg to block it. He made contact, but the ball deflected off his calf, slightly altering its trajectory while still heading towards the goal. The already grounded Alvara goalkeeper, Ferreira, became an unintended victim of Bloom's deflection. Faced with the ball's unexpected change in direction, he hastily adjusted his hand position but ultimately could not secure the ball, allowing it to ricochet off his chest and fly away. A critical moment. Pinto witnessed the ball slip from the goalkeeper's grasp, prompting him to initiate a clearance. Yet in an instant, he was confronted by Leeds City's number 14, who obstructed his path, proudly displaying his name and number. Hulai. Ferreira's second reaction was remarkably swift. With no time to rise, he extended his foot to intercept the ball, aiming to thwart Hulai's shot. However, Hulai deftly prodded the rebounding ball just before Ferreira's attempt could connect. The ball soared into Alvara's net before Ferreira's foot could intervene. At that moment, 3 defenders from Alvara, excluding Pinto, remained in the stance they had assumed during Kamara's shot, legs apart, turned to observe the unfolding drama. Time seemed to freeze at Hulai's command, allowing him to navigate this suspended reality with ease. Chapter 124. Stay true to your original intention. When Eli intercepted Peter Williams' ball, the Alvara fans in the stands erupted in eager cheers. Shortly thereafter, Sinkawa Junpei reclaimed the ball, and the Alvara supporters were not overly disheartened. After all, their defense remained intact, and Leeds City struggled to create significant opportunities. Do you doubt it? Just look at how the Leeds players were forced to resort to long-range shots. This is indicative of our robust defense. Isn't it? Upon witnessing goalkeeper Zé Ferreira fumble the ball, with Hulai already advancing towards him, the previously confident Alvara fans began to scream. Some shouted offside. He was offside. Yet, nothing could alter the outcome. The ball was dispatched into Alvara's net by Hulai. An Alvara player signaled to the referee, claiming Hulai was offside. But Hulai disregarded all and sprinted to celebrate. The subsequent replay of the goal revealed that at the moment Kamara took his shot, Hulai was indeed positioned before the line connecting Bruno Pinto and Matthew Cafiel, therefore not offside. He surged forward only after witnessing Kamara's attempt, emerging from behind Pinto. There was nothing amiss with this goal. It was executed with precision and elegance. Cox jubilantly cheered. 31. When Leeds City found themselves in peril once more, Hulai employed his most adept method to assist the team in averting disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, what constitutes the best defense? This is it. There is no better way to defend than to crush the opponent with a goal, thereby widening the lead. Huan also lavished praise upon Hulai's goal, sparing no flattering words. It appeared as though Hulai merely capitalized on a fortunate rebound. Yet, had it not been for Hulai's relentless positioning and impeccable timing during this attack, how could he have arrived at the ball's location when Ferreira faltered? It may seem that luck favored Hulai, but opportunity only smiles upon those who are prepared and refuse to yield. Thus, this goal was not a mere stroke of luck. On the contrary, It exemplified Hulai's core technical prowess. Was that not offside? Valente turned. His eyes wide in disbelief as he asked Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu shook his head with a complex expression and replied, "It wasn't an offside. Our defense failed to mark their men." Valente, aware that Xia Xiaoyu would not deceive him, sighed deeply and lamented, "It's over. We had finally built momentum. And this goal conceded is nothing short of a devastating blow." Xia Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words to comfort him, for Valente spoke the truth. Just moments ago, Alvara had begun to gain momentum, poised to equalize, or perhaps even turn the tide in their favor. Yet, at such a critical juncture, Leeds City's goal struck like a punch to the gut, just as one prepares to take a deep breath. The hard-won energy dissipated in an instant, leaving them reeling from the backlash. As a former teammate of Hugo, Xia Xiaoyu was acutely aware of the lethal impact Hugo could have at such pivotal moments. Hugo, an exceptionally opportunistic player, possessed an uncanny ability to score, bestowing upon his team the invaluable trait of timely goals. In the past, as a teammate, Xia Xiaoyu could only applaud Hu Ji's prowess. Now, however, he found himself silently swallowing the bitter pill of rivalry, a truly disheartening situation. Both Valente and Xia Xiaoyu's sentiments were justified. Alvara's coach, Moya, was left stunned upon witnessing Hulai's goal, fully aware of its dire implications. The team's morale plummeted at an alarming rate, perceptible even without visible indicators of their condition. Hulai scored in the 72nd minute, a particularly fateful moment, marking a critical threshold in the player's stamina. Typically, by this stage in the match, players find their energy waning, pushing through the exhaustion. Yet, they were now struck by the blow of conceding a goal, making it all too easy to succumb to complacency at a time when their physical reserves were already depleted. This was not due to a lack of effort, but rather the cruel hand of fate. The dual assault on both their physical and mental fortitude made the potential for collapse all the more likely. They were merely one goal shy. Even in the face of exhaustion, Alvara's players could have persevered, believing that if they could equalize before the end of the match, they would have a fresh start in the second leg, with a 50% chance of advancing to the round of 16. Now, however, trailing by 2 goals with only 20 minutes remaining and their stamina at a breaking point, the thought of needing to chase down 2 more goals to secure a draw felt utterly insurmountable, deflating their spirits significantly. Ricardo Moya, merely a football coach and not an omniscient deity, found himself somewhat helpless in the wake of this setback, uncertain of how to proceed. As the Leeds City players celebrated jubilantly before him, he stood rooted in place, expressionless, resembling a statue. During the televised broadcast, a close-up of Coach Alvara, exhibiting a look of despondency, was prominently featured. The British commentator, Matthew Cox, asserted, "Whose second goal has nearly extinguished any suspense regarding the outcome of this match. Leeds City is poised to secure their inaugural victory in the UEFA Europa League." The camera swiftly shifted to Hulai, who was returning to his half alongside his teammates. A lingering smile adorned his face, and beneath it, the broadcast displayed the caption, UEFA Europa League, 1 match, 2 goals. In this season's Champions League, who had participated in 5 group matches, scoring 5 goals, averaging 1 goal per game, a remarkable efficiency. Now, having transitioned his prowess to the Europa League, he continued to deliver an equally impressive performance. What further surprises might he bestow upon us in this competition? Matthew Cox inquired with palpable anticipation. Following the resumption of the match, the morale of the Alvara players had severely dwindled, resulting in a noticeably passive performance marked by frequent unforced errors. The setback in spirit afflicted not only the team, but also their supporters in the stands. The once vibrant chants and cheers had diminished significantly in volume. Many Alvara fans watched the unfolding match with vacant stares, as if drained of all energy, unable to utter a word or lift a hand. They could neither sing, nor shout, nor clap or wave their scarves, merely a collection of silent wooden stakes standing in the stands. These silent stakes gazed intently at the pitch. As the Lisbon Arena experienced its first moment of tranquility during this match, such serenity was absent when Leeds City initially took the lead. Even as Leeds City surged ahead by 2 goals in the first half, the atmosphere had still been filled with piercing boos and frustrated roars. With Leeds City currently 2 goals up, they continued their offensive. Logically, this would provide Alvara with opportunities to counterattack, exploiting the spaces left behind. Yet, in reality, Alvara's players struggled to accurately deliver the ball to the feet of a player like Leicenio. Their defense, which they fought valiantly to maintain, appeared on the verge of collapse. Suggesting that the score of 13 might not be the final tally, further goals could still ensue. This instilled a sense of despair among Alvara's fans. Finally, with 10 minutes remaining in the match, the camera captured Alvara supporters beginning to depart from the stands. "Let us leave now. The traffic will be lighter," Valente remarked to Xiaoxiaoyu. Xiaoxiaoyu had initially intended to remain and watch the game, but at that moment, he noticed the fourth official raising the substitution board for Leeds City. Charlie Porter was set to come on, replacing Hulai. He nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go." Ruaeo. As they approached the exit of the stands, Xiaoxiaoyu took one last glance back at who was making his way off the field at a leisurely pace, just as he always had. It appeared as though Xiaoxiaoyu was exhausted. Yet he was acutely aware that Hugu was deliberately stalling for time. Despite having a 2-goal lead, Hugu resorted to such tactics, prompting a smile from Xiaoxiaoyu as he shook his head. Hugu remained true to himself, persistently engaging in antics that left others speechless. The fans of Alvara, disheartened by the defeat, naturally held a negative attitude towards Hulai's actions, unleashing a cacophony of boos that directed all their frustrations at him. The pent-up emotions from the entire match finally found an outlet. It was him, that insufferable fellow. Not only did he score twice, leading us to defeat, but he also intentionally delayed his substitution. "Brothers, charge. Boo him to oblivion." Amidst the thunderous jeers, Hulai even paused to raise his arms in gratitude towards the fans in the stands, seemingly unfazed and exuding a desire to turn the tables. Valente, upon hearing the boos subside and witnessing this scene, was left speechless. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiaoyu tugged at him, urging, "Let us go." The two reserve players stealthily departed, leaving behind a storm of boos. Chapter 125. No merit, no reward. Leeds City's unexpected 3-1 victory over Alvara in the away match was somewhat surprising. While this match could not be deemed an upset, it was certainly not anticipated by many beforehand, especially considering it was Alvara's home ground. As a premier Portuguese powerhouse, breaching their fortress was no simple feat, even taking into account Leeds City's formidable prowess as the reigning champions of the Premier League. Such a scoreline in an away game seemed improbable. In the aftermath, various media outlets analyzed the match and concluded that Hulai's second goal was the turning point of the game. Prior to his goal, Alvara had regained momentum with a goal that had buoyed their spirits, and if the situation had continued to develop in that manner, they certainly had the opportunity to equalize. However, at that critical juncture, Hulai scored. His goal instilled a profound sense of security in the Leeds City players, allowing them to relax. In matches of such caliber, the team that can maintain composure often gains the upper hand. Hulai could be regarded as a strategic asset, enabling Leeds City's players to adopt a more tranquil mindset while facing various opponents. Indeed, last season, Hulai's performances in the Premier League and the World Cup had already introduced him as an efficient striker to the world and Europe alike. Yet, there will always be skeptics who question whether this is merely a fleeting brilliance. History is replete with instances of players who shone in the World Cup only to fade into obscurity the following season. Thus, a World Cup Golden Boot and a Premier League Golden Boot do not entirely affirm Hulai's status as a top-tier forward. It can only be stated that he delivered the performance of a top striker over the past season. To truly cement his status as an elite forward, he must maintain exceptional form over an extended period and present a flawless record. This season, his performance in the Champions League serves as a preliminary testament to his capabilities. Due to the limitations of the team's overall strength, Hulai only participated in the Champions League group stage and had to forego the final match because of national team commitments. Nevertheless, he managed to score 5 goals in 5 group matches. His hat-trick against Catalonia in the away game showcased his remarkable abilities. Hulai's performance in the group stage has led many to believe that if Leeds City were to progress further in the Champions League and participate in more matches, his tally in his inaugural season would surely exceed those 5 goals. His impressive brace in the first leg of the Europa League has further validated this sentiment. While it is acknowledged that Hulai's goals were pivotal in securing an away victory for Leeds City, some Portuguese media outlets criticized his conduct when he was substituted in the dying moments of the match, deeming it lacking in grace. His deliberate time-wasting was so overt that it was apparent to even the most oblivious observers. Critics argued that there was no need for such antics, as Leeds City was already 2 goals ahead with less than 10 minutes remaining. What could Alvara possibly achieve in that brief span? Nonetheless, Such criticism seems rather futile, as it is evident that Alvara's loss was not solely due to Hulai's time wasting. It appears to be a manifestation of frustration following the defeat, reflecting poorly on the Portuguese media. Additionally, the Portuguese media directed their ire towards Alvara's head coach, Ricardo Moya, asserting that his tactical approach in the first half was nothing short of disastrous. Although he made timely adjustments in the second half, the damage inflicted during the first half proved too severe to rectify. Consequently, the primary blame for the loss rests on Coach Moya, who misjudged the comparative strengths of the two teams and adopted inappropriate strategies, nearly allowing Leeds City to dominate on their home turf. The final score of 1-3 was hardly commendable. In summary, the Portuguese media has called for Moya's resignation, urging him not to wait for the club to dismiss him, as that would be awkward for all parties involved. Xiaoyu, would it be good news for you if Moya were to leave? Hulai inquired in the group chat. Xiaoyu promptly replied, I don't know. How can you not know? You haven't even played in the first team yet. Isn't that his fault? Chen Xingyi interjected. The group had previously discussed Xiaoyu's predicament, as he was the only one among them who had yet to make an appearance in the first team. Their consensus pointed to the primary issue lying with Alvara's coach, Ricardo Moya. It is worth noting that Xiaoyu was actively sought by Alvara, rather than being a mere product of his former club's desire to part with him. The interest from Alvara indicates recognition of Xiaoyu's talent and ability. Otherwise, why would they invest in him? It is implausible to assume they would acquire him only to leave him unused. Thus, there remains an air of optimism regarding Xiaoyu's prospects at Alvara. However, to everyone's surprise, he was assigned to the reserve team upon his arrival. This placement in the reserves is not unusual, considering that Xia had not previously played in Europe. While his participation in the World Cup attests to his talent, it does not ensure his immediate adaptability to European competition. Therefore, training with the reserve team and participating in their matches serves as a vital opportunity for him to accumulate experience, an entirely standard practice. It is not uncommon for even seasoned first-team players, who may find themselves sidelined, to join the reserves occasionally to maintain their form. Likewise, injured first-team veterans, upon their recovery, typically do not return directly to the first team, but instead play a few matches with the reserves first. For instance, Peter Williams, after sustaining an injury during the World Cup, resumed playing in the reserves to demonstrate that his physical condition had returned to a competitive level before earning a chance in the first team. Thus, being in the reserves does not signify exile. Rather, it reflects the coaching staff's expectations of the player. Despite Xiaoyu's considerable participation and stability in the reserve team over the majority of the season, it is perplexing that he has not yet caught the attention of the first-team head coach. It is as if he has been overlooked entirely. The reasons for this could be manifold. Perhaps the head coach, Ricardo Moya, lacks faith in Xia, finds him unsuitable for his tactical requirements, is hindered by an overabundance of midfield players, or there may be personal conflicts between Moya and the club's sporting director. The specifics are less significant than the overarching reality that the head coach is reluctant to utilize Xiaoyu. This leads Hulai to ponder whether Moya's dismissal would create an opportunity for Xia. However, even if Moya were to depart, there is no guarantee that his successor would choose to field Xia. I haven't thought too deeply about it, Xiaoyu interjected, sensing the differing opinions around him. Regardless of who the head coach is, I will treat this season as an opportunity to develop in the reserves. That's a commendable mindset, Zhang Qinghuan praised, giving a thumbs up. This approach allows you to adapt well in the reserves. Once you are fully acclimated, you can surely soar in the first team next season. Yes, that is my thought as well, Brother Huan, Xia agreed. However, we must consider this, Hulai interjected. If Moya is still coaching Alvara next season, how can you be certain he won't keep Xia in the reserves for another year? Zhang Qinghuan conceded. Indeed, that is something he cannot guarantee. If Moya harbors any bias against Xiaoyu, or more broadly, against Chinese players, then regardless of Xiaoyu's performance in the reserve team, he would never be granted an opportunity in the first team. Therefore, to pave the way for Xiaoyu, Moya must be dismissed. It is rumored that Alvara's goal this season is to win the UEFA Europa League. Expelling him could potentially expedite Moya's departure, Hulai remarked. Others in the group echoed their agreement. Whether Xiaoyu continues to play in the reserve team for the remainder of the season or manages to ascend to the first team midway, Ricardo Moya must be removed. However, Hulai, you are already leading them by 31 points. Isn't it akin to Alvara being ousted? Zhang Qinghuan subsequently commented. Hulai responded, "No, football is unpredictable, brother Huan. Who knows what might transpire in the second leg? What if that Lacinio suddenly excels? Thus, we must not let our guard down in the next match. We must eliminate Alvaro and utterly extinguish Moya's hopes." Sichuan Junping shared a gif of a famous comedian from northeast China applauding, accompanied by the text, "Well said. So, Xiaoyu, I'll take care of Moya for you. And it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask you to treat me to a meal, would it?" Hulai specifically tagged Xiaoyu. Chen Xingyi exclaimed, "What the hell? So you've been circling around just to wait for this?" Sichuan Junping added, "Damn it." Zhang Qinghuan chimed in, "Hulai, you're too cunning. If you want Xiaoyu to treat you, why not just ask directly? Do you think Xiaoyu wouldn't treat you? You're not him." "Exactly," Chen Xingyi concurred. Xiaoyu quickly expressed his willingness. "Treating is not a problem." But Hulai interjected, "That one do. I even pay for a watermelon in the city. I can't accept rewards without contributing. So how could I let him treat me without resolving his troubles? Therefore, Moya must go." Zhang Qinghuan countered. "But you can't guarantee that after you eliminate him, he will definitely be dismissed." Hulai replied, "As long as he is dismissed, there will undoubtedly be a reason linked to our victory, so I will have contributed." Chen Xingyi posed a question, "Hulai, in the match where you defeated Alvaro, Sichuan also participated. Do you intend to take all the credit?" Sichuan Junping shared a baffled expression meme with the caption, "What about me?" Hulai responded, "Let us all go together." Xiao Xingxing, are you implying that we can't afford to treat Xiaoyu? Can't two people manage? Xiaoyu quickly asserted, "Please, please, please. I will definitely treat. Let us all gather in Europe sometime." Hulai, however, halted him. "No, Xiaoyu. One thing at a time. Let us settle my and Sichuan's meals first, then we can treat everyone, so I can enjoy 2 meals." The group exclaimed, "Hulai, you're unbelievable." This weekend, due to the FA Cup matches, the league is on a 1-week hiatus to accommodate the cup. Leeds City was eliminated by Wigan in the last round of the FA Cup, thus they have no match this weekend. However, this does not imply that the players can take a break. During the weekend, they played a match against the Leeds City youth team at the training base. The match served to test Clark's tactical arrangements, allowing the players to maintain their competitive edge, while simultaneously providing a rare opportunity for the youth team to hone their skills. Ultimately, the first team triumphed over the youth team with a score of 6-2. Hulai showcased his prowess by scoring a hat-trick, while Lasky contributed with a brace. And the captain Lorenzo, recently returned from injury, also netted a goal. Following this encounter, Leeds City was set to host Alvaro on Wednesday, February 24th. Alvaro found themselves in a do-or-die situation. They needed to secure a 2-goal victory away from home to have a chance at extra time. Fortunately, the circumstances were somewhat favorable. Had the previous rules of the Europa League still been in effect, even a 2-goal margin would have been futile, considering Leeds City had already scored 3 away goals. Thus, even a 2-0 win for Alvaro would lead to their elimination due to the away goals rule. However, if they managed to win with the required scoreline, they could at least ensure the match extended into extra time. Of course, the most prudent strategy would be to win by 3 goals, thereby surpassing Leeds City on aggregate. This would eliminate the need for extra time or penalty shootouts, securing their place in the round of 16 directly. Chapter 126, destined from the outset of the match. Alvaro launched a fierce offensive against Leeds City's half. Competing on Leeds City's home turf, this aggressive approach risked leaving them vulnerable to counterattacks, particularly since Leeds City excelled in offensive play. Yet, given their dismal 1-3 defeat in the first leg, Alvaro had no choice but to give their all in attack, or else concede defeat prematurely. On television, the Portuguese commentator and his guest were analyzing the predicament faced by Alvaro. Xiaoyu and João Valente were seated before the screen. Engrossed in the live broadcast, Valente wore a furrowed brow, his mood somber as he lamented, "I feel we are merely wasting our time. It is not just us. The first team is included as well. If I were the head coach, I would let the substitutes take the field to gain experience." However, his true motives were somewhat self-serving. Given the first leg's humiliating loss, which the media declared as a certain elimination, why should the second leg, now relegated to garbage time, not offer a chance for more young players to showcase their talents? While it might be a meaningless match for the first-team players, it represented a valuable opportunity for the reserves and substitutes. Valente did not harbor hopes of participating himself. He understood his exclusion from the registered squad for the Europa League. Thus, even if Moya chose to rotate players, he would not be among them. He was, however, advocating for his friend, Xia Xiaoyu. Although Xia had yet to appear in a first-team match, he had made it onto the Europa League registration list. This perhaps highlighted the discord between the club and the first-team coach. The club recognized Xia Xiaoyu's potential, evident by his inclusion in the roster for the prestigious tournament. However, the head coach Moya harbored little trust in Xia Xiaoyu, entirely neglecting to grant him any opportunity to take the field, not even including him in the matchday roster. Xia Xiaoyu, on the other hand, maintained a rather carefree attitude, perhaps due to prior discussions with Hu Gu and the others in their group. Regardless of Moya's fate, he resolved to focus solely on his own responsibilities, diligently engaging in daily training and competitions. The coach's dismissal was beyond his control. Pondering such ephemeral matters could detrimentally affect his performance, ultimately proving counterproductive. At that moment, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. From the outset, Alvaro launched an aggressive assault on the Leeds City goal. While this displayed commendable courage, it was fraught with considerable risk, given that their opponents were adept at offense, particularly Huan, who excelled at seizing opportunities. In the 17th minute, Leeds City delivered a cross from the flanks. Huan managed to connect in the center, but his header, hindered by the opposing center-back Bruno Pinto, was directed too straightforwardly. The ball was deflected by goalkeeper Zé Ferreira, but not fully secured. Huan's reflexes were remarkably swift. As he and Pinto landed, Huan darted forward while Pinto remained stationary. "Watch out," the Portuguese commentator exclaimed as he witnessed Huan extend his foot toward the ball. Yet, his warnings from the commentary box proved futile. He could only watch in astonishment as Huan deftly nudged the ball into the net. "Oh dear." The commentator sighed deeply before dutifully announcing, "It's a goal. It's a goal." Leeds City leads Alvaro 1-0 at home. Huan had scored again, marking his consecutive goals in the UEFA Europa League and establishing Leeds City's lead for the second match in a row. The adjacent commentator sighed, remarking on Huan's efficiency as a forward, noting his remarkable ability to convert limited attacking opportunities into goals. However, he refrained from voicing further thoughts, recognizing that such sentiments were not what Alvaro fans wished to hear. He believed Alvaro's chances were dwindling. No matter how hard the players strove or how Moya adjusted his strategies, their fate of elimination remained unchanged. Even disregarding the aggregate score of 14, one could easily conclude the outcome based solely on the performances of the two teams. Alvaro, trailing in score, was compelled to attack. Conversely, Leeds City thrived on offensive play. They might find it challenging against teams that adopt a defensive stance, yet they relished the prospect of facing opponents willing to engage in an open contest. As both teams continued their relentless exchange of attacks, Alvaro, playing away, was inevitably at a disadvantage. The analysis of the commentator mirrored that of his colleague. Following Leeds City's goal, Alvaro, fully aware that trading blows with Leeds City was a futile endeavor, had no choice but to press forward. Confronted by such a cohesive opponent, Leeds City was not inclined to relent. In the 35th minute, they struck again. This time, it was Jay Adams who unleashed a sudden shot from outside the penalty area. Despite Zé Ferreira's desperate dive, he could not reach the ball, which ultimately found the back of the net. 20. The aggregate score is 5-1. The match has completely lost its suspense. Leeds City has secured early advancement to the round of 16 in the Europa League, under the enthusiastic calls of the British commentator Matthew Cox. The entire Flanders stadium transformed into a joyous sea. Although the team had already triumphed over Alvaro with a score of 3-1 in the first leg, which had prepared many Leeds City fans psychologically, when this moment truly arrived before their eyes, no one could maintain their composure. Thus far this season, the defense of the league title has become an impossibility, and both the FA Cup and the League Cup have seen the team eliminated. The much-anticipated Champions League concluded with an early exit after the group stage, marking a stark descent from the euphoric heights of the previous season to the ground below, leaving the entire campaign seemingly devoid of exhilarating prospects. Even in the Europa League, fans were uncertain about the team's potential performance and how far they could advance in the tournament. Yet, in the inaugural Europa League match, Leeds City defeated the Portuguese giants Alvaro 3-1 away. Despite conceding a goal, the fans remained unfazed. They had long accepted the current identity of Leeds City, where conceding goals seemed an inevitable part of their play. As long as they scored more than they conceded, what did it matter how many goals they let in? The victory in the first leg was sufficient to ensure Leeds City's continued progression in the Europa League. The fans were filled with anticipation regarding how far this team could go in the tournament. In the first half of the match, Leeds City once again took the lead against Alvaro with a score of 2-0. This score was eerily familiar to Alvara's fans, reminiscent of the first leg's halftime score. At this moment, it was as if past and present had converged. After a 15-minute intermission, both sides resumed play. Alvaro continued their offensive, with Moya making a desperate substitution in hopes of turning the tide in the final 45 minutes and creating a miracle. Alas, Leeds City did not grant him such an opportunity. In the 60th minute, Kamara delivered a cross in front of the goal. Huan, who was positioned centrally, unexpectedly leaped and let the ball slip past him, catching Alvaro's defenders off guard. Following closely behind, Lasky fell to the ground and swept the ball into the net. Leeds City led their opponents 3-0. The deafening cheers of Leeds City fans resonated through the stands, perfectly harmonizing with the jubilant celebrations of the players on the field. Sigh. Valente lamented. I don't want to watch anymore, shall you? Shall we play Black Myth, Yukong instead? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. Continuing to watch this match indeed seemed pointless, as it was merely an exhibition of Leeds City's dominance over Alvaro. He nodded in agreement. Gaming was far more enticing. Black Myth, Yukong was indeed an enjoyable game, and the two had previously completed it once and were now embarking on a second playthrough. Seeing Xiaoyu's consent, Valente eagerly switched the television input to the gaming console, and soon the screen displayed the game visuals they had been engaging with before watching the match. As Xiaoyu and Valente resumed their gaming session, the match in Leeds reached its conclusion. Leeds City, already confirmed to advance to the round of 16, made substitutions in the final 20 minutes, replacing Huan, Kamara, and Peter Williams. This indicated that Leeds City would no longer pursue relentless attacks. Logically, this should have provided an opportunity for Alvaro to stage a counterattack. However, they showed no signs of intent, as any resurgence would have been futile. Moya stood motionless on the sidelines, akin to a statue. Even with an unused substitution option in hand, he refrained from making any changes until the final whistle. Thus, Alvaro succumbed to a 0-3 defeat away, eliminated with an aggregate score of 1-6. In Chapter 127, The World's Sharpest Blade, the Alvaro Football Club officially announced that Ricardo Moya would no longer serve as the head coach, effective immediately. The club expressed gratitude for his contributions and wished him well. Although the club did not explicitly state it, everyone believed that the primary reason for the decision to part ways with Moya was the team's dismal performance in the Europa League. Despite Moya's lackluster results in the league, the Europa League became his final straw. Regrettably, he failed to seize the opportunity, culminating in a 1-3 home loss and a 0-3 away defeat to Leeds City, leading to their elimination with a total score of 1-6. Alvaro's prospects now hinged solely on their pursuit of the league title, a challenging endeavor for the prestigious club. The dismissal of Ricardo Moya could signify a turning point in Xiaoyu's career at Alvaro. Upon reading the news, he noticed Huan sharing it in their group chat, tagging Xiaoyu. What do you think, Xiaoyu? I kept my word, didn't I? No disgrace here. You owe me that meal. Wow, that was quick. Chun Xinyi chimed in. I told you, the Europa League was their target. Now that it's lost, if Alvaro doesn't take action, they'd be foolish. Huan felt a sense of pride, as everything unfolded as he had anticipated. They at least need to secure qualification for next season's Europa League, otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. If they don't dismiss Moya soon, they might miss out on next season's Europa League altogether. The members of the group, reading Huan's remarks on their phones, expressed their agreement. For Alvaro, a prestigious Portuguese club, failing to secure qualification for the next season's Europa League would indeed be quite disgraceful. While Xiaoyu was changing in the locker room, Valente entered, carrying a bag, and, upon reaching Xiaoyu, sat down and whispered, My goodness, Xiao, have you heard? Moya has been sacked. I just heard, Joao, Xiaoyu replied, putting away his phone and nodding at Valente. I'm not sure if this will be good news. Valente continued in a hushed tone. After all, they are discussing something quite audacious. Even though Moya's departure has been confirmed, it is difficult to ensure that there are no supporters for him within the team. You have a chance now, Xia. However, Xiaoyu shook his head. I am not thinking about this matter at the moment, Ruao. I am here to train and compete. If the team believes I meet the criteria for the first team, they will surely notify me. If they do not contact me, it indicates that I still do not meet the requirements. Regardless of the circumstances, I must continue training. Valente muttered. Your mindset is truly commendable. Xiaoyu smiled. A poor mindset would lead to failure. From seniors like Hu Gu and Huan Gu, who have ventured abroad, he learned the importance of maintaining a positive attitude. Regardless of the challenges faced, one must remain focused on football. He firmly believes that as long as he diligently attends to his responsibilities, Lady Luck will always smile upon him. Serenity is the path Xia Xiaoyu has chosen. Following the conclusion of all matches in the round of 16 of the Europa League, Leeds City learned of their opponent in the quarterfinals, Real Cartagena from La Liga. The first leg of the quarterfinals is scheduled to commence on March 12th, with Leeds hosting first before visiting their opponents. Prior to that, they must engage in 3 league matches over the next 2 weeks. On February 27th, Saturday, during the 27th round of the league, a rotated Leeds City faced a defeat of 1-2 against the currently 4th-ranked London Mars. On March 3rd, Wednesday, in the 20th round of the league, Leeds City hosted London Bridge. Unlike before, there was no media or fan hype regarding the Asian Derby, as Park Chun-tae was injured prior to the match and confirmed to be unavailable. Thus, Hulai and he would not face off at all. Since they would not be meeting, what was there to hype about? Moreover, following Hulai's triumph in the Premier League, securing both the league title and the Golden Boot, the rivalry over the title of Asian Light between China and South Korea had shifted significantly. Korean media and fans have largely ceased mentioning this keyword, as it now inevitably associates Hulai with this honor. Promoting the Asian Light effectively promotes Hulai. They are also aware that bringing up this term among Chinese fans and media would be self-deprecating. Certainly, Park Chun-tae is remarkable, having achieved significant milestones, including winning the Europa League as a key player. This is something Hulai has yet to accomplish. However, the league's Golden Boot and Championship are accolades that Park Chun-tae does not possess. It is fair to say that both are proud representatives of Asian football in Europe. Yet, for various reasons, some feel compelled to compare the two. If a comparison must be made, currently, aside from lacking European honors, Hulai has outperformed Park Chun-tae. The Koreans are no longer inclined to compare, and the Chinese believe that with Hulai's current achievements, competing with Park Chun-tae would be somewhat beneath their dignity. Hulai's aspirations should extend to all of Europe rather than just Park Chun-tae. Furthermore, as Park Chun-tae ages, his professional career is indeed on a downward trajectory. Let Hulai and the declining Park Chun-tae compete. It is uncertain whether this is an affront to Park Chun-tae or a slight to Hulai. Given that neither side is embroiled in intense rivalry, Park Chun-tae's presence in this match becomes inconsequential. Ultimately, after 90 minutes of fierce battle, Leeds City and London Bridge concluded their encounter in a stalemate with a score of 1-1. Following this match, there are still 10 rounds left in the league. Leeds City currently occupies the 10th position, accumulating 40 points. It is evident to all that this season has seen Leeds City revert to their true form. Aspiring to defend their title as league champions is utterly futile, and even securing a berth in next season's European competitions appears highly improbable. This is indeed where Leeds City ought to be, devoid of championship aspirations, yet free from relegation worries. In reality, for a team that fought for survival just 2 seasons ago, achieving stability in the middle of the league is a remarkable accomplishment. If Leeds City can consistently secure a position between 8th and 12th in the league each season, it would be deemed a tremendous success. Once they establish themselves within this range, they can then aim for a European competition qualification. When that moment arrives, the qualification they earn will genuinely reflect their capabilities, avoiding the roller coaster of sudden ascents and swift descents into despair. Perhaps recognizing that Leeds City's performance and ranking fall within acceptable parameters, the media has been relatively restrained in their criticism following 2 consecutive winless matches. After all, they are still competing in the Europa League. To maintain a position within the top 10 of the league while contending with European commitments is commendable. The true underperformers are those languishing in the relegation zone. In the 29th round of the league, Leeds City faces the promoted team, Hyermo, away from home. Despite the upcoming Europa League match next week, Clark has opted against substantial rotation for this league encounter. The Europa League match is scheduled for Friday, while this league fixture occurs on Saturday, with nearly a week's interval in between, thus negating the need for extensive player rotation to conserve energy. Instead, it is prudent to allow key players to maintain their form through competitive play. Therefore, against the current third-from-bottom Hyermo, Leeds City fields a full-strength squad. Hyermo proves to be woefully weak. Even on the road, Leeds City secures a comfortable victory. Both Hulai and Kamara score twice in the match, leading Leeds City to a 4-1 triumph over Hyermo. With his 2 goals, Hulai's tally for the season in the league reaches 15. This figure is notably 7 goals fewer than his total at the same point last season. Consequently, prior to this match, critics had voiced concerns regarding Hulai's performance this season, asserting that it pales in comparison to last season. Now, these statistics seem to bolster that argument. However, considering Leeds City's participation in multiple competitions this season, coupled with Hulai's absence for 8 league matches due to the Asian Cup, the context shifts. After all, last season, Hulai only had to focus on the Premier League, without the distractions of the League Cup or the FA Cup. This season, he not only competes in the league but also divides his attention between the Champions League and the Europa League, all while having played 8 fewer league matches compared to last season. In this context, he has scored a total of 23 goals across 3 competitions, 15 in the league, 5 in the Champions League, and 3 in the Europa League, which is 1 more than the same period last season. Additionally, he has provided 4 assists in the league, surpassing his total assists from the previous season. The data is unequivocal. It illustrates that his performance has not only remained steady, but has indeed improved. Achieving goals in all competitions and being the team's top scorer in these 3 tournaments clearly indicates that Hulai has become more versatile, demonstrating an enhanced ability to adapt to various match demands. Some forwards thrive in the league but falter in European competitions, while others shine in Europe only to diminish in league play, seemingly conserving energy for continental battles. Hulai, however, does not exhibit such tendencies. He consistently delivers stable performances across competitions with diverse characteristics and requirements. This is precisely the hallmark of a superlative forward. A top striker must score prolifically each season. If their goals are confined to specific competitions, maintaining impressive season totals becomes exceedingly challenging. Hulai is already manifesting the traits of a super striker. The number of goals scored across consecutive seasons serves as a crucial metric for evaluating whether a forward is elite. The assessment of a player's caliber extends far beyond a single season's performance. It hinges on sustained excellence throughout their career. A forward's goal tally each season is the sole benchmark for their consistency. If a player can maintain a tally of over 30 goals for 10 consecutive seasons, they undoubtedly belong among the world's foremost strikers. Conversely, if a player scores 35 goals in one season only to drop to a mere dozen the next, followed by 20-something, and then back to a dozen, they may still be commendable, but not considered top tier. Numerous factors influence goal-scoring frequency, individual talent, consistency of form, and the fortune of avoiding major injuries while minimizing absences from matches. All these elements must align to achieve such remarkable feats and ascend to the pinnacle of global strikers, a standard that is indeed stringent. Currently, Hulai is just 7 goals shy of scoring over 30 in consecutive seasons. With 9 league matches remaining and no elimination from the Europa League yet, he is entirely capable of reaching this milestone. Only by achieving over 30 goals in 2 successive seasons will he earn the right to aspire to the summit known as the world's premier striker. Whether he ultimately succeeds in this endeavor will depend on his performances in the forthcoming chapters of his career. Chapter 128. The light of dreams. The joy brought to us by Hulai's brace in the match has not yet faded. In the early hours of today, Beijing time, during the recently concluded French Women's League, our player Li Qingqing achieved a remarkable hat trick, marking her first of the season, bringing her league tally to 12 goals. The television screen displays the match footage, featuring Li Qingqing, adorned in her Paris Ager jersey, with her hair styled in a ponytail as she receives the ball at the edge of the penalty area. Before her, the opposing defenders were retreating swiftly, while 2 forwards from Paris Ager were making incisive runs forward, one of whom raised an arm, signaling to Li Qingqing for the ball. It was precisely their forward movements that drew the defenders away, creating a space approximately 4 to 5 meters wide in front of Li Qingqing. She lifted her gaze to assess the situation, and upon grasping the scenario, she gently nudged the football forward and, from about 30 meters away from the goal, unleashed a powerful strike. She aimed for a long-range shot. No one could approach her in time to block, and all defenders could do was watch as Li Qingqing executed a shot that rivaled that of any male player, sending the ball soaring into the net. The audience in the stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers. This marked Li Qingqing's 3rd goal in the match. Ecstatic after scoring, she sprinted joyfully, embracing her teammates in celebration. The commentary continued. In addition to these 12 league goals, she had also provided 10 assists during the season. With the season yet to conclude, she had already achieved double digits in both goals and assists, showcasing an outstanding performance. Her remarkable form had everyone eagerly anticipating the Chinese women's national team's performance at the Women's World Cup this summer. It was only when the scene shifted to the next news segment that Xiaolan withdrew her gaze from the television screen, exclaiming in admiration, "Qingqing is truly impressive." There were words she refrained from voicing to avoid her husband rolling his eyes again. Truly, they were the golden couple of Chinese football. Her son scored a brace, and Li Qingqing immediately netted a hat trick. What a splendid collaboration. Pondering the relationship between her son and Li Qingqing, Xiaolan felt a surge of delight. Though her son had never openly expressed it before her, Xiaolan felt an unshakable intuition that their bond was extraordinary. Her instincts told her there was potential. After all, both old Li and Li Qingqing had moved next door. What was there to fear? After reveling in her future daughter-in-law's achievements, Li Qingqing diverted her attention from the television screen, lowering her head to scroll through her phone. At that moment, she stumbled upon a sensational news headline. Official announcement. Official announcement. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing are officially announced. Xiaolan's eyes widened. Her heart skipped a beat, and then began racing uncontrollably. What was happening? What was happening? Had they officially announced it so soon? Oh my! Were they moving this quickly? This child, why didn't she inform me, her mother, first? Instead, I found out through the news. With a heart brimming with excitement, Xiaolan trembled as she clicked on the news link. Official announcement. The official organizing committee of the national competition has formally released promotional videos featuring the two ambassadors. Below was a poster. Xiaolan focused intently, recognizing it as the promotional poster for the previously advertised National High School Football Championship. Initially, the individuals on the poster were merely black silhouettes, concealing their true identities. Now, the silhouettes had come to life, revealing the back-to-back images of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. Oh my goodness! Xiaolan couldn't help but curse. This caused her husband, Hu Li-sin, to furrow his brows and glance over. What are you talking about? Xiaolan disregarded him, her fury still ablaze. Those deceitful headline creators, manipulating my emotions. They made me truly believe that my son was with Qingqing. What is there to announce about a mere photograph? Everyone is already aware. Despite her inner turmoil, Xiaolan proceeded to download the poster. Regardless of the circumstances, the two individuals depicted on the poster, in both expression and style, were quite appealing. They simultaneously reached out, gazing at the audience outside the poster with smiles, as if inviting and beckoning those who viewed it to engage in the national competition, to pay attention to the football events of Chinese high school students. After saving the poster, she intended to close it, only to notice additional content beneath, alongside the formal introduction of the promotional ambassadors. The organizing committee had also released the theme song for the national competition, titled Light of Dreams, accompanied by a music video. Intrigued by idleness, Xiaolan clicked on it, rotating her phone for a full-screen view. The narrative of the music video was simple: a boy and a girl, strangers to one another, each living their own lives, yet united by a shared passion for football. The boy, frail and overlooked, faced exclusion from his peers when he wished to play, relegated to the sidelines as a solitary spectator while others chased the ball on the field. The girl, too, faced ridicule for her aspirations to play football, as those around her believed she should prefer dolls and engage in dance and song, rather than pursue the sport like a boy, risking injury and getting dirty. The boy discovered an almost abandoned space, where he trained alone, honing his skills in a secret haven. The girl, undeterred by the scorn of others, steadfastly pursued her love for football. Amidst a group of boys on the field, the girl with a ponytail stood out. Time flowed, and the grass in the secret base shifted from green to yellow and back again. The boy, now grown, displayed remarkable proficiency in his football skills. The girl continued to play. Initially surrounded by boys, she gradually welcomed other girls into her ranks as time passed. With the chorus, the visuals brightened, uplifting the viewer's spirits and embodying the positive mindset of youth striving for their dreams. If one continues to run, dreams can be realized. Do not halt your journey. Even if no one believes in your ambitious dreams, never surrender. The seeds buried beneath the earth yearn to sprout. Dreams are flowers that bloom atop cliffs, attainable only through courage. The scene shifted, revealing the boy and girl on the national competition stage, where their exemplary performances led to goals and victories for their teams. They reveled in celebration, embracing their teammates, their faces radiating with brilliant smiles. From being looked down upon and misunderstood, They have finally ascended to the pinnacle of high school football in the nation. The tale of these young dreamers gradually fades from the national competition. After a brief moment of darkness, Huan, clad in the jersey of Leeds City, and Li Qingqing, adorned in the attire of Paris Ager, make their entrance. The music video showcases their exhilarating performances on their respective professional stages, accompanied by the exuberant commentary and the cheers from the crowd. The magnificent goals of Huan and Li Qingqing unfold in succession. Ultimately, Li Qingqing delivers a cross from the flanks during the match. The scene shifts, revealing Huan in the center, executing a stunning volley as he connects with the incoming ball. The football finds the net with a resounding thud. The jubilant cheers from the match and the thrilling commentary gradually fade away in harmony with the visuals. When the screen illuminates once more, only Huan and Li Qingqing remain, standing side by side on the field. They approach from a distance, as if emerging from the exhilarating match just witnessed, presenting themselves before everyone. Dressed in the exclusive t-shirts of the national tournament, they walk toward the camera, first sharing a knowing smile, then turning to gaze at the lens simultaneously. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminate them from behind, and in the distant sky, a faint rainbow is still visible. Singing, the match has concluded, yet the dreams begin to shine. The rainbow in the azure sky, the verdant field at dusk, radiating the light of aspirations. This is indeed the tale of Huan. I have watched the documentary produced by Character Chronicle, which depicted Huan training alone in a secret haven before joining the school team. In the locker room of the Jiaxiang High School football team, the boys, fresh from their training session and changing clothes, are captivated by the newly announced promotional MV for the national tournament. After gathering to watch, they eagerly share their thoughts. Indeed, I remember the documentary mentioned that during his freshman year, Huan wanted to play, but no one was willing to take him, leaving him to merely watch from the sidelines. Ah, how remarkable! To persevere in such circumstances and ultimately become a beacon of hope for Chinese football. Though he hails from Dongchuan Middle School, he is also a star emerging from our Anong province. Amidst the admiration, someone suddenly remarks, "Did you notice that 2 minutes and 20 seconds mark?" The boy who celebrated by sliding on his knees at the corner flag after scoring resembles Huan's celebration after scoring for our Jiaxiang High School. The once lively locker room falls into an unexpected silence. Is this the moment when they realize they've unwittingly become the subject of amusement? In this awkward stillness, a light chuckle breaks the tension. Everyone turns to see their captain, the second-year student Qin Shi. With a smile, Qin Shi remarks, "Why concern ourselves with such matters? This year, we triumphed over Dongchuan Middle School in the Anong Cup finals, avenging ourselves." Upon hearing their captain's words, the team collectively exhales in relief. Qin Shi is right. This year's Anong Cup champion is indeed Jiaxiang High School. The locker room bursts back into laughter and joy. Phone. Have you seen the promotional video just released by the national competition? A girl clasped her hands around the arms of another short-haired girl from behind, then bent forward, stretching the latter's body. What promotional video? The short-haired girl, Feng Yuqing, asked, gazing skyward. It's the music video for the theme song Light of Dreams, explained the girl who performed the bending motion, featuring Huan and Li Qingqing. I read online that it's adapted from the true experiences of the two individuals. I believe Huan's story, but the girl's experience seems to mirror yours, Feng. Feng Yuqing fell silent, exhaling softly, then gradually resumed her posture, bending to assist the girl behind her in stretching. Her teammate continued, Li Qingqing has been a football prodigy since childhood, meticulously nurtured by her father. How could she ever be ridiculed for playing? It was you, Feng, who faced mockery and misunderstanding while playing football as a child, having to join the boys. It's just like what is depicted in the video. Feng Yuqing slowly straightened. I'm not a celebrity. Why would they use my experience for a video? How can you say you're not a star? You are a gifted player and have been interviewed before. Perhaps the production team drew inspiration from that. You're overthinking it. This should reflect the experiences of all female football players. If there is any source of inspiration, it comes from every girl who plays the sport. Noticing the insufficient stretching force beneath her, Feng reminded, stop chatting and focus. Her teammate promptly applied more effort. Hey Feng, do you think our team can win the championship at this national competition? I don't know. Do you really think we're the only traditional girls' football school in the nation? Feng Yuqing shook her head. Then Feng, will you become a professional player in the future, like Li Qingqing? Feng contemplated and provided a resolute response. Yes. I aspire to serve my country like Li Qingqing. The sound of the whistle echoed across the green pitch as the coach admonished the girls. Make sure to warm up properly. This is your best protection. For the inaugural national competition, you must not get injured before the opening. It's a regret that lasts a lifetime. P.S. Light of Dreams was actually the promotional song launched by Chi Dian when I wrote Light of Champions. I wrote the lyrics and performed it myself. During the Shanghai Book Fair in August 2014, I recorded this song in Shanghai from the afternoon until nearly dawn. As someone who has a modicum of confidence in karaoke, I realized in the recording studio just how crucial pitch correction is. It can transform a thin voice into something rich and melodious. Thus, I discovered that my singing wasn't as pleasant as I thought. Immense gratitude to the 100,000 sound engineers at Inxiong Lianming. There is actually another version of this song, also intended for promotional use, performed by Muro. My version was purely for my enjoyment, a small hobby indulged through my position. Recording a song. Considering copyright reasons, the song I included in the subsequent epilogue chapter is my solo rendition. On QQ Music, there exists a duet version featuring myself and Amuro, which has now been added to the playlist of Fox in the Forbidden Zone. However, this song is referred to online as Light of Dreams, whereas the original title I provided to the production team was Light of Dreams. It seems there was some confusion with the book titled Light of Champions, ultimately leading to the name Light of Dreams. I have also created a simple music video using the promotional poster from the book Light of Champions, which I have included as an Easter egg at the end. I invite everyone to listen to it. Experiencing the song while reading this chapter may evoke a deeper emotional response. In fact, as I penned this chapter, I had the song on repeat. The conclusion of chapter 129. The port of set sail, the door to the locker room beneath the stands of Dongchuan High School's stadium swung open, and the players, donned in their training attire, streamed out. They passed by large photographs of Luo Kai and Xia Xiaoyu, but did not linger. Instead, they continued their dash towards the field. It was only when they reached the images of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing that someone turned to look and began to speculate. The MV must depict the childhood experiences of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. Right? Li Qingqing was unaware, but Hu Lai certainly knew. I heard that during his first year of high school, he was ostracized for not being able to play football. I would love to interview those who bullied Hu Lai back then and hear their current thoughts. I want to do that too. Apparently, someone actually inquired on our school's forum, but none of those people came forward to respond. As they chatted, they made their way to the center of the field, preparing for that afternoon's training session. In anticipation of the upcoming national competition, they practiced for 90 minutes each afternoon, roughly equivalent to 2 class periods. Hey, did you see the behind-the-scenes footage of the promotional video? Hu Lai and Li Qingqing seem to have a really good relationship. They have known each other for many years. Li Qingqing even taught Hu Lai how to play football. Isn't that quite normal? No, I feel like their bond is exceptionally close. Do you think there might be something more between them? What kind of relationship? Someone asked. What do you mean by that? Laughter erupted among the youth. Just then, Li Ziqiang, who had just exited the office, overheard the last few remarks. He felt the veins on his forehead pulsate with irritation. Thus, he bellowed. You all seem quite pleased about losing to Jiaxiang High School in the Anton Cup finals, don't you? The laughing players fell silent immediately. Their minds flooded with question marks, perplexed as to why Coach Li suddenly brought up the Anton Cup finals, a matter from the previous semester. Do not think that time can erase the sting of a lost match. I assure you, if you maintain such a mindset, you will continue to lose and never hold your head high before Jiaxiang High School. Li Ziqiang approached them, his expression grave and somewhat intimidating as he reprimanded them. If it weren't for the reform of the national competition this year, you wouldn't even qualify to participate. And yet, you still find time to indulge in gossip? Today, everyone will double their training efforts. With that command, Li Ziqiang blew his whistle, prompting the players to rush into their warm-up routines, not daring to show even the slightest hint of negligence. After all, he is a renowned coach who has trained 4 national players. How could the young athletes defy his words? Observing the players, led by the captain and vice-captain, as they began their warm-up, Li Ziqiang proceeded to arrange the necessary equipment for the training session. He laid out the rope ladder on the ground, carefully positioned the markers upside down, and began transporting the cones. Alone, he took advantage of the students' warm-up time to complete these tasks. A week ago, Sun Yonggang received a new assignment from his superior. He was to locate and compile all the footage related to Hu Lai from the documentary he had previously directed about Shuguang High School's participation in the national competition. as well as his earlier interview footage covering the tournament. The goal was to produce a documentary lasting no less than 20 minutes, chronicling Hulai's journey and his connection to the national competition, to comprehensively introduce this star of Chinese football and how he emerged from the national tournament. It was imperative that the documentary be completed before the conclusion of the national competition. Currently, he was reviewing all the video materials about Hulai that his team had meticulously organized over the past week. During this process, he categorized the footage into different folders for easier editing later on. He stumbled upon a video segment of Hulai practicing celebration moves alone on the training field, which made him chuckle. He recalled that they had originally intended to film Luo Kai, but due to the throngs of media surrounding Luo, they had to wait. Seizing the opportunity, he conducted a brief interview with Hulai instead. What prompted the impromptu interview with Hulai? Sun Yonggang had seen individuals practicing during breaks, but he had never encountered anyone rehearsing celebration moves in such moments. He found it both amusing and intriguing. Unexpectedly, that seemingly casual interview became the first recorded instance of Hulai expressing his desire to become a professional footballer on camera. Initially, Sun Yonggang had intended to ask Hulai about his expectations for the national competition, but to his astonishment, Hulai boldly declared his ambition to pursue a career in professional football. To this day, Sun Yonggang vividly recalls internally critiquing Hulai, perceiving him as arrogant and lacking self-awareness. If one were to consider who was most likely to become a professional footballer back then, it would undoubtedly have been Luo Kai. Hulai? Most people likely had never even heard of his name. Even Sun Yonggang himself hadn't taken Hulai's words seriously. Consequently, when the interview footage of Luo Kai was released, it indeed contained snippets of Hulai practicing his celebration moves interspersed within Luo's interview. In that footage, Hulai appeared as the comic relief, and his declaration of wanting to become a professional player never made it into the final cut. After all, the subject of the interview is Luo Kai, and it is entirely natural for him to express his ambition to become a professional football player. However, what does it signify when an obscure individual of that time audaciously declares a desire to pursue a career in professional football? Surely, he would only attract the wrath of Luo Kai's fans. Now, upon revisiting this long-buried interview footage, Sun Yonggang is filled with profound nostalgia. The responses remain strikingly similar. Thus, the fates of Luo Kai and Hulai were intertwined from that very moment, though no one, including himself, realized it at the time. Sun Yonggang recalls a promotional MV for the national competition titled The Light of Dreams, which narrates Hulai's journey from an ordinary youth to a professional football player. However, being merely a 4.5-minute MV, it lacks the capacity to thoroughly convey how Hulai evolved from a high school participant in the national tournament to a professional athlete. This precisely encapsulates the significance of his current work. He aspires to enlighten football fans across China, regardless of their previous engagement with high school football, through his documentary, revealing that the National High School Football Championship serves as a realm where young footballers can dream and have those dreams realized. Hulai stands as their finest exemplar. Even if one does not ultimately become a professional player, this documentary offers insights into how top talents embark on their paths to the professional arena, stirring tears of inspiration for others' aspirations, making for an enjoyable pastime. After transferring the video of Hulai discussing his ambition to become a professional player into a designated folder, Sun Yonggang created a new document and noted, "This marks Hulai's first participation in the national tournament, his inaugural media interview, and his initial discourse on his future aspirations. Thus, it is the harbor from which his dreams set sail." With this phrase penned, he saved the document and continued organizing the video materials related to Hulai. He felt as though he had traveled back in time, to 6 or 7 years prior. Lin Jin held her phone, gazing at the images of Hulai and Li Qingqing, a smile gracing her face akin to an affectionate aunt. Back then, outside the dormitory building, Hulai had shared his goals and aspirations with her. Although she felt a twinge of regret for Hulai's inability to participate in the national tournament, she still encouraged his dreams. Yet, anxiety gnawed at her heart, as she wondered whether Hulai could persuade his father to allow him to continue playing football and if he would enjoy a smooth journey upon entering the professional realm. Of course, the subsequent narrative is well known to the entire nation. She too remained vigilant in following Hulai's developments. It brought her immense joy to witness that young boy, once troubled by his father's disapproval of his passion for football, blossom into a World Cup golden boot and Premier League Golden Boot winner. She also came to understand the reasons behind his father's initial opposition, realizing the myriad challenges that lay behind his growth. With this newfound understanding, Lin Jin now beams with joy upon seeing Hu Lai at the national tournament. Who would have thought she could reunite with him in such a manner? How wonderful it is, he has succeeded. Chapter 130. I will strive to treat the promotional music video featuring Hu Lai and Li Qingqing for the national competition has sparked considerable reactions across the nation, not only among high school students, but also among adults who have long since departed from their school days. As the popular saying goes, it has transcended its original circle. The unwavering dedication of the youth in pursuit of their dreams, accompanied by an inspiring soundtrack, has stirred nostalgic memories of youth in many. Numerous individuals excitedly left comments online, voluntarily aiding in the promotion of this music video. It is essential to convey to those individuals that our student years were certainly not merely characterized by early romances and unplanned pregnancies. What is youth? Youth is the relentless pursuit of a goal, pouring every ounce of effort into that endeavor and embracing failure without regret. Youth is celebrating victories together and shedding tears over defeats, vowing to return stronger next time. I hope to witness the transformation of comics and animations inspired by our national competition. Such fervent youth is far more appealing than tales of romantic exploits, brawls, or tragic accidents. To the young footballers of China, keep pushing forward. Many of you may not ascend to the professional ranks like Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. Yet relishing the unreserved commitment of your youth without regrets will undoubtedly become one of the most invaluable treasures on your journey through life. Despite the overwhelming response to their participation in the video, both individuals remain unaffected, continuing to lead their own lives. After all, the training and upcoming matches hold far greater significance. Particularly for Hu Lai, the next challenge is the round of 16 in the UEFA Europa League. After training, Hu Lai drove Sun Chuan Junping home from the training base. Suddenly, Sun Chuan Junping received a call while seated in the passenger seat. To avoid disrupting the conversation, Hu Lai paused the music. One could hear Sun Chuan Junping speaking in Japanese. Hi. I will, Coach Motoki. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Once the call concluded, Hu Lai inquired, has your head coach finally remembered you? Sun Chuan Junping replied, Coach Motoki is coming to Europe to assess player performances. He intends to watch us play against Royal Cathorn in the Europa League, as Senior Mizawa is with Royal Cathorn. Hu Lai understood. Most players from the Japanese national team play in Europe, and as the head coach, it is imperative for him to witness the team's performances in person. Although many European matches are broadcast on television and accessible in Japan, watching a match via broadcast is a mere compromise. The information received is limited by the camera angles, and if certain moments are not shown, they remain unseen. A discerning head coach, of course, prefers to observe the game live, unencumbered by the constraints of television broadcasting, ensuring he sees all that he wishes to witness. As for why Coach Motoki chose this particular match, it is undoubtedly because it allows him to evaluate two Japanese players at once, making it a strategic opportunity. Moreover, the Europa League is a prestigious competition, and both teams will strive to perform at their best. Assessing the target players in such matches yields greater value. The abundance of Japanese players competing in Europe facilitates more encounters among them. While Chinese football has seen a few players venture into European leagues, the likelihood of a meeting within a short time frame remains nearly impossible. Chun Xingyi's team, Ajax Amsterdam, has successfully advanced to the UEFA Champions League round of 16, and he has been re-registered for the knockout stage. However, Hu Lai's team has been eliminated, rendering any possibility of their encounter this season non-existent. Eldria, featuring Wang Guangwei, has not participated in European competitions at all. Similarly, Zhang Qinghuan and Luo Kai's teams lack qualifications for European tournaments. Although Xia Xiaoyu's Alvarado faced Hu Lai's lead city, Xia's coach seems to hold little faith in him, as he is yet to represent the first team in any matches. With a new coach at Alvarado, it remains uncertain whether Xia Xiaoyu will have the opportunity to play, but this is now irrelevant to Hu Lai, given that both teams are unlikely to meet before the season concludes. Ultimately, the scarcity of Chinese players in European leagues is the crux of the matter. Should the situation change in the future, with an abundance of players emerging, it would likely become commonplace for Chinese fans and media. Much like the current indifference of Japanese media towards the notion of a Japanese derby in Europe. Speaking of which, Morikawa, as a defensive midfielder, and Mizawa Masao, as an attacking midfielder, are set to clash on the field. This presents an excellent opportunity, should you manage to neutralize your national team teammate during the match. It is highly probable that Hiroto Motoki will reconsider your inclusion in the national squad, Hulai remarked. Morikawa Junpei nodded in response. I do not concern myself with national team matters, Hulai. However, I shall exert every effort to prevent Senior Mizawa from performing well. Hulai inquired further. I have heard that the hierarchy in Japan is quite strict. If you manage to contain Mizawa's performance yet end up losing the match, will you face difficulties when you join the national team? Morikawa Junpei shook his head. That will not happen. Upon joining the national team, I will first bow and apologize to Senior Mizawa. He will not hold such matters against me. Not hold it against you. Yet you still bow and apologize? Etiquette must be upheld. Well then, Hulai pondered and then posed another question. Morikawa, what would you do if you encountered us in a national team match in the future? He initially approached the question with a jesting attitude, but was taken aback when Morikawa Junpei turned serious and slightly bowed towards Hulai. I sincerely apologize, Hulai. In that case, I would exert every effort in the match to help my team defeat you. Hulai, sensing Morikawa's earnestness, quickly waved his hand. Oh no. Let us not make this so serious. I was merely joking. Morikawa Junpei maintained his serious demeanor. If we were to defeat you in the match, I would treat you all to a meal afterward as an apology. Oh, now that sounds appealing. Hulai nodded enthusiastically. Morikawa Junpei smiled, knowing that his words would surely convey his sincere apology to Hulai. However, what he did not expect was that Hulai, while driving, casually remarked, Nevertheless, Sinchuan, I believe you may not have the chance to treat us to this meal. Sinchuan Junping glanced at Hulai with surprise, and then comprehended the meaning behind those words. He fell silent for a moment, before chuckling softly and responding, I will strive to treat everyone to this meal. All right, let us do our best. Royal Cartagena currently stands 16th in La Liga, having garnered a mere 26 points over 27 matches, just 1 point above the relegation zone. They find themselves precariously close to demotion. At this juncture, Royal Cartagena must battle for survival, rendering their participation in the Europa League somewhat awkward. Their dismal ranking in the league is evidently a consequence of their commitments in the Europa League. It is noteworthy that last season, Royal Cartagena focused solely on La Liga, achieving remarkable success with a 5th-place finish, which secured them a spot in this season's Europa League. Alas, the tale of Royal Cartagena unfolds as it often does for mid-tier teams. Their involvement in the Europa League has severely hampered their performance in La Liga. Out of 27 matches, they have only triumphed in 5, with 11 draws and 11 losses. Despite their lackluster league performance, they have excelled in the Europa League, remaining undefeated in the group stage with 2 victories and 4 draws, amassing 10 points and topping their group. In the round of 16, they eliminated the Bundesliga team Frankfurt with an aggregate score of 2-1, advancing to the Europa League's last 16. At this juncture, Royal Cartagena faces a pivotal dilemma. Should they continue their pursuit in the Europa League? What if they reach the quarterfinals, but their league standing plummets into the relegation zone? Should they gamble everything for the club's inaugural European title or focus on securing their league status? This is the conundrum that the head coach, Osvaldo, must contemplate. It is also a matter for Leeds City to consider, as it will dictate the tactical approach they adopt against their Europa League adversary. No, we need not ponder whether Royal Cartagena will forfeit the Europa League or throw caution to the wind in their pursuit. Regardless of their thoughts, this is our home ground, and we shall play according to our preferred style. In the locker room, Tony Clark set the tone for the team's preparations. Everyone, including Sam Landell, unanimously supported this perspective. Given Leeds City's current capabilities, competing on home turf indeed warrants a focus on our strengths. We excel in offensive play, especially in our own stadium. Thus, our strategy shall be to attack. Regardless of whether Royal Cartagena opts for counterattacks or engages us in a direct confrontation, we shall concentrate on our own performance. And I believe the outcome will be favorable. End of chapter 131. Royal Cartagena will Royal Cartagena choose the Europa League or the league? In the match against Leeds City, they provided an answer, at least in the round of 16 of the UEFA Europa League. They do not intend to relinquish their pursuit of the tournament so swiftly. Perhaps they feel that with 11 rounds remaining in the league, these 2 Europa League matches will not significantly impact the final league outcome. Even if they were to abandon the Europa League, it would be prudent to wait until they advance to the quarterfinals before making such a decision. In a competition like the Europa League, Each progression results in a greater financial reward. Who would willingly forego monetary gain? Moreover, Royal Carthage remains confident in their ability to avoid relegation. First, they aim to eliminate Leeds City, then turn their attention to domestic league issues, perhaps even advancing further in the Europa League. This reflects the mindset of Osvaldo, the head coach of Royal Carthage. Thus, in the first leg of the UEFA Europa League round of 16, Royal Carthage prepared earnestly, implementing targeted tactical measures and exhibiting tenacity. Given that the current Europa League format does not feature an away goals advantage, Osvaldo refrained from instructing his team to launch an immediate offensive against Leeds City. Clearly, he had studied the first leg between Leeds City and Alvara, as numerous analytical articles addressed Alvara's tactical choices post-match, with many concluding that head coach Ricardo Moura's strategy was misguided. He believed that playing at home would allow him to overpower Leeds City with an aggressive approach, only to find himself up against a more formidable offensive adversary. Learning from Alvara's shortcomings, Osvaldo opted for a more pragmatic approach in the away match, a defensive counterattack strategy. The priority was to solidify their defense, ensuring minimal goals conceded, or ideally none at all, to preserve opportunities for the second leg. Consequently, Mizuno Massaneo, known for his offensive prowess, did not start in this match. When Hulai observed the starting lineup of Royal Carthage, he nearly laughed out loud. Curious about the thoughts of Hiroto Magi, the Japanese national team coach, seated in the suite at Flanders Stadium, he had intended to observe the performances of two Japanese players. Yet Mizuno's tactical omission left him on the bench, uncertain of when or if he would see playtime. Junpei Morikawa did start, but due to Royal Carthage's chosen tactic of defensive counterattack, his role as a defensive midfielder offered little opportunity for significant contributions. Most of the time, he was tasked with safeguarding his area, assisting Jay Adams and Peter Williams, without any specific assignments. His performance was rather unremarkable, lacking standout moments. However, as a professional football coach, even if Morikawa's display was ordinary, Magi could still glean some insights he sought to observe. Conversely, Mizuno's absence from the pitch provided no opportunity for evaluation. Magi, seated in the suite with a notebook and pen in hand, remained focused on the unfolding match. Occasionally, he would lower his head to jot down notes or sketch, documenting his thoughts. On the field, Junpei Morikawa appeared oblivious to the fact that the national team coach, Hiroto Motogi, was seated in the stands, observing his performance. He showed no inclination to seek the spotlight during the match. Whatever task coach Tony Clark had assigned him prior to the game, he executed with meticulous dedication. While some might perceive his approach as lacking creativity, who truly expects a midfield laborer to exhibit such flair? In fact, many would prefer Morikawa to maintain his steadfast demeanor. The football world is replete with instances of players who initially secure their positions as industrious midfielders, only to become discontented over time, unwilling to continue their blue-collar work of supporting others from behind. After all, such players rarely command substantial earnings, making negotiations for contract renewals challenging. Consequently, they often feel restless, yearning to engage more in offensive plays and showcase their talents. This sometimes leads to reckless forward surges, even surpassing attacking midfielders and forwards, resulting in a decline in defensive performance and subpar offensive contributions. Ultimately, they find themselves unable to retain their original positions, relegated from starters to substitutes, and then to candidates for transfer. Such dilemmas do not afflict a steadfast player like Junpei Morikawa, whether at Flash Star or Leeds City. He dutifully safeguards the area in front of the defensive line as if he were a vigilant sentry. Learning from the lessons of Alvalara, Royal Carthage tightened their defense, making it decidedly more challenging for Leeds City than it had been against Alvalara in the previous round. However, this did not render Leeds City entirely helpless. They still crafted several threatening opportunities. In terms of overall strength, Leeds City undoubtedly surpassed Royal Carthage, having clinched the Premier League title last season. Achieving such a feat in the fiercely competitive Premier League, regardless of any perceived shortcomings, is a testament to their superiority over Royal Carthage, who merely finished fifth in La Liga. Leveraging their formidable collective strength and the unwavering belief instilled by Clark, Leeds City unleashed a relentless barrage of assaults on Royal Carthage's penalty area. In the 37th minute, Hulai nearly broke the deadlock for Leeds City. Receiving a pass from Peter Williams within the box, he took a shot without hesitation, catching the Royal Carthage defenders off guard. Yet, the ball struck the post. The crowd at Flanders Stadium erupted in cheers, only to shift to gasps of disbelief as they realized the ball had not crossed the line. What a pity! Matthew Cox lamented with a deep sigh. Huan himself felt a pang of regret, kneeling on the grass with his hands clasped atop his head, staring incredulously at the post. Brother, which side are you on? Understand that you are our home goal. You must honor the diligent care we, the home workers, have bestowed upon you. Yet, the post stood silently, indifferent to the clamor surrounding Huan, offering no response. Shaking his head, he rose from the ground, cast one last glance at the post, and then turned to return to the game. It is a great pity that Huan's shot, which struck the goalpost, did not result in a goal. Leeds United's opportunities in the first half failed to materialize into any scores. Until the end of the first half, Leeds was unable to breach the defenses of Royal Carthage. In this regard, it is evident that Osvaldo possesses a level of competence superior to that of Ricardo Moya. His tactical decisions were astute. Although the team appeared somewhat passive and lacked aesthetic flair, in the context of a European knockout match, what significance does elegance hold? The paramount objective is to secure victory or attain other tangible benefits. While Leeds United's relentless attacks may have stirred excitement among the spectators, Osvaldo could confidently predict their difficulty in progressing further. After all, offense may captivate fans, but defense secures matches. Osvaldo harbored profound respect for Ricardo Moya, the coach of the eliminated Alvara, recognizing that Moya's self-sacrifice served as a reminder for Osvaldo to adopt a more pragmatic approach, tailoring his defensive strategies accordingly. You all performed admirably in the first half. Osvaldo praised his team in the locker room. They maintained sufficient focus, denying Leeds any significant opportunities. In truth, it was not that they had no chances. Royal Carthage was merely fortunate. Had Huan's shot not hit the post, they would have found themselves at a disadvantage. However, Osvaldo would not dwell on this minutiae. To criticize the entire team's performance based solely on a single instance would be excessively harsh. No one can guarantee an error-free defensive performance throughout an entire match. We must continue this approach in the second half. We need to exhibit greater patience than they do. This is their home ground, and they will undoubtedly be unwilling to accept a draw here, so they are likely to push forward in the second half, possibly even altering their tactics or making substitutions. Regardless of the circumstances, we must remain composed. If we lack particularly advantageous opportunities, we should not entertain thoughts of counterattacking. Let us strive to return home with a 0-0 draw. As the second half commenced, Royal Carthage indeed continued with the same tactical approach as in the first half, making no adjustments. Faced with Leeds United's onslaught, they swiftly retreated to their half. Even when opportunities for attack arose, should they fail, they would quickly regroup defensively. Refusing to engage Leeds in prolonged skirmishes up front, all players would turn and sprint back. Once they returned to their half, they would reorganize their defense. Meanwhile, Leeds intensified their offensive efforts, which paradoxically instilled a greater sense of security in Osvaldo as he observed from the sidelines, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. From that point onward, Royal Carthage needed only to withstand Leeds United's pressure. The longer Leeds remained frustrated in their attempts, the more impatient they would become. Perhaps at that juncture, we might even seize an opportunity to claim victory. No, Osvaldo reminded himself fervently. No, do not entertain such thoughts. It is precisely in such moments of optimism that danger lurks. He repeatedly cautioned himself against complacency, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he focused intently on the pitch. To outsiders, the head coach of Royal Carthage remains remarkably composed amidst such adversity, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned general unperturbed by the imminent collapse. This inspires both admiration and respect. Within less than 10 minutes into the second half, Leeds City continues to mount a vigorous offensive. In response to Royal Carthage's retracted defense, Leeds City increases the frequency of long-range shots from outside the penalty area, with Huan even attempting 2 distant strikes. On this occasion, Jay Adams launches a shot from outside the box. However, he is hindered during his kick, resulting in a weak and slow effort that poses no threat to the Royal Carthage goal. Goalkeeper Salvador Rodriguez shouts, "Let me handle this," to alert his teammates, cautioning them against intervening with a foot in an attempt to intercept, for any deflection could lead to a most embarrassing, if not fatal, mistake. He lowers his center of gravity, preparing himself to receive the ball. Suddenly, a leg protrudes unexpectedly from the crowd, intercepting Adams' feeble attempt. The owner of that leg swiftly pulls the ball back and, with a powerful swing, scores. At this moment, Rodriguez is nearly prone on the ground, his hands clasped in front of his chest in a standard receiving posture, helplessly watching as the ball sails in from the opposite side of the net. Who, having deftly intercepted Adam's shot, turns and scores, breaking the deadlock and marking the first goal for Leeds City. Leeds City leads Royal Carterhon 1-0. Amidst the thunderous cheers at Flanders Stadium, Osvaldo, displaying the poise of a seasoned leader, momentarily falters, staring vacantly at his team's goal before glancing left and right. His expression equally dazed. It appears as though he seeks to inquire of those nearby. Did we concede a goal? Have we truly let one slip past? Chapter 132. A greeting from Sun Quan as Osvaldo grapples with the disbelief of what he has witnessed. A clap of thunder resonates above the pitch. Hulai has completed his celebratory gesture. This thunderclap jolts Osvaldo back to reality, prompting him to turn and rouse his assistant coach, who is still lamenting the conceded goal, to signal for a substitution. Prepare Mizuno Masaneo to enter the field. As a head coach, his response is swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Instinctively aware of the necessary course of action, Mizuno Masaneo, as the midfield orchestrator, is a key player for Royal Carterhon. However, prior to this match, Osvaldo chose not to start him, opting for a more defensive strategy away from home. Consequently, the defensively challenged Mizuno was omitted from the starting lineup. Nonetheless, he was not entirely left behind, accompanying the team on their journey. Deep down, Osvaldo still harbors hopes of securing an away victory. Moreover, adding another attacking player increases the potential for preparation. In such circumstances, when unexpected events transpire during the match, it is prudent to be prepared. Osvaldo's decision has proven to be judicious. He now finds it imperative to substitute Mizuno Masaneo to regain control of the midfield. In truth, Osvaldo need not act with such urgency. After all, his team has only just conceded a goal, and the score stands at a mere 0-1. With ample time remaining in the second half, there is no immediate necessity to risk everything in pursuit of an equalizer. Moreover, a scoreline of 0-1 is not insurmountable. This is, after all, an away match against a team like Leeds City, renowned for their attacking prowess. Conceding just one goal is a commendable outcome. However, Osvaldo's substitution is not solely aimed at bolstering the attack, but rather serves a defensive purpose. Following Leeds City's goal, their morale has surged, and they will undoubtedly intensify their offensive efforts. Osvaldo is acutely aware that Leeds City will not ease their pace or retreat into defense after taking the lead. In such a scenario, if Royal Carterhon continues to defend without making adjustments, they risk succumbing to Leeds City's onslaught. The aftermath of conceding a goal can significantly impact the players' mentality and morale. If they persist with their previous tactical approach without any modifications, they may find their defense in disarray, as Leeds City has already acclimatized to Royal Carterhon's defensive strategies in prior encounters. Therefore, a substitution is essential, particularly bringing on a key midfielder like Mizuno Masaneo, who possesses the requisite skills. His technical prowess can assist the team in maintaining possession, allowing the players to gradually regain composure following the unsettling experience of conceding a goal. Consequently, Osvaldo swiftly made this adjustment. With Mizuno Masaneo on the field, Royal Carterhon also gains the potential for counterattacks. They can capitalize on the gaps left by Leeds City's aggressive offense, delivering incisive passes, or, once Leeds City's momentum wanes, Mizuno Masaneo can orchestrate their own offensive maneuvers. Even if they do not score, at the very least, they can curtail Leeds City's relentless attacks, thereby alleviating pressure on Royal Carterhon's defense. This strategy yields multiple benefits. Meanwhile, Hulai has concluded the celebrations with his teammates and is sprinting back to his half. At this moment, Mizuno Masaneo stands at the sidelines, attentively listening to the directives from their coach, Osvaldo. Observing this scene, Hulai exchanges knowing glances with Senkawa Junpei, exclaiming, "Senkawa, an opportunity is upon us." Senkawa Junpei glances toward the sidelines and shakes his head, stating, "The boss has not assigned me any specific tasks." Implicitly, this implies that unless Clark makes adjustments, he will adhere to the instructions given prior to the match, refraining from taking independent action simply because of Mizuno Masaneo's presence. This reflects the rigid side of Senkawa Junpei previously mentioned. Yet, it also underscores a commendable quality. As a defensive player, one must recognize that the essence of defense lies not in individual prowess, but in tactical discipline. If every defender were to act according to their whims while disregarding the team's tactical integrity, the defensive line would effectively become a mere facade. In other words, Junpei Morikawa is akin to an unremarkable iron rod. In the hands of an ordinary individual, wielding it merely results in a feeble display. It remains simply an iron rod. However, when it falls into the grasp of Sun Wukong, it transforms into the formidable Rui Jingu Bang, instilling fear in countless demons and spirits. The crux lies in the ability to wield it effectively. Should Clark remain indifferent to the substitution adjustments of Royal Carthage, or react sluggishly? Morikawa will adhere to the prior tactical directives, safeguarding Jay Adams and Peter Williams. As for what Masaneo Mizawa may do upon his entry, that is not within Morikawa's purview. He will not overstep his boundaries. If Mizawa performs commendably, leading to a goal conceded by Leeds City, Morikawa will accept his share of the responsibility. Yet he may still make the same choice in the future. Just as Morikawa finished speaking, he heard Peter Williams calling out to Hulai. "Who? The boss is looking for you." Following the sound, Hulai saw Clark gesturing to him from the sidelines, simultaneously shouting, "Tell Morikawa to freeze him." He pointed at Mizawa, who was still on the sidelines. The message was straightforward and clear. Hulai nodded and turned to Morikawa, saying, "A task has come. The boss wants you to freeze Mizawa." Morikawa lifted his gaze towards his senior in the national team and nodded in agreement. Understood. Royal Carthage did not manage an immediate substitution, as Osvaldo, the head coach, continued to engage Mizawa in conversation until the match resumed. It seemed that Osvaldo had numerous instructions for Mizawa, far beyond simply patting him on the shoulder and telling him to play as usual. While Osvaldo was busy strategizing with Mizawa, Leeds City's offensive momentum showed no signs of waning. As Osvaldo feared, Leeds City attacked fiercely after taking the lead, while the morale of Royal Carthage, who were conceding goals, faltered, making defense a strenuous task. The cheers from Leeds City fans surged in waves, each crescendoing higher than the last. If one were to listen without watching the match, they might mistakenly believe Leeds City had scored with every cheer from their supporters. It was not until 5 minutes later that Benjamin Maldonado, a fullback for Royal Carthage, under the pressure from Kamara, sent the ball sailing close to the sideline near the goal line, bringing the game into a dead ball phase. Mizawa was unable to enter the field. In the VIP box, upon seeing Mizawa finally take to the pitch, Hiroto Magi straightened his posture and glanced below. The two Japanese players were set to meet on the field. Yet his shift in position was not driven by excitement for this event, as it was merely a commonplace occurrence in Japanese football. His slight increase in interest stemmed from the anticipation of finally witnessing Mizawa's performance in this match, ensuring that the effort was not in vain. Once Mizawa entered the game, he proactively sought the ball from his teammates, adhering to Osvaldo's directives. After receiving the ball, he skillfully controlled it at his feet before passing it on. However, he primarily focused on lateral and backward passes rather than always advancing the ball forward. The purpose of this approach is to stabilize the rhythm and avoid being overwhelmed by Leeds City's rapid attacks. It is evident that this is a directive from Osvaldo. Mizuno Masaneo executed it exceptionally well. Perhaps this exemplifies one of the characteristics of Japanese players, a commendable tactical discipline. Upon witnessing Mizuno Masaneo's performance after his substitution, Hulai was reminded of the Asian Cup match. As the midfield orchestrator for the Japanese national team, Mizuno Masaneo had a significant presence. However, his performance in that match did not compare favorably to his current display. This discrepancy may stem from differing mentalities during the matches, or perhaps the tactical demands of his club and national team are not aligned. In any case, clad in the Royal Carthage jersey, Mizuno Masaneo clearly thrived on the field more than he did with the national team. This phenomenon is quite normal, as various factors such as differing tactics, player positions, and the capabilities of teammates can lead to vastly different performances between club and national teams. A player who excels as a core member of a club may find themselves on the bench for their national team, while one who stands out nationally might return to their club as merely a substitute. Mizuno Masaneo, however, experiences relatively minor discrepancies, being a key player and midfield orchestrator for both Royal Carthage and the Japanese national team. With Mizuno Masaneo orchestrating the game, Royal Carthage's performance visibly improved. The players, inspired by his presence, attempted to counter speed with calculated slowness. Generally, players in La Liga exhibit excellent technical skills, often showcasing their flair even against prominent teams. In contrast, the capabilities of English Premier League teams in this regard appear somewhat lacking, particularly among similarly ranked lower-tier teams, which tend to favor straightforward and direct play. The tempo of play in Spanish football is markedly different. Once Royal Carton slowed the pace, Leeds City's previously aggressive assault became significantly less intimidating. Fast and slow will forever be adversaries on the football pitch, akin to the clash of spear and shield. Leeds City aimed to utilize their speed against Royal Carton, akin to a sharp spear thrusting directly toward them. Should Royal Carton conform to Leeds City's rhythm, they risk being led astray. Hence, Osvaldo substituted in Mizuno Massaneo, a player capable of retaining possession to deliberately slow the pace and dampen Leeds City's fervor. This transformation turned Royal Carton's defense into a seemingly bottomless quagmire, ensnaring Leeds City's spear within its mire. It appeared to yield initial success until Mizuno Massaneo, while in possession at midfield, was abruptly brought down by the advancing Morikawa Junpei. The whistle blew, signaling a foul by Morikawa Junpei. However, the previously fluid passing and control that Royal Carton had displayed was abruptly interrupted by that jarring sound. Morikawa Junpei showed no leniency towards his national teammate Mizuno Massaneo, resorting directly to a foul. Moreover, it was a blatant foul, as he sprinted more than 10 meters from the defensive midfield position to the attacking midfield area, clearly not intending to intercept the ball, but rather to assert his dominance over Mizuno Masanobu, as he phone commented. Mizuno was taken aback when Morikawa Junpei unexpectedly charged at him, toppling him to the ground. Staring wide-eyed at Morikawa, Mizuno was left astonished. After Morikawa rose, he extended a hand to Mizuno and said in Japanese, "I sincerely apologize, Senior Mizuno. However, I am now a player of Leeds City. P.S. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wishing everyone a joyous holiday." End of chapter 133. This is the Premier League champion. In reality, when Mizuno received the ball, the closest player to him was Peter Williams, while Morikawa Junpei was still far off in the defensive midfield position. Mizuno had dropped back from the attacking midfield to retrieve the ball. Suddenly, Morikawa accelerated forward from his position, startling his teammate Jay Adams. In an instant, Morikawa charged like a torpedo towards Mizuno, who had just received the ball, facing away from the attack and yet to turn around. With a resounding crash, Mizuno was metaphorically sunk. Hulai watched in astonishment, witnessing Morikawa, who had been calling everyone senior, showing no mercy in his tackle. Should Mizuno question Morikawa about his manners? He recalled their earlier conversation in the car. If he faced such a Morikawa in future matches, it could spell trouble. However, that was Morikawa's concern, not his own. Hulai shook his head. Mizuno accepted Morikawa's gesture of goodwill and was pulled to his feet. He then addressed Morikawa, saying, "No need to apologize, Morikawa, for I am also a player of Royal Carthage." At that moment, the referee approached Morikawa to issue a verbal warning without showing a yellow card. Morikawa displayed a commendable attitude, nodding in acknowledgement of the referee's admonition and promptly returning to his position. In the VIP box, Hiroto Magi chuckled at the scene, choosing not to jot down the incident in his notebook. Yet, he could certainly sense Morikawa's fighting spirit. Mizuno quickly realized that he had become the focal point of Morikawa's attention, although no further incidents occurred where he was knocked down again after retreating to the defensive line. Every time he attempted to advance back to his preferred attacking midfield area, Morikawa would instantly be at his side. Even when not in possession of the ball, Morikawa remained close. If the ball were passed to Mizuno, Morikawa would immediately pounce, ensuring that Mizuno could not easily gain control. This relentless pressure from Morikawa left Mizuno somewhat troubled. He was well aware of Morikawa's prowess, yet they had never faced each other in a competitive match. The intensity of internal training matches within the Japanese national team could not compare to the fierce reality of a true competition. If someone were to inquire on a certain platform about the experience of being targeted by Junpei Morikawa, Masaneo Yonezawa might respond, "Thank you for the invitation. I am currently in England, engaged in a match. It feels akin to being bitten by a rabid dog. If one is reluctant to part with their flesh, it is utterly impossible to shake free." At present, Yonezawa finds himself either frequently retreating to receive the ball or, when positioned at the front, striving to minimize ball contact. Or even, should he receive it, promptly passing it away. He is utterly unable to pause for contemplation or observation. Everything must be pursued with haste, quick receptions, rapid passes, and swift sprints. In light of this, how could he possibly slow down the entire team? Wouldn't this play directly into the fast-paced rhythm of Leeds City? Yonezawa's midfield for Royal Cathorn, once dominant, is now temporarily subdued as Leeds City continues to escalate the tempo. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate. In the 70th minute, it was indeed Junpei Morikawa who intercepted Yonezawa's pass from the back, disrupting the flow and allowing Jay Adams, positioned nearby, to seize the ball. Upon receiving it, Adams turned and delivered a diagonal long pass towards the flanks. Lasky darted to the side to receive the ball and executed a 1-2 combination with Huan, who, after passing the ball to Lasky, surged forward. Following the pass, Huan immediately accelerated towards the penalty area. As a member of the team, he cannot merely linger in the box, awaiting a pass from his teammates. He must also contribute within the tactical framework of the team. Beyond scoring, he is expected to collaborate with his teammates, provide passes, and serve as a pivot. In fact, the tactical responsibilities assigned to him by Clark have become quite minimal, as he cannot detach himself from the team's collective effort. As Huan retreated to support Lasky, Kamara deviated from his accustomed position on the left flank and made a diagonal run into the penalty area, temporarily assuming the role of a center forward. Lasky passed the ball to him along the sideline. After receiving the ball, Kamara feigned a direct shot, drawing the Royal Cathorn defender, Jacob Tipland, forward to block, only to deftly sidestep him. The second Royal Cathorn defender, Tomas Suiksek, rushed in to cover. Just as he lunged, Kamara deftly nudged the ball sideways to Huan, who had made a late run. Amidst the thunderous cheers at Flanders Stadium, Huan gently nudged the ball forward, bypassing Suiksek and penetrating the penalty area. The remaining task became straightforward. He swung his leg as if to shoot, deceiving Royal Cathorn's goalkeeper, Salvador Rodriguez, into diving for a save. After fooling the opposing keeper, Huan struck again. With a gentle flick, the ball effortlessly soared into the net. Huan, he has returned. Once more, he has netted a brace in this match. This marks his consecutive second match with 2 goals. Cox exclaimed excitedly. In the previous league match, Leeds City triumphed 4-1 against the promoted team, Helmer, and Huan also scored twice in that encounter. The goalscorer, Huan, initially sprinted towards Kamara, who had assisted him, sharing a hearty laugh as they embraced. Subsequently, more Leeds City players rushed in, surrounding them, enthusiastically patting their backs and cheering loudly. At this moment, were a cameraman to rush onto the field and approach the jubilant Leeds City players celebrating their goal, one would undoubtedly witness a remarkable scene. All the Leeds players encircling Huan and Kamara, patting their bodies while exuberantly shouting, "What us up? What us up? What us up?" It is truly astonishing, as one cannot fathom how the goal could be linked to such a query. Those with vivid imaginations might even conjure images of some arcane ritual. However, if Chinese fans were to hear this, after their initial astonishment, they would likely discern the players' exclamations. They were indeed shouting, "Ifing! Ifing! Ifing!" A more attentive ear would catch the interjection of awesome amidst the chants. In fact, the phrase "Ifing awesome" has become the standard rallying cry among the Leeds players following their goals. This phenomenon can be traced back to Peter Williams, who, after learning a couple of Chinese colloquialisms from Huan, made it a point to boast about them in front of his teammates. Given the constraints of this narrative, I shall refrain from elaborating further. In any case, under the enthusiastic promotion of Peter Williams and the careful guidance of Huan, the entire Leeds squad has now become adept at employing these 2 Chinese phrases. As the Leeds players celebrated their goal, the stands once again resounded with the song of Hu. Upon hearing the melody, Matthew Cox burst into laughter, remarking, "This song may be unfamiliar to European arenas, but the fans of other Premier League teams have certainly heard it numerous times. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am confident that our European rivals' fans will soon become well acquainted with this tune, for Hu's scoring prowess shall not cease." Tony Clark will transform from the most envied coach in the Premier League to the most envied in all of Europe, for he has Hu. And who makes scoring seem so effortless? Cox's assertion holds merit. Although Leeds City has maintained a territorial advantage, the genuine opportunities to score have been rather scant. Were the forwards to falter, it is conceivable that all chances could be squandered. Failing to secure a lead would result in the diminishing of their advantage, as the defense grows increasingly confident while the attackers become more frantic. Ultimately, this could lead to a reversal, with Leeds, initially dominant, succumbing to Royal Cathorn at home. However, should a goal be swiftly attained, the circumstances would dramatically shift, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Huan is precisely the individual capable of altering the dynamics of the game with his goals, turning the tide. Although some media voices criticize Huan for his seemingly one-dimensional tactical role, interviews with team coaches rather than so-called expert commentators would yield a nearly unanimous response. Every coach desires a player like Huan, who possesses an extraordinary knack for scoring. For instance, the current coach of Royal Catalonia, upon witnessing Huan's brace, let out a long sigh. This time, he did not swiftly make adjustments after conceding a goal. Instead, he merely stood on the sidelines, observing the unfolding scene. He had meticulously devised targeted tactics prior to the match, which indeed curtailed Leeds United's offensive prowess to a certain extent. At the very least, they did not concede a goal in the first half, faring significantly better compared to Alvarabi. Following the concession of a goal in the second half, he promptly implemented the correct response, momentarily reversing the disadvantage on the field. However, ultimately, all his careful calculations crumbled under the weight of Huan's 2 goals. With a 2-goal deficit, what more could he do? There was no remedy. The echoes of song resonated above the Flanders Stadium, while Osvaldo stood in silent contemplation. Such is the nature of Leeds United, the Premier League champions. Chapter 134, Regret or Not. In the recently concluded round of 16 of the UEFA Europa League, Leeds United commenced on a promising note at their home ground, achieving a 2-0 victory against the visiting Royal Carthage. Despite this favorable outcome, head coach Tony Clark expressed in a post-match interview that it did not guarantee their progression to the quarterfinals. Royal Carthage is a formidable team, and the return leg will be played away, presenting a challenging task for Leeds United. The head coach of Royal Carthage prompted Osvaldo to assert that losing by 2 goals in the first leg does not signify their elimination from the Europa League. He remains confident in leading his team to a comeback upon returning to their home ground. Such as football, anything can happen. Huan once again shone in this match, scoring twice and elevating his personal tally in the Europa League to 5 goals, inching closer to the current top scorer, Nuno Alvarez of Valencia, who has netted 7 goals in the competition. Alvarez achieved his 7 goals over 9 matches, while Huan accomplished 5 in merely 3 appearances. Huan's remarkable efficiency in the Europa League has astonished the entirety of Europe. Although the Europa League garners less attention than the Champions League, numerous European media outlets have rushed to report on Huan's achievements post-match. Some speculated that had he not initially participated in the Champions League, but rather commenced in the Europa League from the outset, he would now be leading the scoring charts by a significant margin. Analysis of Huan's performances in these 3 Europa League matches reveals that he has not been presented with numerous opportunities, as his opponents regard him with considerable respect. Nonetheless, he consistently seizes the limited chances he receives, delivering decisive strikes. It is said that Huan's outstanding performances have attracted the attention of other European clubs, including several prestigious ones. As Huan continues to dazzle in European competitions, the name of the Madrid Kings frequently resurfaces, particularly since they once came close to acquiring him. Initially, Huan turned down the Madrid Kings to join a relegation battler in the Premier League, a decision that was met with skepticism by many who believe that forsaking such a premier platform for Leeds United was destined to be a gamble fraught with failure. The director of football at Real Madrid, Javier Sanchez, has expressed that the club does not regret missing out on Julian Alvarez. It remains uncertain whether he still holds this view. I believe the media, in their quest for sensationalism, is contriving topics merely for the sake of garnering attention and traffic. It is worth noting that Real Madrid is not the only club that has overlooked Alvarez. FC Barcelona has too. Why not inquire if they have any regrets? Moreover, we already have Vinicius Jr. Why would we need Alvarez? Their playing styles could potentially clash. Upon entering the first team's locker room, Vinicius overheard several teammates discussing the latest news, which, of course, revolved around the media's repetitive narrative concerning the rivalry between Alvarez and Real Madrid. Since the revelation that Alvarez initially rejected Real Madrid, the media has seized the opportunity. Whenever Alvarez performs exceptionally, they are quick to resurrect this narrative. As a prestigious footballing institution, Real Madrid enjoys myriad accolades, but also faces scrutiny from detractors who find amusement in disparaging the club. Consequently, through relentless media promotion, a connection has been forged between Real Madrid and Alvarez, a link that may not be desirable for the club. Each time Alvarez excels, fans flood social media, questioning whether Real Madrid harbors regrets about his departure. Frankly, this behavior is rather irksome, Revisiting past mistakes is hardly a mark of civility. In the long run, this could cultivate a negative perception of Alvarez among Real Madrid supporters and casual observers alike. Though Alvarez has never publicly addressed this matter, the actions of his fans ultimately reflect upon him. As the discourse persists, the initial perception of Real Madrid as the fool in this scenario has diminished. Furthermore, some neutrals and Real Madrid fans believe that the behavior of Alvarez supporters is jeopardizing his potential move to the club. After all, fostering animosity among Real Madrid fans cannot possibly benefit Alvarez. Does he wish to spend his entire career at Leeds United? For any ambitious professional player, the allure of joining a club of Real Madrid stature is undeniable. Furthermore, his initial rejection stemmed from the lack of guaranteed playing time at Real Madrid. However, once he flourishes, there will undoubtedly be a place for him at the club. It would be a tremendous pity if the current fervor of fans were to jeopardize his opportunity to join Real Madrid. In today's football landscape, which club can truly rival Real Madrid with its 10 UEFA Champions League titles? If Real Madrid fans develop a distaste for Alvarez, what are the prospects for him to join the greatest club on this planet in the future? The performances of certain players within the locker room of the Madrid Kings seem to corroborate the sentiments of their fans. The players appear to harbor some reluctance towards Huan due to the incessant media speculation. Should he indeed transfer to this team in the future, he would undoubtedly face a more stringent environment than the average newcomer, as both players and fans do not seem particularly fond of him. Unless, of course, he chooses not to join the Madrid Kings, which would naturally alleviate such concerns. Meili hopes that Huan refrains from coming to the Madrid Kings, not out of any conflict as suggested by his teammates, but because he feels no animosity towards Huan. Although both are offensive players, their styles are entirely distinct. Huan is not the type to monopolize possession, so Meili believes they could coexist harmoniously. However, he has never countered the prevailing notion. In fact, he prefers that everyone assumes he and Huan cannot coexist, as he desires to face Huan as a rival rather than as a teammate seeking to defeat him. Observing Huan's performances at Leeds City has only strengthened Meili's conviction. What a dull affair it would be to have such a formidable opponent as a teammate. Thus, the more the media sensationalizes the Madrid Kings' regret over missing out on Huan, the more delighted Meili becomes. This effectively seals off Huan's potential path to joining the Madrid Kings. Given Mr. Sanchez's temperament, it is implausible that he would feel regret over missing Huan after such media ridicule. Moreover, to demonstrate his lack of remorse, he would likely firmly reject any proposals to acquire Huan. Javi Sanchez sits in his office, facing the club's global ambassador, the retired legend and midfield maestro, Luis Francesc. Once among the famed Four Kings, though a retired player, Francesc has not distanced himself from the club, having been appointed as its global image ambassador, tasked with promoting the Madrid Kings and handling matters that the club prefers to keep discreet. For instance, Sanchez now wishes to inquire of Francesc, Luis, what are your thoughts on the media's remarks? Do you believe we should regret missing out on who? Francesc, grinning at the question posed by his old friend, responds, the moment you approached me with this inquiry, I knew the answer, Javi. Sanchez furrows his brow. Is it that apparent? Indeed. You previously refused to mention that Chinese player. Francesc replies, very well, Sanchez concedes. Let me rephrase. Do we need who? Not urgently, but in the long run, we will require him. Salado cannot remain the king's sharpest sword indefinitely. He will be 33 this year. After a brief pause, Francesc adds, despite having Meili, we still need an efficient scorer. In reality, Hu and Meili do not conflict, as Hu does not require possession of the ball, nor does he need constant feeds. He is one of the rare talents capable of excelling alongside Meili, never disappointing. The simultaneous presence of both players could elevate our offensive prowess to the strongest in all of Europe, Francis remarked, while Sanchez nodded in agreement. Sanchez, who holds the esteemed status of a club legend and once the world's foremost football star, regarded Francis's opinion with utmost seriousness. However, a critical issue loomed. Observing Sanchez's demeanor, Francis felt an urge to laugh, but restrained himself, raising a finger with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, a grave look crossed Sanchez's face. What issue? The issue of pride, Francis replied. Sanchez looked at him quizzically. There is a prevailing rumor outside that we regret missing out on Hu. If we were to sign him, it would validate those rumors and imply our regret. And you, Xavi, as the head of recruitment, have previously stated that the Madrid Kings would not lament missing any player. Signing Hu would mean you acknowledge past mistakes. This is a significant dilemma, Xavi. After listening to Francis's serious tone, Sanchez chuckled. I thought you were referring to a matter of great severity. It's merely this? In comparison to the club's interests, what does my pride amount to? Do you think I have not faced humiliation in this position? Hearing this, Francis was left speechless, realizing Sanchez's words held truth. Even a football director as astute as Xavi Sanchez has moments of misjudgment. His reputation stems from discovering prodigies like Melee and Bane. Yet this does not guarantee the success of every transfer. The Madrid Kings annually acquire and sell numerous players, and some inevitably underperform upon joining, while others flourish after their departure. Exaggeratedly, one might attribute these outcomes to the shortcomings of football director Xavi Sanchez's discernment. However, the reality is that such face-slapping incidents are not as prevalent as they seem. Players are a uniquely complex commodity, devoid of quality labels or instructional manuals for proper utilization. The performance of a player upon arrival at a club is influenced by myriad factors, including the team's tactical style, the player's character, cultural and dietary differences across regions, and even sheer luck. The insight of the transfer decision-maker may, in fact, be the least consequential aspect. Yet, both media and fans tend to simplify intricate matters, as this approach facilitates sensationalism. Providing fans with in-depth analysis of a player's underwhelming performance is far less captivating than a headline stating that the renowned transfer strategist Xavi Sanchez misjudged. Consequently, when a new signing underperforms, the prevailing assumption is that the club's recruitment strategy is at fault, rather than considering other factors. Take the case of Huan, for instance. Despite the fact that Huan has now made a name for himself, Francis continues to support Sanchez's initial decision. For the Royal Madrid, Huan is undeniably a gifted young talent. However, his arrival does not guarantee him a place in the first team. Therefore, even if he were to be signed by the Royal Madrid, a loan would be the most probable outcome. The trajectory of Huan's development post-loan remains a complete enigma. It is entirely plausible that his growth after transferring to the Royal Madrid may not align with the lofty expectations set upon him, falling short of his current brilliance. Thus, using Huan's present performances to argue that the Royal Madrid's initial decision to forego him was erroneous, and subsequently questioning whether the club might harbor regrets, is, according to the esteemed commander Luis Francis, merely a sensationalist ploy by the media. The Royal Madrid has no reason to feel the slightest regret over their original choice not to sign Huan. In fact, there is a matter I would like your assistance with, Luis, Sanchez stated. Francis was taken aback. Assistance? Indeed, assistance, in a personal capacity for the club. Francis was further surprised. He had a professional relationship with the club. If it were club business, why the need for a personal approach? I hope you can find an opportunity to privately connect with Huan. It was only under Francis's puzzled gaze that Xavi Sanchez revealed the true intent behind his request. Chapter 135. The ultimate pursuit of a professional player. Luis Francis emerged from the office of Xavi Sanchez, the club's football director, still contemplating the words Sanchez had just imparted. He understood why Sanchez sought him out. Sanchez had proposed that he, as a footballing luminary, visit Leeds City to engage with Huan in a private meeting, extending a light-hearted invitation to gauge Huan's interest in joining the Royal Madrid. The rationale for approaching Huan in a personal capacity was to circumvent FIFA regulations that prohibit clubs from privately contacting players without the consent of their respective clubs. As a celebrated figure in football, a former legendary player with immense prestige and connections worldwide, Francis's visit to any club in a personal capacity was entirely reasonable and procedurally sound. It would be untenable to assert that Luis Francis, upon signing as the Royal Madrid's ambassador, could not maintain personal friendships or indulge in private travel. Such visits by retired players to other clubs are commonplace in the footballing world, and no one seeks to impose restrictions on retired players meeting with active ones. Thus, visiting Leeds City in a personal capacity, rather than as the ambassador of the Royal Madrid, would be more readily accepted. Given the visit to Leeds City, meeting the club's star player would be entirely normal. Engaging in light-hearted conversation upon meeting, discussing the historical grievances between Huan and the Royal Madrid, and playfully extending an invitation to Huan is indeed quite a commonplace occurrence. To the uninitiated, it may merely seem like jest. However, to those with a discerning ear, it could carry a deeper significance. Thus, Sanchez harbored the intention to subtly probe Huan's sentiments. Francis had no objections to this notion and readily acquiesced, recognizing that it would benefit the Royal Madrid club. As a member of this esteemed institution, he held a profound affection for the club and naturally wished for its continued dominance. Nonetheless, despite his agreement, Francis had no immediate plans to act. After all, the media were still buzzing about the Real Madrid's regret over missing out on Huan. Should he seek out Huan at this juncture, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Regardless of intent, it would be evident to all that Francis's visit to Leeds City at this time would be perceived as insidious. Of course, this would primarily concern Leeds City. While Huan's perspective remained uncertain, perhaps he too yearned for a change of scenery. Given Leeds City's performance this season, many have discerned that the club cannot possibly retain Huan indefinitely. Although they had fortuitously clinched a Premier League title in a previous season, their foundational weaknesses have resurfaced. Particularly after contending on multiple fronts this season, they are incapable of satisfying the ambitions of a player like Huan. What? You assert that Huan lacks ambition simply because he initially chose a relegation-threatened Premier League team over the illustrious Real Madrid? Francis would vehemently disagree. On the contrary, it is precisely this decision that convinces Francis of Huan's ambition. He possesses clarity of thought, understanding the appropriate aspirations at each stage of his career. Arriving in Europe and immediately pursuing a powerhouse could lead to being engulfed in the depths of such a prestigious club. By opting for Leeds City, which offers him greater and more consistent playing opportunities, he has indeed made significant strides in his development. A person with such clarity of mind would not be content to languish in a smaller club like Leeds City throughout his entire career. Francis himself began with a modest club but progressively ascended to ever greater heights, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of football at the Real Madrid, where he achieved the most illustrious moments of his career. He firmly believes in Huan's ambitions. With such aspirations, it becomes evident that few clubs can fulfill a player's ambitions as thoroughly as the Real Madrid. The competition here is fierce, yet it promises exceptional rewards. Playing at this club offers a vastly different experience compared to Leeds City, garnering attention from every corner of the globe. Whether in terms of commercial value or sporting accolades, players can find their aspirations maximally fulfilled. As long as one can establish a foothold at the Real Madrid, they can claim to be among the elite players in the world. Should one become a core member of the Real Madrid, they would stand among the few distinguished figures in the global football arena. For instance, consider players like Alexander Salado, the former Luis Francis before his retirement, and the current Melba Negar. If not for Real Madrid, even with comparable talent, Melba's reputation would undoubtedly be diminished. Cabanca's choice to join a club like Manchester Athletic, which does not rank among the elite, casts a shadow over his stature in relation to Melba. Furthermore, the recurring rumors over the past 2 years suggesting Cabanca's potential transfer to Catalonia indicate that even the illustrious Premier League's Big Six cannot secure his loyalty. However, when have we ever heard of Melba expressing a desire to join another team? It is evident that Melba himself recognizes that playing for Real Madrid is the ultimate aspiration for any player in their career, representing the pinnacle of achievement. The tradition of Real Madrid asserts that only the world's finest players should don its jersey. How commanding and confident that declaration is. The greatest players in the world ought to be at Real Madrid, which naturally positions the club as the best. If it is indeed the best club, where else could its players wish to go? Departing from Real Madrid signifies a decline. The elite players who join Real Madrid often regard retirement there as a great honor. Yet, despite this, the number of players fortunate enough to retire at Real Madrid is exceedingly rare, with the last being Luis Francis himself. At that time, Francis was still in commendable athletic form. However, he chose to retire early, opting not to continue. Had he decided to persist, it is conceivable he might have left Real Madrid, as his abilities were gradually falling short of the club's rigorous expectations, and his pride would not permit him to settle for a substitute role. Thus, he wisely chose to exit gracefully. Even the so-called Prince Alexander Salado cannot guarantee a successful retirement at Real Madrid. Should his performance decline and fail to meet the team's demands, he may well find himself cast aside. Currently, Francis is aiding Sanchez in scouting for a successor to Salado. Since Real Madrid prides itself on being the pinnacle of football clubs, it places the highest standards upon its players. Those who do not meet these criteria, regardless of their past contributions, risk being dismissed. This is why many take pleasure in witnessing Real Madrid's struggles. Their misfortunes bring joy to those who view the club as heartless and devoid of compassion. Yet, despite this perception, countless professional players yearn to join Real Madrid. even resorting to protests against training and matches to secure a place there. Their singular ambition is to ascend to the zenith of the football world. As for compassion, can it be eaten? Real Madrid demands that elite players contribute their talents. While those players require the platform of Real Madrid to attain fame and fortune, each party fulfilling its needs in a world where adult relationships do not entertain notions of indebtedness. Louis Francis firmly believed that if Huan possessed ambition, he could not possibly disregard the allure of Real Madrid. However, he was not inclined to pursue this matter immediately. Instead, he resolved to await the opportune moment. For instance, once Leeds United was eliminated from the Europa League, he planned to visit them, coincidentally checking in on Huan. At that juncture, Leeds would be utterly deprived of any prospect for European competition in the upcoming season. How could an exceptional talent like Huan tolerate such a fate? If a player on the rise were unable to compete on the grandest stage of European football, it would signify that he lacked the requisite ambition to deserve a club like Real Madrid. Conversely, if Huan could not reconcile himself with the reality of not participating in European matches, perhaps a light-hearted invitation might genuinely resonate with him. For the present, both he and Leeds were making significant strides in the Europa League, rendering it an inopportune time for any negotiations. Patience was advisable. From this moment forth, Francis would need to pay particular attention to Leeds United. On Monday, March 15th, in the 30th round of the Premier League, Leeds would host bottom-placed Northumbria. For this match, Clark fielded a rotated squad, with most of the key players from the previous Friday's Europa League match not starting and some even absent from the matchday squad. Northumbria, having been promoted last season, earned their spot in the Premier League by finishing as runners-up in the Championship 2 seasons ago. They performed commendably in their first Premier League season, ultimately securing a 9th-place finish, narrowly missing out on European qualification. However, following a successful campaign, Northumbria's performance this season has starkly contrasted with their previous showing. They currently languish at the bottom of the league standings, with a mere 14 points after 29 matches, leaving them 12 points adrift of safety. It is fair to say that relegation appears almost inevitable. This fate is a common narrative among many lower-tier teams. Even a single season of commendable performance often proves fleeting and cannot alter their ultimate destiny. Among some, there exists the belief that even if Leeds United were to claim the league title, their fleeting moment of glory would still be akin to a passing bloom. Yet, despite this analogy, Leeds would undoubtedly prove stronger than Northumbria. Facing such a team, even with a rotated squad, it should pose no challenge for Leeds to secure a victory at home. Ultimately, led by their venerable captain Lorenzo, Leeds triumphed with a resounding 10-0 over Northumbria. The following Friday, Leeds would embark on an away match against Royal Carthage. Although Royal Carthage's coach had rallied his players with fervent declarations of a fierce battle against Leeds on home soil, the 2-goal aggregate deficit was substantial and not easily surmountable. In this match, Royal Carton arranged for Masao Mizawa to start. From the outset, Royal Carton launched a vigorous assault on the Leeds City goal, eager to secure an early lead. However, this fast-paced play was exactly what Leeds City desired. They remained unflustered, thriving in the chaos. Both teams engaged in an all-out offensive battle. Although Huan did not score, his teammates performed admirably. Kamara and Adams each netted a goal, helping Leeds City achieve a 2-2 draw against Royal Carton away from home. With an aggregate score of 4-2, Leeds City eliminated Royal Carton and advanced smoothly to the quarterfinals of the Europa League. Chapter 136. The Legend of Bro Huan after the match against Royal Carton. Huan did not return to Leeds with the team, but instead traveled directly to Barcelona to meet with Zhang Qinghuan. From Barcelona, they took a flight with a layover in Dubai, ultimately arriving in Jincheng. There, they would convene with their national team teammates to prepare for the upcoming matches in the China Cup. The China Cup is held during international match days, allowing it to proceed without disrupting club competitions, as clubs must unconditionally release their players, ensuring no conflict with the national team's participation. Originally, the China Cup was envisioned to take place during the Spring Festival, intended as a grand New Year's gift for Chinese fans. However, this idea was swiftly dismissed in internal discussions. The rationale for the rejection was not due to fears that the national team might disappoint fans during the festive season. After all, the current Chinese team remains unbeaten in the World Cup, unlikely to falter against their opponents. Yet, does the Spring Festival coincide with international match days? No. So, what is the purpose of holding national team matches then? Setting aside the complications of recalling overseas players, at that time, the Asian Cup had not even been played, and no one had fully grasped the serious consequences of demanding overseas players to return during non-international match days. Moreover, the Chinese team's opponents would also face challenges, as they would be unable to recall players engaged in European leagues. Without their strongest lineup, they would be forced to field second or even third-string teams, undermining the integrity of the China Cup. Such a predicament would label the new tournament as unprofessional and substandard from its inception. How could future matches be organized under such circumstances? Thus, it was imperative to avoid scheduling matches during the Spring Festival, necessitating the use of international match days for the event. Consequently, the 2 international match days at the end of March were designated for the China Cup. Teams would be divided into 2 groups, commencing with semifinals, followed by a final on the 2nd international match day for the victors, while the semifinal losers would compete for 3rd and 4th place. Alongside Huan, besides Zhang Qinghuan, there was another companion, his club teammate, Dominik Lasky. This Polish striker had also been selected for the Polish national team, set to join the squad for the China Cup. It was evident that the Polish national team regarded this event with great importance, recalling all available key players. Lasky's performance during the first half of the season has been rather mediocre, yet he remains a regular member of the Polish national team, as he is undoubtedly one of the finest players in his age group within Poland. As the second half of the season commenced, his performance saw a significant improvement, making his presence in the national team matches inevitable. Initially, the Polish national team intended to gather its players from across Europe to convene domestically before embarking on a flight to the Chinese city of Jincheng. However, Lasky requested to travel with Huan, thereby saving a day on the journey and allowing for better rest and adjustment to the time difference. The national team readily acquiesced to his request. Huan, of course, had no objections. How could he refuse to travel alongside a teammate? Moreover, Lasky is quite an amiable young man. Had it been someone like Charlie Porter with his incessant chatter, he might have found an excuse to decline. Thus, Huan met up with Lasky and Zhang Qinghuan at the Barcelona airport. Upon seeing Lasky standing nearby, Zhang Qinghuan remained silent for a moment, then lowered his head to ask Huan via WeChat, "Does he understand Chinese?" Huan glanced at his phone and replied in Mandarin, "Don't worry, brother Huan. He doesn't speak Chinese." "Oh, that's good." Subsequently, Zhang Qinghuan extended his hand to Lasky, greeting him in English. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." To Zhang Qinghuan's surprise, Lasky appeared quite excited, grasping Zhang Qinghuan's hand tightly and exclaiming, "Hello, hello." Finally meeting the legendary Huan bro. Upon hearing this somewhat peculiar moniker, Zhang Qinghuan turned to Huan for clarification. Huan quickly explained, "It's what brother Huan means. I understand. I'm just curious why he would refer to me in such a manner." Zhang Qinghuan furrowed his brow in inquiry. Just then, before Huan could respond, Lasky gave Zhang Qinghuan a thumbs up, repeatedly praising him. "Bro Huan. Newbie." Zhang Qinghuan was left in utter confusion. "Huan, didn't you say he doesn't speak Chinese?" Huan felt a bit awkward and hurriedly clarified. "He can only say this one phrase, and a couple more. One is awesome, and the other is an expletive." Zhang Qinghuan smirked. "Of all things to teach him, you chose that." Meanwhile, Lasky continued to beam widely, giving Zhang Qinghuan a thumbs up while repeating words like awesome. "Why does he keep calling me awesome?" Zhang Qinghuan pondered. Although he has established himself as a starter at Serie, the team lacks European competition qualifications, and his influence is primarily confined to La Liga. Logically, it would be improbable for him to have fans even in distant leads. Seeing that Huan seemed hesitant to speak, Zhang Qinghuan decided to bypass him and approached Lasky directly, conversing with him in English. "Hello, I heard you can speak Chinese?" Lasky, taken aback by Zhang Qinghuan's English proficiency, nodded eagerly, resembling an enthusiastic husky. "Brother Huan, you can speak English? That's fantastic. In truth, I can't speak Chinese either. I only know these 2 phrases, and they were taught to me by Hu." Zhang Qinghuan shot a glance at Huan, who was inching away, and inquired, "Where are you going?" "To the restroom." Huan replied without looking back. Zhang Qinghuan paid no heed and continued her conversation with Lasky. "Do you know what Nyobi means?" Lasky nodded. "Yes, I know." Who said it means very impressive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qinghuan also nodded, realizing that Huan had not misrepresented the term. She initially thought Huan was employing a crude ruse to mislead his teammates under the guise of casual banter. Since Lasky understood the meaning of Nyobi, Zhang Qinghuan found herself even more perplexed. Then why did you say I am impressive? I recall this is our first meeting, isn't it? Lasky hastily clarified. Oh, it's like this. I heard our teammate Charlie Porter, mention you. Mention me? Charlie Porter? Zhang Qinghuan's mind was filled with questions. How could this be connected? She had heard of Charlie Porter, a teammate of Hu Lai, who seemed to share a good rapport with him. But what did he have to do with her? Why would he bring her up? Lasky continued. Charlie said he heard it from who mentioned that during his time playing in China, he had a teammate who was quite remarkable, changing girlfriends daily. He even witnessed, while dining out, 3 women fighting over who would spend the night with that teammate. The more Zhang Qinghuan listened, the more she felt something was amiss, a peculiar sense of déjà vu. At that moment, Lasky looked at her with excitement and exclaimed, "And Brother Huan, that teammate is you. You are a legend." Zhang Qinghuan was momentarily stunned, then turned to glance toward the restroom. Hu Lai, you rascal. She scolded Hu Lai, who was soaring at 10,000 meters in the aircraft cabin. What an injustice, Brother Huan. Young people gather together, boasting for fun. Is that not normal? Hu Lai feigned innocence. Then you should boast about yourself. Why bring me into it? That simply won't do. Hu Lai shook his head firmly. One must be honest. I have not engaged in such behavior. How could I possibly commit the shameless act of embellishing my own image? Zhang Qinghuan scrutinized his face for several seconds. You need not embellish. You are already quite shameless. Hey, Brother Huan, how can you slander me? I speak nothing but the truth. That time I was dining with old Wang on Sunway Road, I indeed witnessed it. But it was not changing women daily. You make me sound like a stud. What's wrong with being a stud? Besides, I merely exaggerated a little, turning 1 into 100. I never truly did it. If I were to apply your experiences to myself, that would be a matter of 0 and 1. Having and not having are completely distinct. This is a matter of principle. Brother Huan, one must be honest. Hu Lai spoke earnestly. Zhang Qinghuan found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter Hu Lai's cunning arguments, and could only resort to her usual retort. Hu Lai, you rascal. Meanwhile, Lasky, observing the lively exchange between Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan, grew intrigued and leaned in to ask Hu Lai, who sat between them. What are you two discussing? May I know? Nothing much. Just reflecting on the China Cup. It's a pity we are not in the same group. Hu Lai casually fabricated a reason. The matchups for the inaugural Chinese Cup have been revealed, and the Chinese team will face South Africa in the semifinals, rather than Poland, who will compete against Mexico. No worries, as long as you defeat South Africa, and we triumph over Mexico, we can meet in the finals, Lasky expressed with unwavering confidence. Hu Lai chuckled. But Mexico is among the top 16 in the World Cup. After a moment of contemplation, Lasky conceded the point. Indeed, Mexico boasts a stronger pedigree than Poland, and certainly outmatches the Chinese team. Both teams secured 3 points in the group stage, yet China's points stemmed from 3 draws. While Poland managed a solitary victory against Australia in their final match, a game rendered inconsequential by their prior elimination, winning 2-1. Thus, overcoming Mexico would prove a formidable challenge. What if we were to lose to Mexico, and you to South Africa? Lasky proposed after some deliberation. Hu Lai playfully nudged Lasky. Don't jinx us. Lasky laughed, evidently jesting. Regardless, I will strive to aid my team in defeating Mexico, so we can meet you in the finals, he asserted earnestly. All right, see you in the finals. Chapter 137. It's real. Sun Wan stood amidst the crowd, adorned in a number 10 Chinese team jersey, holding a lightboard emblazoned with Qinghuan's name. She resembled the throng around her, a true fan of Zhang Qinghuan. The gathering was immense, predominantly comprised of women, all awaiting their idol while engrossed in their phones or conversing with companions. Sun Wan remained solitary, having taken a special leave for this occasion. She surveyed her surroundings. Aside from their cluster, the view was dominated by fans clad in red. Most were women like herself, with a small number of men, likely there to welcome Hu Lai. She mused. Although not an ardent supporter of Hu Lai, she held a favorable impression of him. She had come across gossip online suggesting that Hu Lai played a pivotal role in Zhang Qinghuan's transformation, being a key figure without whom today's Zhang Qinghuan might not exist. Initially, Sun Wan found this assertion surprising and hard to believe. In her eyes, while Hu Lai was formidable on the field, scoring with ease, off the pitch he appeared somewhat childlike. This impression was corroborated by the myriad of anecdotes and rumors surrounding him. Tales of Hu Lai were plentiful. His official Weibo account once operated with utmost seriousness, akin to other celebrity accounts. The current style has undergone a significant transformation, leading one to ponder whether it stems from a sense of resignation or self-abandonment. This shift has prompted many fans to speculate that the account of Hulai is indeed managed by himself rather than being entrusted to a public relations firm. Such a casual portrayal of Hulai hardly aligns with the image of a mentor capable of aiding others in overcoming adversity. How could he possibly redeem a wayward soul previously abandoned by countless individuals? However, as discussions surrounding this matter proliferated online, some internal team news began to circulate, asserting that Hulai embodies a spirit of perseverance and resilience, suggesting that he has devised strategies that could lead to a revival from despair. Coupled with the commendable rapport between Zhang Qinghuan and Hulai, it became increasingly evident that Hulai indeed plays a pivotal role in guiding Zhang Qinghuan towards redemption. Given that Hulai has genuinely aided Zhang Qinghuan in finding his path, it is only natural that Sun Huan, with her affection for Zhang, would find herself favorably inclined towards Hulai. The serendipity of Zhang Qinghuan encountering Hulai is truly a blessing. While Sun Huan's mind was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, a commotion arose from the front, accompanied by a chorus of excited shrieks. Sun Huan quickly gathered her composure and raised her light board high. She understood that Zhang Qinghuan was about to make his appearance. Although she and team managed to push her way to the front, it mattered little. Her purpose for being there wasn't to catch Zhang Qinghuan's eye amidst the crowd. Rather, she simply wished to extend her warm welcome. Like many of her companions, she sought only to express her admiration for Zhang Qinghuan without any expectations of reciprocity. Simply being present in that moment filled her with contentment. So, was it truly as Hulai had claimed? Dominic Lasky had retrieved his checked luggage but lingered, awaiting the arrival of Hulai and Zhang Qinghuan. While his eyes widened in anticipation, seeking confirmation of the rumors from Zhang Qinghuan, firmly shaking his head, Zhang Qinghuan asserted, it was nothing like what Hu had described. Despite noticing the unmistakable disappointment etched across Lasky's face, he resolved to speak candidly. While basking in flattery may temporarily satisfy one's vanity, Zhang Qinghuan recognized the ephemeral nature of such praise. It was mere illusion, insubstantial and devoid of substance. Hulai's self-aggrandizing tales were inconsequential. Yet if Zhang were to indulge in similar exaggerations, it would pose a significant issue. Moreover, as a football player, he aspired to be revered for his skills on the field rather than for fabricated tales of romantic conquests. In summary, it is essential to dismiss Hulai's assertions as mere fabrications, exaggerated for amusement. Zhang Qinghuan reiterated this point. Beside him, Hulai rolled his eyes. What are you saying, Brother Huan? What have I made up? Zhang Qinghuan shot him a glare. Who said I change women daily? All right then. I'll adjust it to Brother Huan changes women weekly. Do you even dare to hope for a next time? Before Hulai could respond further, the trio had already maneuvered their luggage cart towards the exit. At this moment, they had already heard the distant clamor from outside. As they emerged from behind the wall, the previously gentle murmur of a stream transformed abruptly into the thunderous roar of a waterfall plummeting from a height of 100 feet. The air was filled with the exuberant cries of Qinghuan. Various screams, cheers, and howls intertwined in a cacophony. Flashes of cameras erupted, and the sound of shutters echoed throughout the space. Before them stood a throng of fervent female fans, waving their arms in excitement, brandishing LED signs, posters, and jerseys. Had it not been for the substantial security presence, one would scarcely doubt that they would have rushed directly to Zhang Qinghuan's side. Rasky stood frozen. As if his worldview had been profoundly shaken, his heart struck with astonishment. He had heard that the Chinese were typically modest, yet he had never perceived such humility in Hulai, leading him to believe it was mere folklore. He thought the Chinese were not modest at all. However, witnessing the scene before him, he realized that Bro Huan's earlier denials were indeed an expression of modesty, for the legends recounted by Hulai were undeniably true. Caught off guard, Zhang Qinghuan stood there, momentarily forgetting to respond to the enthusiastic calls of her fans. Only Hulai, behind the two of them, was laughing uncontrollably. Earlier that afternoon, the expatriate national team players Hulai and Zhang Qinghuan had arrived in Jincheng, joining the national team already present there. Despite the long flight, both players appeared remarkably spirited. At the airport, they waved to reporters and fans who had come to greet them, their faces adorned with smiles. The live footage broadcast in the news revealed that the East Rising International Airport terminal in Jincheng was surrounded by a substantial crowd. Besides those who were clearly journalists, many fans, predominantly female, had gathered. The camera captured the scene from behind the circle of fans, showing Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan smiling as they waved to the enthusiastic crowd. However, a closer look revealed that their smiles held an unusual quality. Look, look! Jorge Dillon exclaimed, pointing at the television screen and addressing his interpreter, Eugene Tao. Such a spectacular scene, merely to welcome two national players, rather than the entire Chinese team. This demonstrates the immense attention everything related to the national team receives in this country. The pressure we face is considerable. Actually, it's not too bad, Jorge. Eugene Tao replied. The Football Association has clearly informed us that there will be no expectations for the performance in this edition of the China Cup. Even if we finish last, there will be no criticism directed at you. No, it's not the pressure of this year's China Cup. It's the pressure accumulated over the past 4 years. Dillon shook his head. I've never felt such depth of concern before. While I have been a national team coach before, the pressure faced by the head coach of the Chinese national team far exceeds that of any team I have previously managed. Your country has a population of 1.5 billion. Even if not all of them are fans, they will certainly pay attention to the matches of the national team representing their country. From this moment until the conclusion of the World Cup, we will endure immense pressure for the years to come. Eugene Tao presumed that Dillon felt overwhelmed by the pressure and was contemplating offering him a few comforting words. To his surprise, the old man chuckled heartily, proclaiming, I believe that taking on the responsibility of bringing joy and hope to 1.5 billion people as the final endeavor of my career is indeed profoundly significant. After all, what could be more remarkable than making 1.5 billion people happy? Eugene Tao was taken aback by Dillon's elevated awareness, realizing that he was beyond needing a political commissar. The greater the pressure, the more immense the sense of achievement. When I return to Europe, boasting to my old comrades, no one will be able to outshine me. After all, the team I coach has the support of 1.5 billion people. Eugene Tao was at a loss for how to respond to this old rascal and could only laugh along. Suddenly, Dillon's demeanor shifted to seriousness. It is precisely because we bear the expectations of 1.5 billion people that from today onward, we must demonstrate our true skills to transform this team. The task is indeed formidable, Eugene Tao shrugged, spreading his hands. The daunting task is yours, Jorge. I am merely a translator, a conduit. Translation is crucial. You are the bridge of communication between me and the team. Dillon pointed to himself. Jorge, have you forgotten? In the team, I am not the only one capable of translating, Eugene Tao retorted with a smile. Dillon paused for a moment, then realized that his translator was indeed correct. Given the presence of several players who had played in Europe, communication would be considerably smoother. Moreover, with Hu Lai, who was proficient in multiple languages, Eugene Tao's burden as a translator seemed less heavy. Damn it, Dillon muttered in complaint. I should have insisted that the Football Association cut your salary in half. Yet, after his complaint, he burst into laughter, saying, I am increasingly looking forward to coaching those delightful young lads. He rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 138. The center forward I desire. As Hu Lai entered his hotel room, he immediately spotted Wang Guangwei inside. He smiled. I asked team leader Hong downstairs who I would be rooming with, and he kept me in suspense. I knew it would be you. When did you arrive, old Wang? I just got here and finished unpacking, Wang Guangwei replied, taking Hu Lai's suitcase from him. Thank you. Thank you. Hu Lai expressed his gratitude while stepping into the room. He then began to organize his belongings. In truth, there wasn't much to arrange. He wasn't like Xia Xiaoyu, who brought her own bedding when staying at a hotel. He didn't even carry personal toiletries like old Wang. He preferred to use the hotel's amenities, minimizing what he brought along. You came back with Huan Go. And also Lasky? Wang Guangwei observed while watching Hu Lai without offering to help, engaging in casual conversation. Yes, Lasky is with us too. Hu Lai couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of their encounter at the airport. What is so funny? Wang Guangwei inquired with curiosity. Hu Lai covered his mouth. I'm not laughing. No, you are clearly laughing, Wang Guangwei pointed out, laughing at Hu Lai's squinting eyes. You must be mistaken. Hu Lai waved his other hand, as if fanning air before his face. Yet the more he denied it, the more curiosity consumed Wang Guangwei. The words sly and deceitful seemed to be inscribed upon that young man's face. How could Wang Guangwei truly believe that nothing had transpired? No, Hu Lai. You must elucidate today. Did anything occur on your journey? With a serious demeanor, Hu Lai replied, Oh, old Wang, please refrain from questioning. I'm doing this for your own good. Truly, for my own good? Wang Guangwei was utterly perplexed. Indeed, for your own good. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the anguish. I am currently in considerable distress. Hu Lai declared somberly. What nonsense! Wang Guangwei exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Hu Lai by the throat. Hu Lai raised his hands in defense, and the two became entangled in a playful struggle. At that moment, two figures appeared at the doorway, Xia Xiaoyu and Chen Xingyi. What on earth are you two doing in broad daylight? Chen Xingyi exclaimed upon witnessing Wang Guangwei and Hu Lai locked in a tight embrace, covering his eyes dramatically and shouting as if the entire building should hear. Xia Xiaoyu chuckled, apologies for the interruption. Wang Guangwei released Hu Lai, remarking, Hu Lai is at it again. When is he not? Chen Xingyi retorted as they entered. You two share a room? Hu Lai inquired of the newcomers. Xia Xiaoyu nodded. Hu Lai glanced at Wang Guangwei. Then why is it that I am always rooming with old Wang? I thought it was a fixed pairing. Wang Guangwei scoffed. You only find it peculiar now? Hu Lai crossed his arms. Old Wang, let me clarify. I have no interest in men. Get lost. The young people laughed and joked until Zhang Qinghuan and Luo Kai arrived. As they entered, Hu Lai immediately cast a lingering gaze at Luo Kai, which caught Luo Kai's attention. He furrowed his brow and asked, What are you staring at? Hu Lai did not respond, instead turning to Zhang Qinghuan, pointing at Luo Kai and asking, Brother Huan, do you share a room with him? Zhang Qinghuan shook his head. No, he rooms with Zhou Zijing. And what of the elbowed genius? Hu Lai queried. Your accent is quite strange, Wang Guangwei remarked. It's not strange, it's a new nickname I've given him. What do you think? Even elbows can talk now, it's come to life. Damn, Luo Kai interjected. I was called away by Captain Hong. He said the head coach wants to see me. This revelation surprised the young people in the room, except for Zhang Qinghuan, who had been aware of it when he called out to Luo Kai. What does Dylan want with Zhou Zijing? Wang Guangwei pondered aloud. The new head coach is meeting with everyone individually to assess the situation, Chen Xingyi offered. Were you summoned as well? Wang Guangwei asked Chen Xingyi, the earliest returnee among their foreign players. Chen Xingyi shook his head. No? Is there anyone else in our team who has been called for a discussion? Wang Guangwei inquired of the group. Everyone shook their heads. Then why just Zhou Zijing? Hu Lai raised his hand. I speculate that perhaps they are calling the elbowed genius to reprimand him. Look, Xiaoyu has gone abroad. How much longer do you intend to linger in the domestic scene? The others remained silent, simultaneously raising their middle fingers at Hu Lai. Are you hoping to play abroad? In the head coach's office, Jorge Dylan gazed intently at Zhou Zijing, while the translator, Yujin Tao, conveyed the message to him. Without hesitation, Zhou nodded, affirming, of course. Indeed. No one would refuse the chance to play football. After hearing the translation from you, Dylan nodded in response, saying, if you wish to play abroad, I have a few suggestions for you. Zhou promptly adopted a posture of attentive respect, eager to listen. I have heard that you are undergoing strength training at the club? Dylan inquired, observing Zhou, whose physique was evidently robust, clad in a stylish bomber jacket that clung to his muscular frame. Yes, coach. Ever since the Asian Cup, I have felt that there is much room for improvement, particularly after the last match against Iran, where their players exhibited considerable strength and resilience. Therefore, I devised a training plan to enhance my physical power. Zhou articulated his thoughts candidly. It is commendable to possess such ambition. However, I advise against solely focusing on increasing your physicality. Your body is already sufficiently strong, Dylan remarked, gesturing towards Zhou and shrugging. Do you know what your true advantage is? Zhou. Physicality? Zhou ventured a guess. No, Dylan replied. It is the combination of your formidable physique with commendable technical skills. I have watched recordings of your high school matches. Back then, your body was not as developed, yet your technical abilities were superior. You were a remarkably well-rounded player. However, since joining the professional ranks, you appear to have shifted towards the realm of bodybuilding. While this is not inherently wrong, considering the physical demands of professional football as opposed to amateur play, it is essential to maintain balance. Once you had conveyed this lengthy statement, Dylan continued, while you strengthen your body, I hope you do not entirely forsake your technical advantages. The true essence of your strength lies in the harmonious integration of physicality and skill. You cannot allow yourself to become merely a physical specimen. After all, football is not a bodybuilding competition. Solely relying on brute strength will hinder your agility and coordination. And what use is a player who can only serve as a static pillar in the penalty area? Zhou had not anticipated that the newly appointed national team coach would approach him to discuss this matter. He had always believed that his proactive strength training would be viewed positively, perhaps even earning the coach's admiration and enhancing his prospects within the national team. However, what he received instead was a gentle critique from the head coach. "You are a striker, Zhou. What I require is not a player who merely relies on physicality to contest aerial duels in the box. I have higher expectations and greater demands, without technical finesse. You do not meet my criteria. If you aspire to play abroad, you must keep this in mind. In terms of physicality, no amount of training will allow you to surpass those who are naturally inclined towards muscularity. However, if one possesses both physicality and technique, one can indeed stand out amidst fierce competition. Imagine a robust man, standing at 6 feet 2 inches and weighing approximately 187 pounds, endowed with exquisite footwork. Can you fathom the terror such a center forward could instill?" Zhou Zijin did not respond to the coach's inquiry. He stood there, lost in thought, his mind conjuring an image of a colossal bear elegantly dancing within the penalty area. He admitted that he was profoundly impacted by this vision. Dylan, unfazed by Zhou Zijin's silence, continued, "Do you know which moment from your performance in the Asian Cup left the deepest impression on me?" Zhou Zijin shook his head. "It was your assist to Huan during the match against Japan. At that moment, you seamlessly transformed receiving the ball and pivoting into a single fluid motion, showcasing both your solid technical foundation and remarkable ball sense. It was precisely your ability to combine control and movement that saved crucial time, allowing the attack to culminate successfully. Just imagine the immense impact a center forward with such exceptional footwork can have on the field." Zhou Zijin was astonished that Coach Dylan would remember this detail, one that he himself had forgotten. "Your entire performance leading up to Huan's goal embodies the player I envision you becoming. Technically proficient, physically robust, capable of holding the ball in the attacking third, ready to score when the opportunity arises, and adept at passing to teammates when they are in a better position. On the field, you must be like a formidable iron nail, firmly anchored in the ground, dominating a radius of 15 meters around you." Dylan gestured with open arms. Zhou Zijin felt his heart race, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his back, ignited by the words relayed to him by translator Yu Jintao. Noticing Zhou Zijin's reaction, Dylan smiled slightly, knowing he had touched the young man's core. "Therefore, I recommend that you incorporate yoga into your training regimen to enhance your flexibility and agility." Zhou Zijin nodded in agreement, showing no signs of dissent. "I will strive to do my best, Mr. Dylan," he exclaimed, excitement evident in his tone. Though this was their first interaction, having previously encountered each other only as rivals in league matches, he realized that a player could hardly engage with an opposing coach. This initial meeting had left him thoroughly convinced by Dylan's words. Truly, he was a world-renowned coach, filled with determination. He felt no embarrassment at the thought of a big man like himself practicing yoga, even wishing he could begin his training that very night. "Remember, in my tactics, you are of utmost importance," Dylan reiterated. "Now, return and bring Xia Xiaoyu to me." Chapter 139. You are the brain of this team. Zhou Zijin had not yet reached Xia Xiaoyu's room when he arrived at the door of Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei's quarters, only to be greeted by a chorus of laughter emanating from within. Well, there was no need to search for Xia Xiaoyu any longer. Zhou Zijin surmised that Xia Xiaoyu must be in this very room. Sure enough, as he approached, he caught sight of Xia Xiaoyu through the open door, engaged in jovial conversation with several others. Apart from a few individuals who frequently accompanied Xia Xiaoyu, several others arrived, including his teammates from the National Olympic team, Gu Juanfu, Liu Yan, and the recently re-invited member of the national team, Gao Rumin. As everyone engaged in lively conversation, Zhou Zijin knocked on the door. Ahem. All within turned to look at him. "Oh, it's you, elbow spirit," Hu Lai exclaimed. "What accent is that, Hu Lai?" Zhou Zijin frowned. "You're not from Nanha." "Haha, I like it." Wang Guangwei stood up. "Zhou Zijin, what does the coach want with you?" "Oh, nothing much, just that, mister. Dylan has entrusted me with an important task," Zhou Zijin modestly boasted. Hu Lai observed Zhou Zijin's muscular physique. "Has the team decided to have you help move equipment next time?" Zhou Zijin pointed at him. "Show me some respect, Hu Lai. I am now the offensive mastermind who can determine how many goals you score." Hu Lai tugged at Zhang Qinghuan. "Brother Huan, I'm not trying to stir trouble, but I absolutely cannot tolerate this if it were me." Zhang Qinghuan lazily ignored him. Zhou Zijin then turned to Xia Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, mister, Dylan wants you to visit his room." This statement drew the attention of everyone in the room towards Xiaoyu, including Hu Lai, who ceased his banter and looked on with mild surprise. What could Dylan mean? Is he really calling each person in for a discussion? Xiaoyu, taken aback, pointed to himself. Me? Did the coach say what he wanted? He didn't specify. You'll find out when you go. But I don't believe it's anything negative, Zhou Zijin replied, drawing from his own experiences. All right. Xiaoyu bid farewell to the group. Zhou Zijin remained. As everyone inquired about what Dylan had said to him. Hey, I'm serious. Why don't you all believe me? I truly have been entrusted with an important role by the head coach. Zhou Zijin's voice echoed from within the room as Xiaoyu, feeling a mix of anxiety and hope, made his way to the elevator. Ah, Xiaoyu, you've arrived. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, Dylan stood up, arms wide open, stepping forward to greet him. This gesture eased Xiaoyu's nerves, suggesting that he would not be reprimanded for not having played in the Alvara first team yet. In truth, since Moya's resignation, he had been promoted from the reserve team to the first team. Although he still played with the reserves, at least he trained with the first team, marking a significant improvement. He had initially intended to explain this to Dylan, but it seemed unnecessary now. Wait, did Mr. Dylan just speak in Portuguese? He looked at Jorge Dylan in astonishment. Why do you look at me like that? Dylan asked with a smile, still speaking in Portuguese. Mr. Dylan, did you say that in Portuguese? Indeed, in Portuguese. Why are you so surprised? As a Spaniard, it's quite normal for me to speak Portuguese. You don't mind if I communicate with you in Portuguese, do you? I assume after being in Portugal for so long, basic communication shouldn't be an issue. Xiaoyu nodded and replied in Portuguese. Yes, I can manage everyday communication. That is good to hear. Mr. Dylan, what brings you to me? Asked Xiaoyu. Well, I wish to discuss your position on the field, Dylan replied. My position? Is the head coach suggesting a change? Xiaoyu pondered. Although he had played as an attacking midfielder during high school, he had grown accustomed to his current role as a defensive midfielder. Coach Xiao had been correct. Moving back had altered both his perspective and approach to the game significantly. Do not be anxious, Dylan comforted, having perceived Xiaoyu's unease. I do not intend for you to abandon the defensive role you have adapted to so well. You have performed admirably in that position. Xiaoyu did not feel relieved, but remained attentively apprehensive, bracing for a potential caveat. However, I have some thoughts I wish to share, which could be considered as advice. Xiaoyu nodded, remaining silent as he awaited the coach's elaboration. I have learned that you played as an attacking midfielder during your student years. Upon joining the Stars, you transitioned to a defensive role, but not one typically focused on defense. Rather, you have taken on the responsibility of orchestrating the attack. You are doing quite well, Xiaoyu. Relax and do not feel tense. You are indeed performing excellently. As someone who has coached against both the Golden Arrows and the Stars, I recognize the challenge you present. You possess exceptional vision and an impressive long pass, enabling you to actualize your strategies. Hearing Dylan lavish praise upon him, Xiaoyu felt puzzled. He found it hard to believe that the head coach had summoned him merely to commend his abilities. After all, it would be unusual for a coach to engage in such triviality. I also noticed that you occasionally make sudden forward movements during matches. For instance, your assist to Hu Lai in the World Cup was a result of your timely advance that disrupted the equilibrium of the game. I assume this was encouraged by your club coach? Xiaoyu initially shook his head before nodding. Yes, it was Lin Gu. Qin Lin suggested I do this. Dylan nodded in realization. That makes sense. Qin was an exceptional player, though sadly he has retired. The reason I called you here is to emphasize the importance of maintaining and strengthening this characteristic of your forward runs. In my tactical framework, your forward movements are crucial. Especially during transitions from defense to attack, you must advance actively, exploiting opportunities when the opposing defenders are pushed back. At that moment, there will be ample space between the midfield and the opponent's penalty area, and your forward thrusts will create chaos in their defensive line, generating more opportunities. As he spoke, Dylan retrieved a tactical board, employing magnetic pieces to illustrate his points. Xiaoyu had not anticipated a tactical discussion when summoned by the coach, yet he listened intently, lowering his head in concentration. As he watched the pieces shift on the board, a question arose in his mind, but he hesitated to voice it. Dylan, however, astutely sensed his hesitation and encouraged him. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Mr. Dylan, my forward runs are contingent on a prerequisite. Our forwards must be able to push the opposing defense back sufficiently. If the opposing defenders do not retreat deeply enough, I lack the conditions to advance. Moreover, Hu Lai is a poacher-type forward. It is unlikely that he alone can compel all opposing defenders into the penalty area. Upon hearing Xia Xiaoyu's remarks, Dylan smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Indeed, you are quite right, Xiaoyu. However, we do not rely solely on Hu in our attacking line, do we?" Xia Xiaoyu glanced at the tactical board, where 3 pieces were positioned at the forefront. The central piece was undoubtedly Hu Lai, while the 2 flanking pieces were likely Luo Kai and Chen Xingyi. Although both were forwards, they operated on the wings. "Ah, forgive me," Dylan said, as he picked up a piece from the side and placed it in the opponent's penalty area next to Hu Lai. He then advanced the piece representing Zhang Qinghuan, positioning it at the edge of the opposing penalty area. At this juncture, the Chinese team suddenly found itself with a numerical advantage of 3-2 in the center, effectively pinning down the 2 central defenders and forcing the 2 midfielders to retreat to the goal line for defense. Consequently, a vast expanse of unoccupied space emerged between the midfield and the opponent's penalty area. "Are we implementing a 4-2-4 formation?" Xia Xiaoyu speculated, glancing at the vacant backfield. "No, it is a 3-5-2. He then looked up at Dylan for confirmation. Dylan, satisfied, set down the tactical board and nodded with a smile at Xia Xiaoyu. "Yes, precisely, Xiaoyu. My national team will employ a 3-5-2 formation. You are the brain of this team. Your performance will dictate our efficacy in transitioning between offense and defense. The responsibility is significant, yet I have decided to entrust this task to you." Xia Xiaoyu was taken aback by the weight of Dylan's assignment, momentarily speechless. "Make a resolution. Xiaoyu, do you have the confidence to be the brain of the Chinese team?" Quickly regaining his composure, Xia Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, "Yes." Dylan's smile widened. "Excellent. Wonderful. Very good. Now, you may return. Please summon Xing and Luo to join us." Xia Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. "Together? You want both of them?" "Indeed, both of them," Dylan affirmed with a nod. Without further inquiry, Xia Xiaoyu obeyed the directive and departed. "What? The head coach wants us both to go?" Chen Xingyi exclaimed, looking at Xia Xiaoyu for confirmation. Xia Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, he specifically requested that both of you attend." Chen Xingyi glanced at Luo Kai, who said nothing and simply rose to leave. Chen Xingyi followed suit, and the 2 exited the room in succession. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, contemplating how they might meet the newly appointed head coach. During their check-in at the hotel lobby, they had encountered team leader Hong Renjia, but had yet to meet coach Jorge Dylan, a departure from the previous custom of coach Shi Wuyin welcoming players in the hotel lobby. Naturally, Dylan, as a world-renowned coach, could afford to be somewhat aloof. Thus, they anticipated they would meet the head coach at dinner. However, unexpectedly, some of them found themselves meeting the new coach under such circumstances before dinner even commenced. Could it be that Dylan has already begun his work? Hu Lai suddenly interjected. Everyone looked at him, and no one dared to refute. Chapter concluded. Chapter 140. The University Professor and the Middle School Student. Shall we refrain from playing the sidelines? Chen Xingyi gazed in astonishment at his mentor, while Luo Kai, beside him, wore an equally perplexed expression. The reason for their dismay stemmed from the shocking revelations delivered by Dylan moments ago. Upon their arrival, Dylan had welcomed them warmly, then proceeded to bluntly inform them that, within his national team, they would not be occupying their preferred positions on the wings. Dylan nodded. "Let me first seek your opinions. I am aware that you both are forwards and are accustomed to operating on the flanks. Therefore, transitioning to a different position may feel unfamiliar at first. If you do not consent to this change, I will have no choice but to consider substitutions." His words were direct and somewhat unyielding. Even Chen Xingyi did not anticipate that the elder he encountered in the national team would differ from the one he had collaborated with at the club. This was nothing short of a blatant threat. Translated, it meant that if they were unwilling to adhere to his tactical design, they could sit on the bench. The notion of 2 previously pivotal forwards in the national team being relegated to substitutes was absurd. Although Chen Xingyi did not yet comprehend the rationale behind the elder's statement, he quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, I have no objections, I can adapt." Luo Kai, however, did not rush to pledge his loyalty as Chen Xingyi did. Instead, he inquired, "Why must we switch positions?" "Because, in my strategy, there is no role for wingers. I require offensive play from the flanks, but I do not need traditional wingers." Dylan promptly produced the tactical board he had previously shown to Xia Xiaoyu, pointing at the 2 pieces representing the wings. "This is you." Chen Xingyi blurted out. "Isn't that still a winger?" Dylan chuckled. pressing his fingers down on the two pieces and dragging them back to the center line. This is also you. Wide midfielder? Dylan continued to pull the pieces back, reaching the 30-meter line. This is still you. Wingback, Chen Xingyi exclaimed, while Luo Kai stared in disbelief. Hey, do not wear such expressions. You have played wingback before. In the Asian Cup match against Japan, did you not temporarily assume the wingback position? But that was just temporary. Chen Xingyi retorted, emboldened by his rapport with Dylan, while Luo Kai remained silently contemplative. Indeed, but from now on, you will no longer be merely filling in. During offensive plays, you will act as wingers, while in defense, you will retreat to the back line to assist in defense. However, my expectations for your offensive contributions outweigh those for defense. Why must you fall back to the midfield? Because remaining forward leaves you without space. Did you not feel this during the recent Asian Cup? How did you lose to Iraq? At this query, both individuals fell into deep contemplation. The match against Iraq had left a profound impression, as they had found themselves largely ineffective throughout, akin to charging against an impenetrable wall. Time and again, they found themselves colliding against walls or sinking into the mire of their opponent's ranks. Maintaining possession in place was fraught with the risk of losing the ball, and the desire to dribble was thwarted by the absence of space and pathways for breakthroughs. This predicament left both players feeling quite uncomfortable. The directive to reposition themselves was intended to better leverage their speed and ability to penetrate defenses, much like the necessary run-up before a long jump. With Dylan's explanation, the two players grasped the concept. Although it seemed they had traversed all positions, their focus remained on offense. As for defense, they deduced from the incomplete formations on the tactical board that the new head coach intended to implement a 3-5-2 formation. The three central defenders would serve as the primary defensive force, while they were to assist in defense by utilizing their speed to stifle the opposing assaults from the flanks. They were not meant to remain anchored in the back, playing as fullbacks. I understand that this might feel somewhat unfamiliar to you. However, it is worth noting that during the match against the Japanese team, you both performed admirably in the temporary roles of fullbacks. In truth, emulating that style of play is all that is required. Defense is a collective endeavor, not something that can be resolved through individual duels on the wings. Now, all I need from you is a simple response. Are you willing to withdraw from your winger positions and transition to playing as wide midfielders? Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai exchanged glances before nodding in unison. We are willing, coach. Dylan smiled. Excellent. Please go and fetch Wang Guangwei for me. Upon their return, they summoned Wang Guangwei. The others in the room were no longer surprised. As Hulai had just mentioned, the new head coach Jorge Dylan had already begun his work. It was entirely normal for a new coach to meet with each player individually to understand them better. Furthermore, through the information relayed by Zhou Zijing, Xia Xiaoyu, and the duo of Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai, everyone pieced together the national team's forthcoming tactical approach, transitioning from the familiar 4-3-3 to a 3-5-2 formation. To be candid, adapting would certainly pose challenges, but given the head coach's determined stance on discussing tactics and positional assignments with each player, it was clear that Dylan was resolutely intent on implementing his new strategy for the national team. Adaptation was imperative, otherwise, one could hardly expect to remain in the national squad. This stood in stark contrast to Dong Jianhai's tenure, during which nothing changed, and everything was allowed to unfold naturally. Under Dong Jianhai, players felt quite at ease. However, considering their performance in the Asian Cup, they had to acknowledge that without transformation, competing in the Asian Cup was already arduous. So what would they do when faced with the challenges of the final 12 qualifiers? It is crucial to realize that the final 12 qualifiers represent the pinnacle of Asian competition, far surpassing the Asian Cup. Had it not been for their disappointing results in the Asian Cup, players might have been more resistant to Dylan's abrupt and stringent changes, particularly those like Luo Kai and Chen Xingyi, who had been thriving in their roles as wingers, being shifted to wide midfielders, while also required to revert to fullbacks during defensive duties, meant they would be tirelessly sprinting up and down the field throughout the match, an exertion far beyond what spectators watching from their couches could possibly comprehend. Fortunately, modern football demands high levels of fitness from players, ensuring that even forwards possess ample stamina reserves. If we were to revert to the 1990s, a 12-minute run in physical assessments would likely lead to the dismissal of numerous national team players, as expecting them to tirelessly traverse the flanks would probably incite a rebellion among the athletes. However, It was precisely due to the failure in the Asian Cup that the reality of the future became apparent, starkly contrasting the rosy visions painted by social media and fans. Despite their unbeaten streak in the World Cup, if this trend persists, there is a genuine possibility that they may falter even in the qualifiers. They are still young. Yet the thought of them being in their prime 4 years hence, unable to participate in the World Cup, is a bitter pill for many to swallow. Wang Guangwei did not linger long and soon returned to his room. Upon his return, everyone gathered around him, inquiring about the head coach's reasons for summoning him. Previously, Dylan had only approached attacking players, so what could he possibly discuss with a central defender like Wang? Was it to criticize his performance in the Asian Cup? The coach advised me to practice my long passes to enhance their accuracy, Wang Guangwei remarked. He explained that during the transition from defense to attack, initiating an offensive play directly from the back line is far more time-efficient than relying on midfielders to facilitate the transition, thus catching the opponents off guard. From the information gathered, it became clear why Dylan assigned Wang Guangwei this particular task. Given the 3-5-2 formation, Hulai would undoubtedly start alongside Zhou Zijing, providing the Chinese team with 2 forwards up front. With a physically robust and aerially adept center forward like Zhou, it is entirely plausible to launch long passes directly towards him from the backline. Once Zhou secures the ball, he can either advance himself or distribute it to nearby teammates, such as the forward-moving Zhang Qinghuan or the penetrating Xia Xiaoyu. Moreover, Hulai possesses exceptional offside evading capabilities, allowing a single long pass from the backline to breach the opponent's defense and pose a direct threat to their goal. It can be said that from Zhou Zijing to the defender Wang Guangwei, each player's responsibilities interlock seamlessly, revealing the overarching strategy. It is well known that Jorge Dylan is a renowned coach, having secured numerous championships. However, what truly defines his caliber? Is it merely the accolades? Championships only attest to past accomplishments, not to present capabilities, and certainly do not guarantee future success. Not every world-class coach is suited to lead any team effectively. Yet, Dylan's meticulous approach, as evidenced by his individual consultations with players, has instilled confidence within the team, demonstrating his attention to detail. The previous foreign coach of the Chinese team, Marcel Wilson, was also a prominent figure with a significant background, having been a member of FIFA's technical committee and winning league titles during his coaching tenure in Europe. Yet, his tenure with the Chinese team did not yield success, ultimately leading to a domestic coach, Shi Wuyin, guiding the team to a historic qualification for the World Cup finals. Subsequently, media outlets interviewed national team players regarding this issue. The national team players have provided several reasons, one of which suggests that while Wilson possesses remarkable skills, he resembles a university professor attempting to impart knowledge to a group of middle school students. His teachings are too profound for them to grasp. Simultaneously, Wilson believes he has simplified his explanation sufficiently, failing to comprehend why the Chinese players do not understand him. This discrepancy leads to a significant gap. Although Wilson articulates his tactics with clarity and finesse, when it comes to execution on the field, the players are unable to implement them, rendering even the most sophisticated strategies mere theoretical constructs devoid of practical significance. In contrast, under the guidance of Shi Wuyin, he is akin to a high school teacher capable of educating middle school students. He understands the knowledge structure of these players and can tailor his lessons accordingly. Consequently, even if his abilities do not match those of the university professor Wilson, he aligns well with the Chinese team. His teammates comprehend and can execute his tactics. Thus, under Shi Wuyin's leadership, the Chinese team has successfully advanced to the World Cup, despite his seemingly less prominent capabilities. Of course, this is merely one among many reasons for the team's World Cup qualification and not the sole determining factor. However, it does illustrate the distinction between high-level foreign coaches and domestic ones. After Dylan took over the Chinese team, many players expressed concerns that he might repeat Wilson's mistakes. Yet, it seems that Dylan's meticulous approach will fundamentally differ from Wilson's. Oh, and there is one more thing. The coach instructed us to pause here, and Wang Guangwei deliberately hesitated. As anticipated, upon hearing this, everyone perked up, eager to see who would be called for a one-on-one meeting next. Noticing the hopeful expressions on their faces, Wang Guangwei chuckled. The coach said, "We are going for dinner." A moment of silence fell over the group before they collectively gestured towards Wang Guangwei with a middle finger. End of chapter 141. The new coach's new demands. The players of the Chinese national team are not unfamiliar with Jorge Dylan. Setting aside Dylan's illustrious accomplishments in Europe, they have all encountered the teams he has coached in the Chinese Super League. Furthermore, several players in the current national team are from the Jiangjiantou club, making them even more acquainted with Dylan. However, aside from the Jiangjiantou players, the other national team members possess only a superficial understanding of Dylan, merely recognizing him as a renowned and capable coach. With Dylan now at the helm, the players speculate on how he will lead the team, pondering his tactical choices, his criteria for selecting players, his temperament, and his interests, as all of these factors influence their prospects within the national team. After all, the saying "a new emperor brings new ministers" holds true. Some players who were overlooked by the previous coach might find themselves transformed from substitutes to starters under Dylan. Has their ability suddenly improved? Certainly not. It is simply that their skills align more closely with the new coach's requirements, or perhaps their personalities resonate well with Dylan's preferences. All individuals involved are professional athletes, accustomed to situations of this nature, often considering them a matter of course. Thus, one might ponder whether aligning more closely with Dylan's preferences could facilitate a more favorable experience within the national team, particularly for the seasoned veterans. During this period, they have actively sought insights from players associated with the Golden Arrow regarding the new head coach's disposition. Synthesizing the information gathered, they reached a consensus that Dylan holds a particular fondness for Chen Xingyi. Upon arriving at this conclusion, some felt compelled to express their disbelief at such an outcome. However, others speculated further, suggesting that Dylan's admiration may extend beyond Chen Xingyi to encompass his cohort of young talents, intensifying the sense of urgency among the older national team members. They could almost envision an impending, ruthless overhaul within the national team, where past achievements would no longer serve as a safeguard for their positions. With this anxious sentiment lingering, they received notice during dinner. They were to assemble in the hotel conference room post-meal for a meeting with the new head coach, Jorge Dylan. This announcement heightened their apprehensions, sparking fears of a dramatic reckoning. Who might be the sacrificial lamb, one wondered. In light of these thoughts, some speculated that Yao Huaxing's absence from the squad due to injury might prove fortuitous. Currently, they found themselves viewing highlight reels of the Chinese team's performances in the Asian Cup, a curated dessert prepared by Coach Dylan for their post-dinner contemplation. Following the 10-minute video, Dylan's voice resonated, subsequently relayed by translator Yu Jintao. What reflections arose? Numerous thoughts filled their minds, yet uncertainty loomed regarding whether to voice them. Silence enveloped the room as they exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak. Dylan, seemingly unconcerned with their reticence, commenced a fervent discourse. He paused intermittently, allowing you to translate before continuing. Through the highlights, in conjunction with their experiences at the Asian Cup, they should readily conclude that the opponents they faced appeared to be stronger. Yet, this realization sparked doubt. They had previously encountered most Asian rivals and understood their relative strengths. How could such a rapid enhancement occur? Furthermore, they were well aware of the comparative difficulties between the Asian Cup and the final qualifying round. Thus, another explanation persisted. Perhaps they had diminished in capability. After all, they had managed to draw against formidable teams like Russia and Brazil in the World Cup. Now, even matches against the Philippines and Iraq felt laborious. Had they truly weakened? Yet, if this were the case, how could they justify their impressive victory over Japan? The players of the Chinese national team shook off their initial astonishment, casting aside errant thoughts, and began to immerse themselves in the inquiry posed by their coach. Had they indeed grown stronger, or had they succumbed to decline? After the World Cup, with so many teammates venturing abroad for further opportunities, the media has been proclaiming that this is the strongest Chinese team in history. Yet, why did they falter so clumsily in the Asian Cup? They lost their first match to Iraq and struggled against the Philippines, even conceding goals to Syria. After allowing the players a moment for reflection, Dylan continued, "It is not that you have become weaker or that your opponents have grown stronger. The truth is simple. The attitude of your opponents towards us has shifted, and our status in Asian football has evolved. From this point forward, you must acclimate to approaching matches with the mindset of a strong team and perceive yourselves as such. In essence, whether you acknowledge it or not, you are now viewed as a formidable team by others. This is why you encounter such intense pressure and defensive formations akin to a bus parking strategy in matches. These are challenges you have not previously encountered, which understandably leaves you feeling somewhat at a loss during games. To ensure the national team's players grasp this concept, Dylan elaborated on why they did not face similar situations during the previous round of the qualifiers. In simpler terms, they were once an unremarkable or even mediocre team, and most opponents were not particularly intimidated by the Chinese squad. Consequently, they did not adopt a strong defensive posture against China. Dylan had previously discussed the specifics with Hu Jintao, but now he presented these insights to the national players, offering even greater detail than he had shared with you. Some of his explanations felt repetitive, as he meticulously broke down the concepts for the players, almost as if he feared they might not comprehend them. He explained the positioning of the Chinese national team in Asian football, delving into why Shi Wuyin opted for an attacking strategy centered around the trio of Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Chen Xingyi, discussing the strengths and weaknesses of this tactic and why it may not suit the current Chinese team. He also contemplated the future direction of the team. Not only did he articulate these ideas verbally, but he also employed edited match footage to illustrate his points, providing a more tangible understanding for the players. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would likely find it ironic that the pinnacle of Chinese football requires such elaborate explanations, akin to those given to ordinary fans. Is this truly the highest level of our nation's football? Can Chinese football ever improve? Perhaps dissolution would be a more straightforward solution. Yet, this reflects the current state of Chinese football. Some concepts appear to be common knowledge among fans, articulated with clarity. However, translating these principles into actual gameplay for the players proves far more challenging. Take, for instance, the simplest of ideas, continuing to move after passing to create space for teammates. This has become a fundamental tenet among fans, in this day and age, who still stand still while playing. Yet, in the heat of the match, is it always correct to run forward after passing? Clearly, it is not. At times, advancing can lead the team's attack into a dead end. The notion of creating space, though succinctly stated, is not easily executed correctly in the midst of a match. At times, after passing the ball, one must advance forward. At other moments, retreating is necessary. There are occasions when lateral movement is required, and sometimes remaining stationary post-pass is the most prudent choice. The ability to discern the appropriate positioning and movement in various situations is a true test of skill. Moreover, this orchestrated movement is seldom an individual endeavor. It necessitates the collective synergy of the team within a designated area. As a coach, merely instructing players to actively move after passing to create space, without delineating how to do so or how to adapt to differing circumstances, leaves them in a state of confusion. Consequently, one may observe players during matches displaying a lack of initiative in making timely runs to create openings, inadvertently resulting in teammates lacking secure passing lanes. To circumvent such issues in the future, our forthcoming training will emphasize how to organize offensive plays under pressure and how to dismantle dense defenses. You must alter your mindset and habits during training. This endeavor will not be effortless, and my expectations will be high. However, rest assured, your performance in matches will reflect the dedication you invest in training. Jorge Dylan concluded his tactical meeting. The players returned to their quarters, each bearing a contemplative expression. They understood that their national team careers were on the brink of significant transformation. The head coach had laid out his demands. Those unable to meet them would face exclusion. For years hence, how many of the players seated in this conference room would be boarding flights to Spain or Portugal? Chapter 142. A new coach ignites change as the second day of training commenced. Every national team player felt the impact of the changes articulated by Coach Dylan the previous night. The training regimen differed markedly from that of the past. The portion dedicated to ball work had been significantly expanded, with a heightened emphasis on the importance of physical confrontation. For instance, previously, players practiced passing and receiving in a simplistic manner, merely exchanging the ball amongst themselves. Occasionally, they would divide into two teams, where Team A passed to Team B, then began moving to positions, after which Team B would pass to the position Team A players, culminating in a shot on goal. This process involved receiving the ball and shooting, devoid of any opposition. The passing, receiving, and shooting were performed by a single individual. Now, however, Dylan mandated the inclusion of competitive elements. From the moment Team A passed to Team B, two players from Team C would engage in defending against the players from Teams A and B. Thus, when a Team B player received the ball, they would encounter close marking from Team C, compelling them to deliver an accurate pass to their teammate in Team A despite the interference. Likewise, a Team A player must receive the ball and shoot while contending with defensive pressure. Initially, The defenders from Team C would not engage with full force, but would instead shadow the players, applying a degree of physical interference to simulate a more realistic competitive environment. Once the players acclimate to this training methodology, the intensity will gradually increase. The same applies to shooting drills, where defenders are now required to hold pads for cushioning, continuously colliding with the shooters. What was once a specialized training exercise has now transformed into a routine practice technique. Additionally, Dylan has reduced the diameter of the steel circle game while increasing the number of participants, artificially creating a dense defensive scenario within a confined space. This allows players to practice passing and receiving under tighter conditions and greater defensive pressure. Consequently, the steel circle has evolved from a mere warm-up activity into a rigorous competitive training drill. These modifications have resulted in a significant escalation of training intensity, prompting Dylan's coaching staff to elevate the warm-up intensity to prevent injuries during practice. Furthermore, this high-intensity training regimen has imposed greater demands on the player's physical endurance, rendering fitness training a top priority. Dylan's appointment to the national team is not a solitary endeavor. He has brought his entire coaching staff from Jinjianta with him. The annual salary of 10 million euros allocated by the Football Association to Dylan is not solely for him, but encompasses the remuneration of his entire coaching team. From assistant coaches to fitness trainers and goalkeeping coaches, all are longtime associates of Jorge Dylan. There is no designated head coach among the Chinese coaching staff. They are simply coaches responsible for daily training and do not partake in team decision-making, essentially serving as support personnel. Communication with the players has been entrusted to team leader Hong Renjia. In a sense, Hong Renjia functions as the head of the Chinese coaching staff, though he does not oversee training nor determine tactical details. Initially, the Football Association hoped to establish a head coach among the Chinese staff, akin to Marcel Wilson, who would manage the local coaches while also serving as Dylan's Chinese assistant coach. This notion stemmed from a desire to assist Dylan in effectively managing the team and to enable him to mentor local Chinese coaches. Following Dong Jianhai, the Football Association recognized the considerable gap between domestic coaches and their European counterparts. The aim was to arrange for a promising Chinese coach to work alongside Dylan, absorbing his advanced knowledge and skills. This approach is reminiscent of the early reform and opening up period when technology was exchanged for market access. However, Dylan rejected this proposal, clarifying that his refusal was not due to a desire to withhold knowledge or prevent local coaches from learning. As he has just taken charge of the team, he does not wish to introduce an additional Chinese assistant coach, which could dilute authority, create unnecessary layers, and hinder effective communication. He believes that any matters requiring discussion with players or local coaches can be addressed directly. Should there be a language barrier, a translator like Yu Jintao can be employed. The current system would necessitate relaying messages through a Chinese assistant coach, resulting in inefficiency and a higher likelihood of miscommunication or internal dissent. The internal analysis conducted by the Football Association suggests that Dylan may perceive the domestic assistant coach as a figure of surveillance, akin to a military overseer, which may explain his refusal. Nevertheless, the association ultimately acquiesced to all of Dylan's stipulations, including the omission of a domestic assistant coach. The collaboration and communication between his foreign coaching team and the domestic coaches were entrusted to the translator Yu Jintao and team leader Hong Renjia. Following the Asian Cup, the Football Association has fully met all the demands put forth by Jorge Dylan. Their actions are not merely a blind admiration for foreign expertise. Rather, the Asian Cup illuminated the validity of Dylan's initial analyses, demonstrating that he accurately predicted the outcomes related to the tournament, a realization they regrettably overlooked at the time. Consequently, despite Dylan's lofty financial expectations, the association agreed, as he possesses genuine expertise and is capable of devising solutions tailored to the realities of Chinese football, which is paramount. Many coaches exhibit high competence, yet they may not be suited for Chinese football. Dylan, having previously coached in the Chinese Super League, possesses a considerable understanding of the landscape, arguably to a profound degree. Such a head coach, even at a premium, is indeed worthwhile. Moreover, when Dylan parted ways with the Jinjianta club, they did not demand any compensation for breach of contract, effectively saving the association a substantial sum that would have otherwise been paid as a penalty, which would have ultimately fallen upon the association's shoulders. This financial relief enabled the association to offer an annual salary of 10 million euros. Without the need to pay a breach fee, they could accommodate Dylan's salary expectations. Due to the intense training regimen, the physiotherapy room has become the most bustling and frequented area post-training, with nearly all national team players queuing for relaxation massages. Although the current national team boasts 3 physiotherapists, the demand remains overwhelming. Consequently, the following day, the national team requested the services of Master Foam from the athletics team to assist with massages. Even so, the continuous efforts of the 4 physiotherapists barely suffice to meet the players' needs, indicating the rigorous volume of training endured by the Chinese team during this period. There were instances where players, while receiving massages, inadvertently dozed off on the massage tables, only to be roused with the impression that dawn had broken and it was time for training. One player, upon awakening, mumbled about how deeply he had slept, humorously commenting that it felt like a day had passed in the blink of an eye, eliciting laughter from those around him as he realized his blunder. Of course, not everyone exhibited the same struggles during training. Some fared slightly better, while others appeared to suffer. Players who have already embarked on their European journeys demonstrated the best performances, as they are relatively more acclimated, especially Huan, who was among the first to venture abroad. The disparities in their abilities became evident through their training performances. What accounts for Huan's exceptional success in Europe? It is evident that he has fully acclimated to every facet of European football, be it the intensity of competition or the rhythm of the game. This translates to his national team training, where he appears to be the most at ease, navigating it with remarkable finesse. Within the national team, there are those who have watched the documentary chronicling Huan's early days at Leeds United. In the film, it is shown that during his initial days at Leeds, he would often fall asleep while receiving massages from his agent after training. Initially, some found it exaggerated. How intense could the training of a European team possibly be? Surely, it was merely for the dramatic effect of the documentary. Now, however, they realize that such intensity is indeed a reality. One can only wonder how Huan, with his slight physique, managed to endure it all. Reflecting further, it becomes clear why he has succeeded in Europe, why he has earned the title of Premier League Golden Boot winner and World Cup Golden Boot winner. Adapting so swiftly to the rigors of Premier League training is truly a feat not accomplished by just any talent. Team leader Huan encounters Dylan's coach, Tao, in the corridor. The latter greets him, inquiring if he has returned from checking the rooms. Huan nods in affirmation. How is it? Tao asks again. They're all asleep. There's silence in every room. Tao glances at his watch. It's not even 10:30 yet. They must indeed be quite exhausted. This indicates that none have slacked off during training. Indeed, they are utterly spent. Suddenly, Tao chuckles, recalling a thought. If 30 years ago our training intensity had been this high, would the players have lacked the energy to sneak out and indulge in nightlife? China's footballing scandals could have been significantly reduced. In the past, there were frequent tales of players sneaking out during closed training sessions to party, drink, and pursue women. That era marked a time of unrestrained growth for Chinese football, as players transitioned from a professional framework to a mere change in title, yet remained far from being truly professional. Their lack of seriousness in training, improper attitude in matches, irregular lifestyles, chaotic personal lives, and indulgence in smoking, drinking, brawling, and womanizing contributed to a significant portion of negative press surrounding Chinese athletes. Tao, previously an outsider to the football realm, had heard numerous negative rumors about Chinese football. Conversely, Huan, a longtime insider, was more privy to the underlying truths. He shook his head with a wry smile. You have quite the imagination, old you. Let me tell you, if any coach had dared to impose such training demands back then, within a week, the players would have forced him out. Can you believe that? Tao nodded, genuinely believing this assertion. At that time, Chinese football, while slightly better in national team performance compared to the later Dark Ages, still struggled to secure victories that should have been easily attainable. Unlike later periods when they failed to win matches they ought to, they would occasionally win when luck favored them. But that was merely a result of the foundation laid by decades of professional football, akin to a prodigal squandering their ancestral wealth. After depleting their resources, Chinese football collapsed, ushering in a decade-long dark age. Until 2015, Chinese football resolutely decided to embark on a top-down reform. After more than a decade of effort, this has led to the achievements and circumstances we witness today. Indeed, the current cohort of players has become remarkably professional, a stark contrast to the past, prompting Tao to express such sentiments. The players' performances are beyond reproach. However, a question lingers in Hong Renji's mind as he furrows his brow, stating, "I can't help but feel that Dylan is somewhat hasty this time." As soon as the players arrived at the hotel, he called them one by one for discussions, and immediately after dinner, he convened a tactical meeting. His enthusiasm is astonishing. The training intensity has also escalated significantly without a gradual approach. Isn't he concerned about injuries? Yu Jintao chuckled. That's precisely why we have assembled a professional and extensive medical team. In addition to 4 physiotherapists, our entire medical staff and fitness coaches are closely monitoring the players' physical conditions and adjusting training plans daily based on their status. Furthermore, Hong, what do you think the training level will be for the majority of these players once they complete this week and a half of national team training and return to their respective clubs in the Chinese Super League? Hong Renji paused, then comprehended Yu Jintao's implication. The training standards of most Super League teams evidently cannot compare to those of the current national team. From his perspective, Dylan's national team training is of European caliber, while the Super League clubs operate at a distinctly lower level. Why is Dylan so anxious? Because he understands that as the national team head coach, he has no control over the Super League. Thus, once these national players return to their clubs, they will revert to the low-level training of their clubs. Not to mention the slow progress. One would be grateful if they do not regress. Dylan aims to utilize the training and competition opportunities within the national team to provide them with supplementary education. Reflecting on this, Hong Renji sighed deeply. Chinese football has a long way to go. Yu Jintao patted his shoulder. There's no need for excessive pessimism, Hong. Dylan once told me that the improvement of a nation's football level is not an overnight endeavor, but rather a gradual process akin to water wearing through stone. As we send more players to Europe to pursue their careers, as they impart advanced European football philosophies to the national team, the Olympic team, and domestic clubs. As these progressive ideas become habitual, and as some of them transition into coaching roles, change will manifest, albeit incrementally. Eventually, everything will improve, just like during this training camp. Observe those players who have spent over half a season training in Europe. Their performances indeed surpass those of the domestic players, don't they? Hong Renji nodded slowly, acknowledging Yu Jintao's wisdom. He understood the essence of perseverance. Who knows if he will still be the head of this team when Chinese football eventually reaps the benefits. He harbors a personal ambition, yearning to be a part of every phase in the historical evolution of Chinese football. The shadow of the tree reflects the name of the person. Hong Renji aspires to etch his name into the annals of Chinese football history. End of chapter 143, The Renaissance of the National Team. The commentator's voice thundered as Dominik Laskowski appeared at the far post. The ball soared towards him from ahead, and he found himself unmarked. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted in eager cheers, buoyed by Hulai's presence, as Laskowski, being Hulai's teammate at the club, naturally garnered immense support from the enthusiastic crowd. Thus, in this semi-final of the Chinese Cup between Poland and Mexico, Poland took on the role of the home team. Amidst the resounding cheers from the fans, Laskowski adjusted his stride while running, leaped into the air, and turned to face the approaching ball. The Mexican goalkeeper, Salvador Manriquez, had nearly surrendered, turning away with raised arms, only to witness Laskowski connecting with the ball mid-air. He was left with no time to react, watching helplessly as the ball sailed over his head towards the back post of the goal. Laskowski's header arched in a beautiful parabola, soaring towards the net under the gaze of all present. At that moment, the match clock on the distant screen read 94-21. The final whistle was drawing near, marking Poland's last attack of the game. He had a golden opportunity to equalize. If only the ball could find the net. Laskowski's eyes were firmly locked onto the ball. The goalkeeper had already resigned, and as the ball struck the crossbar, it ricocheted out of play. Alas, the Chinese commentator lamented. Laskowski had missed the chance to level the score against Mexico. This was Poland's final opportunity. What a pity. What a shame. Watching the ball drift beyond the goal line, Laskowski crumpled to his knees in front of the goal, hands clutching his head, gazing skyward with a deep sigh. Just then, the referee blew the final whistle. The match was over. Mexico triumphed with a score of 2-1 over Poland. Laskowski had come so close to becoming Poland's hero in the dying moments. Tragically, his header, though evading the goalkeeper, was thwarted by the crossbar. The first semi-final of the Chinese Cup concluded, and congratulations to Mexico for securing their place in the final. On the television broadcast, Laskowski appeared visibly disheartened and despondent. Before the match, he had promised Huan that they would meet in the final. Now, he had to bid farewell to that dream. It is indeed a regrettable outcome. However, Laskowski need not dwell too long on his disappointment, as he had scored Poland's only goal in the match, showcasing remarkable resilience and skill. The commentator was correct. Laskowski's performance was commendable. Beyond that singular goal, he had several attempts that thoroughly tested Mexican goalkeeper Salvador Manriquez. This last chance was initiated by Laskowski's sudden interception in midfield, culminating in his run to the far post to connect with the ball. Though he did not score, without Laskowski, Poland would not have even had that opportunity. Regrettably, in terms of overall strength, Mexico, a team that reached the round of 16 in the last World Cup, proved to be the stronger side. The Mexican goalkeeper, Manlix, did not rush to celebrate with his teammates. Instead, he first helped Rask, who was kneeling before his goal, to his feet. He gently patted Rask's shoulder and face, offering him words of comfort. However, Rask still appeared despondent. It was only during a sideline interview that he began to recover somewhat from his feelings of disappointment. "I'm truly sorry I couldn't fulfill my promise. He said, shaking his head at the camera. "I wish you the best of luck. I hope you make it to the finals. Now it's your turn. Now it's time for my son." Salado stood in the stands of the Provincial Sports Center, capturing a photograph of the field to share on her social media, accompanied by her thoughts. She had just arrived at the match venue with the school bus of her husband's school. There were approximately 40 minutes remaining until the semi-final clash between the Chinese team and the South African team. The stands were already filled to capacity, a stark contrast to the previous match between Poland and Mexico. Despite Mexico being a traditional powerhouse in North America and having reached the last 16 in the previous World Cup, its influence in China paled in comparison to that of the host nation, China. The earlier match was not even held at the Provincial Sports Center, but rather at a stadium in the Luqing district, west of Jincheng. Moreover, that match took place in the afternoon, while the match between China and South Africa was scheduled for the prime time of 8 in the evening. The fans attending the Poland versus Mexico game didn't even fill the stadium at the start. Ultimately, the attendance for that match was reported as 27,000. In contrast, the upcoming match between China and South Africa was already at full capacity, with the Provincial Sports Center accommodating 60,000 spectators. The Chinese team's defeat in the Asian Cup did not diminish the enthusiasm of the Chinese fans. Shortly after Salado posted on social media, a reply appeared. "Hey, little sister, are you at the venue?" It was her elder brother. "Yes, I came with the group organized by Old Hu's school. Are you there? We're in the stands opposite you." Salado looked up to see a sea of Chinese fans clad in red, making it impossible to pinpoint her brother's exact location. Nonetheless, she knew he must be somewhere among the throng. She replied on her phone, "What about Dad? Dad is watching at home. Mom wouldn't let him come to the venue." Reading this, Salado chuckled. Given Dad's health, it was indeed unwise for him to be at the match. But he would certainly be engaging in conversation with Mom, only to eventually relent. After settling the children with the school teachers, Hulisin turned to see Salado smiling while holding her phone. "What is making you laugh?" he inquired. "Oh, I was just sharing that our elder brother is here watching the game," Salado replied, showing her phone to her husband. Behind them, the children in their respective positions were chattering excitedly. "I bet we're going to win this match." "Oh, that prediction is far too simplistic. Let us guess the score." "I'll go first, 3-0. China wins." "Then I'll guess 4-0. I think 2-0 will suffice. No matter what score you guess. I'm confident Huan will definitely score." "Hey, before our coach, you are flattering him." "Ha ha." The children laughed upon hearing this exchange. At this moment, Salado chuckled first, casting a glance at her husband. Initially stern and serious, Hulisin gradually broke into a smile under his wife's gaze. "We have been undergoing intense training over the past few days, and I understand that you may feel somewhat fatigued. However, I am confident that once you step onto the field, you will realize the effectiveness of this training. This match will serve as an excellent opportunity to evaluate our progress." Jorge Dillon, in the locker room, was delivering his inaugural pre-match motivational speech to the Chinese players. "I have consistently urged you to perceive yourselves as a formidable team, not only in tactical aspects, but also in psychological readiness. Regardless of the challenges encountered on the field, do not succumb to panic. After all, you are a team that has participated in the World Cup, whereas the South African national team has yet to experience such an event. This is your home ground. You must wholeheartedly believe in your capability to triumph over your opponents. When opportunities arise, be bold and take risks. When opportunities are lacking, maintain possession of the ball. Preserve the integrity of your formation and keep a clear mind. Have the courage to execute movements and dare to envision possibilities. Most importantly, be audacious and possess confidence. Whether it be South Africa or Mexico, they are merely adversaries, and we are equally their challengers. They too will regard us with apprehension, for we are indeed strong. Dylan repeatedly emphasized our strength to instill confidence within the Chinese players. In his view, this is more crucial than any technical tactics. It forms the foundation of all performance. He perceives a significant lack of confidence among the Chinese players, possibly influenced by traditional virtues of modesty or years of underachievement that have stifled their self-belief. After all, confidence backed by ability is called self-assurance, while confidence without ability is mere arrogance. Despite their commendable performance in the World Cup, Chinese players often regard it as an exceptional case under unique circumstances, not a reliable reference. They exerted all their efforts during the World Cup, achieving such results through a collective surge of determination. They themselves deem it impossible to replicate that feat. Players lacking confidence are hesitant to make movements or decisions. And when they do decide, they refrain from taking risks. They can only adhere to the status quo, which surely cannot lead to victory. Dylan aims to transform the Chinese team comprehensively, both in tactics and mentality. And all these changes will commence with this first match. From today onwards, it marks a rebirth for Chinese football. A brand new national team will unveil itself to the world, and from this day forth, we officially embark on the journey towards the 2030 World Cup. Yu Jintao passionately translated Dylan's words, proclaiming them loudly to the national team players in the locker room. Conventionally, the path to the 2030 World Cup should begin with the qualifying rounds, but this is not incorrect either. The goal of this newly assembled Chinese team gathered here is indeed to qualify for the World Cup 3 years hence. Chapter complete. Chapter 144. Thank you for watching me play football. From the starting lineup announced by the Chinese team prior to the match, it is evident that they are employing a 3-defender formation. As the game progresses, we can clearly observe the positioning of the players on the field, confirming the 3-5-2 setup. About 5 minutes into the match, Huan and Yan Kong, while analyzing the displayed formation, conveyed to the audience. Indeed, the starting goalkeeper for this match is Hao. Although Lin Ziyuan, who was injured before the Asian Cup, has now recovered, he is still in the process of regaining his form. Consequently, Coach Di Long opted not to include him in the squad. Similarly, Yao Huasheng, who was injured during the Asian Cup, is absent from this national team's roster as well. Thus, the 3 defenders are Wang Guangwei, Mao Junzheng, and Lu Yan, as Yan Kong explained. The midfielders include Jiang Wanqing, serving as the captain for this match, and Xia Xiaoyu in the defensive midfield roles, with Zhang Qinghuan positioned as an attacking midfielder. Surprisingly, the wingers Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi have taken on the roles of wide midfielders, moving further back on the pitch, while Hu Lai and Zhou Zijing partner in the forward position. In front of the television, Shi Wuyin's wife expressed her astonishment. Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi are not playing as wingers, but as wide midfielders? Shi Wuyin nodded at the evidently structured 3-5-2 formation on the screen. A distinguished coach is indeed a distinguished coach. This arrangement is quite ingenious. By withdrawing the 2 wingers, it resolves the issue of Zhou Zijing and Hu Lai being unable to play simultaneously. Di Long is truly the suitable leader for this team. However, will Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi accept this change? They have always been forwards, and now they are suddenly being positioned as midfielders. Moreover, considering the arrangement, it seems they will have to revert to defensive roles during the game, which demands a high level of physical endurance. Will they be willing? After years of watching football alongside Shi Wuyin, his wife could discern some of these subtleties. Shi Wuyin chuckled and shook his head. If it were the old coach, that would certainly be unfeasible. But Jorge Di Long can achieve this. Only a coach of his caliber can persuade Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai to accept a positional shift. Although they have moved back, they will bear more defensive responsibilities, yet simultaneously, they will have the opportunity to showcase their strengths. After all, it has already become evident during the Asian Cup that opponents will no longer grant them ample space for dribbling breakthroughs. Previously, in my 4-3-3 formation, both Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai had to continually cut inside to align with Hu Lai. However, in this 3-5-2 setup, they need not drift into the center. They can operate along the flanks, fully utilizing the width of the pitch to stretch the opponent's defense, thereby increasing the spacing between their defenders and creating one-on-one opportunities, or even numerical advantages, for Zhou Zijing, Hu Lai, and potentially Zhang Qinghuan. This strategy is undeniably astute. Upon hearing Shi Wuyin's explanation, his wife ceased her inquiries and continued to watch the match. In the televised broadcast, the Chinese team was controlling the ball as they advanced past the halfway line. Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai occupied the left and right flanks, respectively, nearly glued to the sideline, effectively widening their presence on the field. As a result, the South African players were compelled to stretch their defensive formation, attending to the flanks. It resembled the act of spreading a pancake, not only widening the formation but also thinning it considerably. The central area became less congested. The ball was in the possession of Xia Xiaoyu, who deftly passed it back to Wang Guangwei before making a forward run. Upon receiving the ball, Wang launched a long pass high towards the center, seeking the advancing Zhou Zijing. Positioned on the edge of the penalty area, with his back to the attacking direction, Zhou spread his arms wide, effectively blocking South African defender Sunil Vuzamuzi behind him, before leaping to contest the aerial ball. Vuzamuzi marked him closely, preventing him from directing the ball towards a perilous zone. However, Zhou had no intention of doing so. Instead, he executed a backward header, redirecting the ball to Zhang Qinghuan outside the penalty area. Just as Zhang received the ball, a South African midfielder surged towards him. Suddenly, Hu Lai, positioned on the edge of the penalty area, made a forward run, signaling for the ball. His movement drew the attention of another South African defender, Ricardo Macaulay, who retreated. Along with the focus of most South African players, Hu Lai surged forward. Commentator He Feng exclaimed, drawing the audience's attention to Hu Lai. However, Zhang Qinghuan did not pass to him. Instead, he played a sideways touch. Xia Xiaoyu charged in from off-screen, meeting the ball with a shot. Xia Xiaoyu fired from distance. As Hu Lai was making his forward run, he turned to see the ball hurtling towards him, perfectly aligned with its trajectory. He quickly leaned back, allowing the ball to pass narrowly behind him. It slipped through the gap between him and South African defender Ricardo Macaulay. The ball hurtled towards South African goalkeeper Seri Sangre, who found himself unable to react in time, merely watching as the ball soared into the net. Wait, did that ball just go in? His wife pointed at the television, turning to Shi Wuyin for confirmation, only to find him staring blankly at the screen, equally astonished. Commentator He Feng's voice rang out, slightly delayed by half a second. What a splendid goal. Merely 6 minutes into the match, the Chinese team has scored. Xia Xiaoyu himself was momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing the ball enter the net, his first instinct was not to celebrate, but to ascertain the reality of the situation. Had they truly scored so early in the game? Was Hu really not offside? Xia Xiaoyu's uncertainty was understandable, as no one anticipated such a smooth start for the Chinese team. After several days of intense training, the players' stamina was not at its peak. Had there been data visualization, one might estimate their energy levels around 70%. With such conditions, many dared not harbor high expectations for the match. While South Africa was not particularly formidable, the Chinese team was also not in optimal form. The players had prepared mentally for a grueling 90-minute battle against South Africa. Yet, astonishingly, just 6 minutes into the match, they found themselves in the lead. Had it not been for the referee's whistle followed by a pointed finger towards the center circle, none would have dared to believe the unfolding event. Even the cheers from the stands took a moment to resonate, but when they did, they surged forth like an unrelenting torrent. Amidst the cacophony, Hu Lai was the first to rush towards Xia Xiaoyu, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace while exclaiming, "What a splendid shot, Xiaoyu!" Xia Xiaoyu, still somewhat bewildered, queried, "Did you touch the ball, brother Hu?" Hu Lai patted his head vigorously, retorting, "What are you thinking? I didn't touch it, that was all you." Xia Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, I scored." The crowd surged around the two, eager to celebrate. The crux of the matter was whether Hu Lai had made contact with the ball. He Fei, stationed at the commentary box, hesitated to draw a conclusion, as his distant vantage point did not afford him clarity. He merely observed Xia Xiaoyu suddenly launching a long-range shot, the ball passing Hu Lai before ultimately finding the back of the net, leaving him uncertain whether it was Xia Xiaoyu's goal or if Hu Lai had slightly altered its trajectory. The South African goalkeeper, Sangre, appeared caught off guard, as if he had not anticipated the ball's flight path, an occurrence typically seen when the ball has been deflected. However, It soon became evident that Hu Lai was not heading towards the corner flag to execute his signature celebration. Instead, he turned and ran towards Xia Xiaoyu, with other teammates following suit. Drawing from his experience, He concluded that the goal indeed belonged to Xia Xiaoyu, a distant strike that pierced the South African net. The first goal for the Chinese team, under the stewardship of Jorge de Long, was credited to Xia Xiaoyu. The subsequent televised replay of the goal corroborated his assessment. The slow-motion footage from behind Xia Xiaoyu revealed Hu Lai making a deliberate move to evade the ball, allowing it to sail past him. This maneuver left the South African center-back, Ricardo Machiavelli, and goalkeeper, Sari Sangre, utterly unprepared. Thus, Sangre's peculiar reaction upon conceding the goal was not due to any deviation caused by contact with Hu Lai, but rather because he had not anticipated the ball would slip through Hu Lai's waist. He might have been studying Hu Lai, aware of his potential to unexpectedly alter the ball's flight path, yet this time, Hu Lai had let it through. At that moment, the South African goalkeeper Sangre was likely venting his frustrations at Hu Lai. As the Chinese players concluded their jubilant celebration and returned to their half, the stadium announcer proclaimed, "China leads South Africa 1-0. The crowd erupted in a tremendous cheer. The goal scorer, Xia Xiaoyu. The applause continued, even swelling in volume. However, a group of several jubilant fans in a particular section of the stands suddenly froze. Did I hear that correctly? Xiao Wu asked a relative beside him, confirming. The announcer just said it was Xia Xiaoyu who scored, right? The relative nodded. It seems so. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Wu tugged at the rope in his hands while signaling his companions to raise their arms, causing a red banner to unfurl in their section. This group consisted of Xia Xiaoyu's close-knit circle, including his parents and relatives from Dongchuan and Jincheng. The Zhonghua Cup is being held in Jincheng, providing an opportunity for Xia Xiaoyu's family and friends to come and cheer for him in person. They all hope that Xiaoyu will excel in the competition, making their support worthwhile. However, even they could not have anticipated that Xia Xiaoyu would score a goal in this match, and even take the lead. The timing of this goal was so early that they had no chance to hang up their banner. They could only use their hands as makeshift poles to display it. Xia Xiaoyu's parents stood behind the banner, straining to raise it as high as possible. Although this completely obstructed their view of the field, it mattered not. What was essential was that their son could see the banner. As if by some telepathic connection, Xia Xiaoyu suddenly turned his head to look in their direction, his gaze landing directly upon the conspicuously oversized banner. It was being held aloft, fluttering in the air. On the lengthy banner, the large characters were crystal clear. Go Xiaoyu. We are here to watch you play. The banner was held high, obscuring the faces of those who lifted it, but he knew his beloved family must be behind it. Thus, he raised his arm and waved towards the stands, towards the banner and the people behind it. Thank you for coming to watch me play. Chapter 145. An indispensable figure in the Chinese team, Xia Xiaoyu's forward run was both beautiful and timely. It was precisely his advance that disrupted the equilibrium on the field, creating a lethal opportunity for the Chinese team. Yan Kong analyzed the recent goal for the audience, believing that Xia Xiaoyu's sudden forward movement after passing the ball was the crux of this offensive play. In the television broadcast, during a moment when the ball went out of play, they replayed the Chinese team's goal. This time, it was not just the final shot that was shown, but the entire sequence beginning from Xia Xiaoyu's pass to Wang Guangwei. Xia Xiaoyu's unexpected advance caught the South African team off guard, allowing him to shoot from the edge of the penalty area without any defenders nearby. Naturally, his final shot was of exceptional quality. In fact, prior to the match, reporters had observed that there were plans for Xia Xiaoyu to make such forward runs, suggesting that this was not merely Xia Xiaoyu's decision, but rather a deliberate strategy from the head coach. Yan Kong, a former national player, astutely deduced the coach Dylan's tactics from the goal-scoring process, combined with details from training. Although merely 6 minutes had elapsed in the match, these moments revealed Dylan's tactical approach. Clearly, unlike the teams coached by Shi Wuyin and Dong Jianhai, Dylan's Chinese team places greater emphasis on control, particularly in the midfield, where the overall pace is not as rapid as before. But players are more inclined to settle the ball and seek opportunities through passing in the attacking third. Moreover, the two flanks were strategically widened to create space in the center, exemplified by this play. The television broadcast, following Yan Kang's analysis, captured a moment on the Chinese team's bench after Xia Xiaoyu's goal, showcasing Jorge Dylan and his coaching staff exchanging enthusiastic high fives, visibly elated. Yan Kang discerned some tactical nuances. while Dylan perceived even deeper insights. This goal epitomized his demands for the team to stretch the flanks, push forward in the center, compress the opponent's defense, and create space for Xia Xiaoyu's late run. Additionally, Zhou Zijing's role as a focal point in the front and Hulai's movement to draw defenders away contributed to Dylan's joy. His happiness stemmed not merely from the early lead, but from the fact that this goal vividly illustrated the fruits of their training. Unseen by the cameras, team leader Hong Renjia also shared in the joy. He was fully engaged during the training sessions and understood Dylan's vision for transforming the national team. Previously, he had been concerned that the intensity of their training might hinder performance in matches, although the Football Association had stated there would be no set targets. As the host nation of the Zhonghua Cup, it would be unacceptable for the Chinese team to finish last. Such an outcome would undoubtedly be a setback for the emerging Zhonghua Cup. Thus, Hong Renjia hoped for the Chinese team's success, if not a championship, at least a place in the finals. Witnessing the team take the lead within just 6 minutes eased some of his worries, marking a promising start. After Xia Xiaoyu opened the scoring for the Chinese team, the weight on the players' shoulders seemed to dissipate, granting them a newfound lightness. Most importantly, they recognized the effectiveness of Coach Dylan's strategies through that goal. Consequently, their confidence grew as the match progressed. They moved tirelessly on the pitch, passing fluidly and tearing apart the South African defense, leaving them off balance. Although the Chinese team had only recently begun training under Dylan's tactical philosophy and still had areas for improvement, South Africa failed to capitalize on their opportunities to counterattack. Amidst the deafening cheers at the Provincial Sports Center, the Chinese team launched wave after wave of attacks towards the South African goal, with Zhou Zijing particularly active. It was a rare opportunity for him to start in a match for the Chinese team, and he seemed determined to unleash the pent-up energy he had been harboring. While Dylan had advised him against gaining more weight, it must be noted that Zhou Zijing currently stands as the pinnacle of domestic center forwards in terms of physicality. He held his own in physical confrontations with South African players, showcasing not only strength, but also a degree of technical skill, proving he was not merely a large figure on the pitch. With him leading the charge, the Chinese team's offensive efforts flowed smoothly. In the 33rd minute, Chen Xingyi received a pass from Zhang Qinghuan on the flank, feigned an inward cut, created an angle, and immediately delivered a cross. The ball arced beautifully, sailing towards the center. Zhou Zijing leapt into the air, intercepting the ball before the opposing center back, Sanel Weiser. Despite Weiser colliding with him and causing some disruption to his header, Zhou Zijing's powerful strike from the edge of the 6-yard box found its way into the net. South African goalkeeper Saracen Gray made an attempt to save, soaring into the air, yet he failed to make contact with the ball. Zhou Zijing. Magnificent. The Chinese team now held a 2-goal advantage. The beauty of Zhou Zijing's header was unparalleled. Amidst the roaring cheers, he exuberantly vaulted over the advertising boards behind the goal, racing towards the track area, where he celebrated with clenched fists in front of the Chinese supporters in the stands. Though this was not his inaugural goal for the national team, it held profound significance for him. Head coach Dylan had assured him of his vital role in the squad. Thus, this goal seemed to resonate as a response to the coach's faith in him. I shall prove myself worthy of your trust and esteem. I, Zhou Zijing, shall become an indispensable figure for the Chinese team. In the stands, Zhou Shanghai fervently waved his fist, synchronizing with his son's triumph. Scoring in the first match under the new coach's regime, was his son's national team career finally set to accelerate? The esteemed coach truly recognized the merits of his son. Congratulations, Jorge. The two individuals you value have indeed shone brightly in this match, Jean Tao remarked to coach Jorge Dylan during the jubilation. Dylan chuckled heartily. They are both exceptional young talents. However, most importantly, these 2 goals demonstrate that the Chinese team still possesses substantial untapped potential. We must utilize every resource at our disposal. There remains much work ahead. Alas, even Zhou Zijing has scored. Why hasn't our son found the net yet? Xialan had initially cheered for the Chinese team when Zhou Zijing scored, celebrating their 2-goal lead. Yet she soon composed herself, shifting her focus to the player who had netted the goal. When the stadium announcer called out Zhou Zijing's name, she merely echoed a half-hearted cheer, lacking genuine enthusiasm. TSK. If people saw you, they might think you harbor some discontent towards Zhou Zijing, Hu Lisin cautioned her. If they think so, let them. I am not Zhou Zijing's mother. So why should I concern myself with such matters? Xialan replied candidly. Now that the younger generation is scoring, if our son remains silent. It might genuinely give the impression that the national team is undergoing a transformation. New coach, new tactics. Even the center forward has been replaced. How intriguing. Hu Lisan rolled his eyes, realizing that reasoning with this woman was futile. Xiaolan, uninterested in her husband's musings, muttered softly, "Go for it, son." Returning to his young players, Hu Lisan overheard their complaints. Why hasn't Hu Lai scored? Exactly. All the glory has been snatched away by Zhou Zijing. How infuriating. Was it the coach's intention for Hu Lai to play support? Hearing these remarks, Hu Lisan furrowed his brow. He could not engage in petty disputes with his wife, but he certainly needed to address the concerns of these young players earnestly. Do not merely simplify your understanding of a football match. He spoke in a serious tone to the fortunate few who were able to attend the game in person. As a forward, Hu Lai possesses remarkable scoring ability. However, this does not imply that his sole responsibility is to score goals during the match. If his presence contributes positively to the team, then his performance is commendable. Do you believe that Hu Lai's lack of goals thus far diminishes his prowess? On the contrary, I assert that his ability to assist in the team's offensive maneuvers demonstrates that he has become even more formidable than before. The young players stood in silence before the serious Hu Lisan, not daring to utter a word. You must always remember that football is a team sport, not merely a platform for individual glory. If you possess the capability to elevate your teammates' performance, you must seize that opportunity. When you assist your teammates, they, in turn, will reciprocate and support you. Only then can you truly savor the joy of football. Rather than lamenting a loss and blaming your misfortunes on 10 fools who hindered your progress, some of the young players bowed their heads, while others quickly acknowledged, "Coach, we recognize our mistakes." Very well, continue watching the game. Hu Lisan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Although Hu Lai has yet to score, it cannot be said that his performance is lacking. In fact, both Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing's goals owe much to his contributions. In Xia Xiaoyu's goal, Hu Lai's sudden forward run not only drew away a central defender, but also created space at the edge of the penalty area, capturing the attention of others. Xia Xiaoyu's shot caught the South African team off guard. Prior to Zhou Zijing's header, Hu Lai actively made his way to the back post, drawing away a South African defender, thereby alleviating the defensive pressure on Zhou Zijing. As the star player of the Chinese team, Hu Lai naturally becomes the focal point of attention whenever he is on the pitch. Thus, even if he does not touch the ball, he can still play a crucial role in the Chinese team's offense. Therefore, no one believes that with Zhou Zijing and Xia Xiaoyu scoring, Hu Lai's presence is no longer necessary in the team's attack. On the contrary, Hu Lai remains vital to the Chinese team at all times. Dylan's decision not to speak with Hu Lai before the training camp does not stem from a belief in Hu Lai's insignificance. Rather, there simply was nothing that required clarification. Hu Lai has consistently performed exceptionally well in his role, so what further explanation is needed? Hu Lai is a player in whom Dylan finds reassurance. Despite his youth, he possesses an experience on the field that could be likened to that of a seasoned veteran within China. He knows precisely what must be done. Chapter 146. The long-awaited emergence. Hu Lai understands what needs to be done. His current experiences in matches have become second nature to him. Since the conclusion of the World Cup, he has faced relentless marking from opponents on the pitch. More often than not, regardless of his position, he finds himself shadowed by at least one opposing player. This is a stark contrast to the season when he first graced the Premier League. At times, Hu Lai finds himself nostalgically reminiscing about the days when he was but an obscure rookie, a period marked by the blissful anonymity that allowed him to seize opportunities with effortless ease, scoring goals as simply as one breathes or eats. Yet, he is acutely aware that he cannot perpetually masquerade as an underdog unless he truly embodies that role. As his performance continues to ascend and his fame burgeons, the defensive strategies aimed at him inevitably escalate in complexity. He must acclimate to the reality of playing under the scrutiny of heightened expectations. This, indeed, is the arduous path leading to the most splendid vistas. Had Hu Lai been the type of player solely consumed by the desire for personal glory, seizing every opportunity for himself and demanding limitless freedom to shoot, he would have certainly dragged the entire team into turmoil. Fortunately, he is not that player. Although he may lack finesse in passing or dribbling, he possesses an astute sense of positioning and exemplary off-the-ball movement, which enables him to create chances for his teammates. He remains unconcerned about being overshadowed by a teammate. In fact, he might even prefer that his teammates bask in the limelight. Such a scenario reduces the attention defenders pay to him, presenting them with a dilemma to defend Hu Lai or his teammates. It appears as though his teammates are the ones scoring, yet the shackles binding Hu Lai loosen, granting him even greater opportunities. In simple terms, this embodies the spirit of teamwork, where all for one and one for all prevails. Hu Lai understands this well. Thus, when a teammate scores, he feels an immense joy, rushing to celebrate at the first opportunity. If he can also manage to secure a meal out of it, all the better. As the saying goes, sharing joy is better than reveling alone. If a teammate scores, how could he not treat everyone to a meal? Ertzi, do you still wish to maintain your place in the national team? Haven't you noticed how the senior players are scrutinizing you? Zhou Zijing exclaimed in frustration. Damn, you've scored so many goals, yet you've never treated us. Hu Lai shrugged his shoulders. That's not feasible, for I truly can score goals. The audacity of his shamelessness left Zhou Zijing speechless. He had encountered individuals of high status and those devoid of shame, but none matched Hu Lai's unique blend of prominence and impudence, a true case of virtue not befitting one's rank. Nevertheless, Hu Lai ultimately encouraged Zhou Zijing to strive for even more goals, which he found quite uplifting. I am no longer that player who is merely substituted in at the last moment to play as a makeshift center back or waste time. As the first half concluded, the Chinese team led South Africa 2-0. The trailing South African squad made substitutions during the halftime break, while the Chinese team opted against any changes. Shortly after the second half commenced, the Provincial Sports Center erupted in synchronized chants. Hu Lai, score one, score one, Hu Lai. Clearly, within this stadium, the majority of fans still rallied behind Hu Lai. Witnessing Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing score, they yearned for Hu Lai to join in the scoring festivities. It was as if a captivating film unfolded, where Hu Lai's failure to score would diminish the climax's flavor. Xia Lan, seated in the stands, joined the chorus of fervent fans, chanting, Hu Lai, score one, Hu Lai. Hu Li, noticing the young players around him wanting to shout but hesitating, recalled his earlier admonitions during the first half, leading them to merely steal glances at him, seeking his approval. Observing their dilemma, Hu Li let out a resigned sigh. If you wish to shout, do so. Scoring a goal won't detract from your contributions to the team. With newfound encouragement, the young players erupted in cheers, joining the throng. Hu Lai, score one, Hu Lai. At the commentary booth, He Feng and Yin Kong heard the resounding calls from the crowd and quipped, listen, this is the voice of the fans. Though Hu Lai has been away from Shining Star for over 2 years, he remains the undisputed star of this stadium. The fans' fervent chants seemed to influence the Chinese players on the field. Both Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu consciously sought to pass the ball more to Hu Lai, creating scoring opportunities for him. However, Hu Lai rejected their goodwill. Seizing a moment during a dead ball, he pulled Xia Xiaoyu aside and earnestly said, there truly are good opportunities. If you pass me the ball again, don't squander the attacking chance. If you keep this up, the opponents will mark me even tighter. Xia Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. All right, Hu Gu, you continue to endure. Hu Lai, already preparing to move away, turned back. No. I know what to do now. Rest assured, Hu Gu. Xia Xiaoyu waved his hands repeatedly. After a brief period of fervent chants from the stands, the crowd settled down to watch the game normally. However, after some time had passed, and Hu Lai still hadn't scored, the calls erupted anew from various corners of the stands. Judging by their fervor, it seemed unlikely they would relent until Hu Lai found the net. As the calls echoed for the second time, the Chinese team was orchestrating an offensive play. Luo Kai, on the right flank, held the ball, facing a well-prepared opposing fullback. Rather than attempting a direct breakthrough, he passed laterally to Zhang Qinghuan, who was making himself available. After passing, he accelerated along the sideline, seemingly aiming for a wall pass with Zhang Qinghuan. Provided Zhang could loft the ball over the opposing defender's head, he would be in a prime position to receive it behind their defensive line. The South African left back, not daring to slacken his pace, hurried back. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan did not pass to Luo Kai. Instead, he sought to collaborate with Zhou Zijing, who had retreated to the edge of the penalty area, delivering the ball to Zhou, who faced away from the attacking direction. After the pass, Zhang Qinghuan darted into the penalty area between Luo Kai and Zhou Zijing. The South African left back was drawn to the sideline by Luo Kai and was unable to recover in time. Meanwhile, the center back was occupied by Zhou Zijing, granting Zhang Qinghuan a splendid opportunity to penetrate the penalty area. Zhou Zijing passed the ball laterally to Zhang Qinghuan, who smoothly carried the ball into the penalty area. The defenders of the South African team are congregating over here, especially since there are already 3 players from the Chinese team, Zhou Zijing, Zhang Qinghuan, and Luo Kai. It is evident that they aim to create a numerical advantage in this localized area, and we must not allow them to succeed. As Zhang Qinghuan dribbled into the penalty area, he lifted his head to observe the encircling defenders forming around him. With a deft flick of his left foot outside, he directed the ball towards the center. The ball passed effortlessly between 2 South African players, eluding any attempts to intercept it. After making the pass, Zhang Qinghuan spotted a figure emerging in the center, none other than Hu Lai. Hu Lai. The cheers from the crowd above the Provincial Sports Center erupted prematurely, reaching a crescendo. In the broadcast footage, Hu Lai surged towards the penalty spot. Although a South African player was shadowing him closely, he completely disregarded the fact that the Chinese team had, through a series of intricate passes and movements, torn a significant gap in the South African defense. The challenge he faced was indeed trivial. He anticipated the play, positioning himself strategically, while the retreating South African defender hesitated, wary of making a move. The defender could only raise his arms and press his body against Hu Lai, signaling to the referee that he had not committed a foul. If Hu Lai were to fall to the ground next, the referee must be keenly observant. Ignoring the sensitive turmoil of the South African player behind him, Hu Lai seized the advantageous position and met the ball passed from Zhang Qinghuan with a powerful strike. He directed the ball towards the far post. The goalkeeper, Sangare, had initially positioned himself to block the angle of a shot at the near post. As he turned to pursue the ball that Zhang Qinghuan had sent, he could only reach the midpoint, rendered helpless against Hu Lai's exquisite shot aimed at the far corner. He watched as the ball entered his net for the 3rd time. Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai splendid. 30. The Chinese team led South Africa by 3 goals. Laughter erupting in delight. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Hu Lai had scored. The fans in the stands of the Provincial Sports Center were ecstatic, cheering and eagerly anticipating the next moments. After scoring, Hu Lai sprinted towards the corner flag, turning back to beckon his teammates to join in the celebration. Then, with great strides, he leaped high into the air, executing a 180-degree turn, crossing his arms as he descended, landing gracefully with legs apart. Hoo! The Chinese fans in the Provincial Sports Center had awaited this moment, collectively roaring in unison, summoning the thunder and lightning. It was followed by an unending wave of applause and cheers, akin to a sudden summer storm, with thunder crashing and winds howling, as torrential raindrops fell from the heavens, transforming the world into a sheer white expanse. The Provincial Sports Center had finally welcomed that familiar scene. End of chapter 147, Seeing Hope. Hoo! As Hu Lai landed, the rumble of thunder resonated above the Provincial Sports Center. This celebration, devised by the fans of Leeds City, had become a beloved ritual among all Hu Lai's admirers, now a standard after his goals. Although it may not align with the typical conversational customs of the Chinese, the fans embraced it wholeheartedly, as the effect was truly magnificent. Many Chinese football fans vividly recall the astonishment they felt when they first witnessed thousands of Leeds United supporters united in a resounding chant on television. It was a celebration unlike any they had ever imagined. Hu Lai's signature celebration became distinctive, thanks to the enthusiastic participation of the fans. In various media and video compilations showcasing the top 10 football celebrations, Hu Lai's celebration prominently features. Additionally, fan-made highlight reels of Hu Lai's goals often accompany his early strikes with the exuberant exclamation of "Hoo!" Despite the absence of such a cheer in the actual stadium at that moment, this celebration, paired with the exclamation, has become synonymous with Hu Lai's goals. In the stands, Xialan, along with others, joined in with fervent shouts of "Hoo!" Behind her, young players not only echoed the chant, but also imitated Hu Lai's celebratory leap, landing with legs apart and arms outstretched. Their endearing antics captured the attention of those around, who responded with applause and thumbs up. This greatly inspired the youngsters, who excitedly proclaimed, "I want to join the national team. I want to score for the national team. I want to compete in the World Cup." Huli Xin, overhearing their friendly competition, refrained from interrupting, quietly observing from the sidelines. After the fans had finished cheering for their son, Xialan turned to her husband, first smiling, then inwardly sighing, reflecting, how wonderful it would have been if it had started this way. As the match resumed, The Chinese fans in the stands began chanting for Hulai to score again. However, this time, Hulai did not fulfill their wishes. Instead, Luo Kai headed the ball into the net amidst the chorus of calls for Hulai to score, though it was not Hulai's goal. The fans at the Provincial Sports Center were still elated, as Luo Kai is also a player for the Chinese national team, marking the fourth goal for China in this match. With just an hour gone, China led South Africa by 4 goals. Although South Africa is not considered a strong team, the achievement of such a scoreline by the Chinese team remains exhilarating, especially following the Asian Cup, where China struggled against Asian opponents. Being able to lead South Africa by a significant margin is a striking contrast. Winning is one thing, but winning handsomely is the ultimate desire of the fans for the Chinese team. In this first hour of play, the Chinese team has perfectly met their expectations, scoring within the first 6 minutes, followed by a series of goals, culminating in an impressive 4-0 display. What more could one ask for? Most importantly, through this hour of play, confidence has been restored. This is the first match under Dylan's management, and such a performance has satisfied even the most discerning of fans. They believe that with more time, surprises await the supporters of the Chinese national team. The fans, in high spirits, found immense joy in the match. The match had yet to conclude. Yet the fervent Chinese fans transformed the Provincial Sports Center's stands into a lively KTV. They took turns singing, with the eastern stands harmonizing, followed by the western, and then the northern, culminating in the southern stands. It resembled a grand singing contest, featuring pop songs, folk melodies, and revolutionary anthems. To the surprise of many, they even belted out the Hu song, a chant traditionally sung by Leeds United fans. Indeed, it was the very anthem that echoed through the stands at Leeds' home ground. Not only did the jubilant Chinese fans imitate the exuberant cheers of Leeds supporters, but they also embraced this melody with enthusiasm. After a spirited rendition of Ho-Ho, the entire crowd erupted into laughter, followed by cheers, applause, and whistles. The Provincial Sports Center felt as though it were hosting a magnificent celebration, with everyone reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Even when the Chinese team, succumbing to fatigue, faltered and allowed the South African team to threaten their goal, ultimately conceding a goal, the buoyant spirit remained largely unscathed. The Chinese supporters exhibited a rare level of tolerance. It is noteworthy that during the Asian Cup, despite the team's victories over Syria and the Philippines, securing a place in the next round, they faced online criticism for conceding goals. Today, however, as the team suffered a similar fate against South Africa, the collective joy prevailed, and no one seemed to mind the slip-up. This could be attributed, in part, to the fact that Jorge Dylan is a globally renowned coach, naturally earning more leeway from fans than the less favorable image of Dong Jianhai. Furthermore, the first 60 minutes of the match instilled hope among the spectators, rendering the conceded goal trivial in comparison. Ultimately, after 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the match. The cheers within the Provincial Sports Center soared like fireworks, bursting into exuberance. This Chinese team triumphed over South Africa with a score of 4-1 in the semi-finals of the Zhonghua Cup, earning the right to compete in the final against the Mexican team for the championship. The match concluded. After 90 minutes, the Chinese team emerged victorious with a score of 4-1. Although fatigue affected the team's control in the final moments, overall, this match successfully showcased the new visage of the Chinese team under Dylan's guidance. I surmise that, more than the outcome and the scoreline, it was the display during the first 60 minutes that brought us the greatest joy. Amidst thunderous applause, He Feng passionately exclaimed from the commentary booth. Beside him, Yan Kong echoed with equal fervor, affirming, "Indeed, He Feng. Just look at how delighted the fans are." The singing has hardly ceased in the second half. In Dylan's inaugural match as coach of the Chinese team, there were not only tactical innovations, but also a refreshing spirit. This alone is enough to inspire our hopes for this team as we look forward to the journey leading to the 2030 World Cup in Spain and Portugal. 3 years remain. 3 years is ample time for these players to mature and rise to the occasion. Yan Kang's words brimmed with optimism for the young players of the Chinese national team. This sentiment resonates with any Chinese fan who witnessed the match. As the two commentators engaged in their dialogue, the Chinese players had already completed the customary post-match handshake with their South African counterparts. They then collectively approached the sidelines to express their gratitude with applause towards the fervent fans in the stands who had passionately supported them throughout the game. The fans surged forward, eager to engage with the players. Observing this scene, Huan remarked with emotion. During the Asian Cup, there were some less favorable opinions that led one to believe that the bond forged between players and fans, after our historic qualification for the World Cup, had been severed. However, it appears that Chinese fans remain remarkably forgiving, much like parents of a child who is erred, which parent does not feel anger when their child misbehaves. It is perfectly natural to utter a few harsh words in a moment of frustration. Yet, does this imply a lack of love for their child? He continued to watch the interaction between players and fans, shaking his head. It is impossible. Parents invariably wish for the best for their children, always harboring hope for their future. To chastise them is merely a desire for correction. Our fans are no different. They, too, wish for the success of this team, as they are, after all, our unwavering home team. In the stands, fans began to pass along a gigantic 5-starred red flag. This national emblem had graced the stadium prior to the match, but had been tucked away once the game commenced. Now it reappeared, naturally intended to rally support for the Chinese team's triumph. A chorus erupted from the stands. The 5-starred red flag flutters in the wind. The song of victory resounds so loudly. The head coach, Jorge Dylan, who had been attentively observing the interaction between players and fans, perked up at the sudden emergence of the song. He turned to his translator, Eugene Tao, and inquired, I recall hearing this song during previous matches of the Chinese team, but it is not sung after every game. Is this a particularly special song? Eugene Tao was taken aback by Dylan's attention to such detail. After a moment of surprise, he nodded. Indeed, Jorge, this song is titled Singing for the Motherland. You might consider it our nation's second national anthem. It is typically sung only after a victory, and it must be a significant one. A significant victory? Dylan furrowed his brow. Is our win over South Africa truly considered significant? South Africa is not particularly strong. You chuckled. I believe it is. The importance of a victory is not determined by the strength of the opponent. For many Chinese fans, this match represents the national team's fresh start. In Chinese culture, we value a strong beginning. The first victory holds great significance. Dylan's understanding deepened as he redirected his gaze towards the scene unfolding below. The song continued to reverberate through the stadium, emanating not only from the fans, but also from the loudspeakers. The 5-starred red flag had nearly made its way around the field, passed swiftly among the fans, creating the illusion that it was fluttering triumphantly above the stands, poised to soar out of the stadium itself. P.S. During the double monthly ticket period, I seek the monthly ticket. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 148. Who does not adore Zhang Qinghuan? The day following the conclusion of the semi-finals of the China Cup, Jorge Dylan refrained from scheduling training for the team. Instead, he merely organized a brief recovery session in the hotel gym before breakfast. Subsequently, the players would depart by bus to visit the giant panda breeding base located in the northeastern corner of the city of Jin. This excursion was part of the itinerary arranged by the China Cup rather than a decision made by Coach Dylan himself. Nonetheless, he welcomed the opportunity. After several consecutive days of intense training and a match, the players were physically and mentally exhausted. It was indeed an appropriate time to grant them a respite rather than keeping them tethered to the training ground. Moreover, not only the Chinese team, but the other 3 national teams invited to participate in the China Cup were also enjoying a day of rest, visiting the endearing giant pandas at the breeding base. The players from the 3 other teams exhibited even greater enthusiasm for the visit than the Chinese players. For many, it was their first opportunity to closely encounter live giant pandas. Consequently, by 8:30 a.m., the entrance to the panda base was already teeming with journalists from various countries and fans who had rushed there upon hearing the news. Traffic police had to implement temporary traffic control on the main roads within a 2-kilometer radius of the training base to ensure the smooth arrival of the buses from all 4 teams at the entrance of the panda base. As Hubert Tapai disembarked from the bus, he was greeted by a throng of female fans and excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, so many female fans. This is incredible. Are they all here to welcome us?" His teammate, Dominic Lasky, who followed him off the bus, cast a glance at Tapai, who plays for newly promoted Premier League team Helmer, and replied, "You're mistaken, Hubert. They are here to welcome Bro Huan." Bro Huan. Tapai furrowed his brow, perplexed by the term's meaning. The super idol of Chinese football. Lasky explained. Tapai was even more baffled. Isn't the super idol who? His influence in this country is simply omnipresent. Although it was his first visit to China, Tapai had already gleaned from various street advertisements, media interviews, and the fans' exuberance just how elevated Hulai's status was in this nation. During their match against Mexico the previous day, the presence of numerous Chinese fans, who transformed into supporters of the Polish team due to Lasky and Hulai being teammates at the club, made the Polish team feel as though they were playing on home turf. Such treatment was utterly astounding and further attested to Hulai's popularity in this country. His initial remark had been somewhat half in jest. He believed that perhaps these fans were there to welcome Hulai. To his surprise, he learned about Bro Huan. Lasky chuckled and affirmed, indeed, whose influence in this country is everywhere. However, in the hearts of female fans, Bro Huan is irreplaceable. Tupai was taken aback by Rasky's statement. At that moment, a red bus adorned with a golden dragon approached from the distance. Upon witnessing this, Rasky ceased his explanations. For Tupai could now witness the reality with his own eyes. Words would serve no purpose if the other party remained skeptical. It was far better to let them see for themselves. This red bus was the designated vehicle for the Chinese team in the ongoing Zhonghua Cup. After the Polish team's bus had departed, it came to a steady halt, and the doors swung open. The players of the Chinese team filed out, each greeted by the cheers of the fans present, including Hulai. As Hulai descended, the commotion he stirred was evidently greater than that of his teammates before him. Tupai, who had already entered the panda base, exchanged glances with Rasky as he heard the roar of applause. "Dominic, do you hear that?" Rasky chuckled, not disputing it, for he had already seen Bro Huan making his way to the bus door through the window. Following the exit of two more Chinese players, Zhang Qinghuan appeared at the bus door, peeking out. Suddenly, the distinctive high-pitched cries of female fans erupted. "Qinghuan!" Their voices drowned out the cheers of the male fans, akin to a tempest sweeping through. Rasky turned to Tupai, winking and shrugging. "What did I tell you?" Tupai, dumbfounded, remained silent, as if the storm had scattered his thoughts. The brief interlude at the entrance of the panda base soon passed, leaving no impact on the players' subsequent enjoyment. Those football stars, who basked in adoration on the field, transformed into enamored fans upon seeing the adorable giant pandas, unable to move from their spot, especially in the panda nursery. Despite only being able to view the newborn cubs through glass, players from various nations stifled their voices, exclaiming in wonder. In that moment, they resembled the female fans outside the panda base. "Oh God, if only I could hold one, I would willingly concede 10 goals. Rasky lamented, leaning against the glass, his eyes sparkling with longing. Hulai, trailing behind him, replied, "That won't do, Dominic. You're not the only one scoring goals. You can't use that as a bargaining chip. Now let us move along and not block the way." Reluctantly, Rasky followed the group, glancing back at Hulai. "Why are you so calm? Who? Don't you like pandas?" "I do," Hulai affirmed. "But your expression tells a different story." "Well, I'm Chinese, Dominic. I live around here. I've seen pandas countless times since I was a child. I've visited this place more than 100 times. Hulai shrugged. "Why should I be awestruck by a place I've been to over 100 times? I even held a panda for a photo when I was a kid." Rasky's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, you actually got to hold a panda for a photo?" "Yes, as long as you paid. But now they don't allow that anymore. For safety reasons. No amount of money will change that." Hulai is indeed boasting. In the past, it was possible to pay for a photograph with a panda, but that is no longer the case. However, this has little to do with him. He has never had the privilege of posing with a panda, as his family was not financially stable during his childhood. The cost of a single photograph with a giant panda is approximately 2,000 yuan. And considering his family's economic situation, managing a visit to the panda base was already a significant challenge, let alone spending 2,000 yuan merely for a photo opportunity. Nevertheless, this does not prevent Hulai from indulging in a bit of showboating in front of Rask, who, oblivious to Hulai's past, is left momentarily speechless before becoming animated. "Goodness, you are truly enviable. In Poland, if we wish to see a panda, we can only visit a statue of one at the Warsaw Zoo. Yet here, you can come and go as you please, observe the adults or even the newborns. And you can hold a panda for a photograph. Why is the world so unfair? Why am I not Chinese?" In response to Rask's outburst, Hulai smirks. "Dominic, if you wish to be reborn in Anong, China, you must have saved the universe in your previous life. Clearly, your contributions fall short." The visit to the panda base proceeds smoothly and joyfully. As the national players from the 4 countries depart, they make a special stop at the souvenir shop, purchasing numerous panda-themed items such as hair clips, backpacks, plush toys, badges, and postcards. These serve as splendid mementos for their loved ones. Finally, the teams gather for a group photograph in front of the iconic sculpture at the panda base, cherishing the moments spent during their half-day excursion. For these professional athletes, this is indeed a rare opportunity for leisure. Although the journey to participate in the China Cup was long, the chance to engage closely with pandas brought comfort to many. Rask, particularly exhilarated, shares on Instagram photos of himself with the giant pandas, holding a panda plush toy, and posing with Huan and Huan, captioning it, China and Jincheng, panda base. What a delightful day. I finally met a giant panda. Although I have encountered many panda mascots at the Leeds City home games, my friends. This time it is the real thing. Incredible, they are so adorable. Wow, I could watch them eat bamboo all day. Lastly, let me introduce my new friend. The legendary Bro Huan. Leeds City fans must already know him. He is truly an amazing person. He uses the term amazing in Chinese characters. Soon after, Huan shares Rask's post. Huan Gu is amazing, written entirely in Chinese characters. This prompts foreign fans to seek clarification. What does Huan Gu is amazing mean? Can someone translate? Enthusiastic Chinese student fans respond. Huan Gu is a nickname for Zhang Qinghuan, and amazing can be understood as impressive, so it means Zhang Qinghuan is very impressive. Oh, thank you. I still vividly recall how Zhang Qinghuan managed to lead Catalonia to a defeat against Leeds City at home with just a single meal. It truly was an extraordinary feat. Haha, I anticipated that someone would mention Catalonia. Indeed, let us all chant. Brother Huan is exceptional. Brother Huan is exceptional. Brother Huan is exceptional. Later, when Zhang Qinghuan heard the deafening cheers of Brother Huan is exceptional, erupting from the stands during a match in Syria, he instinctively exclaimed, Huan, you are truly something. P.S. During the double monthly ticket period, I humbly request your support for monthly tickets. Chapter 149. Bringing joy to 1.5 billion people. The joyous moments spent at the panda base were inevitably brief, as the 4 teams participating in the Chinese Cup had to return to their regular training regimen. After all, they still had a match to play. On March 31st, Wednesday afternoon, Poland and South Africa, having lost in the semifinals, were set to compete for 3rd place, followed by the Chinese team facing Mexico at 8 o'clock in the evening, both vying for the inaugural Chinese Cup championship. These 2 matches were not scheduled at the same venue. Poland and South Africa's match was still held at the stadium in Luching district. To prevent the stands from appearing too desolate, a substantial number of complimentary tickets were distributed, resulting in over 20,000 fans attending the match. Thanks to Huan, the Polish team, bolstered by Dominik Laskowski, enjoyed considerable support from Chinese fans. Poland's overall strength surpassed that of South Africa, and thus, with the cheers of the Chinese supporters, Poland scored 3 goals within half an hour. Laskowski netted a goal, leading Poland to a triumphant 3-0 victory over South Africa, securing 3rd place in the inaugural Chinese Cup. In truth, even the South African players, finishing 4th, received commemorative medals, signifying that every participant was rewarded. Additionally, all players received a charming panda doll, though they found it amusing that the dolls were identical to those they had purchased at the panda base. Had they known that everyone would receive one, they certainly would not have bought so many at the base. After the conclusion of the match between Poland and South Africa, all eyes turned to the Provincial Sports Center located outside the North 3rd Ring Road of Jincheng, as the final was about to commence. In fact, even before the 3rd place match had concluded, numerous fans had already arrived at the Provincial Sports Center 2 hours before the match. When the stadium began to allow fans to enter, the plaza outside was already teeming with people, both ticket holders and those without. The tickets for the final had sold out 3 days prior, the day after the match between China and South Africa, making it virtually impossible to procure a ticket at any price. However, for Qin Lin, wishing to bring his wife and child to witness the match live, it posed no issue, as he possessed complimentary tickets. The scene was truly magnificent as Qin Chi stood in the private box, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows at the throng of spectators in the stands. Fans were busy preparing a tifo behind the goals, which was to be unveiled shortly before the match commenced. The ambient music resonating throughout the venue consisted of popular pop songs, allowing the fans to sing along and creating an electrifying atmosphere. Although Qin Chi had attended numerous matches, particularly those of the Shining Stars, He could not help but acknowledge that only the matches featuring the Chinese national team possessed such an utterly unique ambience. Witnessing this spectacle, he recalled the words his father had spoken to him just the day before. His father, who served at the Shining Stars Club, expressed a desire to sign him on. Should he acquiesce, he would depart from Jiaxiang High School after the national tournament, bidding farewell to academia and embarking on the path of a professional footballer. In truth, Qin Shi had long been prepared for this moment. Having been nurtured by his father to play football since childhood, it was never merely a pastime for him. Yet, his father had urged him to contemplate the decision seriously, advising against a hasty response to the Shining Stars Club. This left Qin Shi perplexed, as he had expected his father to encourage him to sign with the club without delay. This is a pivotal juncture in your life, his father had articulated. The choices you make at 17 will indelibly shape your future. Such a significant decision should not stem from my desires, but from your own heart. Should you choose to forsake your studies to pursue a career in professional football, let it be because you genuinely wish to, not merely because I wish for you to. At that moment, Qin Shi yearned to assert, I have already made my decision. Father, I genuinely want to go. However, his father had interjected, suggesting they take their time, as this was a matter to be addressed post-tournament. For now, let us go to the provincial stadium tomorrow to cheer for the national team. Now, standing in the box. Though separated by glass, it was not entirely soundproof, allowing him to clearly hear the chants and songs from the crowd, witnessing the animated scene before him. Once again, he resolutely affirmed within himself, I shall pursue a career in professional football. I shall don the national team jersey. I shall strive for glory for my country. I shall compete in the World Cup alongside Hu Gu and the others. This is not for my father. This is for myself. Yin Yin and Chu Yifan tossed their hefty bags to the ground, producing a dull thud that suggested their contents were substantial. Come on, brothers, let us get to work. Yin Yin called out, prompting the dozen or so individuals trailing him to eagerly approach and extract the items from the first bag, which contained a neatly folded banner. They carefully unfurled the banner and placed it atop the railing, then gently lowered it down. Some secured the banner in place, while others began to tie it to the railing with ropes. A few even ventured down to the stands to assess the banner's display. The left side is too low. Raise it a bit. A tad more to the right. Perfect. Soon, a banner proclaiming 4 national players from one school, 2-time 3 Tiger Generals. East Chuan Middle School cheers for the Chinese team, was hung on the railing of the second-level stands. Chu Yifan gazed at the throngs of spectators surrounding him, exclaiming, Fortunately, we booked our tickets a week in advance. Otherwise, we would not have been able to fulfill Principal Zhai's task. This banner was indeed the assignment that Principal Zhai had given to Yin Yin and the others, to display the banner of East Chuan Middle School prominently in the stands, ensuring that the school's esteemed reputation would be broadcast far and wide via television. Yin Yin, beaming with pride, remarked, I told you the Chinese team would definitely reach the finals, which is why I had you buy the tickets early. Those fools from Jiaxiang only thought of getting their tickets after the semifinals. They are too late. Huh. In the end, they lack faith in their Wang team. Meng Shi grinned, adding, of course, no one can match our Yin team's confidence in Hu Lai. Hey, is the chosen one just a title? Laughter erupted among them. After the laughter subsided, Yin Yin called to his teammates, come on, let's hang their Jiaxiang banner below ours. Since they have come to us for help, we might as well oblige and make them owe us a favor for a year. They pulled out another banner from their bag, unfurling it to hang alongside their own. Once it was secured, they finally read the inscription, Jiaxiang High School, the football dominators of Anong. Salute to Wang Guangwei. Oh no. The East Chuan Middle School contingent erupted in outrage upon seeing the message. Those Jiaxiang scoundrels. So this is their banner content. No wonder they kept it from us. Damn it, we've been tricked. How can Jiaxiang High School dare to call themselves the football dominators of Anong in front of us? Yin Yin waved his hand decisively. No need to panic. Let's lower our banner just a bit. Consequently, Jiaxiang High School's banner was altered to read, Female Little. Unintelligible text. Yin Yin clapped his hands in satisfaction, exclaiming, Perfect. As the Chinese players ran out of the tunnel to warm up, the atmosphere in the venue reached its first peak. Fans cheered loudly and sang, welcoming the players' initial appearance. Even before the match commenced, some enthusiastic fans began chanting slogans to cheer for the Chinese team. Those still outside the venue, hearing the chants, thought they might have misread the time and assumed the match had already begun. Shortly after, the Mexican players emerged to warm up as well. To exert pressure on the Mexican team and assert their presence, the Chinese fan songs grew even louder. Though the match had yet to start, the provincial sports center buzzed with the ambience typical of a live game. Jorge Dylan stood at the sidelines for a moment, observing this scene, before turning back to the locker room. Behind him, the fervor of the Chinese fans showed no signs of waning. When the Chinese players concluded their warm-up and left the field, the enthusiastic singing began to gradually subside. The fans, too, required a brief respite to gather their strength for the upcoming official match and recover their voices. Drink water when you need to, take throat lozenges as necessary, and head to the restroom when required. Then simply await the commencement of the match. In the locker room, Jorge Dylan, graying and slightly portly, stood with his hands on his hips near the entrance, observing the Chinese players who were changing in front of the three walls surrounding him. He remained silent, merely watching them intently. In contrast, his assistant coach paced the locker room, continuously reminding the players of various points alongside the translator, Yu Jintao. Once all the starting players had donned their uniforms and footwear, Dylan exchanged a knowing glance with his assistant, who then discreetly stepped aside. Yu Jintao positioned himself beside Dylan. Today marked an international match day as scheduled by FIFA, yet with the presence of the China Cup, the atmosphere felt slightly different. I imagine you have seldom witnessed such fervent enthusiasm from fans during a friendly match, Dylan remarked, gesturing towards the closed locker room door. Upon hearing Yu Jintao's translation, all eyes followed the coach's hand, as if they could pierce through the door and walls to the field beyond. After the last match, you interacted with the fans in the stands, who were singing. Today, as you warm up, those same fans will be singing. I even noticed many of them laughing and chatting. Frankly, at that moment, I felt as if I were at a grand celebration, with the audience eagerly anticipating the spectacle to unfold. Dylan paused, allowing Yu Jintao to finish translating his words. Yu Jintao refrained from imposing any personal interpretation but translated faithfully, even capturing the tone of Dylan's speech, ensuring its authenticity. His diligent efforts resonated with the Chinese players, who could sense the joy and enthusiasm emanating from the stands, stirring a heightened excitement within them, eager for the match to commence. The coach was indeed correct. It felt akin to a festive occasion, imbued with a vibrant atmosphere. You are the Chinese national team, adorned with the national flag upon your chests, representing this country. Your task is simple, to bring hope and joy to the people of this nation, just as you did in the previous match and will do today. Dylan placed a hand over his heart, proudly noting that he was wearing the Chinese team's training jacket, emblazoned with the 5-starred red flag on the left side of his chest. Mexico is formidable, having reached the round of 16 in the last World Cup. However, Brazil, whom you nearly toppled in the World Cup, ultimately finished as the runner-up. Who is stronger? If you can hold your own against Brazil, what does Mexico signify? Remember, I have consistently emphasized your strength from the outset. Maintain the mentality of a strong team, for you truly are formidable. Dylan's voice rose in intensity, his gestures becoming more emphatic. Yu Jintao matched his heightened volume and animated gestures, mirroring Dylan's fervor. Thus, why should we not triumph over Mexico on our home turf, bringing glory and joy to the 1.5 billion people of this nation? To fight for 1.5 billion is an immense pressure, yet it is simultaneously an unparalleled honor. In this world, the number of individuals capable of bearing such responsibility is exceedingly rare, and you are among the most fortunate. Are you aware of the respect you command from others when you share this? For you have the ability to bring joy to 1.5 billion people. Is there anything more remarkable than this? After the semi-final, a song resonated throughout the stadium. I inquired and learned that it is your second national anthem, sung solely in moments of victory, and only after significant triumphs. Therefore, I now beseech you to allow me the pleasure of hearing that victorious anthem once more after today's match. Chapter 150. The tactical role of Huan. The Chinese team attempted to coordinate on the flanks with a 2-on-1 play between Chen Xingyi and Xia Xiaoyu. Well done. Upon receiving Xia Xiaoyu's pass, Chen Xingyi deftly flicked the ball forward, evading the approaching Mexican defender. A tremendous cheer erupted from the stands. The Mexican team quickly responded, sending a player to block Chen Xingyi's advance along the wing. However, Chen Xingyi chose not to engage in a tussle but instead delivered a lateral pass to Xia Xiaoyu, who swiftly transferred the ball to Zhang Qinghuan, already positioned in the center. Zhang Qinghuan aimed to thread a pass to Huan, who had begun his run, but alas, the ball was intercepted by the Mexican center back, Jose Tana. What a pity! He sighed deeply, but quickly added, "Nevertheless, it is of no consequence." The quality of this attack from the Chinese team was commendable. Tana had taken a considerable risk in his interception. Had he not committed, Zhang Qinghuan's pass would have pierced through the Mexican defense, and there was a possibility he could have miscalculated the tackle. Though the Chinese team's attack did not materialize, thunderous applause erupted from the stands following the initial sighs of disappointment. This was the fans' way of encouraging the team. After all, the performance of the Chinese team on the field was indeed impressive. Faced with Mexico, they were still able to create such opportunities, and these were not mere coincidences. Since the beginning of the match, similar chances had arisen more than once or twice. In this edition of the China Cup, Mexico is undoubtedly the strongest team among the four contenders. They possess the greatest strength. In the broader context of global football, Mexico can indeed be classified as a formidable team. According to the latest FIFA rankings, the Mexican national team stands at 17th, surpassing Japan, the dominant force in Asia, which is ranked 28th. Meanwhile, China holds the 50th position in the FIFA rankings, 5th in Asia. It can be asserted that Mexico, within the Asian football realm, is a veritable giant catfish. Thus, when observers witnessed the Chinese team holding their own against Mexico in the first half, many were ecstatic. The progress displayed by the Chinese team in the previous match was not due to the lack of strength from the South African team, nor was it a fleeting moment, nor merely an illusion. This team has indeed made comprehensive advancements. Certainly, the mindset of the Mexican team participating in the China Cup differs significantly from that of the players in the World Cup, thus their performances cannot be simply equated. Nevertheless, Chinese fans remain exceedingly delighted. The hallmark of Mexican football lies in the players' technical finesse, agility, and quickness, albeit their physical attributes are not particularly outstanding. They possess the delicate skills characteristic of South American players, coupled with the cohesive teamwork inherent in Spanish football. When such a team finds its rhythm, it can be immensely formidable. Even powerhouses like Brazil, Argentina, Germany, and Italy may falter against Mexico. Thus, the strategy devised by Dylan for the Chinese team primarily revolves around leveraging their numerical advantage in midfield to disrupt Mexico's attacking coordination. Simultaneously, it aims to suppress Mexico's offense through Chinese attacks, preventing them from launching unrestrained assaults. In essence, the objective is to maintain a solid defense while also being capable of mounting an offense. While this sounds straightforward, it poses a considerable challenge for the Chinese team. Historically, the Chinese squad has been somewhat rigid in its approach, either launching an all-out offensive without regard for defense or retreating into a defensive shell, relying solely on counterattacks from the flanks. Both strategies have yielded suboptimal results. However, the current Chinese team exhibits signs of evolution. Although still in its formative stages, the team's capacity to engage competitively with Mexico largely hinges on the exceptional form of Huan today. The recent risky tackle by Jose Tana serves as a testament to this. Ordinarily, a defender should prioritize safety over risk. While flamboyant defensive maneuvers can attract attention, they often lead to missteps. In that moment, had Tana refrained from such action, Huan might have received the ball unimpeded from behind him, rendering any concerns about style irrelevant, as it would then be too late to rectify the situation. Thus, he was compelled to take the risk and execute a mid-course tackle. In slow motion, one can observe that had his legs been a tad shorter or his movement slightly slower, he would have indeed let the ball slip past him. It is worth noting that although Zhang Qinghuan's shot was ultimately intercepted, the quality of his passing was remarkably high. At that moment, he was flanked by a Mexican player, albeit not closely marking him. Yet, even in the presence of an opponent, Zhang Qinghuan displayed remarkable composure in delivering such an accurate pass. This is a testament to his training in La Liga, where the pace of play surpasses that of the Chinese Super League. During his tenure in the CSL, he could afford to observe and contemplate his next move after receiving the ball. However, in La Liga, such an approach would see him struggle to maintain possession. He must preemptively decide on his actions before receiving the ball, executing his plans simultaneously. It must be acknowledged that although Dylan did not assume control of the team immediately following Shi Wuin's departure, allowing Dong Jianhai to lead for 6 months may have appeared detrimental to the Chinese team, it now seems to have been a fortuitous arrangement. Let us first set aside the sobering effects of the Asian Cup failure on those who had previously succumbed to overconfidence, allowing them to better comprehend some of Dylan's methods. Regarding Dylan himself, had he assumed leadership of the team after the World Cup, the transformative ideas he envisioned may not have been executed with such efficacy. Nor would the prevailing public sentiment have been as accommodating as it is now. At that time, the Chinese squad boasted only Hu Lai and Luo Kai, who had spent a significant duration playing in Europe, while Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Xingyi, Wang Guangwei, and Xia Xiaoyu had only just embarked on their European journeys, still struggling to acclimatize to their new environments. How could they possibly adapt to Dylan's tactical demands and training intensity under such circumstances? The current Chinese team owes much of its commendable performance to the support of its European-based players. Although Hu Lai did not receive the ball, he nonetheless turned to give brother Huan a thumbs up, commending the quality of his pass. His performance in this match was commendable, perhaps invigorated by Dylan's pre-match remarks that stirred his passion. Dylan's ability to motivate them using Ode to the Motherland speaks volumes of his awareness of the song's significance. If an outsider can execute his duties with such meticulousness, should not these homegrown Chinese players rise to the occasion, lest they be looked down upon by their foreign counterparts? Thus, once the match commenced, Hu Lai remained exceptionally active. Regardless of the likelihood of opportunities, he tirelessly maneuvered through the Mexican defense, exhibiting relentless energy even when the chances appeared slim. In the 12th minute, Zhou Zijing held off a Mexican center-back just outside the penalty area before turning to shoot. His powerful strike was met with an unsteady grasp from Mexican goalkeeper Salvador Manriquez, who momentarily fumbled the ball. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, springing back to secure the ball once more. Just as he managed to regain control, Hu Lai surged forward, poised to strike. Had Manriquez not already contained the ball, Hu Lai would have undoubtedly taken a shot, but fearing a foul for colliding with the goalkeeper, he hastily withdrew his foot. At that moment, Manriquez, bent over on the ground, was oblivious to this near miss, yet it sent chills down the spines of his fellow Mexican players, especially Jose Tana, who was tasked with marking Hu Lai. The difference was merely half a second between Manriquez's dive and Hu Lai's withdrawal. Had Manriquez been a fraction slower, Hu Lai would have found the back of the net. Prior to this match, the Mexican players had heard of Hu Lai's reputation as a forward adept at seizing opportunities and had watched his game footage. However, to truly internalize that understanding, mere observation was insufficient. Experiential engagement was essential. This encounter undoubtedly heightened the tension among the Mexican players. Why else would Jose Tana risk a mistimed tackle? Dylan remarked with a smirk that there exist foolish notions in Europe that claim Hu is merely a goal scorer, with little tactical contribution. Observing a single instance of who has the ability to render the Mexican defense in a state of disarray, who could dare claim that such tactics lack significance? It seems that their minds have become rigid, unable to meet the tactical demands of the head coach, without accomplishing specific tactical assignments. They appear to believe their efforts are devoid of tactical merit. In truth, I need not assign Hu any particular tasks. His mere presence on the field already contributes significantly to our strategy. This remark was directed towards his assistant coach, Kailais Queiroz. Queiroz chuckled in response. A friend of mine has informed me that the Madrid Kings seem to have rekindled their interest in Hu. It appears that Xavi Sanchez has not yet lost his wits. Yet, they initially had the opportunity to acquire Hu for no more than 10 million euros. Dylan laughed, remarking, Kailais, isn't this typical of the Madrid Kings? If they cannot acquire players at exorbitant prices, how can they assert themselves as the team that the finest players aspire to join? Can the best players truly be signed for merely 10 million? Queiroz paused momentarily, then joined in the laughter. The atmosphere before the coaching bench was notably relaxed, primarily due to the fact that, from a tactical standpoint, the Chinese team was not at a disadvantage, and everyone was quite pleased with the players' performances. Additionally, since the Football Association had not set any pre-match objectives, there was no pressure, and they were free from anxiety. Of course, although the Football Association did not impose targets on the coaching staff, Dylan nonetheless established a goal for the team, to bring home a championship. Mexico is undoubtedly formidable, and defeating them is no easy feat, however. It is precisely for this reason that Dylan aimed for the championship. He wishes to ascertain whether this group of young talents can indeed achieve it. Should they fall short, he would not feel disappointment or cast blame on the players. Yet, success would bolster his confidence for the future. After all, his tenure with this team is not merely about participating in the World Cup. The 2030 World Cup will be held in his homeland, Spain, marking a sort of homecoming for him. As this will be the final chapter of his coaching career, he naturally hopes to conclude it on a triumphant note. More importantly, he harbors some resentment regarding his departure from the first-team coaching role, leading to a period of idleness at home, ultimately culminating in his distant venture to coach in China. In this chapter, we witness Hu threatening the Mexican goal, yet Mexico is not without its own formidable counterattack. After all, the Mexican team boasts an exceptional forward, Nuno Alvarez, who plays for the prominent La Liga club Valencia. Notably, he shares a contentious history with Hu. Currently, Alvarez leads the UEFA Europa League scoring chart with 7 goals, while Hu follows closely behind with 5, ranking third. It is worth mentioning that Hu achieved 5 goals in just 3 Europa League matches, drawing media attention as he edged closer to Alvarez on the scoring list. As Hu garnered praise, Alvarez's name was inevitably mentioned alongside his. Thus, it would be utterly implausible to suggest that Alvarez harbors no feelings regarding Hu. In this edition of the Zhonghua Cup, it presents an excellent opportunity for Alvarez, a chance to engage in a genuine contest with Hulai, both being forwards. The competition is straightforward. It is a matter of who can score more goals. Alvarez's rival, Lasky, currently leads the scoring charts with 2 goals, achieved during the semifinals and the third-place match. However, with his matches concluded, whether he can retain his title as the top scorer hinges on the performances of Hulai and Alvarez in the final. Interestingly, both players netted a goal in their previous semifinal match. The player who finds the net in the final can not only catch up to Lasky but might even surpass him, claiming the prestigious Golden Boot. Alvarez regards Hulai as a formidable opponent deserving of serious consideration, yet he seems less concerned about the defenders of the Chinese team. Apart from Hulai, he is aware of another player, Zhang Huan, who plays in Serie A. After watching the highlights of China's 4-1 victory over South Africa in the semifinals, it is evident that the Chinese team excels in offense, exhibiting a stronger attacking prowess than defensive capabilities. This was evident as the final commenced, with China's offense placing considerable pressure on the Mexican defenders. However, Alvarez, currently the top scorer in the Europa League and third in La Liga, does not regard the Chinese team's 3-man defense with much respect. Nuno Alvarez, standing at a modest 1.77 meters, may not possess remarkable speed, yet his technical finesse is exceptional, particularly in dribbling through defenders to score. He and Hulai represent 2 distinct archetypes of forwards. Hulai relies on support from teammates, while Alvarez showcases formidable solo capabilities. Upon receiving the ball on the right flank, he adeptly cuts in, leveraging his initial advantage to position Chen Xingyi behind him, rendering the defender hesitant before advancing towards the Chinese penalty area. Chen Xingyi cannot closely shadow him, as he must also fulfill his duties as a fullback, while the Mexican right back exploits the flank, compelling Chen to focus on defensive responsibilities. This relegates the midfield defensive role to Gao Rumin. In this match, Gao Rumin replaces Jiang Wanqing in the starting lineup, marking his first start for the national team since his injury during the World Cup. In the previous semi-final of the Zhonghua Cup, he appeared as a substitute in the final 10 minutes. Prior to his injury, Gao Rumin was a mainstay in coach Shi Wuin's national team, having been a key player since his time with the youth national team and the Olympic squad, and also a key player for Capital Tungluan, where Shi is well acquainted with him. His attributes are well balanced. He exhibits no glaring weaknesses in stamina, physicality, interception ability, or man-marking skills. However, none of these attributes stand out as particularly exceptional. Standing at 1.85 meters, he possesses height for heading, and although not exceptionally muscular, his core strength is commendable. His agility is reasonable, avoiding clumsiness, and his stamina allows him to keep pace throughout the match. Fortunately, the injuries sustained during the World Cup did not significantly impact his professional career. After a period of diligent recovery, Gao Rumin has re-established himself as a key player at the club and made his return to the national team. In truth, the notion of balance can sometimes be bluntly interpreted as mediocrity. Indeed, while Gao Rumin, as a national player, does not exhibit particularly outstanding abilities in the defensive midfield position compared to his teammates in more advanced roles, he remains an indispensable option in the current landscape of Chinese football, especially when considering the aging Jiang Wanqing. After all, Gao is a quintessential defensive midfielder, whose defensive capabilities are reliable. Dylan's 3-5-2 formation places high demands on midfield defense, prompting him to start 2 different defensive midfielders in the recent matches, seeking to identify who might be the more suitable choice for the national team at this juncture. Jiang Wanqing's wealth of experience is a significant advantage, yet his age presents a considerable disadvantage. At 34, his physical capabilities have significantly declined. At times, defense can rely solely on experience rather than physicality. Gao Rumin, however, benefits from youth. Yet, whether it is Jiang Wanqing or Gao Rumin, both struggle against opponents of Alvarez's caliber. As Gao retreated from midfield to the edge of the penalty area, he observed Alvarez cutting in with the ball and promptly approached him, lowering his center of gravity. He prepared for the challenge. However, Alvarez outmaneuvered him with a quicker step frequency and rhythm, causing Gao to lose his balance. Alvarez executed a feint. Danger! As Gao was bypassed, gasps arose from the commentary booth and the stands. Damn! Gao muttered in frustration before resuming his pursuit. Alvarez was now facing the Chinese defense. With a lack of midfield protection, and center back Mao Junjing found himself directly confronting the opposing striker. Gao was acutely aware that they were now in a perilous situation. He had to close the gap and collaborate with Mao to execute the defense. Alvarez paid no heed to Gao's pursuit. Instead, he faced the approaching Chinese defender and skillfully altered his footwork, causing Mao to hesitate momentarily. Seizing the moment, he deftly flicked the ball to his left and surged diagonally into the penalty area. By the time Mao attempted to launch himself forward in pursuit, it was too late, and the distance between him and Alvarez had widened significantly. Caution! Once Alvarez penetrated the penalty area, he began to adjust his steps, seemingly intending to shoot as soon as he reached the ball. Goalkeeper Hauter rushed to position himself to block the angle of the shot. As Alvarez lifted his leg to strike the ball, Gao dove to the ground in an attempt to intercept. However, Alvarez executed a mere feint, his foot missing the ball completely, merely creating an illusion of a strike. Hauter found himself sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Alvarez took another shot. Just as he released the ball, a figure surged in from the side, sliding in with a tackle. The ball struck the defender's foot, deflecting out of bounds. Phew! It was only then that the Chinese fans in the stands exhaled, their tension finally dissipating. Wang Guangwei had made a crucial contribution, he Feng exclaimed excitedly. At the most critical moment, he executed the pivotal defense. Alvarez was taken aback that his series of splendid performances could ultimately be thwarted. He widened his eyes and turned to gaze at Wang Guangwei, who was rising from the ground. The slow-motion replay of this exchange was broadcasted during the match, allowing everyone to see that as Alvarez broke through Mao Junjing, Wang Guangwei had already surged in from the opposite side. He was in fact moving laterally, following Alvarez's trajectory. Remarkably, he did not pause even for a moment, not even when he saw Alvarez engaging Mao Junjing one-on-one. Instead, he sprinted directly towards the back. It was as if he instinctively knew that Alvarez would make a breakthrough in that direction. Ultimately, he did manage to catch up. Had he hesitated for even a fleeting moment, he might have failed to thwart Alvarez's shot. Rising from the ground, Hauter emphatically patted Wang Guangwei on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Since stepping in for the injured starting center back, Alterbelly, and excelling in his performances, Wang Guangwei has firmly established himself in El Drea's starting lineup. Although his opportunities had been limited previously, his training attitude is impeccable, and his progress is remarkable. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, and Wang Guangwei embodies this principle. This defensive play exemplified his composure and decisiveness. He Feng praised Wang Guangwei profusely. Compared to their offensive prowess, the Chinese team's defense has not shone brightly, often becoming a target of criticism, particularly during the Asian Cup. Now, he is delighted to witness Wang Guangwei's rapid development. He believes that once Lin Ziyuan fully recovers and returns, the Chinese defense should no longer be as beleaguered as it has been in the past. Wang is exceptional, our eternal legend. Indeed, in critical moments, we rely on our Wang. Unable to procure tickets to attend the match in person, Wu Yu and his teammates from the Jiaxiang High School football team leapt from their seats in the bar, raising their arms in exuberance. Someone then inquired of Wu Yu, "Did the crew from Dongchuan Middle School really take our banner inside?" Wu Yu nodded. "They did. I specifically waited outside the provincial stadium to hand it over to them. So rest assured, everyone stay alert. We might just catch a glimpse of our banner on the stands." With this, the other members of the former Jiaxiang High School football team focused intently on the television screen, fearful of missing the crucial moment when their banner might appear. At that moment, Mexico took a corner kick, but it posed no threat to the Chinese goal. Wang Guangwei leapt above everyone else to head the ball clear. Once again, it was Wang Guangwei, a splendid header to clear the danger. The ball he directed out fell outside the penalty area. where Hu Lai and Mexican midfielder Jonathan Hernandez leapt to contest it. Although he did not make contact with the ball, he effectively disrupted Hernandez's header, causing it to drift weakly towards the Chinese penalty area, where Zhang Qinghuan skillfully controlled it with his chest, transitioning the play to the flank, providing an opportunity to Chen Xingyi, who was sprinting out of the penalty area. A counterattack from the Chinese team. The stands erupted in joyful cheers. Chen Xingyi surged forward with the ball, prompting a hasty retreat from the Mexican players. Hu Lai, having contested a header, swiftly turned to sprint ahead. While Zhang Qinghuan had yet to receive the ball, Chen Xingyi soon faced an interception from the Mexican fullback, Sosanasi Minto, who remained at the back. In response, he decelerated and passed the ball centrally to Hu Lai, who was making a run in the middle. At that moment, due to the astonishing speed of the Chinese team's counterattack, Hu Lai found himself as the foremost Chinese player, devoid of any teammates to support him. The retreating Mexican players, witnessing this, felt a surge of relief, believing the Chinese offensive would slow, thus granting them the opportunity to regroup. The other Mexican fullback, Rolando Perez, cautiously retreated while simultaneously attempting to challenge Hu Lai, whose primary task was to occupy Perez and buy time for his teammates' return. After all, Hu Lai was not particularly skilled at dribbling past defenders. Even if given space, he struggled to capitalize on it. As Hu Lai advanced, he noted Perez's defensive strategy, which was indeed quite reasonable. Hu Lai even wagered that as long as he remained outside the penalty area, Perez could likely continue to delay him. However, Hu said that remaining outside the penalty area posed no threat. Sensing the pressure from behind by Hernandez, Hu Lai gently nudged the ball forward as if to continue his dribble. Yet, in an instant, he swung his right leg and struck the ball. From approximately 30 meters away from the goal, he unleashed a long-range shot. Hu Lai had taken a direct shot. While Yifeng was still astonished by Hu Lai's sudden strike, he watched as the ball soared straight across the 30-meter pitch and plunged into the Mexican net. Despite the Mexican goalkeeper, Manriquez, leaping into the air, his height of only 1.79 meters rendered him unable to reach the ball. Not anticipating Hu Lai's audacious attempt from such a distance. "Splendid. Magnificent. Hu Lai," exclaimed Yin Kong beside Yifeng, his voice hoarse as he attempted to match the roar of jubilation resonating above the provincial sports center. As the last day of September approached, a plea for monthly votes was subtly noted. In conclusion, Hu Lai indeed possessed the ability to execute long-range shots, though he preferred to resolve matters within the penalty area. Consequently, his reputation had been predominantly that of a poacher, with his threat escalating the closer he was to the goal. His long-range goals were few and far between. Nevertheless, it should be acknowledged that his best goal in the previous World Cup was a breathtaking strike just beyond the halfway line. Following that match, Hu Lai, in an interview, remarked that the shot was purely fortuitous, devoid of any technical prowess, and he did not claim to excel at long-range shooting. That goal could not merely be attributed to Hu Lai's supposed long-range proficiency, as even other adept long-range shooters would require a stroke of luck to replicate such a feat. Thus, no one found fault with Hu Lai's explanation. Unexpectedly, Hu Lai's powerful shot resonated like thunder in this match, breaking the deadlock and putting the Chinese team ahead. After scoring, Hu Lai refrained from running to the corner flag, as it was too far. Instead, he took a couple of steps towards the center circle before leaping into his signature celebration, soon to be enveloped by his ecstatic national teammates. Hu Lai's long-range strike was nothing short of astonishing, catching the Mexican defense off guard. Perez had not anticipated that Hu Lai would unleash such a shot from that position, granting him ample space to strike. In the 36th minute of the first half, China led Mexico 1-0. As the television broadcast shifted from Hu Lai's celebration to the jubilant fans in the stands, the scene in a nearby bar revealed Wu Yu and his companions cheering in delight. Suddenly, they spotted a banner. One school, for national players, two-time national champions. The cradle of the three tigers. Dongchuan Middle School cheers for Team China. Dongchuan Middle School. Excitement surged among the players from the Yuanshan High School football team as they eagerly searched for their school's banner on screen. Beneath the Dongchuan Middle School banner, they noticed another one with peculiar characters, a jumble of nonsensical symbols. The exhilaration of the group was doused like cold water. They exchanged bewildered glances until someone finally questioned, "Is that our banner?" "It seems so," came the uncertain reply. They then turned their gaze to Wu Yu, who had supposedly handed the banner to Yin Yan. Snapping back to reality, Wu Yu cursed, "Damn it, Yin Yan," amidst the jubilant atmosphere. Yin Yin and his teammates celebrated Hu Lai's goal, momentarily shivering but dismissing it as mere exuberance. Indeed, the chosen one, our eternal deity, he exclaimed, raising his arms high. In the face of the formidable Mexican team, the Chinese squad continued to advance, scoring a goal. After switching to a 3-5-2 formation, the team did not lose its speed. Rather, it became more agile, capable of adapting to varying circumstances. When speed was essential, they could accelerate, and when control was needed, they could maintain possession. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Hefeng shouted, "Exactly. During counterattacks, we can still rely on the pace of our wings." In fact, even if Hu Lai did not take the shot himself, he could pass the ball to the right, where Luo Kai was already making a run. Simultaneously, after passing to Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi did not remain stationary but surged forward, ensuring that even during counterattacks, the Chinese team had multiple options for passing, avoiding a situation where a single point of attack became blocked. In truth, there were more than just the two supporting points mentioned by Yin Kong. Behind Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, Zhou Zijing, and Xia Xiaoyu were all advancing, allowing Hu Lai to pass the ball back and then make a run to draw the opposing defenders away, thus creating ample space for his three teammates who were making forward runs. Certainly, in the end, Hu Lai resolved the issue with his personal prowess, allowing his teammates to celebrate without the need for an arduous run, thus ensuring that their efforts were not in vain. In front of the coach's bench, head coach Jorge Dillon laughed heartily. "Why would I seek to speak with Hu privately? There is simply no need. Behold, as long as he performs normally, he will score. What more is there to discuss? Am I to engage him in idle chatter?" Both Yu Jintao and assistant coach Psycholos chuckled at this. Prior to the national team's official assembly, Dillon had individually approached Zhou Zijing, Xia Xiaoyu, Luo Kai, Chen Xingyi, and Wang Guangwei regarding this matter, which was later leaked by media closely associated with the national team. The media that disseminated this information presumably hoped to draw attention to what Dillon had discussed with these individuals, seeking to understand his coaching philosophy for the Chinese team. However, the primary focus of online discussions at that time revolved around why Dillon had not sought Hu Lai for a private conversation. This sparked a plethora of conspiracy theories, suggesting that Dillon harbored a dislike for Hu Lai or that Hu Lai had fallen out of favor in Dillon's national team. Dillon refrained from clarifying these rumors, as he found little merit in engaging with the online chatter. After all, he charged for interviews. Even to dispel rumors about himself would not warrant breaking this established norm. Indeed, aside from pre- and post-match press conferences, Dillon imposed a fee for any other interviews, charging by the minute. For interviews not exceeding 15 minutes, the rate was €100 per minute, while television interviews were not bound by time, with the last one costing €30,000. This had been his practice during his tenure with the Shenzhen Aero, leading to private grumbling among journalists. Much of the negative commentary surrounding Dillon online painted him as excessively avaricious and miserly. In truth, the price was not exorbitant, but the requirement for payment for every interview, and the minute-by-minute billing created an uncomfortable atmosphere, reducing interactions between interviewers and interviewees to mere financial transactions, evoking comparisons to an antiquated profession. Nevertheless, Dillon remained unfazed by public perception, asserting that his coaching role in China was not motivated by financial gain. Was he there merely for philanthropic educational endeavors? Following his ascension to the role of national team head coach, the discontent regarding his interview fees diminished significantly, as his status had shifted. Moreover, the Football Association had specifically instructed the media to refrain from discussing Dillon's interview fees and to avoid portraying the national team coach as a miser, understanding that such an image would be detrimental to the entire Chinese team's reputation. While they could not control Dillon, they could certainly manage the insubordinate domestic media, who would find it nearly impossible to obtain the national team's interview rights. As the Chinese team displayed remarkable performance in the semifinals of the current Zhonghua Cup, the conspiracy theories gradually dissipated. The reason was simple. Regardless of any alleged discord between Hu Lai and Dillon, Hu Lai's stellar performance as a starter, scoring twice in the semifinals, rendered all speculation moot. With Hu Lai's caliber and performance, which coach would dare to overlook him? Which coach possesses the capability to lead the Chinese team to the World Cup without utilizing Hu Lai? What? Jorge Dillon is a world-renowned coach. Even a cosmic maestro would struggle. Following Hu Lai's goals, the Chinese team played with newfound ease. Following the match against South Africa, the players have gained a deeper understanding of the new formation and tactics. Riding on the momentum of their goals, they managed to assert dominance over Mexico, ranked 17th in the world. This electrified Chinese fans both at the stadium and in front of their televisions. Mexico was a team that reached the last 16 in the previous World Cup. Does our ability to suppress Mexico imply that this Chinese team could potentially advance to the quarterfinals of the World Cup? Although such comparisons may lack substance, it is undeniable that people revel in such speculations. In the final minutes before halftime, to prevent Mexico from seizing an opportunity to counterattack, the Chinese team deliberately slowed down the pace and retreated to defend resolutely. Mexico, in turn, reorganized their offensive efforts, attempting to equalize before the halftime whistle. However, they were unsuccessful. The Chinese defense, bolstered by 3 central defenders, was complemented on the flanks by Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai, whose speed and tenacity compensated for any defensive technical shortcomings. Moreover, Xia Xiaoyu and Gao Rumin's active running and interceptions in midfield disrupted Mexico's offensive flow, leaving them with little room to maneuver. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, the cheers echoing above the provincial sports center nearly gave the impression that the match had concluded. Chinese fans secretly wished the game would end there, granting China the championship of the inaugural Zhonghua Cup. Although the title may not carry significant weight, it would still be a championship. Chinese football has very few titles to its name. Before this final, some fans regarded Mexico as a formidable opponent, hesitant to set high expectations for the Chinese team. Content as long as they showcase their style and skill. However, after witnessing the first half, opinions shifted, and everyone began to believe in the possibility of clinching a title. Even a championship of lesser prestige could bring joy for a time. P.S. Happy National Day to everyone. During the double monthly ticket period, I seek guaranteed monthly tickets. By the time you read this chapter, I will be driving on the highway with my family. Interestingly, last year at this time, I was also on an outing with my family, but I had 20 chapters stored at that time. Little did I expect that those would be my last glorious 20 chapters, marking the peak of my manuscript reserves since the book's inception. This time, I possess only 10 chapters. In fact, 10 chapters are the most I have managed to store over the past few months. Last National Day, Hulai was still playing in the Chinese second division. Merely a year has passed, and he has now moved to Europe, becoming the Premier League's Golden Boot winner and the World Cup's top scorer. One cannot help but reflect on the passage of time. Hulai is no longer the unknown player he once was. This sentiment resonates not only with the characters in my story, but with me as well. It feels as though last National Day was just yesterday. Perhaps for me, due to the pandemic, these past 2 years have felt compressed. Life has been devoid of significant events, with writing being my sole endeavor, day after day, immersing myself in this world, sharing the joys and sorrows alongside the characters within my narrative. Perhaps when the story reaches its conclusion, I shall feel an overwhelming sense of reluctance. I have taken the liberty to calculate that this year, I have penned a total of 260,000 words, not an insignificant amount, yet not exceedingly vast either. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this book is expected to reach its finale next year. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support and wish you all a joyous holiday season filled with delightful feasts and leisure. Chapter 153. High-pressing tactics. Our performance in the first half was subpar. We cannot afford to play in such a manner during the second half. Upon returning to the locker room, Mexico's head coach, Alfonso Leds, delivered a stern critique to his players. In the second half, we must implement a high-pressing strategy, applying relentless pressure to disrupt them. We must not allow them the freedom they enjoyed in the first half. Vega. He called out the name of the team's defensive midfielder. Juan Vega stood tall, meeting his gaze. You shall not remain in the back, sweeping the midfield. You are to shadow their number 10, Zhang. Wherever he goes, you must follow. If he drops back, you must advance. In any case, he must not be allowed to receive the ball freely. Vega nodded in understanding. Understood, sir. In the first half, due to Mexico's tactical arrangement, their defensive midfielder, Juan Vega, did not restrict Zhang Qinghuan, but rather focused on protecting the midfield, sweeping the central area. This ensured that Mexico's midfield would not be penetrated by the Chinese team, yet it inadvertently afforded Zhang more freedom. Consequently, Zhang Qinghuan caused considerable trouble for Mexico, notably with a precise through ball to Hulai, which left center-back Jose Tonal in a precarious position. Ultimately, the Chinese team's goal originated from Zhang, who intercepted Jonathan Hernandez's header. Leds had initially hoped that Vega would safeguard the space in front of the defensive line. However, it was evident that this approach was ineffective. Thus, he swiftly adjusted his strategy, instructing Vega to press forward and disrupt Zhang Qinghua. Additionally, he made adjustments to the two fullbacks, Susana Cimental and Rolando Perez, directing them to aggressively push forward in the second half, matching up against China's wingers, Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai, coupled with the two center-backs. This would ensure that every player in the Mexican squad had a specific defensive target, applying continuous high-pressure tactics to induce chaos within the Chinese ranks. After all, considering the capabilities of the Chinese team, how could they withstand such intense pressing? Finally, Led spread his palms before his players, indicating 10 minutes of relentless pressing to unsettle them. Once we regain possession, we shall exploit our speed and technical advantages to tear through their defense, setting the tempo of the match and denying them any opportunity to regroup and strategize. Once we score, the remainder of the match shall become considerably more manageable. The second half commenced with China kicking off, adhering to their custom of passing the ball backward. Meanwhile, the Mexican players pressed forward. As China continued to retreat with their passes, Mexico advanced correspondingly, ultimately pressing up to China's defensive line. When center-back Mao Jun received the ball in the penalty area, Wang Guangwei and Liu Yan spread wide, creating space and angles for Mao Jun to pass. However, Mexico's three forwards spread out laterally, positioning themselves in an oppressive manner, effectively guarding against any advance. They did not closely mark the three defenders of the Chinese team, maintaining a distance of approximately 6 or 7 meters from their respective targets. Whenever Mao Junzheng attempted to pass the ball to any of his central defensive partners, the Mexican forwards would immediately rush forward. The two defensive midfielders of the Chinese team, Gao Rumin and Xia Xiaoyu, dropped back to support Mao Junzheng in receiving the ball. Yet, the two Mexican central midfielders quickly followed suit. Eduardo Angel, who plays for the prominent Belgian club Antwerp, shadowed Xia Xiaoyu closely, practically glued to him, unlike the three forwards maintaining a 6 or 7 meter distance from the Chinese defenders. This close marking of Xia Xiaoyu illustrates the significance Mexico places on him as a crucial outlet for the Chinese team's plays from the midfield and defense. As for Gao Rumin, a purely defensive midfielder, Mexico's other midfielder, Jonathan Hernandez, did not mark him as tightly. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant and at a reasonable distance. Should the ball be passed to Gao Rumin, Hernandez would still have ample time to close in on him. Seeing that both defensive midfielders were being closely marked, Zhang Qinghua retreated to offer support. Unlike the first half, where Mexican midfielder Juan Vega had allowed him to drop back unchallenged, this time Vega followed him back. Zhang Qinghua glanced back several times, noticing his opponent trailing closely behind. Consequently, this outlet was effectively neutralized, prompting Zhang Qinghua to call out to Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai to drop deeper, thereby increasing options for ball distribution from the back. As a result, with Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai stepping back, the two Mexican fullbacks advanced, positioning themselves just beyond the halfway line, effectively blocking the path ahead of Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai. Should they receive the ball and attempt to push forward, they would find themselves confronted by the two Mexican fullbacks. The situation was similar on the flank of Hu Lai and Zhou Zijin, where they too faced tight marking. It can be said that, apart from the goalkeepers, the match had devolved into a true man-to-man contest. Confronted with Mexico's high pressing, the Chinese team found themselves somewhat disoriented, particularly Mao Junzheng, who was in possession within the penalty area. Initially, he intended to pass to Wang Guangwei, but upon turning, he discovered Wang was marked. He then sought to pass to Xia Xiaoyu, only to find Angel closely shadowing him. Zhang Qinghua, who had retreated, was similarly marked. After several moments of hesitation, the Mexican striker Arturo Jequiz no longer maintained the previous 6 or 7 meters of distance, but rather surged forward unexpectedly, attempting to intercept the ball directly within the Chinese penalty area. Captain Hauda was the first to notice Jequiz's movement and promptly alerted Mao Junzheng, who, lost in observation, had not recognized the imminent threat. Fortunately, Hauda's timely warning prompted Mao Junzheng to instinctively pass the ball back to him, while simultaneously positioning his body to obstruct Jequiz. Despite this, the situation remained perilous. Hauda could not afford to consider any potential receiving options ahead, and instead executed a powerful kick to propel the ball forward. The forced long pass lacked precision. Despite Zhou Zijin's desperate sprint towards the ball's landing spot, he failed to seize it. The incoming football was directly headed by Mexican center-back Gonzalez Sandoval to fullback Sosa Nascimento. Following the kickoff in the second half, possession was relinquished to Mexico. Subsequently, Mexico launched an attack, swiftly advancing into the offensive zone, where their forward Nuno Alvarez cut in from the flank and unleashed a surprise shot. Fortunately, how to remain vigilant. Leaping into the air to palm the ball away from the crossbar, Mexico earned a corner kick. What a close call. How to executed a remarkable save. Merely 2 minutes into the second half, Mexico threatened our goal, and their high pressing was relentless. It was evident they aimed to exploit the early moments of the half, when our players had not yet settled into the game, necessitating extreme caution during this phase. Huan first applauded Howda's performance, then reminded the players that the initial minutes of the match are the most perilous, as players require time to transition from rest to game mode. Not everyone can seamlessly slip into the rhythm of play. After all, they are not equipped with switches. In the face of such high pressing, instances of disarray are inevitable. However, it was apparent that high pressing is an incredibly taxing strategy. Mexico cannot sustain such intense pressure indefinitely, so as long as the Chinese team can withstand this wave without conceding, they can regain the upper hand. The Chinese players retreated to their penalty area to defend against Mexico's corner kick attack. Simultaneously, they prepared to counterattack. The goal scored by the Chinese team in the first half had arisen from a counterattack following a corner opportunity. Should China score again, a 2-goal lead would afford them a significant advantage, allowing them to remain composed even against Mexico's high pressing. A shift in mentality naturally leads to varying performance. Push them back. Do not allow them near the goal. Goalkeeper Howda raised his arms high, vocally directing his teammates in defense. Mark their 2 center backs. Amidst his shouts, the players from both sides became entangled. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and forward Nuno Alvarez executed the corner kick, sending the ball arcing toward the goal. The 2 Mexican center backs surged toward the Chinese goal, compressing Wang Guangwei and Mao Junjing, lurking behind them. Defensive midfielder Juan Vega leapt high, using his teammate Jose Tana as a shield, and made contact with the ball. The football was deflected toward the back post. Goalkeeper Howda, witnessing Vega's header and leaping to save, found it too late. He could only soar in the air, watching as the ball sailed into his net. Merely 3 minutes into the second half, China conceded a goal. P.S. During the double monthly ticket period, I seek monthly tickets. The chapter concludes. Chapter 154, Stalemate Phase. Oh, danger, be cautious. Alas. Upon witnessing the football being headed into the net by Juan Vega, Huan let out a long sigh. They had conceded a goal. He had sensed a foreboding danger prior to this corner kick. He had hoped that his concerns were unfounded, yet his words proved prophetic. Following the goal, the Mexican players celebrated exuberantly, while the cheers from the stands of the provincial sports center diminished significantly. Many Chinese fans, witnessing the conceded goal, fell into silence, their disappointment rendering them voiceless. On the sidelines, Mexico's head coach, Alfonso Reyes, leaped from the bench, raising his arms in jubilant celebration of the goal. For a head coach, witnessing the immediate effectiveness of his adjustments is an immensely fulfilling experience. Meanwhile, in front of the Chinese team's coaching area, head coach Jorge Dillon appeared to be conversing with his assistant, Keely Siqueiros, covering his mouth as they spoke. Siqueiros was informing Dillon that Mexico's high pressing was executed thoroughly. Dillon shook his head slightly, acknowledging the challenge. There's nothing we can do. We have just begun our tenure with this team, and training has only just commenced. This was not an excuse to evade responsibility. It was indeed a matter of fact. They had done all that could be done, but football training is a protracted journey. It is unrealistic to expect a team to undergo a transformation akin to a year's training within just a week. Such expectations defy logic. The Chinese team has already demonstrated change in the China Cup, which is of paramount importance. It validates that Dillon's new tactical design and strategic thinking for the Chinese team are indeed correct. Having established this clarity, they can continue to progress in that direction. The saying "the beginning is always the hardest" conveys the uncertainty of whether the initial steps are correct. If the direction is flawed, increased effort may lead to greater failure. The China Cup serves as an excellent opportunity for Dillon to validate his coaching direction. Through the semifinal against South Africa and the first half of the final against Mexico, Dillon has, in fact, begun to receive the answers he sought. Although he expressed helplessness, Dillon promptly instructed Hu Jintao to rally the somewhat despondent Chinese players on the sidelines. Stay calm. Remember our training. Why have we worked so hard if not to face such situations? The Chinese team has incorporated competitive elements into nearly all of their ball training sessions. The goal is for the players to remain composed and perform normally when confronted with such pressing during matches. Despite the limited training period, changes have already manifested. The Chinese team is no longer at a loss when faced with pressure as they once were. After shouting encouragement, Yu Jintao returned to the coaching area, taking a sip of water and popping a throat lozenge to protect his voice. This had become second nature to him, an all-too familiar routine. During Dylan's previous coaching stint with Daju and Jean, Yu Jintao had to fulfill the role of assistant coach as he translated Dylan's intentions to the players on the field, necessitating a vocal presence that went beyond mere translation. At the very least, it demanded more vocal effort than that of an ordinary translator. After Mexico equalized, they naturally sought to capitalize on the momentum to launch a fierce offensive against the Chinese goal, hoping to score again in quick succession. After all, they scored a goal merely 3 minutes into the second half. The coach had mentioned there were still 7 minutes left. So why couldn't we seize the opportunity to score another goal in that time? The current goal had already shaken their confidence, and another would utterly dismantle their fighting spirit. However, the scene they had envisioned did not materialize. The Mexican players, having tasted success with their high press, continued to apply pressure, believing they could force the Chinese team into another error. To their surprise, the Chinese team held firm this time, although they still appeared somewhat flustered. Particularly when initially confronted with Mexico's high pressing, they resorted to long clearances, striving to push the ball as far away from their penalty area as possible. While this tactic prevented Mexico from directly intercepting in the final third, it left the Chinese team with little opportunity to counterattack, remaining under pressure from Mexico. Fortunately, the Chinese midfield boasted 2 skillful players, Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu. Zhang, in particular, managed to utilize his technical ability to engage with Mexico's midfielder Juan Vega, ensuring they were not entirely passive in defense. During this tense period, the Chinese fans in the stands and commentators, He Feng and Yin Kong, were visibly anxious. Yin repeatedly urged, "We must hold firm. We have to withstand this. Mexico's high press cannot endure indefinitely. Their stamina will give out." Yin affirmed, "Exactly. In a narrow path, the brave prevail. If we can withstand now, we shall see the light." Ultimately, the Chinese team did withstand the pressure. Mexico's frenzied high press did not last long, even falling short of 10 minutes. After all, they had already played a half, and their stamina was not as robust. Had it been in the first half, they might have sustained their high press for 20 minutes. Now, they had to conserve energy for the remainder of the match. As it became evident that their high pressing was becoming unsustainable, the Chinese team seized the opportunity to exploit openings through quick passing and movement. Even advancing into the 30-meter zone, Coach Alfonso Reyes waved his hand, and the Mexican team retreated like a receding tide. The heavy burden on everyone's hearts was lifted, bringing a sense of lightness. They had withstood the test. Yu Jintao, observing this, remarked to Dylan, who, with an expression of calm, replied, "This is just the beginning, Yu." Dylan's assessment proved accurate. The ensuing phase of the match saw both teams locked in a stalemate. The rejuvenated Chinese side continued to launch attacks against Mexico, reminiscent of their approach in the first half. However, the Mexican players, having leveled the score, maintained a steady mindset. Crucially, they recognized the effectiveness of their high press against the Chinese team, allowing them to remain unhurried. Once they regained their energy, they planned to reinitiate their high press, hoping to secure another goal. With this mindset, Mexico played with remarkable composure. Coupled with their overall superior strength, the Chinese team found it challenging to break through their defense. Both sides exchanged opportunities, though none were particularly promising. As time elapsed in the match, the score remained unchanged at 1-1. Alvarez was remarkably active, eager to score, yet positioned on the right flank where he faced the formidable Wang Guangwei. Standing at a height of 186 meters, Wang possessed neither the diminutive stature that would render him vulnerable in aerial duels nor the excessive height that would impede his speed and agility. In the face of the nimble-footed Alvarez, he remained composed and did not hastily commit to tackles. Instead, he closely shadowed his opponent, leveraging his physical strength to continually press against him, making it exceedingly difficult for Alvarez to maintain possession of the ball. However, when the moment for an interception arose, Wang executed his movements with precision and decisiveness, never faltering or hesitating. Despite Alvarez being the leading scorer in the UEFA Europa League with 7 goals, he found himself momentarily silenced in the presence of Wang. This surprised even him. Occasionally, he would manage to evade Wang. But he was swiftly besieged by other players from the Chinese team, allowing Wang to regroup and fortify the defense. The overall defensive performance of the Chinese team exceeded Alvarez's expectations. They operated not as isolated individuals, but as a tightly knit unit. Dylan glanced at his watch from the sidelines. It was the 68th minute of the match. The score remained 1-1. Since the initial high press, Mexico had not attempted another. Yet Dylan was acutely aware that in a few minutes, Leeds would surely instruct the Mexican squad to advance once more. At that juncture, the Chinese team would be in peril, primarily due to fatigue. The high-intensity training had left the Chinese players generally weary, and following the semi-final, their physical condition had deteriorated further. Thus, in the remaining 20 minutes, he needed to make substitutions to stabilize the team's stamina. Failing to do so could result in Mexico overwhelming them, leading to a complete collapse. However, substituting players would mean the Chinese team would struggle to create further offensive opportunities. As the current lineup represented their strongest formation, any replacement would inevitably impact their strength. Adjustments would imply that the Chinese team aimed to secure a draw at 1-1 and proceed to a penalty shootout. Whether they could clinch the championship would hinge on fortune. Jorge Dylan did not dwell on indecision for long. He made the choice to substitute. Although the offense would be affected, it provided a chance to drag the match into a penalty shootout. However, failing to make changes could prevent them from even reaching that point. He instructed translator Yu Jintao to summon the warming up right back by D back to the sidelines. From this choice, it was clear he intended to replace Luo Kai. The formation would remain unchanged at 3-5-2, but he would substitute the wingback Luo with a more defensively adept fullback to bolster their defense and maintain the 1-1 stalemate. Meanwhile, on the adjacent coaching bench, Mexican head coach Alfonso Leeds rose from his seat to approach the sidelines. He prepared to issue commands to his players on the field, urging them to press forward and apply high pressure, seizing the critical moment as the Chinese team's stamina waned. The chapter concludes. Chapter 155, A Glimmer of Cold Light. Before Jintao could summon Baidi back from the warm-up area, the entire Mexican team, under the guidance of Reyes, initiated an aggressive press against the Chinese team in their half. This pressing began after a fruitless Mexican attack. During their offensive play, the Mexicans did not engage in intricate passing. They simply handed the ball to Alvarez, who took a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. The ball soared high over the crossbar. At that moment, the Chinese fans in the stands erupted into laughter, mocking the leading scorer of the UEFA Cup for his abysmal shooting skills, as he had sent the ball into the heavens. However, their amusement was short-lived. They soon realized that the Mexican players, having relinquished possession, were now entrenched in the Chinese half, committed to high pressing. The Chinese team had no choice but to either clear the ball forward with a long kick or be cornered in their own half by the Mexicans. Although a long clearance might send the ball into the opposing half, it was unlikely to foster an effective offensive, ultimately surrendering possession once more. Dylan's expression grew somewhat grave. He understood that the purpose of Mexico's high press was to overwhelm the Chinese team. When Baidi was called back by Jintao, Dylan refrained from immediately briefing him on what to watch for. Instead, he pulled Jintao aside for a whispered conversation. Jintao then approached the sidelines, gesturing emphatically while calling out, "Move. Do not remain stationary. Come together. Draw them out." How does one counter high pressing? Beyond relying on exceptional individual skills, it necessitates teamwork, employing passing and movement to disrupt the opponent's defense. Through coordinated runs, the players can unsettle the defensive alignment, creating ample gaps. Dylan hoped that the Chinese players would first mobilize and then pass the ball, thus opening up the game. Of course, this approach carried significant risks. The more passes made, the greater the chance of errors. Attempting to dismantle the opponent's high press through passing could easily lead to mistakes that would allow Mexico to capitalize on counterattacks. Yet, despite the risks, action was imperative, otherwise, they faced a dead end. In such moments, taking risks was both necessary and justified. Moreover, this strategy of utilizing movement and passing to break the press could yield numerous counterattack opportunities. Counterattacks are the true means to disrupt the opponent's plans. After all, solely relying on passive defense would inevitably lead to conceding goals. It was essential to make Mexico aware that their goal was also under threat, deterring them from pushing forward recklessly. No matter how perfect the defensive positioning, 100% success rate was unattainable. Forward passes carried risks, and Mexico's high press also bore its own considerable dangers. Mao Jun once again found himself in possession at the back, only for Mexican striker Jacques to immediately close in on him, applying pressure. Clearly, he sought to replicate their earlier success from the beginning of the second half, when they scored. Consequently, Mao Jun had no choice but to pass the ball back to goalkeeper Hauda. Upon witnessing Mao Jun's return pass, Wang Guangwei hastened towards the baseline, creating space to receive the ball while vocally urging Hauda to deliver it to him. Consequently, Hauda refrained from launching the football with a powerful kick into the forward field, instead opting to pass it laterally to Wang Guangwei. As Wang Guangwei received the ball near the baseline, Nuno Alvarez swiftly advanced to pressure him. In this position, Wang Guangwei's options were severely limited, making the situation conducive to a pressing defense. A moment's inattention could lead to the Chinese team conceding a corner kick to Mexico. However, Wang Guangwei was not alone in retreating deeply. As Wang Guangwei moved towards the baseline, Chen Xingyi followed suit, retreating even further and effectively transforming into a fullback. Simultaneously, Zhang Qinghuan joined him on this flank, albeit still shadowing Juan Vega. Regardless, it was imperative to converge as closely as possible to create viable opportunities for connection. Zhou Zijing also moved to this side, bringing along center-back Gonzalez Sandoval, showcasing a bold strategy by pushing even the center-backs into the forward field. Wang Guangwei passed the football to the nearest Chen Xingyi. Upon receiving the ball, Mexican right-back Sosa Nascimento positioned himself strategically in front of Chen Xingyi, obstructing his movement and preventing him from utilizing his speed to break through. Observing this, Wang Guangwei took a couple of steps forward before abruptly retreating, calling out, "Chen Xingyi." If Chen Xingyi could not advance, he should return the ball to him, allowing Wang Guangwei to launch it forward once more. Yet, Chen Xingyi did not return the pass. Instead, he unexpectedly sent the ball forward. Sosa Nascimento, focused on blocking his advance, failed to fully restrict his passing, allowing Chen Xingyi ample space to strike the ball. He played the football along the sideline to Zhou Zijing, who was making a run to receive it. As Chen Xingyi passed the ball, Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan, who had also come to support, surged forward in tandem with the ball. Such transitions from defense to offense are often the most perilous, as the acceleration makes perfect execution of passes and receptions increasingly challenging, heightening the likelihood of errors. Nevertheless, they pressed on, buoyed by their confidence in Zhou Zijing. With a strong physique and commendable technical skills, he was expected to maintain possession. Indeed, after receiving the ball on the flank, Zhou Zijing drew the attention of his Mexican center-back Gonzalez Sandoval, who, noticing Zhang Qinghuan's advance towards the space behind him, hesitated to closely mark Zhou Zijing, opting instead to retreat and defend against Zhang Qinghuan's run. He called out to his teammate Vega, instructing him to engage Zhou Zijing. The two swiftly executed a defensive exchange. Another Mexican midfielder, Eduardo Angel, initially tracking Xia Xiaoyu, perceived Zhou Zijing gaining possession and sought to double-team with Vega against him. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Xiaoyu stealthily surged forward from Angel's blind spot. After Zhou Zijing turned and passed the ball horizontally between Vega and Angel, it found its way to the advancing Xia Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Zhang Qinghuan was entangled with Sandoval, while Zhou Zijing drew the attention of both Vega and Angel. Thus, Xia Xiaoyu found himself unmarked. No one was defending him. A splendid play. Magnificent. The Chinese team skillfully extracted the ball through a series of precise passes. It was not merely a matter of retrieval. Mexico had been pressing high, leaving vast expanses of space behind them. Xia Xiaoyu surged towards the 30-meter area, while Hu Lai, ahead of him, maneuvered past the last Mexican defender, Tonal, making a run into the penalty area and creating ample space for Xia Xiaoyu to advance unhurriedly. On the weak side, Luo Kai was sprinting from the backfield, racing against Mexico's left back, Rolando Perez. He was confident in his speed. Observing the situation, Xia Xiaoyu refrained from wasting time dribbling and swiftly delivered a diagonal pass, slightly forceful, placing it ahead of Luo Kai to allow him to maintain his momentum. The center-back Tonal, initially following Hu Lai, quickly pivoted to cover the flank, shouting at his teammate Vega to mark him closely. Vega, indeed, was returning from the front to pressure Hu Lai, who was in the center, signaling for a pass. As a defensive midfielder, Vega was primarily concerned with the midfield and the space in front of the backline. Therefore, while he was covering the center, he gestured towards the vacant area in front of the defense, urging someone to close in on Xia Xiaoyu, who was currently unmarked. If Luo Kai did not pass to Hu Lai but instead returned the ball to Xia Xiaoyu, he would have an open shot from distance. At that moment, Vega heard the Chinese fans in the stands erupt in cheers. Ever since Zhou Zijing managed to extract the ball and pass it to Xiaoxiaoyu. Breaking through Mexico's high press, the cheers had been continuous, but now they reached a crescendo. Vega diverted his gaze from Xiaoxiaoyu just in time to see Luo Kai preparing to cross the ball. He quickly turned to locate Hu Lai, who had mysteriously vanished from his side. A thought flashed through his mind, and he turned to the other side, only to find Hu Lai surging past him into the vacant space ahead. Vega realized the source of the fans' exuberance. He hastened forward, attempting to reclaim his position. But it was too late. Luo Kai delivered the cross, the ball skimming the grass and evading the sliding tonal, heading towards the open space at the near post. Hu Lai raced towards it and unleashed a shot. The roar of the crowd momentarily halted, everyone fixated on the Mexican goal, holding their breath in anticipation. The ball was struck by Hu Lai towards the back corner of the net. The goalkeeper, Manlix, instinctively reacted to block the shot, but failed to make contact. Hu Lai's strike was exquisitely placed, not overly powerful, yet perfectly beyond Manlix's reach, brushing past his fingertips, rolling over the grass in front of the goal, and crashing against the inside of the far post before rebounding into the net. The assassin emerged from the shadows, a flash of cold light, striking true. Chapter 156. The struggle of a cornered beast. From the moment Xiaoxiaoyu received the pass from Zhou Zijing, the commentators He Feng and Yin Kong were filled with both excitement and anxiety. Positioned high above, they could easily observe that Mexico's defensive line was largely vacant, providing ample opportunity for a vigorous advance. However, despite the apparent space, not every opening would necessarily culminate in a goal. This was the moment that tested the mettle of an offensive orchestrator. Some players, in such scenarios, tend to hastily direct the ball towards the goal, often opting to pass directly to the forward Hu Lai. Yet, at that moment, Hu Lai was closely marked by the Mexican defender Jose Tana. While other Mexican players were swiftly retreating, a direct pass to Hu Lai might not yield a more favorable opportunity. Conversely, some players hesitate. Confronted with three choices, a through ball to Hu Lai, a pass to Luo Kai on the flank, or to take on the challenge themselves. Yet, in the throes of a counterattack, hesitation is perilous. Even though there were no Mexican players within a 10-meter radius of Xiaoxiaoyu, a moment's contemplation would diminish that space significantly. Thus, his time was indeed limited. Skilled players are often able to make the most accurate decisions in the shortest span of time. Xiaoxiaoyu made the right choice without delay, passing the ball to Luo Kai. Tana, originally marking Hu Lai, had been drawn to the flank, and Vega, in a hurried attempt to defend, had yet to establish his position. A chance had been created. Luo Kai's cross was timely. He did not meander into a dead end before passing, but swiftly spotted an opening at the near post in the penalty area and delivered the ball. Each player, in their designated position, made the correct choice, culminating in a moment of opportunity. However, this alone was insufficient. After all, it is not uncommon for a series of exquisite plays to end with a player shooting the ball skyward. The success of an attack ultimately hinges on whether it results in a goal. Without a goal, all previous brilliance would be rendered null. Fortunately, the Chinese team boasted a top-tier finisher. Hu Lai, with his keen positioning in the penalty area, seized the opportunity, directing the ball towards the goal. At first glance, his foot seemed poised to strike towards the near post, yet upon actual contact, he deftly nudged the ball with the inner back part of his foot towards the far post. The trajectory of the ball did not align with the method of his strike, catching the Mexican goalkeeper Salvador Manrique off guard. His reaction was noticeably delayed. Though he lunged towards the far post, he could not intercept the ball in time. As the ball bounced and nestled into the net, He Feng felt the weight lift from his chest, and he exclaimed with fervor, "The goal is in. Beautiful. What a play." China leads Mexico 2-1. Hu Lai scores again, marking his third goal in the Zhonghua Cup, surpassing Lasky's 2 goals, and currently standing alone atop the scoring chart. The Chinese team has regained the lead. This time, the opportunity arose from Mexico's high pressing, leading to a quintessentially classic counterattack. Yin Kong was equally exhilarated as the provincial sports center erupted in applause. Chinese fans in the stands raised their arms and cheered joyously. Following the goal, Hu Lai gestured towards his teammate Luo Kai, who had assisted him, before sprinting towards the corner flag to celebrate. When Hu Lai scored, the coaching staff, including assistant coaches and others, rushed out to celebrate. Head coach Jorge Dylan turned to C by D, who was also celebrating, yet his expression revealed a hint of discomfort. Just moments before, Baidi had been called back, coinciding perfectly with Mexico's high press. Dylan, holding onto Hu Jintao, was strategizing their response, and Han Ti immediately substituted Baidi onto the field. In retrospect, this decision proved fortuitous, allowing the Chinese team the chance to score. He had originally intended to replace Luo Kai with Baidi, but since Luo Kai was the one who provided the assist for this goal, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically, making it impossible to proceed with his initial substitution plan. With Mexico trailing, they would undoubtedly launch a fierce counteroffensive in the ensuing minutes. Substituting Luo Kai would mean sacrificing one wing of speed for the Chinese team. Thus, keeping Luo Kai on the field became imperative to prepare for counterattacks. Since Luo Kai could not be substituted, Baidi naturally could not be brought on either. To call him back only to inform him that he would not play would carry an air of mockery. However, concerns about appearances would not lead Dylan into indecision. He merely felt a twinge of regret for Baidi, yet he knew he must make the correct choice. He then pulled Hu Jintao, who was about to join the celebration, to relay the latest decision to Baidi. Upon hearing that he would not be playing after all, Baidi was indeed taken aback, yet he refrained from voicing any dissent, recognizing the authority of the head coach. He could not confront Dylan, questioning why he was not allowed to play. Instead, he returned to the bench, preparing himself for the possibility of being substituted in later. Although it was entirely plausible he might remain on the sidelines for the duration of the match. After ensuring Baidi returned to the bench, Dylan called back Zhang Wanqing from the warm-up area. In anticipation of Mexico's potential counterattacks, he aimed to strengthen the defense by substituting Zhang Wanqing for Zhang Qinghuan. Xia Xiaoyu would advance slightly, utilizing his long passes to orchestrate attacks during counterplays while also sweeping to provide support for the team's midfield defense. Behind him were Zhang Wanqing and Gao Rumin, two dedicated defensive midfielders, enhancing the Chinese team's defensive capabilities in the midfield. This substitution also signified a shift in Dylan's tactical approach. Against Mexico's high-pressing defense, he would adopt a more straightforward strategy of utilizing long passes from the back. Although this method may possess a lower success rate, it could prove more effective given the pressing intensity of the Mexican side. Simultaneously, the cost of counterattacking is significantly lower, thereby preventing any vulnerabilities in defense from being exploited by Mexico. As the Chinese team concluded their celebrations, Zhang Wanqing was summoned back to the coach's side, where Dylan and Hu Jintao imparted their strategies. After their instructions, they patted his shoulder and directed him towards the fourth official. The Chinese team swiftly executed the substitution. Zhang Qinghuan was replaced by Zhang Wanqing. As Dylan had anticipated, after conceding a goal, Mexico evidently intensified their offensive efforts. Typically, it is the scoring side that applies continuous pressure to create opportunities. However, Mexico, despite conceding, was not subdued by the Chinese team. Instead, leveraging their superior overall strength, they assumed the offensive, besieging the Chinese goal like a formidable beast that, upon being wounded by a hunter, not only refuses to retreat, but becomes even more ferocious. This moment is perilous for the hunter, akin to the darkest hour before dawn. Should they falter and be counterattacked by the beast, not only might their efforts be in vain, but their very lives could be at stake. Conversely, if they withstand the onslaught, enduring even some injuries and maintaining composure while exhausting the beast, they can prevail merely through perseverance. The final minutes of the match were fraught with danger, yet brimming with opportunity. Replacing Zhang Qinghuan with Zhang Wanqing indicated Dylan's intent to fortify their defense. Hefeng remarked on this substitution, stating that it was a reasonable decision. Although leading by a single goal is precarious, the Chinese team, ranked 50 in FIFA standings, achieving a lead against the 17th-ranked Mexico was commendable enough. What more could be desired? Should they truly aim to extend the lead to 2 or 3 goals? Such ambition could lead to dire consequences. Recognizing when to cease pursuing further gains and opting for a more prudent strategy. In the opinions of experts, Hefeng and Yin Kong showcased Dylan's prowess as an exceptional coach. Nearby, Mexico's head coach Alfonso Leds realized Dylan's intentions upon witnessing the substitution. He aimed to maintain their defensive stance until the match concluded. Yet given the Chinese team's defensive capabilities, this would be challenging. Nevertheless, this presented more offensive opportunities for us. We too shall make substitutions, Leds instructed his assistant coach. 4 minutes later, Mexico executed their substitution, replacing left-back Rolando Perez with attacking midfielder Horacio Ramirez, altering their formation from 4-3-3 to 3-4-3. Mexico was determined to fight fiercely. As the match entered its heated phase, Chinese fans in the stands continuously chanted slogans, rallying behind their players. Even if Mexico equalized, the Chinese team would still have opportunities to contend in penalty shootouts, thereby retaining the possibility of securing victory. Yet, if they could conclude the match within the 90 minutes, why invite unnecessary complications? Furthermore, allowing Mexico to equalize would severely impact the team's morale, which could resonate throughout the penalty shootout. In this struggle for survival, the battle of wills commenced. Those who could grit their teeth and endure would ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 157. The death of the match. Mexico's attack was ferocious, akin to a wounded beast, driven to madness and losing all semblance of reason. Were they oblivious to the vast spaces left unguarded as they surged forward to besiege the Chinese team's goal? Did they fail to recognize that both Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi remained on the field, poised for a counterattack orchestrated by Dylan? They were acutely aware. Yet they pressed on, for they had no alternative. At such a critical juncture, to hesitate and not gamble everything would be tantamount to conceding defeat. Unwilling to conclude the match in such a disgraceful manner, Mexico chose to take a desperate gamble in the dying moments. With a stroke of luck, they might even turn their fate around. The greatest allure of football lies in this very unpredictability. Despite the overwhelming odds, the field has borne witness to miraculous instances that transform the impossible into the possible. Clinging to this mindset, Mexico plunged into the fray, unperturbed by the glaring vulnerabilities in their defense. Under this almost desperate onslaught, China's backline trembled, evoking a sense of dread among the spectators. Hold firm, Wang. The players of the Ruojiaxiang High School football team, led by Wu Yu, rallied in support of their eternal captain, Wang Guangwei. As a center back, this was the moment for Wang to shine. Yet, deep within, they harbored concerns, fearing that Mexico might exploit a breach on Wang's side, leading to a goal that would render him the scapegoat. This conflicting sentiment made watching the match excruciating. They wished fervently for it to end with a victory for China. Mexico launched a high ball into the Chinese penalty area, which Lu Yin headed away. Subsequently, Mexico regained control of the second ball and reorganized their attack. This time, they passed the ball to the retreating Alvarez. Upon seeing Alvarez receive the ball, Wang Guangwei, tasked with marking him, immediately surged out of the penalty area to apply pressure, denying him the freedom to turn. Alvarez did not engage Wang, but swiftly distributed the ball to Jacques. Although he yearned for a direct confrontation with Hu Lai, he understood that the team's interests outweighed personal ambition. If he fixated on outscoring Hu Lai and allowed Mexico's attack to stagnate, he would bear the blame for their downfall. Thus, he passed without hesitation. Of course, after passing, he advanced, leaving no opportunity for a potential goal unpursued. Wang Guangwei followed Alvarez back into the penalty area, only to witness Jacques feint a shot and deftly evade Mao Junzheng. At that moment, Wang could no longer concern himself with Alvarez and lunged to provide cover, betting that Jacques would not pass the ball to Alvarez. His gamble paid off. Jacques, having shaken off Mao Junzheng, opted to shoot directly. Just then, Wang Guangwei slid in, and the ball struck his leg, deflecting away. Upon entering the penalty area, Alvarez raised his hands in frustration, signaling to Jacques that he should have passed the ball to him, as he was completely unmarked. However, Jacques opted to take the shot himself. From Jacques' perspective, he likely did not anticipate the swift approach of Wang Guangwei. He may have assumed that Wang was closely marking Alvarez. What a remarkable play! Wang Guangwei's timely intervention. He appeared in the most pivotal position, first challenging Alvarez, and then swiftly diving to block Jacques' shot in the penalty area. Wang's enthusiasm and determination were evident. As the match approached its final 10 minutes, he still possessed the stamina to execute such a high-quality defense. In the replay of this defensive maneuver, one could see Wang Guangwei darting forward to challenge Alvarez, only to quickly pivot and sprint back after Alvarez made the pass. Upon witnessing Jacques evade Mao Junzheng, he lunged directly at Jacques, completely disregarding the presence of Alvarez beside him. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he might have failed to intercept Jacques' shot. Of course, even if he had not managed to block it, the attempt could have been thwarted by goalkeeper Hauda. Yet, as a center back, his responsibility is to minimize the opportunities that require the goalkeeper's intervention. In the 84th minute, after the Mexican defense repelled a Chinese attack, they launched a swift long pass forward, hoping to catch the Chinese team off guard. They had no time to slowly organize their play at the back. The ball was played to Eduardo Angel, a Mexican midfielder positioned near the right sideline. As Jiang Wanqing rushed towards him, Angel noticed that Alvarez was unmarked in the center and passed the ball across. Wang Guangwei, who had been positioned in the defensive line, surged forward in sync with the ball, aiming to intercept it. This was a highly risky defensive strategy. Typically, a more prudent approach would be to maintain one's position and allow Alvarez to receive the ball, thereby holding ground to buy time for teammates to regroup. However, this was a counterattack initiated by Mexico after intercepting the ball from China, effectively reversing China's own counterattack. Both teams were in a state of transition between offense and defense. This realization prompted Wang Guangwei to understand that if he could intercept the ball, not only could he thwart Mexico's attack, but he could also initiate a counterattack against them. Thus, he decisively charged forward. Seizing the moment when Alvarez's focus was solely on the ball and not on him, he took a calculated risk. Why did he dare to gamble? Because he perceived that when the ball was directed toward Alvarez, the latter had not so much as glanced in his direction. He did not move toward the ball, but remained stationary to receive it. This presented Wang Guangwei with a favorable opportunity to advance. Of course, these judgments raced through Wang Guangwei's mind in an instant, leading him to a singular conclusion: to go for it. Alvarez spread his arms wide to maintain balance, simultaneously lifting his right foot in preparation to receive the ball, which was now tantalizingly close. Yet, in the next instant, a shadow darted past his peripheral vision. Before he could react, the shadow had fully occupied his line of sight and deftly snatched the ball away from him. It was Wang Guangwei. A splendid interception. The commentator, He Feng, exclaimed with fervor. What a remarkable play. In the VIP box, Yao Huasheng, clad in casual attire, appeared no different from an ordinary fan. At this moment, he leaped from his seat, pumping his fist in exhilaration, letting out a triumphant shout. This startled the general manager of the South China Tigers, Lu Heng, who remarked, "Oh dear, Yao, take it easy." It was the arm that had undergone surgery and sustained injury that Yao had raised. Ignoring Lu Heng, Yao stood at the edge of his seat, captivated by the unfolding drama on the pitch. After Wang Guangwei's interception, he launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. The act of intercepting was undoubtedly a risky defensive strategy, but if it led to an immediate counterattack, such risks were entirely worth taking. On the left flank of the field, the recently returned Chen Xingyi was sprinting back into action. As he raced forward, he glanced back at the airborne ball to ascertain its trajectory. Simultaneously, he began to adjust his pace and rhythm. He briefly calculated the distance and speed between himself and the ball, concluding that he need not come to a complete stop to await its arrival. Thus, he maintained his momentum. When the ball approached, he executed a deft touch with the outside of his right foot, guiding it forward. As he smoothly redirected the ball, he accelerated, evading the Mexican defender, Sosa Nascimento. With Rolando Perez substituted for a midfielder, Mexico had shifted to a three-defender formation, and Sosa Nascimento had been drawn further inward. Just as he arrived, Chen Xingyi skillfully outpaced him with remarkable speed. The cheers from the stands grew louder. Chen Xingyi bypassed Sosa Nascimento and, rather than delivering an immediate cross, drove the ball deeper into the penalty area. His intent was to further exploit the vulnerabilities in the Mexican defense. It was only when the second Mexican defender, Gonzalez Sandoval, lunged at him that he executed a cross. In front of the Mexican goal, Jose Tana remained closely tethered to Hu Lai, wary of the forward who had already scored twice. However, this left the other Chinese forward, Zhou Zijing, unmarked. Chen Xingyi's cross was perfectly aimed at Zhou Zijing. As Hu Lai drew Tana away, Zhou Zijing leaped high in the center, meeting the ball with a powerful header. Close proximity, rapid speed, and tremendous force rendered Mexican goalkeeper Manriquez unable to complete his save. Just as he began to leap, he turned to see the ball soaring into the net. In the final moments of a fierce struggle against a formidable beast, the brave hunter had decisively pierced the creature's throat with his blade. No longer would there be concern over Mexico's relentless onslaught. The Chinese team had fundamentally resolved their defensive issues. The roar of jubilation resonated throughout the stadium, swelling in intensity. Ever louder, the Chinese fans in the stands were acutely aware that the goal scored in the 85th minute essentially signified the impending victory of the Chinese team. Following his remarkable goal, Zhou Zijing was equally cognizant of the moment's significance. In a surge of exhilaration, he removed his jersey and tossed it skyward. proudly showcasing the chiseled contours of his physique, a testament to his rigorous training regimen. At that moment, he disregarded the potential yellow card for his exuberant celebration, focused solely on expressing his elation. Securing the victory for the Chinese team was worth any penalty. Nearby, Hulai leaped onto Zhou Zijing's back, initially intending to keep him grounded while the rest of the teammates rushed to join in, but Zhou Zijing, seemingly unperturbed by the added weight, continued to sprint forward. Hulai, undaunted, began to revel in the moment, raising his arms and shouting triumphantly, embodying a commanding presence. This exhilarating scene was captured by photographers and shared online, leading many who had not witnessed the match to mistakenly believe that it was Hulai who had scored the goal. Furthermore, I would like to take a brief leave. During the National Day holiday, I will be taking my wife, children, and parents on a short trip. In fact, I am currently away from home. Initially, I intended to request leave from October 1st to the 5th, updating daily. However, considering the ongoing matches, I chose to delay my leave to avoid disrupting your reading experience. Starting tomorrow, October 4th, until the 8th, I will be updating daily, primarily to compile new content. As my stock of manuscripts is nearly depleted, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Last year during the National Day holiday, I took my in-laws on a trip, and this year, I must do the same for my own parents. A married man must ensure fairness in familial obligations. Of course, I will bring my laptop and will attempt to write when I can, though I cannot predict how much I will accomplish. Perhaps only a chapter or two amidst the leisure. I hope everyone can empathize with the plight of a middle-aged man balancing responsibilities for both his elders and young ones. End of this chapter. Chapter 158. Without small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Zhou Zijing's goal utterly dismantled Mexico's resolve. This was, after all, an international football invitational rather than the World Cup, and the players' level of commitment differed significantly from that of the World Cup. Thus, it can be confidently stated that Zhou Zijing extinguished any suspense regarding the match's outcome. When the game resumed, despite only a few minutes remaining, Mexico's demeanor had shifted dramatically since conceding the previous goal. Lacking a deep-seated rivalry with the Chinese team, they saw no reason to engage in a futile struggle while trailing by 2 goals. Consequently, amidst the chants and cheers of the Chinese supporters, the Mexican players gradually eased their pace, no longer displaying the same fervor. Dylan seized the opportunity to make substitutions, replacing Hulai with Gao Chun, granting Hulai a moment to bask in the admiration of the fans. After all, this was the Antong Sports Center, the home ground of the Antong Stars. Hulai once graced this place for 2.5 seasons, aiding Antong Star in securing both the Chinese Super League Championship and the FA Cup title. His stature among the fans of Star is incomparable. Nearly all supporters here can be considered ardent admirers of Hulai. Granting him this opportunity can be interpreted as Dylan's gesture of goodwill towards Hulai, who would dare to claim there is discord between the general and his troops. As Hulai was substituted, the stands of the Provincial Sports Center erupted with applause, with all Chinese fans rising from their seats to honor him. The sound of clapping reverberated through the air. Amidst the ovation, Huan remarked, in the 88th minute of the match, Hulai was substituted. His journey in the Zhonghua Cup has come to an end. Throughout this tournament, he scored 3 goals, proving to be an essential contributor to the team's triumph. Here, at the Anton Provincial Sports Center, his home ground, he repaid the support and affection of his fans with an outstanding performance. Perhaps Hulai may never return to Anton Star, yet he can still compete in this stadium donning the jersey of the national team. Each return is akin to coming home. Welcome back, Hulai. As the applause continued, Hulai approached the sidelines to exchange with Gao Chun, taking a moment to turn towards all corners and wave to the fans in the stands. The applause grew even louder. His substitution marked the definitive end of the championship contest. After all, keeping Hulai on the field indicated that the Chinese team still harbored hopes for additional goals or remained wary of Mexico. Should Mexico score, Hulai's presence would suggest that there remained a possibility for China to find the net. Once he was substituted, it signified that Dylan believed the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. The Chinese team had secured victory. Such a decision could only be made under these circumstances. The 4th official raised the board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time, an ordinary duration that left little opportunity for Mexico to stage a comeback. These 3 minutes were predominantly spent amidst the songs and cheers of the Chinese fans. The substitute players of the Chinese team stood by the sidelines, eagerly awaiting the referee's final whistle to rush onto the field and celebrate with their teammates. Though a friendly match, the Zhonghua Cup lent it a unique significance. The Chinese team was on the verge of clinching an international tournament title, a rare achievement in their history. Aside from the East Asian Cup, the Chinese team had never won a championship in any formal adult-level competition since the founding of the New China. While they have claimed victories in various unofficial international invitation tournaments, those do not count as formal competitions due to inconsistent standards among opponents, which can include club teams, youth national teams, and select squads. Even winning such tournaments, the prestige is considerably diminished. Not to mention, the last time the Chinese team triumphed in an unofficial invitation tournament was back in 1997. Beyond that, they have yet to secure a single championship in a formal competition. Since the dawn of the 21st century, the Chinese national team has only secured victory in 2 formal competitions, the East Asian Cup in 2005 and again in 2023. These 2 championships stand as the sole accolades for the Chinese squad in the new millennium. Notably, both instances involved the under-23 team as the tournament, despite being labeled a national team event, essentially represented the U23 level. If one were to scrutinize the terminology rigorously, it could be argued that the Chinese team has yet to claim a championship at the senior level in formal competition. Remarkably, the current iteration of the Zhonghua Cup marks their first official championship win. As the final whistle echoed through the stadium, the cheers within the provincial sports center crescendoed to an exhilarating peak. The commentator, Huan, could not contain his enthusiasm, vociferously declaring, "The match is over. The match is over. Congratulations to the Chinese team. They triumphed over the formidable Mexican squad with a score of 3-1, clinching the inaugural Zhonghua Cup." The significance of this victory transcends the trophy itself. It embodies the hope and promise exhibited by the team during this tournament. The journey towards the 2030 World Cup commences now. Amidst the jubilant uproar, the Chinese team's substitute players surged onto the field, embracing their teammates in celebration. Head coach Jorge Dylan approached the Mexican bench, extending his hand to Alfonso Reyes, despite the distance between them. Though defeated, Reyes maintained a courteous smile, grasping Dylan's hand and remarking, "When I heard you left Europe to coach a club in China, I presumed you were preparing for retirement." Dylan chuckled, "In truth, I was indeed contemplating retirement, Alfonso." After coaching the Chinese team, Reyes appeared taken aback, only to realize that it was fitting for this team to be his final coaching endeavor. Dylan had previously managed the dominant Real Madrid in La Liga, while Reyes had led another team, the Serbian Navigators, in the same league. Their paths had crossed numerous times on the pitch, with Reyes's Serbian Navigators often posing challenges for Dylan's Real Madrid, who had also delivered stinging defeats to the Navigators. Once rivals, they now find themselves in a different context, both having exited the central stage of world football, with the competitive tension between them having dissipated over time. Upon hearing Reyes' comment, Dylan smiled and inquired, "What do you think? My team performed well, didn't they? You played against them last year." The Mexican national team had faced the Chinese squad in a friendly match last September, though at that time, the head coach was Dong Jianhai, rather than Dylan. The outcome of that encounter had seen Mexico triumph 2-1 over China, with Dong's tactical adjustments proving ineffective. That match served as a turning point for Dong, leading him to adhere to the tactics and personnel configurations established by his predecessor, Shi Wuyin, until the round of 16 in the 2027 Asian Cup against Japan. Back then, China had succumbed to Mexico, yet now, they have emerged victorious with a score of 3-1 against the same opponent. In a mere span of 7 months, the Chinese team has undergone a remarkable transformation. "I apologize," Jorge Led shrugged. "At that time, I was not yet the head coach of Mexico. Thus, I cannot address your inquiry." Yet, this was merely an excuse. He simply wished to deny Dylan the opportunity for triumph. Having uttered this, he intended to wave goodbye. "Farewell, Jorge. I hope we can meet again at the next World Cup." Do take care not to capsize in the North American qualifiers," Dylan jested. "Perhaps you should concern yourself with the Asian qualifiers instead." The two exchanged playful banter as they bid each other farewell, each heading towards their respective teams. The victorious Dylan celebrated with his players, while the defeated Leds consoled his own. Every football match yields both winners and losers. At times, the final outcome may not hold paramount importance. Though Mexico lost this match and the championship, it amounted to little more than a commercially sponsored competition, devoid of substantial merit. Their defeat, though disheartening, would likely fade from memory in a fleeting moment. Perhaps by tomorrow, this setback would dissipate from their lives entirely. However, for the Chinese team, their victory signified far more than a mere championship. The newly established China Cup may appear to other participating teams as just another lucrative commercial event, merely adorned with a name that distinguishes it from ordinary competitions. Yet, at its core, it remains a commercial endeavor, incomparable to the prestigious Asian Cup, European Cup, or World Cup. The Chinese team is acutely aware of this reality. In essence, it is the Chinese Football Association and domestic enterprises funding these high-level friendly matches. To entice these teams to participate, they must offer generous financial incentives. Were these opponents vying for the championship? More likely, they were motivated by the appearance fees. Nevertheless, the Chinese team was elated after clinching the title. Not only they, but the fans of China also shared in this exuberance. Did they remain oblivious to the true caliber of the China Cup? No, they were fully aware. Yet, their joy stemmed from the positive aspects they gleaned from this victory and the championship. For Chinese football, the significance of winning a prestigious friendly match title is often underestimated. Many remain unaware that this represents one of the rare formal championship victories for the Chinese team. What truly matters is the dedication they exhibited in pursuit of this title and the essence it embodies. This is the genuine reason for the elation among Chinese fans. Is this championship trivial? So what? Without small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Presently, this seemingly inconsequential and less prestigious commercial championship title serves as the initial stride for the Chinese team in their quest for the 2030 World Cup. The award ceremony was quite simple, given that only 4 teams participated, playing just 2 matches in this tournament. A modest podium was erected, and players from both sides ascended in turn to receive their awards. The first to step forward were the Mexicans, each receiving a silver medal and a panda plush toy. The Mexican players have emerged from the anguish of their defeat, their faces adorned with smiles as they stepped onto the podium to receive their awards. Especially upon seeing the panda dolls, they lifted their plush toys towards the camera, showcasing their joy. For this group of Mexican athletes, their time spent in Jincheng, Anhui Province, China, was a truly delightful holiday. The championship may have slipped from their grasp, but even Nuno Alvarez has come to terms with it, letting go of any grievances with Huan. When it was time for the Chinese team to ascend the stage, the atmosphere erupted with excitement as the announcer proclaimed, "Let us welcome the champions of the inaugural Zhonghua Cup, the Chinese national men's football team." The crowd roared with enthusiasm. Amidst the cheers, the Chinese players approached the podium one by one, elatedly receiving their medals, culminating in team captain Hao lifting the inaugural Zhonghua Cup trophy on behalf of the entire team. As music played and streamers cascaded from above, the players took to the sidelines after the award ceremony, interacting with the fans in the stands, expressing their gratitude for the support. The fans responded with thumbs up and chants of China team. "You are amazing. Go, China team." Reporters surrounded the Chinese players, capturing the moment with their cameras and camcorders. At that instant, a familiar melody filled the air, prompting the Chinese fans to cheer loudly. They collectively joined in song, singing, "The 5-starred red flag flutters in the wind." How resounding the victory song is. Hearing the anthem, Dylan joyfully remarked to Jean Tao, "Listen you, the song of victory is resounding once more." Eugene Tao nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I hope we will hear it often in the future." "We certainly will, you." "We certainly will," Dylan murmured. Gazing into the distance, the song soared above the provincial sports center, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. P.S. I sincerely apologize. From today until the 5th, there will only be single updates as I need to gather more material. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 159. Back to the UEFA Cup. Just a day after the Zhonghua Cup concluded, the echoes of victory still lingered, and the Anhui Provincial Sports Center buzzed with life once more. On this afternoon, nearly 40,000 spectators filled the stands, which can accommodate 60,000. Among them were students from various primary and secondary schools in Jincheng, as well as individuals from diverse sectors of society. They surveyed the football field below, where it was adorned with colorful formations. The vibrant sports uniforms created a picturesque scene reminiscent of a blooming flower field. Within this field, banners emblazoned with various texts and designs stood tall, each representing a school participating in the National High School Football Championship. Flag bearers proudly held their poles at the forefront of their respective teams. Behind them, spirited young athletes dressed in their school uniforms gazed upwards, fixated on the podium. There, two athletes, a male and a female, were taking the oath on behalf of all participants. We solemnly swear to adhere strictly to the competition rules, to obey the referees without question, to respect our opponents, to honor the spectators, to uphold the integrity of football. In the spirit of competition, we strive diligently, battling tenaciously and collaborating in unity. Let us showcase our style and level of play, with humility in victory and resilience in defeat. We enthusiastically participate in this year's high school football championship. The declarants, Qin Shi and Feng Yuqing, gracefully bowed and departed the stage amidst thunderous applause and cheers. The influence of the Chinese team's triumph in the inaugural China Cup continues to resonate throughout the nation, with the upcoming 13th National High School Football Championship being the first to benefit from this momentum. The national team's remarkable performance in the China Cup has significantly invigorated public enthusiasm for football, particularly inspiring the youth poised to step onto the national competitive stage. Riding the wave of the China Cup, the championship is being widely promoted, with hopes of attracting greater societal attention and involvement. This national competition aspires to transcend being merely a high school event, becoming a spectacle that engages the entire community. Young boys and girls chase their youthful dreams on the field, while audiences in the stands and in front of televisions reminisce about their own youthful days through the exuberance of these spirited children. The success of the China Cup has indeed fostered a keen interest in the upcoming National High School Football Championship, as evidenced by the nearly 40,000 spectators present at today's opening ceremony. Though the China Cup has concluded, the advancement of Chinese football remains steadfast. Seemingly disconnected from professional football, school football is, in fact, the fertile ground for the reform and development of Chinese football over the past decade. Without the flourishing of school football, many would not have been drawn into the sport, as it alleviates their concerns about potential injuries and unfulfilled aspirations in professional academies. At the very least, the likelihood of students suffering injuries and retiring without gaining valuable experience is significantly reduced. A typical full-time high school primarily cultivates students, with the development of athletes being a secondary focus. Moreover, the greatest significance of school football lies not merely in supplying talent to the professional arena, but in broadening the base and increasing the population interested in football. When the foundation is sufficiently vast, the occurrence of certain events becomes inevitable. The photographs of Huan and Li Qingqing, taken for the national competition, are prominently displayed on a large poster hanging on the exterior wall of the Provincial Sports Center. As people approach the stadium, they are greeted by the smiling faces of these two golden figures of Chinese football, encouraging active participation in school football. This also offers every aspiring youth the possibility that one among them could become the next Huan or Li Qingqing. The stadium resonates with joyous sounds, while outside, a gentle breeze stirs, causing ripples across the giant poster, as if the figures within the image might step down. Upon returning to the club, Huan was absent from the matchday roster for the 31st round of the league. Not only him, but also Peter Williams, Lasky, Kamara, and Senkawa Junpei, who had participated in the national team match just days prior, were also excluded from the lineup. Despite facing the formidable Manchester Athletic in this round of the league, Clark has resolutely decided to forego this match. On one hand, several key players are engaged in international duty, resulting in increased fatigue and less than optimal competitive form, making it arduous to participate in the league. On the other hand, after this league round, Leeds will host the Serie A team, Fiorentina, in the quarterfinals of the Europa League next Thursday. Having set the goal of clinching the Europa League title, there seems little merit in becoming distracted by a single league match. Given Manchester Athletic's current season form, even a fully equipped Leeds would struggle to secure a victory, potentially incurring a heavy toll. Thus, conceding defeat and relinquishing the match seems prudent. This season, Manchester Athletic has exhibited remarkable stability and performance, with key players largely free from serious injuries. Kabanka, who shone in the World Cup, has seamlessly carried his exceptional form into club play, becoming a formidable presence that instills fear in all opponents. It seems that Manchester Athletic is channeling the frustration of 2 consecutive seasons without league titles into formidable motivation. After 30 rounds of league play, they sit atop the standings with 74 points, a staggering 15 points ahead of the second-place Weston. With only 8 rounds left, it appears nearly impossible for any team to contest the league title with them. Old rivals such as Stan Park Rangers and Tranmere falter, let alone Leeds. Leeds, lacking its main players, faced a devastating defeat against the powerful Manchester Athletic, losing 16-0. This match marked Clark's most painful defeat as the coach of Leeds. Cabanca, who also participated in international matches, did not start, but, upon his substitution in the second half, played as if he were a divine being, scoring a hat-trick within 10 minutes through a header and a volley. His 3 goals ultimately contributed to the staggering 16-0 scoreline. This hat-trick stands as the fastest of the season thus far. Thanks to this performance, Cabanca's league goal tally surpassed Huan's, with an impressive 17 goals and 11 assists, reminding everyone of his status as a super talent comparable to Meili. In addition to Cabanca, Manchester Athletic's main striker, Malvin Stones, also netted 2 goals in the match, bringing his league total to 25, placing him at the top of the league's scoring chart. In contrast, Huan has managed only 15 goals in the league, a significant gap that renders him nearly incapable of competing for the Golden Boot against Stones. Unfortunately, both Leeds and the Chinese national team are engaged in multiple competitions this season, which has drained much of Huan's focus and affected his league attendance. The league has now been largely abandoned by Clark, who is fully concentrating on the Europa League. Otherwise, even if Huan has just played in a national team match, Clark would not have removed him from the lineup for the league match against Manchester Athletic. However, including Huan, the vast majority of individuals do not seem overly concerned about his potential inability to secure the Premier League Golden Boot this season. Firstly, Huan is still young and will have ample opportunities in the future. Secondly, many believe that simply winning the Premier League Golden Boot once is quite commendable, let alone daring to aspire for consecutive victories. Lastly, in comparison to the accolades already attained, the collective focus is more on the honors that remain elusive for Huan. It is, after all, human nature to seek the new and neglect the old. The Premier League Golden Boot is indeed impressive, but having won it once diminishes its novelty. The public's attention has now shifted toward the UEFA Europa League, witnessing Huan's meteoric rise on the Europa League scoring chart. Everyone is eager to see if he can claim this season's Golden Boot in that competition. The Champions League Golden Boot appears to be out of reach. But should he secure the Europa League Golden Boot, Huan would maintain the tradition of acquiring at least 1 Golden Boot each season. However, this coveted Europa League Golden Boot is not easily attained. Setting aside the current top scorer, Nuno Alvarez, for Huan to clinch the Golden Boot, he must assist Leeds City in advancing further in the Europa League. This is no simple endeavor. Each step forward in the Europa League demands greater effort and a touch of fortune. In the quarterfinals, Leeds City faces the defensively adept Serie A team, Ferencváros. This team conceded merely 2 goals across 6 group stage matches, advancing as group leaders. Yet, this is not their most impressive feat. Another team, the dominant Serbian Voyager, also managed to concede only 2 goals in the group stage. Upon entering the knockout phase, Ferencváros has showcased their extraordinary defensive prowess. In the round of 16, they drew 0-0 away against Dutch team Rotterdam Elite in the first leg, and in the second leg, they triumphed 2-0. Thus eliminating their opponent with a total score of 2-0 and advancing to the last 16. In the quarterfinals, they engaged in 2 scoreless matches against Bundesliga S Frankfurt, ultimately deciding the victor through a penalty shootout and securing a place in the Europa League quarterfinals. Remarkably, Ferencváros has gone through 4 knockout matches without conceding a single goal, a feat unmatched by any of the 32 teams participating in the Europa League knockout stage. Their remarkable success can be attributed not only to their defensive tactics, but also to the exceptional performance of their main goalkeeper, Mauro Albertazzi. Chapter 160, The True Genius, Huan. With a thunderous shout from the commentator, Wang Guangwei leapt high in front of the goal, directing the ball with his head. Almost simultaneously, he collided with Ferencváros central defender, Nicolo Serafini. He felt he made contact with the ball, yet he could not guarantee where it would land, as the opposing player blocked him from turning his head. His ability to contest for the ball is commendable. Serafini, hindered by Wang, failed to clear the ball, which remains within the confines of the Ferencváros penalty area. This is a golden opportunity for Eldaria Zagrossi. A gasp of astonishment rises from the stands of the Ferencváros home ground. Amidst the commotion, former Italian international Filippo Zagrossi positions himself perfectly at the ball's descent, striking first among the throng to direct the ball toward the goal. The shot is executed with remarkable suddenness, catching the Ferencváros players off guard as Zagrosi sends the ball hurtling toward the net. Fortunately, a reliable figure stands before the Ferencváros goal, Mauro Albertazzi, who, in a desperate dive, manages to deflect Zagrosi's shot out of play. Albertazzi, magnificent. A critical save. The gasp of the crowd instantly transforms into a roar of cheers, filling the stadium with exuberance. The scoreboard shows that less than 2 minutes remain for the home team, Ferencváros, to secure a victory in this match. These 3 points hold immense significance for Ferencváros, as they vie for qualification in next season's European competitions. This season, Ferencváros has performed admirably in the UEFA Europa League, and a consecutive participation would greatly benefit the club's finances while significantly enhancing their overall prowess. With few matches left in the league, every encounter is a decisive battle for Ferencváros, especially with the Europa League still on the horizon. Their dual campaign offers a glimmer of hope for securing European qualification next season, and Ferencváros' performance has surpassed the expectations of many. Simultaneously, the fans are acutely aware that this may be the last grand flourish for Ferencváros, as their key goalkeeper Mauro Albertazzi is set to depart for Torino at the end of the season. Both clubs have officially announced the transfer, which was finalized in January. Rumored to cost a staggering €70 million, it shatters the record for goalkeeper transfers. No one doubts that Albertazzi is worth every penny. Once the season concludes, Albertazzi will don the colors of Torino, stepping into the shoes of the legendary goalkeeper Andrew Burney, who has decided to retire. And he is poised to become a new legend there. Can Ferencváros maintain their current form without Albertazzi? The consensus is one of pessimism. In his final season with Ferencváros, Albertazzi aims to create an indelible memory for all the fans. A top 6 finish and a triumphant Europa League campaign. Such is the ambition of Ferencváros. Now, the entire team has retreated to their own penalty area, erecting a defensive blockade against Eldoria's relentless onslaught. Is the spectacle unpleasing? The players and fans of Ferencváros remain unfazed. Compared to the outcome, the aesthetics of the game are of little consequence. 10 minutes prior, Wang Guangwei was thrust into the forward line by head coach Mario Nadali. Assuming the role of center forward, he seeks to utilize his aerial prowess to assault the Ferencváros goal, creating chaos and opportunities. Just moments ago, he almost succeeded. Zagrosi's response was remarkably swift, showcasing agility that belies his 34 years. However, the collaboration between the two was ultimately thwarted by Albertazzi. The captain, Zagrosi, did not lament the missed opportunity with hands clasped atop his head. Instead, he urged his teammates to advance. This might well be Eldoria's final offensive maneuver of the match. Even goalkeeper Matteo Pellegatti surged from the backfield into the Ferenc's penalty area, hoping to seal the deal for his team. Among them was Wang Guangwei, who initially positioned himself in front of the goal, surrounded by players from both sides. After some contemplation, he chose to vacate the congested center and head towards the back post, allowing his towering goalkeeper teammate, Pellegatti, who stood at an impressive 6 feet 3 inches, to occupy the middle. Meanwhile, he remained flexible in his movements. This strategy was inspired by Huan. Logically, as a center back standing at 6 feet 1 inch, it would be improbable for him to conceal himself within the throng as Huan did. However, with Pellegatti's advance, all attention shifted towards him, and Wang Guangwei felt it was feasible to attempt to slip away from the focal point of the crowd. Eldoria's midfielder, the Argentine Fabio Preciado, stood at the corner flag, arms raised high, signaling to his teammates in the penalty area, "I will kick the ball near the penalty spot." Upon witnessing this, the players tensed, akin to a race car revving its engine while still pressing the brakes. Preciado transformed into a racing queen, all eyes fixated on his arms, awaiting their descent. As he lowered his arms, he propelled the ball into Ferenc's penalty area. Everyone sprang into action. Players from both Ferenc's and Eldoria became entangled in chaos before the Ferenc's goal. Taking advantage of Pellegatti's distraction of the Ferenc's defense, Eldoria's center back, Paolo Carati, charged towards the penalty spot, eager to contest the ball. Yet, his intentions were thwarted by Ferenc's center back, Niccolò Serafini, who effectively blocked Carati's path, preventing him from approaching the ball's landing spot. In the vicinity of the small penalty area, players grappled with one another, resembling a tangled mass of threads, impossible to unravel. At that moment, Wang Guangwei emerged from the back post, circumventing the chaotic entanglement and evading all defenders. Leaping high outside the penalty spot, he directed the incoming ball towards the back corner of the goal. What a spectacular header. He surged toward the front post, but directed the ball toward the back post. Moreover, players from both teams crowded between him and the goal, making it easy for the ball to be deflected during its flight. Yet, this time, no one touched the ball, which soared straight towards the back post. It could be said that Wang Guangwei had perfectly aligned the elements in his favor. Should this ball find the net, he would emerge as the hero who rescued Eldria. Furthermore, it would mark his first goal in his overseas career. After executing the header, Wang Guangwei intently tracked the ball, yearning to witness it cross the goal line, only to see a gloved hand materialize beside the ball, nudging it away just before it crossed the baseline. The football veered off the baseline. Albertazzi, Albertazzi, Albertazzi. The Italian commentator was nearly beside himself, having just witnessed an astonishing save. As Wang Guangwei charged towards the penalty spot, Albertazzi stood poised near the goal line, at the side closest to the point. His gaze swiftly followed the ball, locking onto Wang Guangwei. Simultaneously, he executed a lateral movement, preparing to dive towards the far post. Remarkably, he had anticipated Wang Guangwei's header before it even occurred, predicting that the ball would be directed towards the back corner. Such an incredible foresight. Some seasoned goalkeepers can glean the trajectory of a shot from subtle movements prior to the strike, but those are typically veteran keepers. Yet, at just 19, Albertazzi possesses such innate talent. His preemptive judgment allowed him to reach the ball just in time, deflecting it away as it was about to cross the threshold of the goal. Wang Guangwei's header was indeed exceptional, quite devious. However, Albertazzi clearly outmatched him, having anticipated the angle of the header and responding accordingly. It was a near-perfect display of offense and defense. The wide-eyed astonishment on Wang Guangwei's face, captured in the broadcast, clearly illustrated his shock at Albertazzi's miraculous save, transforming his expression into a meme-worthy moment. Against the backdrop of his exaggerated reaction, Albertazzi, rising from the ground after such a splendid save, appeared particularly remarkable, maintaining a calm demeanor as if it were merely an inconsequential stop. This is the iceberg that is Albertazzi. Click. Huan raised his phone, capturing a still image of Wang Guangwei on the projection screen. Clark, hearing the simulated shutter sound, turned to Huan, who was putting away his phone, and inquired, "What are you doing, Hu?" "Oh, boss, it's nothing. I just found it amusing that we could see my friend in the opponent's footage." "Please, continue, boss," Huan explained, signaling that he would refrain from any further distractions. Clark's fondness for Huan was undeniable. He did not reprimand him for the interruption, but nodded and continued with the previous discussion. Ferentz's strength lies in their defense. They perform admirably. However, the key figure is still Albertazzi. He pressed the remote, and the footage resumed, replaying Albertazzi's earlier save in slow motion from multiple angles, ensuring everyone present could view it in clarity. In the realm of professional football, the term genius may be overused, but I must assert that Mauro Albertazzi is a true prodigy. When Clark uttered this statement, one could distinctly sense the once lax demeanor of the seated players in the audiovisual room momentarily halt. End of chapter 161. The iceberg Albertazzi. Albertazzi. Oh my goodness. Matthew Cox exclaimed, his hands clasped atop his head in the commentary booth. In the stands of Flanders Stadium, all the Leeds United supporters, much like Cox, clasped their heads in disbelief as they gazed at the goalpost of Ferencváros. It was the 77th minute of the first leg of the UEFA Europa League quarterfinals, where Leeds United hosted Ferencváros. The scoreboard displayed the disheartening score, 0-0. Despite their attacking prowess, the home team seemed utterly incapable of breaching Ferencváros' defenses. Just moments ago, Peter Williams had unleashed a sudden strike from outside the penalty area, sending the ball skimming along the grass towards the lower left corner of the goal. It was a shot of remarkable quality, yet it was effortlessly caught by Ferencváros' goalkeeper, Mauro Albertazzi, who dove to the side and secured the ball without conceding even a corner kick. This exchange of offense and defense epitomized the clash between the two teams throughout the match. From the outset, Ferencváros, playing away, adopted a compact defensive posture, erecting a formidable wall in front of their goal. They showed no inclination towards counterattacks or surprise strikes, resolutely defending within a 30-meter radius and ceding all areas beyond it. Leeds United was free to control the ball and pass around outside this zone, without fear of being dispossessed. However, this style of play was not to Leeds' liking. They had faced teams that prioritized defense before. As their reputation for attacking flourished, lesser teams naturally opted for a defensive strategy against them. Yet, they had never encountered a team as devoted to defense as Ferencvaros. Even traditionally defensive Italian teams rarely approached such meticulousness. In truth, Ferencvaros was a unique entity within Italian football. While they appeared to have condensed their defense within a 30-meter zone, their approach was not merely about overcrowding that area. Their defensive structure within this zone possessed layers of depth, ensuring that Leeds United would find it nearly impossible to penetrate their lines with a single through ball. This intense and thorough defensive strategy may not have been visually appealing, yet the players of Ferencvaros seemed entirely indifferent to such superficial considerations. They operated like a finely tuned machine, each individual diligently executing the tactical directives of their coach, Federico Bruni. Due to tactical requirements, Ferencvaros starting forwards were not particularly renowned for their goal-scoring abilities. Instead, they were industrious, physically robust players willing to expend their stamina for the team's benefit, akin to laborers on the pitch. In contrast, players like Huan, who lacked defensive acumen, found it nearly impossible to secure a spot in Ferencvaros' lineup. The defensive effort began with the forwards, forming the first line of defense, followed by the midfielders, and then the defenders, culminating with the goalkeeper, Albarazzi. Even if Leeds United managed to penetrate the first 3 layers of defense and reach Albarazzi, overcoming this formidable barrier would prove exceedingly challenging. As Albarazzi rose from the ground after thwarting Williams' long-range effort, his expression betrayed neither joy nor excitement. Unlike some goalkeepers who exuberantly shout and pump their fists after making spectacular saves, both as an emotional release and to rally their teammates, Mauro Albarazzi refrains from such displays. Known by the moniker the Iceberg, he embodies a calm and composed demeanor, as introduced to domestic fans by the commentator Shen Lang on Tongfei Video. With the UEFA Europa League not being broadcast by CCTV, Chinese fans seeking to witness Huan's remarkable performances in the tournament must rely on online platforms. Fortunately, Tongfei Video secured the broadcasting rights for the Europa League in China, a decision made 2 years prior when Huan had just joined Leeds City, leaving no one to foresee that he would later represent the club in the Europa League. This acquisition turned out to be an unexpected boon. Without Huan, the Europa League would not have garnered such attention in China. From his nickname, one can infer his style, a remarkably composed goalkeeper, exhibiting a maturity and calmness that belies his age, akin to a seasoned veteran of 35. While some criticize him for lacking passion and remaining within the small box. Diverging from the contemporary trend of goalkeepers, Albarazzi, with his extraordinary goal line skills and impressive physical attributes, remains steadfast in his approach, securing his place among the elite goalkeepers globally. Rashi, seated on the bench, gasps for breath as he gazes toward the goal of Ferencvaros. He had been substituted 5 minutes ago by captain Lorenzo Esposito. Leeds City aimed to adopt a more straightforward approach against Ferencvaros. Alongside him, Charlie Porter was brought on, with Kamara shifting from winger to advanced midfielder. The entire Leeds team relentlessly attempted to deliver the ball from the flanks to the front, targeting Lorenzo's head to create chaos in front of Ferencvaros' goal and generate opportunities for Huan. However, despite these efforts in the past few minutes, the results have been minimal. Is there anything particularly unique about Ferencvaros' tactics? Not really. They simply opted for a defensive strategy, relying on their players' tireless running to avoid vulnerabilities. Yet, human endurance has its limits. As the match approached its final 10 minutes, even with substitutions and adjustments, Ferencvaros' stamina had waned considerably. Leeds City began to seize opportunities to mount attacks. However, each of these attempts, without exception, culminated in facing Mauro Albarazzi. As of the 80th minute, the latest statistics revealed that Leeds City had registered 38 shots, with 17 on target. In light of such staggering data, the score remained 0-0, a testament to Albarazzi's remarkable prowess. Of the 17 shots on target by Leeds City, aside from 2 that were blocked by Ferencvaros players, the remaining 15 were all thwarted by Albarazzi. Whether it was forwards like Huan, Kamara, and Rashi, or midfielders like Peter Williams and Jay Adams, none could penetrate Albarazzi's formidable defenses. Matthew Cox felt utterly helpless, as calm as ice, as insurmountable as a mountain. This was Albarazzi, though the match was not yet concluded. He had already established a record for the most saves in a single match in the history of the UEFA Europa League. Of course, this remarkable save record was also partly attributable to Leeds City, whose relentless assault provided Albarazzi with the perfect stage for his performance. Breaking through a dense defense is a universal conundrum. It can be said that Leeds City exhausted all possibilities, whether through long-range shots, set pieces, or leveraging individual player skills to create chaos. Clark employed every tactic at his disposal. Hulai found himself ensnared in the sea of defenders from Ferencváros. He managed 5 shots in total, 3 of which were on target, yet all were thwarted by Albertazzi. The remaining 2 attempts included one skewed off target due to interference from a defender within the penalty area, and another long-range shot from outside the box that sailed over the crossbar. In the dying moments of the match, Leeds City continued their siege on Ferencváros, maintaining pressure for 30 minutes. At that juncture, Leeds fans had been concerned about a counterattack from Ferencváros, but now their worries dissipated, as Ferencváros did not venture beyond their defensive perimeter. Throughout the entire match, Ferencváros managed only 3 shots, all occurring within the first 60 minutes. The Leeds City supporters in the stands fell silent, hands on their heads, staring blankly at the pitch. The once boisterous Flandres Stadium swiftly descended into tranquility after 94 minutes of raucousness. Known for their formidable offensive prowess, Leeds City had crashed against an insurmountable obstacle. One of the weapons to penetrate a crowded defense is the long-range shot. As the match progressed toward its conclusion, Leeds City's attempts skyrocketed to 42, with more than half being long-range efforts. In the final moments, the urgency of the situation led to less deliberation in seeking out vulnerabilities in Ferencváros' defense. The most straightforward and direct approach was to unleash long-range shots. Thus, Jay Adams took another shot from outside the penalty area. However, under the pressure of Ferencváros players, his attempt veered slightly off target and lacked significant power. The ball entered the penalty area and struck the body of Ferencváros' center back, Nicolo Serafini, deflecting towards the opposite side. Hulai saw the opportunity. The commentator Shin Lang, witnessing the ball fly past, excitedly exclaimed as he spotted Hulai. Even with Ferencváros' midfielder Samuel Corrent beside him, it was still a chance. Hulai spread his arms, attempting to shield Corrent behind him, and lifted his foot to shoot. He understood the urgency, knowing that Adams's earlier shot had drawn Albertazzi to the other side. Yet, upon striking the ball, he was astounded to see Albertazzi lunging through the air, palm outstretched, deflecting his shot away from the goal. Unbelievable. Hulai's eyes widened as he gazed at the airborne Albertazzi. How had he managed to make that save? Albertazzi, the 18th successful save of the match. I apologize for my tardiness. I returned from playing outside only to find myself afflicted by a cold, my mind clouded and muddled, causing me to forget to set up automatic updates. Chapter 162. 2 records as Jay Adams struck the ball. Mauro Albertazzi indeed shifted his weight toward the direction of the approaching football, making a motion as if to dive for it. Under such circumstances, the ball collided mid-flight with the defender Nicolo Serafini, altering its trajectory in a manner that was nothing short of catastrophic. To compound the situation, there was also a hulking presence of Hulai guarding that very direction. This was doubly perilous. At that moment, the camera position behind the goal captured the simultaneous shift of both Albertazzi and the ball. With remarkable decisiveness, he pivoted and propelled himself back into action without hesitation. It was precisely his swift response that enabled him to return just in time to deflect the football that Hulai had nudged toward the goal, sending it out beyond the baseline. The close-up shot of the camera astutely captured the expression on Hulai's face. His eyes first widened in astonishment as he gazed at the goal, then followed the ball's trajectory with a turn of his head, only to revert to a look of disbelief directed at Albertazzi. Though he uttered not a word, his expression betrayed the tumult of thoughts within. The scene froze on Hulai's astonished visage, while the host and guests in the studio of Italy's Channel 5 erupted in laughter, some even pounding the table in delight. Ha! Hulai's expression seems to convey, "No way, my friend. You managed to save that shot." Dear viewers, what you are witnessing is the quintessence of this match, encapsulated within the wide-open eyes of Hulai. This expression brings to mind the previous round of league matches, where Eldorea faced off against Ferencváros. I recall the moment when Eldorea's Wang's header was thwarted by Albertazzi in the dying moments of the game, eliciting a similar reaction. A guest interjected, prompting the host to eagerly operate the computer, retrieving a photograph to display on the big screen. Is this the one you mean? In the image, Wang Guangwei's eyes were similarly widened, his face etched with shock. The host juxtaposed these 2 photographs, showcasing the comically astonished faces of both individuals. Laughter erupted throughout the studio. After the merriment subsided, The host cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. Now, let us refrain from jest. In truth, Ferenc's ability to secure a 0-0 draw away from home can be attributed not only to Albertazzi's stellar performance, but also to the remarkable cohesion of the entire team. In the face of a united Ferenc's, Leeds City's offensive tactics appeared overly simplistic and lacking in finesse, leaving Huan with scant opportunities in this match. Thus, we must not attribute the victory solely to Albertazzi's individual heroism. Yet, the guest beside him continued to smile, remarking, regardless, the entirety of Europe is abuzz with discussions about Albertazzi's astonishing record, 18 successful saves in a single match. Truly remarkable. I observed that Agbonlahor spoke with admiration for Albertazzi during an interview yesterday, congratulating him on his remarkable achievements. The Agbonlahor in question is the former Swedish goalkeeper Melker Agbonlahor, who a decade ago, during the 2017-2018 UEFA Europa League season, set a record for the most saves in a single match, 13 saves, while representing the Danish club Hammarby against the English Premier League team Tranmere Rovers in the quarterfinals. In that match, Tranmere took a total of 40 shots, 14 of which were on target, and Agbonlahor successfully parried 13. The only shot he failed to save was a penalty kick from Tranmere, who ultimately eliminated Hammarby with that extra-time penalty. Despite the defeat, Agbonlahor was awarded the title of Man of the Match. Notably, his 13 saves came after a grueling 120 minutes of play, where the score was tied at 0-0 after the initial 90 minutes, mirroring the first leg's result. In contrast, Albertazzi achieved 18 saves in just 96 minutes, including stoppage time for both halves. This indicates that he made an effective save every 5 minutes or so. It is no wonder that the entire European football community was abuzz following this match. Typically, a goalkeeper making 10 saves in a standard 90-minute match is considered exceptional and rare. However, Albertazzi has nearly doubled this benchmark with his astonishing 18 saves. As the individual whose record was surpassed by Albertazzi, Agbonlahor naturally felt compelled to express his admiration for Albertazzi's performance, stating, "The English media often tends to exaggerate, portraying Leeds United's attack as unstoppable. However, Mauro Albertazzi has demonstrated the prowess of a top-tier goalkeeper. I take immense pride in Mauro, and I believe he is destined to become a great goalkeeper. As for my record being broken by Mauro, it could not be better. 18 saves in a single match. My God, I struggle to find words to describe his performance. My record stood for 10 years, and I believe Mauro's may endure for 20 years or even longer." Agbonlahor's words resonated deeply with Italian fans and media, who were thoroughly pleased. Conversely, Leeds United became the subject of ridicule. As Agbonlahor aptly noted, prior to this, the English media had boasted considerably about Leeds United's attacking prowess. Before the first leg of the match, they portrayed it as a clash between the strongest shield and the mightiest spear, naturally favoring Leeds to triumph. This perspective did not sit well with Italian fans and media. Ultimately, Leeds United was held to a draw at home by Ferencváros, inadvertently contributing to Albertazzi's historic record. Although they did not lose, the situation felt akin to a defeat. In recent days, Italian media and fans have been celebrating as if it were a festive occasion. Aside from media outlets like Television 5, fans have ingeniously utilized their creativity online to produce a variety of memes and videos. For instance, a video was crafted showcasing the duel between Huan and Albertazzi during a match, where Huan repeatedly struck the ball, only to have Albertazzi skillfully save each attempt. The climax featured Huan's astonished expression following a particularly remarkable save, complemented by a close-up of Albertazzi casually rising from the ground. With a red glow superimposed over his eyes, its meaning is unmistakable. Furthermore, the Italian media sarcastically congratulated Leeds City for setting a record, with a staggering 44 shots in a single match. They established the highest number of attempts recorded in the history of the UEFA Europa League. This achievement surpassed the previous record of 40 shots held by Tranmere. It appears that the tradition of English teams wildly shooting 40 times in a single match is indeed a cause for celebration. Much like Albertazzi's record, this Leeds City milestone is unlikely to be broken for many years. This stands as a proud testament to the offensive prowess of English teams in the Europa League, illustrating Leeds City's attacking strength through their remarkable 44 shots. Those Italians, I could just scream at them. On the northern stand of Flanders Stadium, Levin furiously cursed his companion and rival, John Fockingham, quipped, "Oh come on, Levin. You brought this upon yourself. You shouldn't have checked the comments online after the match. Look at me. I haven't even been online in days. What's the difference between you and an ostrich?" "Ignoring it won't solve the problem," Levin retorted. "And if you look, will it solve anything?" John shot back. All right, let's focus on the current match." Matthew Miller urged his two companions. John shrugged. "What is there to focus on? We're definitely going to lose." At this, all fell silent. John was not wrong. Leeds City was destined to lose this match, despite the game not being over. They were trailing 0-3 against Stan Park Rangers. With only 13 minutes remaining, a comeback on their home ground seemed impossible. Setting morale aside, Leeds City was not fielding their strongest lineup. Indeed, Clark had once again opted to forego the league. Even after being held to a draw by Ferencváros in the previous Europa League match, Clark chose to prioritize the Europa League. In preparation for the second leg of that Europa League match on Thursday, April 15th, he fielded a team of substitutes against Stan Park Rangers. Leeds City's schedule had also been quite demanding. In the span surrounding these two Europa League matches, they were set to face three formidable teams: Manchester Athletic, Stan Park Rangers, and Tranmere. Had they not forfeited the league, Leeds City would undoubtedly have been drained of considerable energy during these encounters, while also risking injuries to key players. In Clark's view, this was a perfectly reasonable choice. However, in the eyes of some, it seems that Clark's judgment is rather clouded. Prior to this round of the league, Leeds City accumulated 46 points, placing them 9th, while Stan Park Rangers secured 54 points, ranking 6th. The 8-point gap is not as considerable as one might imagine. In truth, had Leeds City devoted their entire focus to the league following their elimination from the Champions League, their current standing would likely be much higher. Even considering the impact of Huan's participation in the Asian Cup upon his return to the club, Leeds City could have easily garnered an additional 4 points had it not been for the Europa League. These 4 points were achievable against opponents currently above them in the standings, and thus, the stakes are not merely 4 points. Should they exert themselves fully in the latter half of the league, given Leeds City's capabilities, securing a top 6 finish and thereby qualifying for the next season's Europa League is certainly within reach. Yet, Clark mistakenly placed all his bets on the Europa League. Such obsession is truly perplexing. Does he believe that Leeds City, in their inaugural participation in the Europa League, could clinch the title? After all, only by winning the Europa League does all the effort invested become worthwhile. Otherwise, even finishing as runners-up holds little significance, devoid of honor or trophies, nor the chance to compete in the next season's Champions League. The question arises, is it more challenging to win the Europa League or to secure a top 6 finish in the Premier League? Nevertheless, Leeds City's supporters are not calculating this. They stand united with Clark, wholeheartedly endorsing the abandonment of the league to pursue the Europa League with fervor. This is not merely about vying for the championship, but rather an expression of defiance. Regardless of the outcome, they must triumph over the Italians. Leeds City might face elimination after reaching the semi-finals, or conclude the league season with nothing to show. However, being ousted from the Europa League by Ferencváros is simply unacceptable. Otherwise, those Italian fans and the media would surely erupt. The match has concluded. Leeds City succumbed to a 0-3 defeat at home against Stan Park Rangers. Following a brief handshake with Brooks, Clark swiftly departed the pitch. At this moment, I believe his thoughts have drifted far from the league and have soared to distant Florence, Italy. P.S. Tomorrow, I shall resume 2 updates. Speaking of single updates, the subscriptions have been growing rapidly, and I must admit, I feel a tinge of reluctance.